In Ling Weirui's previous life, she threw herself into her favorite game with full of enthusiasm and anticipation. But she didn't expect that in the end she would be slandered and cyberbullied by the scumbag and bitch in the game. In anger, she sold the gaming account that she had worked so hard for overnight. She made up her mind to devote herself to real life, start a new life, and become a so-called real person. However, she never expected that the next day, the virtual world she had left actually invaded reality, and everyone began to synchronize their game characters and abilities. Ling Weirui lost her game account, and only synchronized the skill that she least wanted to have, the ability to stack bricks in Tetris. From then on, she had to quietly live the hard life of a construction worker, struggling to cope with the hardships and pressures of real life, until finally, after surviving for 10 years, she died at the hands of a minor actor. But fate gave her a chance to be reborn. Ling Weirui returned to the day she left. With endless anger and unwillingness, she spent all her savings and even went into debt to buy a high-end gaming account worth $1 million. Through repeated crazy Krypton gold purchases, she won countless mall props and became the Yaoqi fairy she had always dreamed of, who was both beautiful and good at fighting, with extremely high combat power. She has all the gorgeous fashions, and thousands of acres of fertile land belong to her. In this life, she is no longer the gamer who is trampled upon by others, but stands at the top and has become an unshakable existence. She wants to defeat those who have hurt her one by one and regain her glory and future. Time goes back to a week ago. Ling Weirui was lying on the bed, looking at the wooden boards in the dormitory, her heart full of doubts. Didn't the zombies eat my brain? How am I still alive? She lay quietly for a moment before noticing the cell phone next to the pillow. She turned on her phone, and the date showed May 24th, 1925. Ling Weirui could hardly believe that she was reborn, and she was reborn a week before the game invasion. She remembered her plans for the day. Today was Saturday, and it was the day she was going to attend a family gathering in the game Xianing Xianzhu. However, she was unable to attend the party because Lianny had given her a laxative. After the party, Lianny got very close to gang leader Du Bai, obviously not wanting Ling Weirui to steal her limelight. Ling Weirui laughed out of anger. Du Bai was a handsome swordsman in the game, but in reality, he was just a fat man who was 170 centimeters tall and weighed 250 kilograms. She sneered in her heart. Keep an eye on your kappa, boyfriend. It's best to hide him. She didn't like Lianny and Du Bai. Lianny's materialistic mentality disgusted her, and Du Bai was obviously with Lianny, but he still talked to Ling Weirui and even contacted other game characters behind Lianny's back. It really made her sick. Later, Lianny discovered that Du Bai had cheated on her and slandered Ling Weirui as a mistress, and subjected her to cyberbullying. Although it was clarified in the end, it still had a great impact on Ling Weirui. She decided to sell her gaming account and concentrate on her studies. Who would have thought that the game invaded reality and everyone had a chance to synchronize their game characters? But she happened to sell her account and missed the chance to take advantage of this opportunity. Eventually, she could not survive in reality and was captured by zombies and lost her life. Perhaps it was God's mercy that Ling Weirui was reborn a week before the game invasion. She quickly got up and started to pack. 7 days seemed like plenty of time, but she had a lot to do, the first of which was to raise funds. At this time, the dormitory door was pushed open and Lianny walked in. Seeing that Ling Weirui had already gotten up, her eyes flashed, and she immediately said, "Weirui, you're up? I brought you some soy milk and buns, have some." Ling Weirui replied, "I don't want to eat anymore. I have something to do today, and I have to go home. A relative passed away." She made up an excuse. Lianny was a little surprised. "Ah, then you can eat first and then leave. I spent 20 yuan to buy it." Ling Weirui sneered, thinking, "You dare to ask me for money after adding ingredients?" She replied indifferently, "Then I will take it away and drink it later." After Lianny put down the food, she went to the bathroom, and Ling Weirui took the opportunity to replace the soy milk. If Lianny knew that she was not going to the party and still gave her soy milk with ingredients, she would have to bear the consequences. Ling Weirui packed up, took the soy milk and buns, and left the dormitory, then threw them into the trash can. She opened her phone and found 200,000 yuan on the card. These were the death compensation for her parents. Her parents had been undercover agents and brought back important intelligence, but they eventually paid with their lives for it, leaving only these cold numbers. She knew very well that the money was far from enough. Ling Weirui hurried home, took the property certificate, and went to the bank to apply for a loan, but the bank told her it would take 10 days. She didn't have time to wait, so she chose a loan shark. The house was worth 2 million yuan, and she could borrow 1.8 million yuan. Although the interest rate was high, the loan could be released on the same day. After getting the money, she opened her notebook and entered the official sales website of Xianing Xianzhu. She wanted a fire swordsman character, Finchman, with extremely strong explosive output. However, the game account of this character costs 850,000, which is too expensive. She had no choice but to choose another account, Yaoqi Xianzong, level 135, with top-notch equipment and a complete set of equipment, which could definitely occupy a place in the game. When the purchase button was pressed, she breathed a sigh of relief. This account would become the basis for her survival after the catastrophe. She knew that if her identity was exposed, all her equipment and props would be taken away by others. Just then, her cell phone rang. It was a photo of a party posted by the gang group. In the photo, Annie hugged Dubai tightly. Her face was pale, and she looked a little weak. Messages in the group praised Dubai, while Annie complained that she had diarrhea due to unclean food. Ling Weirui sneered and began to type a message. "Baby, you can even eat a pig. You really fight for money." Oops, sorry, I sent it to the wrong group. She rescinded the two messages, sneered in her heart, and decided to make her own choice and no longer be led by this group of people. Ling Weirui knew that Annie would be angry at her words. Although she was low-key and cautious, she would never swallow her anger. She was never afraid of confronting others, especially when facing someone as scheming as Annie. When other people in the group saw Ling Weirui's message, they couldn't help but laugh. Everyone obviously thought that Ling Weirui accidentally sent the message to the group when she was communicating privately with Annie. Wei Rufeng's words hit the nail on the head, and everyone found them extremely interesting. In the game, Annie is always a fairy in white clothes, but in reality, she is a complete gold digger. This contrast makes everyone feel incredible. Annie was obviously furious, and she quickly responded in the group. "Annie baby, what do you mean? You actually called the gang leader a pig? And you said I did it for money? There is nothing wrong between the gang leader and me." She sent a question mark with a hint of provocation. "I told you I sent it to the wrong group. Annie, don't take it personally." She deliberately teased Annie and continued to output. "Wei Ruffin, do you regret saying in the dormitory that the gang leader is gentle and rich? If you're not after money, why don't you split the bill with the gang leader and stop asking the gang leader to spend money for you all the time?" After hearing this, Annie certainly didn't dare to refute it, but she was already extremely anxious. She didn't dare let anyone know that she had been borrowing money from the gang leader. She tried desperately to find an excuse, but found that she was powerless to refute it. "Baby Annie, you are wronging me. How could I be that kind of person? Wei Ruffin, of course I know you are not that kind of person." She changed the subject and began to sincerely persuade. "Wei Ruffin, but now everyone knows your situation. In the past, you cheated people for cars and houses, and people said you were materialistic. Now, as long as you don't take the gang leader's money, everyone can prove that you're not doing it for the money. How can it be bad?" This topic quickly triggered responses from gang members. Warm-hearted. "Don't worry. Annie baby, we all support you." ECC. Yes, Annie's not that kind of person. What Weiwei said makes sense. Don't let the gang leader feel that he is being taken advantage of. Songhai laughs. But the gang leader is really rich. He spends 200,000 yuan without hesitation. He is really generous. Wei Ruffeng, the gang leader, is very generous. If he is willing to spend, then let him spend. By the way, you have to drink the spade wine. Remember to taste it. Just after sending the message, Dubai suddenly appeared in the gang. Dubai at Wei Rufeng, what do you mean? You actually call me a pig? If you dare to say that, get out of the gang if you have the guts, or I will make you quit when I get back. He sent a message angrily and then added, "Dubai, since everyone doesn't want me to waste money, let's split the bill at the bar this time. Ace of Spades is too expensive. I'll pay for it myself. Everyone, don't drink anymore." Immediately afterwards, Dubai removed Ling Weirui from the group chat. Ling Weirui smiled. She knew in her heart that although she was removed from the group chat, she didn't care, because she knew that Dubai was not the real leader of the gang. Dubai is actually the nephew of Zhang Hao, the game planner of Xianing Xianzhu. The so-called gang leader identity is just his role as a stooge in the game. Zhang Hao would guide the rich to spend through recharge and make huge profits, but the account due by itself does not belong to him. In fact, the relationship between Zhang Hao and Li Annie has long been complicated. In order to create a dignified image of a gang leader, he even kept Li Annie as his mistress in the game. As for the bar incident, it was a conspiracy between Zhang Hao and his local friends. The so-called Ace of Spades was not worth the price. Moreover, she already knew that Li Annie and Zhang Hao went to the hotel. Li Annie was clearly given equipment by Zhang Hao, and she was also obedient to him. Ling Weirui felt that this was a real irony for this scumbag and bitch. She was not in a rush to retaliate, but instead planned to continue preparing for the next step. The game invasion was about to happen, and she knew that she had to prepare quickly. She opened the game and logged into the account she had just purchased. As soon as she came online, she saw herself riding the 9 Heavens Black Phoenix worth 800,000 and wearing a 200,000 fairy costume, looking very luxurious. Map: Xianzun, Muyaoyao rode 9 Heavens Mysterious Phoenix to Kangmang Province. This mount was extremely cool and even caused a sensation in the entire server. People gathered around and began to express their curiosity about this seemingly wealthy character. Damn, why is there suddenly a rich woman here? The battle power of the number 1 on the list has been updated, and Mu Yao Yao is on the list. Rich woman, will you join our gang? Our gang is second in combat power, and you'll be first if you come. Ling Weirui ignored them, skillfully controlled the character, and returned directly to her own cave. This was the legendary portable space. Cave Mansion is a gameplay in Xian Ing Xian Zhu, similar to the home and manor in other games. It is a personal private space. Since it does not involve level and equipment, players can open the Cave Mansion from level 1. As the game invasion approaches, Ling Weirui's cave will become one of her greatest advantages. Ling Weirui knows very well that her investment is no longer just for the fun of the game. She is not only trying to gain an advantage for the future, but is also preparing for the upcoming invasion of the game. She purchased a large number of necessary props and resources from the mall to ensure that her cave would become a huge advantage after the game invasion. Her cave residence has gradually taken shape. Not only does it own the Fairy Peach Garden, fertile soil, and spiritual spring, but she has also built herself up into an almost unrivaled existence by purchasing puppets and spiritual stone veins. Despite spending a huge amount of money, Ling Weirui remained determined to continue. She knows that these investments will provide her with unparalleled strength in the world to come. However, as her cave dwelling gradually became more complete, her actions also attracted some unknown attention. A secret organization on the border of China is secretly investigating the source of black money. The black money is being laundered through game recharges, and her suspect is Ling Weirui's Mu Yao Yao account. The big screen showed her game account information. The luxurious equipment and resources in this account could not be ignored, especially since it was linked to a series of recent abnormal transactions. Although Ling Weirui did not realize it for the time being, her actions had inadvertently attracted the attention of those forces who were silently observing behind the scenes. How this information will affect her next plans remains unknown. Ling Weirui's goal is very clear. She is ready to meet the challenge of the game invasion and make herself a force that cannot be ignored. And these threats in reality may become new difficulties she needs to face. Ling Weirui had never expected that her unintentional act would make her a suspect. The account she purchased, Mu Yao Yao, was suspected by the authorities of being involved in money laundering activities. Originally, she was just preparing for her future, but she didn't expect that all this would attract the attention of relevant departments. At a meeting, the intelligence department reported to their superiors their investigation into Ling Weirui's account. According to their analysis, Ling Weirui's account value was abnormal, and all of her purchasing activities were inconsistent with normal game behavior. There was even no actual game progress in the acquisition of materials. Her cave has never been open, and almost all purchases were made using in-game currency, a behavior that aroused great suspicion among the police. What made them feel even more unusual was that Ling Weirui was extremely cautious in her transactions. She avoided cash transactions and was even unwilling to provide basic payment tools. All signs indicate that she may be using this account to conduct some illegal fund laundering activities. Although these analyses are just speculations, they decided to mark this account as a key focus. Meanwhile, on the other side, some members of the garrison were also sent to investigate. Captain Liang Jing originally disdained this kind of mission. However, due to the failure of the last mission and his leg injury, he began to accept this playing game mission out of boredom. He and several team members registered game accounts, preparing to approach Ling Weirui and further investigate her true intentions. The virtual world of the game has become a new way for them to contact suspected targets. Ling Weirui had no idea that every decision and every investment she made had unknowingly attracted the attention of so many people. While she was anxiously waiting for the game to invade, the fate of the world was quietly changing. On the morning of June 1st, the world entered an unprecedented moment. Everyone received a mysterious notification, opening the cosmic battlefield. The struggle between humans and alien races began quietly, and Ling Weirui finally arrived at the moment she had been waiting for. A system prompt appeared in front of her. Do you want to synchronize your game account? Ling Weirui chose Mu Yao Yao without hesitation, because the equipment, skills, and resources accumulated in this account will become the cornerstone of her entry into the game world. When she chose to sync, all the game data instantly poured into her body. She felt that the spiritual roots in her body became illusory, as if they had gained infinite energy. She began to feel the existence of the world of cultivation. Those items that were originally just data in the game were now within her reach in the real world. All her information, including her personal profile, backpack, personal treasure house, and portable cave, were synchronized. What shocked Ling Weirui even more was that her gorgeous wardrobe, pet mount, and beautiful clothes all appeared in front of her in a way she had never imagined. She was wearing a set of fairy-quality clothing that was worth 200,000 in the game. The flowing fairy clothes were woven with 9 netherite silk, and they sparkled as brightly as stars in the sun. At this moment, Ling Weirui knew that she had not only obtained a game character, but also an unprecedented power. This is not only for her survival, but also for the greater challenges that are coming. Ling Weirui's game character completed the synchronization, and she immediately experienced an unprecedented change. Her appearance and temperament immediately underwent a qualitative leap, and her body's perception, strength, and speed seemed to have been completely reshaped. Her clothes, hairstyle, makeup, and even her entire body shape instantly changed from her original appearance to something extremely noble and powerful. Wearing fairy-quality clothing and a phoenix crown on her head, Ling Weirui couldn't help but be shocked by her own changes. She tried to restore herself to her normal appearance, removed all her special attires, and returned to her original self. Although the equipment and appearance were very gorgeous, she knew that as a combat character, it was not appropriate for her to be exposed in this way, especially when she was not yet fully familiar with this body. Then she began to check her synchronized backpack and treasure chest, and everything was synchronized. Her backpack was filled with countless props and resources. The amount was astonishingly huge. Ling Weirui took out a name change card and prepared to change her game ID. She chose a unique name, 10 Years of Killing Fish, which is an internet meme that allows her to keep a low profile while also bringing out a sense of self-deprecation and mystery. After the name change was completed, Ling Weirui began to put on her equipment. A purple 1,000-year-old peachwood sword, a set of top-grade immortal equipment, and a series of ice-condensed accessories. The blessing of all the equipment allowed her physique and various attributes to improve rapidly. She felt full of power, as if she had become a Superman, with every part of her body in peak condition. At this moment, she seemed to be able to defeat any enemy easily. However, Ling Weirui did not engage in battle immediately. She still needed some time to adapt to her new role and body. She placed her supplies and seeds into her backpack and returned to her cave. The cave is vast and full of spiritual energy, as if it is a completely different world from the real world. Although her cave has not been fully activated, it already possesses important resources such as spiritual soil, spiritual springs, and spiritual minerals. In the cave, Ling Weirui began to plant spiritual rice. With the blessing of the fertile soil and spiritual spring, the seeds of these spiritual rice could greatly accelerate their growth and increase the yield and probability of mutation. She knew that with the invasion of the game, many people would begin to hoard resources, especially food. Her spiritual rice can not only provide her with resources, but may even become a means for her to gain wealth in the future. As the planting puppets began to move, Ling Weirui's spiritual rice planting accelerated to an unprecedented speed and matured in just a few hours. She also planned to plant some vegetables, fruits, and spiritual rice together to store more resources for her cave. Although it is the first day after the game's synchronization, Ling Weirui has already felt her infinite potential in this new world. She was preparing for the upcoming battle, and although the invasion of the game had just begun, she was fully prepared. However, at this moment, Ling Weirui's phone suddenly vibrated. She looked at the screen and found that it was a call from the counselor. It turns out that the school is collecting player account information, especially those who participate in the game as students. Ling Weirui knew that this statistics was for management convenience, and she could not reveal her true identity. She hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the phone. The instructor's voice came through the phone. Ling Weirui, can you send me your game account information? The school is sorting out the player data for better management in the future. Ling Weirui frowned slightly and began to think about how to deal with this problem. She understood that most of the students in the school were gamers, and games had become a part of their lives. Although she couldn't refuse directly, she had to handle it carefully. She replied, "Okay, counselor, I'll send it right away." After hanging up the phone, Ling Weirui looked down at the information on her phone, and her mood became a little complicated. The invasion of games has brought endless opportunities, but also many unforeseen challenges. In this new world, Ling Weirui knew that she needed to constantly accumulate resources and improve her strength in order to stand out in future battles. At the same time, the statistical work in the school is still going on, and Ling Weirui is also planning how she should survive in this world invaded by games. When Ling Weirui received the call from her instructor, her heart tightened slightly. She knew she had to be careful and not reveal that she had synchronized the top game account. After all, Lianny had long been interested in her account, and Ling Weirui was not ready to reveal it all, especially considering her past unpleasant experiences. She did not want to be spied on and exploited again. She cleverly made up a lie and told the counselor that she did not synchronize her account, but was preparing to study abroad and was in the process of processing the formalities. She had no plans to play games again after hanging up her account. Although she knew that this excuse was not entirely credible, it could at least temporarily block the counselor's questioning and give herself more time to deal with follow-up matters. Okay, remember to report when you get the new activation code. The instructor didn't ask any further questions and hung up the phone. Ling Weirui put down her phone with mixed feelings. She knew that this game invasion was not just entertainment, but a deeper crisis was hidden behind it. She suddenly thought of the disappearance of Yi Cece. At that time, Yi Cece was one of the top bosses in the gang, ranked 37th, and a master of the Jinxiang faction. However, after the game invasion, her disappearance did not attract enough attention. During that period, domestic players were kidnapped by evil forces one after another, their equipment was taken away, and some were even killed and their souls disappeared, never to be resurrected. Ling Weirui knew that if she wasn't careful, she might become the next target. She didn't want the account she had worked so hard to synchronize to eventually fall into the hands of others and become their prey. At the same time, in Zhonghao's Jinbai Realm Alliance group chat, Lianny proudly talked about her own synchronized Huan sect account and showed everyone the talisman she had obtained. She apparently believed that synchronization with the game would bring her greater power and status, and began to fantasize about her future glory in the game. She even asked Zhang how many props he had synchronized, saying that she wanted to buy talismans to protect herself. However, Zhang did not respond to Lianny's question. While busy talking on the phone with his uncle Zhang Tianming, Zhang Hao heard some disturbing news. He found out that the account he was using did not belong to him, but was the ID card of the game's chief planner. This meant that he was not eligible to sync this account. This information shocked him, but what worried him even more was that the activation code he had just obtained failed for this reason. Zhang Hao's uncle Zhang Tianming also expressed concern about this. As internal staff of the company, they were prohibited from playing games to prevent information leakage. However, this ban also means that they may face the risk of unemployment in the next career, because after the game invasion, humans can no longer create new games. The only thing they can do is play games in reality. Zhang Tianming was shaken. Just as he hung up the phone, he received an anonymous message offering a tempting deal. If he could provide the real information of the top players in the game, even just their phone numbers, he would receive a reward of 100,000 yuan. Zhang Tianming looked at the mobile phone screen, his heart full of mixed emotions. The money was tempting, but he also knew that the consequences of doing so could be very serious, and the person behind the message was obviously not friendly. Finally, Zhang Tianming was tempted. He knew that top players like to show off their account information and often even disclose their contact information. Since they have revealed their identities, there is no need for her to hide it for them anymore. So he decided to sell the information of these players in exchange for a huge return. For him, this was undoubtedly an opportunity to get rich quickly, but he also knew that this path might lead him into a more dangerous vortex. Ling Weirui is still paying close attention to all this. She knows that the situation she is in is becoming more and more complicated. With the invasion of games, no one can predict what will happen in the future. But she has made full preparations, and facing the coming storm, she can only be cautious and take every step carefully. After some cautious operations, Ling Weirui casually mentioned online that she did not synchronize her game account and was snatching supplies. She understood the situation and knew she had to keep a low profile, especially in the early stages of the game's invasion. She casually browsed the trending searches again and saw a screen full of news about game invasions. Although this information made her feel uneasy, she did not delve into it in depth. After all, she was more concerned about how she should deal with it next. The information on the internet is extremely confusing, with all kinds of shocking news, such as the acquisition of healing potions, the appearance of monsters, and the government's warnings to synchronous game players. These news made Ling Weirui realize that the impact of the game invasion was far greater than she had imagined, and the social order on a global scale was being broken. Ling Weirui was not in a hurry to react further, as she had another call waiting to be answered. One of her relatives, Grandpa Tang, the old leader of Ling Weirui's parents, is also the only relative she can rely on at this critical moment. Grandpa Tang has always regarded Ling Weirui as his own daughter. Especially after her parents passed away, Grandpa Tang concern for her was particularly significant. The phone rang, and Ling Wei quickly picked it up. Grandpa Tang, how are you doing over there? Are you safe now? Tang voice was filled with anxiety on the other end of the line. The weather is going to change. Will there be enough food? If not, ask your brother Tianqing to send some over. He has synchronized the game account. He is quite impressive. Ling Weirui smiled slightly, but her heart was a little complicated. Tang Tianqing's account was undoubtedly very powerful. With the firearms character in the game, he had already occupied a favorable position in the ranking list. However, Ling Weirui does not intend to rely on him. She wants to control her own destiny. Don't worry, Grandpa Tang. I have prepared a month's worth of supplies, so there will be no worries. You should also pay attention to safety. There is no need to trouble Brother Tianqing. He has to pay more attention to safety. She responded easily. Okay, I understand. Tang agreed, and then asked, if you encounter danger, remember to call your brother. Ling Weirui was silent for a moment, but decided to remind him, Grandpa, I see that many people have synchronized the game Peacemaker online. I remember that monsters will spawn in this game at night. Do you want to order curfew? She made light of the words, but in fact, she had noticed that discussions about monsters were becoming more frequent online. Ling Weirui did not intend to issue more warnings, but only made this suggestion out of concern. She knew that many people had encountered crises in the suburbs, and the appearance of monsters was no longer just a guess, but a fact that was about to come true. Tang was silent for a while, and finally agreed, okay, I will pay attention. After hanging up the phone, Ling Weirui felt relieved. Although Grandpa Tang reminder was gentle, she knew that he always treated her as his own daughter. Ling Weirui sighed softly. Although she had tried her best to prepare everything for herself, she knew that the days ahead would be extremely difficult. She entered the cave again, and the rich aroma of rice hit her face, making her stomach tighten. Ling Weirui saw that the magical rice in the rice cooker was emitting a sparkling light, like pearls. She couldn't wait to pick up the rice spoon, and after taking a few bites, she felt a warmth rising from her stomach, and her strength increased. It's so delicious. No wonder players later said that a bag of spiritual rice can be sold for 1,000. It's absolutely amazing. Ling Weirui murmured to herself. She felt the energy of the spiritual rice flowing through her body. It seemed that after taking a mouthful of the spiritual rice, her whole body became exceptionally energetic. Then, she began the next step of training. Since she had to level up by killing monsters, she decided to start with training. Ling Weirui chose to practice Ice Heart's sacred art, which is not only one of the core techniques of the Yaoqi immortal sect, but also comes with a set of sword techniques, Frost Sword Chi, which can emit sword energy with freezing properties, suitable for her to kill monsters quickly in the game. She took a deep breath, adjusted her mind, and began to concentrate on practicing. As she practiced, Ling Weirui could feel the spiritual power in her body accumulating, and a cold aura emanated from her body, which also meant that her practice was moving in the right direction. She knew that the coming battle would be the only way for her to improve her strength, and she had to seize every opportunity. While she was devoting herself to cultivation, the outside world had begun to undergo tremendous changes. The chaos caused by the game invasion has made more and more people realize that this is not just an invasion of a virtual world, but an interweaving and collision of reality and virtuality. Ling Weirui did not intend to wait for the opportunity. She was already prepared to be the only one who could control her own destiny in this catastrophe. Ling Weirui devoted herself to cultivation wholeheartedly. With the synchronized talents and resources, her cultivation progressed exceptionally smoothly. She has entered the realm of the third level of fetal breathing, and her strength is constantly improving. Every time she practices, she can feel the changes in her body, the flow of spiritual energy, and the improvement of her abilities. All of this is laying a solid foundation for her future survival and fighting. After practicing 10 times, Ling Weirui's attributes have improved a lot, and she has reached the standard of a level 3 player. She looked at the results of her practice with satisfaction, which gave her confidence in future battles. Her practice was already quite efficient. Not only was her speed increasing, but the transformation of her spiritual energy was also becoming smoother and smoother. When she finished her training, her stomach began to protest. She commanded her puppet to prepare dinner. The ingredients in the cave were already prepared. The vegetables and rice nourished by spiritual energy gave off an alluring aroma. She chose mutant tomatoes and leeks to cook. The simple stir-fried cucumber slices and cold mixed tomatoes made her forget all her tiredness in an instant. After dinner, Ling Weirui felt some changes. Her body recovered faster, and she had more energy. She quickly calmed down and prepared to continue her plan. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Ling Weirui walked out of the cave. It was not yet dark outside. She heard the sound of a horn in the distance, and an urgent notice came over the radio. All residents are requested to return home and ensure their own safety. Unknown risks may arise after dark, and the entire city is under martial law. Ling Weirui breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that in the previous life, because there was no martial law, many people rushed outside to buy food, and some even ran around without regard for safety, resulting in huge losses. Now that lockdown measures are finally being put in place, at least everyone has a buffer period and can find a little refuge in the city. She looked out the window and saw that the crowd on the street was beginning to surge, and it seemed that many people were nervously preparing for something. Ling Weirui was about to return to her rental house when she suddenly found a new message on her phone. She took a look at the group chat and found that it was classmates from Z University who were chatting about game synchronization. Lu Yuechen, is it true that there are no beauties who want to go for a ride with me? I have a full set of Peacemaker skins, as well as a Lamborghini and a helicopter. Lu Yuechen at Ling Weirui, School Beauty. I heard that you didn't synchronize your game account. Do you want to go for a ride with me? I'll take you. Ling Weirui looked at the information in the group and raised her eyebrows. She didn't intend to let these people know that she had synchronized her account, especially those boys who like to make dirty jokes. Ling Weirui, I'm sorry I wasn't here just now. I came out late, and the dogs on the roadside came out to bark and hurt other people's eyes. There are really all kinds of birds in the forest. They were so timid and afraid to breathe at first, but now they can act so arrogantly in front of me. After Ling Weirui typed this message, she couldn't help but laugh. She has become accustomed to this kind of teasing and counterattack, especially when facing those who looked down on her in the past. Being able to teach them a lesson really makes her feel relieved. She decided to show Lu Yuechen some color. After all, although these people were proud of the synchronized characters in the game, they knew nothing about reality. Then, Ling Weirui put away her phone and started choosing her clothes. She picked out a black costume of a night walker from among thousands of costumes, wearing a conical hat, a black veil covering her face, and a black cat mask. She also deliberately chose a demon face makeup, with a slightly gloomy expression and bloodshot eyes, looking particularly weird. After everything was ready, Ling Weirui took out the invisibility talisman, slapped it on herself, and entered invisible state. She knew that the surrounding surveillance cameras must have been noticed by other people, and she was able to avoid it all. Ling Weirui did not go out directly from the door because she knew that the surveillance equipment at the door might have been noticed by someone. So she walked out of the window and left quietly when no one was paying attention. Ling Weirui quickly took action when night was about to fall. She used the last 3 minutes of the invisibility talisman to bypass the community, cross the road, and successfully arrived at the gate of Z University. When she saw the pink Lamborghini parked at the door, she sneered in her heart. The driver, wearing futuristic, high-tech gear and showing off to everyone around him, was Ling Weirui. She knew nothing about him, but she didn't intend to waste her time with such a man. At this time, there were still many people gathered in the cafeteria in the school, because no one knew whether monsters would appear at night. It was not completely dark yet, and the news of martial law only restricted people's freedom to leave the school. Ling Weirui seemed to enjoy the attention, and some of the people around him even asked for his phone number. Ling Weirui knew that this feast would soon go wrong, so she calmly waited for the system announcement. At this time, the system announcement finally appeared, accompanied by a clear prompt sound. The game time has entered the night. The safe zone has narrowed. A large number of monsters have begun to spawn, and some monsters will attack the safe zone. Please, all players and ordinary people start to hide. As soon as the announcement was made, the sky quickly darkened and the atmosphere in the entire city became tense in an instant. As danger filled the air, the ground began to shake violently. Bumps kept appearing on the asphalt road and rubber track, and zombies crawled out one after another. Before Ling Weirui could fully react, a rapid BGM rang in his ears, and the sound of being chased made his head a mess. Only then did he realize the seriousness of the problem. Seeing the zombies crawling out from the ground, he hurriedly shouted, "Run! The zombies are coming!" But the zombies around him were already approaching quietly. He tried to push away the classmates around him and run towards the Lamborghini, but a zombie suddenly appeared in front of him, grabbed his shoulders, opened his big mouth, and bit Ling Weirui neck fiercely. Blood splattered and he screamed. A few seconds later, the zombies swarmed over and tore him to pieces. Ling Weirui M4 submachine gun fell to the ground and became ownerless along with other items. Ling Weirui saw all this, and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. These dropped equipment were simply ready-made wealth. She immediately drew out her 1,000-year-old peach wood sword and swept across the zombies around her. With a swish, cold light flashed everywhere, instantly freezing several zombies. Then, she concentrated her spiritual power to detonate the frost sword energy. Several explosions were heard, and the heads of the 7 zombies exploded at the same time. Kill zombies, experience plus 10 times 7. Her experience bar immediately rose by 0.7%. Because the game system is synchronized with the real world, experience gains are very rapid, and level 1 requires killing 1,000 zombies. Ling Weirui has now realized that although this process is very efficient, she still needs to keep fighting. Continuing to clear the zombies around, Ling Weirui suddenly saw a pile of equipment piled next to Ling Weirui body. She ran over quickly, picked up the M4 submachine gun, sniper rifle, frying pan, bulletproof armor, triple bulletproof helmet, and combat backpack, and put them all into the backpack. This M4 actually fell off. What a pleasant surprise. Ling Weirui was secretly delighted after seeing the number of bullets and equipment. She knew that these equipment could be exchanged for a very high value, especially these bullets, whose market price had skyrocketed after the game invasion. Just as she was about to continue cleaning up the battlefield, several girls ran towards her, their eyes full of the desire to survive. "Help! Help!" they shouted in panic. Ling Weirui took a quick glance and found that one of the girls was strong and powerful, with the obvious temperament of a special forces soldier, and behind her was the target of the zombies. Ling Weirui gave an order. "The zombies are chasing her. Everyone else, stay away from her." The other students who were watching dispersed one after another, leaving only the girl with the temperament of a special forces soldier standing there, tears already welling up in her eyes. The girl cried out, "Senior, I only sync the game character. I never spend any money on the game. I don't have any skins or even a gun. I'm a zero-payment player. I regret it. I really regret it." Ling Weirui said quickly, "Come hide next to me. Don't worry, I won't abandon you." She didn't intend to abandon her. After all, in this world full of zombies, survival is the most important thing. The girl wiped away her tears and looked at Ling Weirui gratefully. Thank you, senior sister. My name is Chung Zihan, and I am from the English department. Ling Weirui responded calmly. I'm not your senior. I'm just a passerby. Hurry up and help me pick up the equipment. After you defeat the monster, I'll give you a weapon. Chung Zihan nodded hurriedly and quickly began to collect the supplies that had fallen around him. Her speed is even faster than Ling Weirui because she has mastered the special ability of game players, looting. Just as the two of them were working in perfect harmony to clear out the zombies, the alarm suddenly rang and more than a dozen cars arrived, including a military truck that entered the campus. Ling Weirui heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the arrival of these reinforcements. The next battle seemed to have just begun. Ling Weirui took Chung Zihan away from the Z University campus, but her action was not easy. The situation around her became increasingly tense as zombies continued to spawn. She already had a plan in mind, to use Chung Zihan as bait to attract more monsters, while at the same time increasing her own and Chung Zihan's experience. However, a sudden scream broke her plan. She saw a man desperately fighting against zombies in a hot pot restaurant, and the situation was very critical. Ling Weirui quickly determined that this hot pot restaurant was still within the safe zone, but the zombies had broken through the safe zone's defenses and were wreaking havoc. She swung her sword without hesitation, and frosty sword energy burst out, instantly freezing the monster to pieces. Just as she was about to continue cleaning up the zombies, a zombie dropped a bazooka, causing her eyes to light up instantly. The spoils continued to fall. Ling Weirui was in a good mood and continued to clear the zombies in the field and quickly got some valuable equipment. Go in. Ling Weirui gave the order, and Chung Zihan immediately rushed into the store, while she blocked the door with a Lamborghini to prevent the zombies from rushing in. Using this clever tactic, she successfully created a short-term safe zone. When the shop owner saw the two people appear, hope glittered in his eyes, and he hurriedly asked for help. Are you players? Can you save my wife and son? They are still in the kitchen. Ling Weirui took a quick glance and discovered that the boss's son was playing the game Peacemaker and had even synchronized the game character. Ling Weirui's heart moved, and she realized that there might be more value hidden in this little boy. Her gaming experience taught her that zombies would relentlessly pursue Peacemaker players, meaning that their presence could be a magnet for zombies. She asked calmly, Has your son synced with Peacemaker? Does he have any game props? The shop owner nodded and said painfully, Yes, he registered the account using the Little Genius watch. He can only play for 2 hours a day. He has an AWM sniper rifle, but it is completely useless against close combat zombies. Ling Weirui thought to herself that although this little boy had powerful weapons, he lacked experience and intelligence, and obviously had no ability to survive in this environment. She decided to continue to use these people as a source of weapons for herself. She quickly cleared the zombies around her and threw a huge stone from the cave to block the main entrance, leaving only a narrow gap. In this way, only 1 or 2 zombies could pass through, greatly reducing the trouble caused. Thank you, senior sister, thank you. Shop owner Chen Tianlong was grateful and expressed his willingness to help Ling Weirui. I owe you my life. I can help you with anything. Ling Weirui smiled slightly and said calmly, Then I'll borrow your shop for 1 night. Chen Tianlong nodded without hesitation. Okay, use it as you like. Use it as you like. Then, Ling Weirui saw the door to the shop's back kitchen was opened, and Chen Tianlong hurried in to check on his wife and son. The little boy hugged the pink AWM tightly. Although it was top-level gaming equipment, it was completely unable to deal with the zombies' attacks in this situation. Ling Weirui knew in her heart that although the little boy had great gaming abilities, his skills were almost useless under the zombie attacks in the real world. She sighed softly and decided to continue protecting these people. After all, they might be able to provide her with greater help. Moreover, the constant refresh of zombies also allowed her to accumulate a lot of experience in battle and improve her combat power. At this moment, Chen Tianlong came out of the kitchen again and asked hurriedly, My son and wife are fine, but I'm worried about what will happen if they encounter zombies again. Ling Weirui smiled and shook her head. Don't worry, you just stay here tonight, and you'll be safe when the sun rises. Try not to go out before the sun rises. Chen Tianlong nodded, but his eyes were still full of worry. Ling Weirui didn't say anything more and turned around to continue her plan. She knew that the battle had just begun, and as the night deepened, the threat of zombies would become greater and greater. She must adapt to this new game invasion as quickly as possible and use the resources and experience at hand to create her own advantages. Chapter 11. National Bosses Seek Activation Codes. Ling Weirui blocked the door and killed zombies for half an hour, and finally the zombies stopped respawning. It's over. Chung Zihan sat down on the ground. Too tired. She was also tired of touching the equipment on the zombies' faces. Ling Weirui didn't say anything, but took out a bottle of energy drink. He opened the drink and gulped it down. Physical strength is recovering rapidly, but spiritual strength has not recovered. However, Ling Weirui has a primary spiritual power recovery talisman. Primary spiritual power recovery talisman. The talisman contains 200,000 spiritual power points and can automatically restore one's own spiritual power. Ling Weirui's current spiritual power value is only 2,000, and this talisman is equivalent to 100 blue medicines. Mall price, 1,000 spirit stones. $10. It's different now. This is baby. Ling Weirui is not worried about the mana consumption. You should drink something too to restore your strength. Ling Weirui reminded Chung Zihan. Chung Zihan saw so many drinks and started drinking one, only to find that these drinks were different. Good stuff. However, after less than 10 minutes of rest, the passionate chasing music started again. Sister Shayu, here they come, and there are zombies. Don't panic, keep killing. Ling Weirui remained calm and continued to kill monsters. They soon discovered a pattern. The zombies would chase for 50 minutes, then rest for 10 minutes, and then continue. During these 10 minutes, Chung Zihan rushed out to pick up supplies. He put all kinds of guns, medical supplies, and bullets in his backpack and then handed them to Ling Weirui. She herself was wearing a bulletproof helmet, a bulletproof vest, and had 2 more weapons in her hands. Ling Weirui did not restrict her from fighting monsters by herself. She was still a little afraid to get close, so she just took a sniper rifle and shot arrows in the store. Now, the whole city is filled with gunshots, and the crackling sounds are even more lively than a New Year's Day. People were filled with fear, and those players who had synchronized with Peacemaker were heartbroken and filled with regret. One night, the two of them killed the enemies swiftly, and even though the upgrade of the cosmic game required a large amount of experience points, Ling Weirui reached level 3. Although it is a team, the experience points are still distributed according to who contributes more. If Chung Zihan does not contribute, he can only get 1 experience point. She killed too few zombies with her sniper rifle, but even so, she reached level 2. Finally, it was almost 6 o'clock, and the darkest moment before dawn arrived. Among the refreshed zombies, a huge monster appeared. This is a zombie with 4 arms and 6 thighs, called a synthetic zombie. Its huge body even shook the huge stone at the door. Ling Weirui's eyes glowed, and she released the icy arrows in her hand fiercely. The opponent resisted for 30 times before finally dying. Swish! A golden light appeared on the ground. Without waiting for Chung Zihan to move, Ling Weirui walked up and took out a bar-shaped object. It looks like a 30-centimeter ruler, but there is a row of numbers on it. Peacemaker activation code. The activation code is lost. Good luck. The activation code was the biggest gain of that night. Chun Tianlong didn't sleep all night and couldn't fall asleep, so naturally he saw the golden activation code. He recalled the game announcement of Space Battlefield and felt a little dazed. So, is that an activation code? Do you sell it? Ling Weirui raised an eyebrow. You want to buy it? Chun Tianlong nodded vigorously. He watched the two of them kill monsters all night long, and there was no need to mention that Ling Weirui was very powerful. Although Chung Zihan only shoots from behind, she has her own advantages. She is a peacemaker player and has the ability to automatically pick up equipment. If Chen Tianlong had this hand speed before, he could pick up bullets on the ground while shooting, so he could continue to kill monsters. How much can you offer? Ling Weirui asked. At this point, Chen Tianlong was at a loss. Space Game has just started its first day. He still didn't know whether the activation code was easy to issue or what the situation was. He didn't know how much it would cost. Ling Weirui didn't hesitate. She knew the price of the activation code and didn't want to cheat Chen Tianlong. As you know, the universe game has just started. The first batch of activation codes in the world means that you have become a player and can fight monsters and level up. You won't lag far behind others. The activation code for the game, Peacemaker, has obvious disadvantages. It will cause you to be chased by monsters, but as long as you stay on a high floor at night, there won't be much danger. The advantages are also obvious. There are many similar players, and it is easy to obtain supplies. Zombies refresh every night, and bullets and equipment drop when you kill monsters. 10 million can be paid in cash or with assets. You can see your assets on your property panel. Chen Tianlong was really shocked. 10 million, this is too exaggerated. He was still weighing the pros and cons, wondering whether he should wait a while. He wanted to see how much other people were paying for the activation code when a text prompt suddenly popped up on the system panel. Loudspeaker, hello all players of Flower Garden. I am Wang Guomin, the owner of the mining water company. I am now purchasing activation codes for major games from all citizens, 1 million each. Anyone who is willing to sell can call our after-sale service number, 878887. The whole country was in uproar. Chen Tianlong was stunned, then heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Guomin is a nationally renowned wealthy man. The mining water company made its fortune from coal mining in the last century and later entered the hot real estate industry. Bosses like this only offer 1 million. Wouldn't this drive the price down? But he was obviously happy too early. Ling Weirui smiled but didn't smile. If you think my price is high, you can wait. After all, there's still many people looking to buy it. Loudspeaker is a prop from a Q-version Western fantasy game, so it can send global notifications. There are actually many such props. Sure enough, with the appearance of the loudspeaker, another prop directly played the sound. 1,000 miles transmission. I am Song Yi-hong, the chairman of Home2 Automobile Industry. I am willing to purchase the game activation code for 2 million yuan in good faith. If you're not satisfied with the price, we can also have a face-to-face meeting. In short, if you have the activation code, please be sure to contact me. Our customer service phone number is 969978. After this long-distance message was released, the wealthy people have been eager to take action. The price went up from 2 million to 8 million, but they also said that it could be negotiated. All kinds of words and voices continued to reach the ears of players across the country. As for individuals, do you dare to make a move at this time? Your personal mobile phone numbers will be bombarded with calls. Some of them may not be for selling activation codes, but for calls to your competitors to kill you. Ling Weirui made some settings on her personal panel to block the sound from the game and non-announcement texts, and then she calmed down. Are you still buying it? Ling Weirui asked. Her price is still very reasonable. Chen Tianlong didn't dare to delay any longer, fearing that these wealthy men would raise the price all the way up to 20 million, and then he would have no chance. Buy it, but I only have 1.7 million in cash. You just said that assets can be offset. I also have 3 houses in this hot pot restaurant. Chapter 12, Earn a Shop and Prepare to Sell Supplies. The hot pot restaurant was passed down from Chen Tianlong's parents. The hot pot restaurant invested 1.2 million yuan, but only accounted for 500,000 yuan in the system's asset statistics. However, as for the investment in the hot pot restaurant, he is only entitled to a 50% distribution because the hot pot restaurant is considered as the couple's property. He was really convinced. Did the original humans distribute according to the law? Ling Weirui asked about the price of Chen Tianlong's assets and finally chose this shop. If you have a shop, you can run the business. As for the assets of the hot pot restaurant, including decoration, furniture, etc., she would naturally take them as well. Chen Tianlong discussed it with his wife and finally chose to trade 50% of the assets, but a 5% tax was still required. Chen Tianlong was a little dumbfounded. Doesn't this mean that deductions will also be made when doing business with Ling Weirui? Let's trade, it's normal. Ling Weirui conducted an asset transaction with the other party, and then a prompt came from the system. You have completed a transaction, and 5% of the funds will be collected as tax to be used to issue tasks and encourage players to bravely resist monsters. It is honorable to pay taxes. Ling Weirui submitted the decoration and furniture in the hot pot restaurant as mortgage tax, which was worth about 500,000 yuan. Then, Chen Tianlong watched helplessly as the hot pot restaurant he had renovated turned into 2 bare rooms. Not even a single wire was left, and all of them had to be handed over. Chen Tianlong felt indescribably disappointed. After all, this was the hot pot restaurant he had worked hard for 7 or 8 years, and the business was at its peak. However, he never expected that the game would invade his reality. He no longer dared to open this hot pot restaurant. Can I add you as my friend? If there's a chance for cooperation, or if you have other activation codes, you can sell them to me. Chen Tianlong also has money. At least his parents have money. Can. Ling Weirui and the other party added each other as game friends. Sister Shayu, can you add me too? Certainly. If you want to be bait, no one will stop you. Ling Weirui has to kill zombies for at least a month, so she naturally won't reject a Peacemaker player. In fact, the worst hit are not the players of Peacemaker, but the players of a game called Temple Run. This game can be played without registration, but once you register an account and synchronize the runner account, you will be chased by monsters around the clock and endlessly. You will be hunted down if you go out, unless you hide in a safe zone. However, there are few people who have synchronized this game. If you encounter it in the future, you can also pay attention to it. If you still want to cooperate, come find me here at 5 o'clock tomorrow night. Ling Weirui said. Okay, I will definitely come. Chung Zihan said, walking towards Z University carrying a combat backpack. She was tired after a long night and needed a rest. She didn't know what was going on in the school after one night, but her family was from another place, and now there was traffic control, so she couldn't go back. She could only stay in Z University and work hard to upgrade, so that she could return when she was strong enough. After entering Z University, Chung Zihan smelled a strong smell of blood. When you get to the bottom of the dormitory, you can see body bags carrying people. What's going on? Why did so many people die? Chung Zihan's face turned pale. She ran back to the dormitory. Chung Zihan, I thought you died outside. You don't know. Just now, huge monsters appeared. There were hundreds of them. The army couldn't resist them and suffered heavy casualties. More zombies broke through the windows and almost knocked down the building. The first and second floors are no longer habitable. So many people were captured and eaten. The other side, Ling Weirui got a 2-story shop of 240 square meters and 1.5 million in cash. The system also displayed a prompt. You still have 10.72 million in debt to repay. Do you want to repay it now? It's the end of the world, and I still have to pay off my loan. It really doesn't give debtors a way to survive. Those who have mortgages still need to repay their mortgages, and personal assets are counted on the player panel, so it is impossible to deny it. Ling Weirui did not repay the loan immediately. She had to wait until 20 days to repay the loan for the first house mortgage. If she paid it off in advance, wouldn't that tell others that there was something fishy? Don't worry about having too much debt. She has a top account and will only make more in the future. However, Ling Weirui didn't expect that she would get the activation code on the first day and make a fortune. Ling Weirui is already level 3 and has synchronized 2 skills, Silver Moonhook and Exorcism Spell. The combat effectiveness was improved again. Ling Weirui blocked the door of the hot pot restaurant with 2 big stones, put on an invisibility talisman, and returned home. After taking a good shower, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. The news on a mobile phone has already broken the news, and the losses have been heavy in just one night. Ling Weirui thought about it and called Tang Xiao. Grandpa, I saw the news. Is brother Tian Qing okay? She just found an excuse to start a conversation with Tang Xiao. Tang Tianqing is very strong, so he will be fine. But the situation is different now. Because of Ling Weirui's butterfly wings, Daning province is under martial law, and the losses are minimal. However, many warriors who are killing monsters suffer casualties. Grandpa, I often play games, and I know that many games have resurrection skills. The losses this time are quite large. Many warriors are not players, but ordinary people. However, they can be resurrected after death. Find a player who has the resurrection skill. Tang Xiao was immediately excited when he heard the news. He didn't understand the game, and even his colleagues didn't understand it. Even though they had collected information now, they didn't think too much about it. It was too late to fight against the disaster and provide relief now. When he heard Ling Weirui say this, he was immediately overjoyed. Okay, Xiao Weirui, I'll give you a credit. Be careful over there. If you need food, I'll ask Brother Tianqing to bring it to you. I'm fine here. The two talked for a few more words and then hung up the phone. Ling Weirui finally felt relieved. At least those people won't be sent sparks. Ling Weirui took a shower and slept on her bed at home, but woke up after only 4 hours of sleep. Practice quickly. You won't need to sleep when you reach the foundation building stage. Ling Weirui entered the cave, ate spiritual rice, drank a large bucket of spiritual spring water, and sat cross-legged on the spiritual stone vein to start practicing. It took 2 hours to practice the internal energy 10 times. More vegetables and food were harvested in the cave. Fortunately, the cave has a fresh-keeping function, so the mature crops will not rot and can be piled up continuously. Early in the game, this is all money. Must sell. Ling Weirui did not wear black this time, but changed it to a set of golden outfit, which was very gorgeous. This set of appearance is called the God of Wealth set in Xianyi continent. She chose a golden mask to put on and wore complicated gold ornaments on her head. Then Ling Weirui took out the invisibility talisman, slapped it on herself, and walked out of the house. Target, the entrance of Wanama supermarket. After the monster hunt last night, the whole world was in panic. Stock up. Must stock up. Chapter 13. Starting to set up a stall, reported for disrupting the market. Ling Weirui was dressed like a player who had synchronized her account. She appeared at the entrance of the supermarket, sat on the ground, and unfolded a golden cloth. Accounts that have been purchased with Krypton gold are just different. In Xianyi Immortal Clan, the ordinary stall is made of gray cloth, and you can spend money to purchase the appearance of the stall cloth, and you can also increase the number of goods sold. Initially, there were only 6 cargo spaces. Ling Weirui's stall is a special gold stall that can sell 24 items. Ling Weirui sat on a small stool and started putting items on the shelves. Lingmi, selling price, 1,000 per bag, quantity, 12,000 bags. Chivis, 10 yuan per pound. Mutated leeks, 200 yuan per chetti. Tomatoes, 10 yuan per pound. Mutated tomatoes, 300 yuan per pound. Sweet potato, 10 yuan per pound. Mutated sweet potato, 500 per pound. You say it's expensive? That's different. Mine is a variety grown in spiritual spring water and fertile soil. There are also eggplant, cucumber, beans, broccoli, strawberry, cowpea, cabbage, and spinach. Ling Weirui filled up the stall. The people who came anxiously saw that she had vegetables and grains, and they all came over. They were even more dumbfounded when they saw that the data of the food were written on them. Why is a bag of rice 1,000 yuan? And it's only 10 kilograms. An old lady was furious. This is too expensive. If it continues like this in the future, how can she make a living? Her monthly pension is only 3,000 yuan, which is not enough for her to eat pure rice in a month. Ling Weirui was not annoyed. If someone thought it was too expensive now, she might not be able to buy it in the future. Lingmi, a game item, can cure cancer if eaten, Ling Weirui boasted. The old lady didn't believe it at all. How can it possibly cure cancer? You are lying without thinking. Ling Weirui naturally had to recommend her own products. A group of people gathered around, and Ling Weirui said, "This is the stuff from the cave of a very popular game for cultivating immortals. After the game is synchronized, these things have become real. The spiritual rice in the game can strengthen the body and make it immune to all poisons. If children eat it from a young age, they can even eat out the activation code." Do you know the activation code? This morning, the presidents of major groups were all buying it, and the highest offer was 10 million. The people around were suddenly in an uproar. "You are too expensive. This is 1,000 yuan for a bag of rice, which is only 10 kilograms. And your vegetables, how can ordinary vegetables be so expensive? The leeks in the supermarket are 2 yuan, and you sell them for 10 yuan? Ling Weirui didn't want to haggle with the old lady. If you think it's expensive, you don't have to buy it. If you think the leeks at the supermarket for 2 yuan are good, why don't you buy those? But the supermarket is out of stock. Vegetable trucks can't even drive into the city. They were all blocked by monsters in the wild. To transport supplies, the army now has to clear the way. If she doesn't buy it, someone else will. Can this mutant leek enhance male sexual function? Can mutant tomatoes whiten your skin? Wait, this mutant spinach makes you stronger when you eat it? Is that true? Money is just waste paper now. I feel uneasy if I don't have food. I'll buy a pound. I'll buy 1 pound too." The stall opened. Ling Weirui said quickly, "Don't worry. As long as you can see my stall, lock your eyes on the items, and silently say buy in your mind. A transaction box will pop up. Select the required quantity and click to confirm. There are no plastic bags in my stall. The things you buy will go directly into your hands. Players who have synchronized their games can put them directly into the system backpack, while others can only carry them back." After Ling Weirui said this, these people tried it and actually found a method very quickly, which was really good. Soon, the items on the stalls were sold out rapidly, and buyers left with piles of vegetables. Some people even rushed into the supermarket, snatching shopping carts or plastic bags to pack their vegetables. Some people who were wearing coats used their coats to carry their belongings back into their pockets. Although Ling Weirui's things are expensive, they sell out even faster. There is no need to queue up, and there are even signs of crazy buying. At this time, the old lady who complained about the high prices came back. "Comrade Inspector, It's her who sells vegetables at high prices, disrupts the market, and makes money from the national crisis. Ling Weirui's face turned green. She didn't want to get tangled up with official people, whether they were garrisons or inspection patrols, so she packed up without saying a word, took out the invisibility talisman, slapped it on herself, and disappeared. I haven't paid yet. I didn't buy it. You're sick. The supermarket is out of stock. Finally, someone found someone selling something, but he reported them all. Everyone targeted the old lady who reported the incident, and even looked unfriendly at the police. You just can't see the good in others. If you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. Why do you care what others buy? The old lady yelled. Why does she sell 10 caddies for 1,000 yuan? She should sell it at the previous price. That's spiritual rice. The data is written on it. Eating it can strengthen your body. What data? They're all lies. Can you believe it just by looking at the introduction? Then don't believe that zombies will spawn at night. If you continue to square dance at night, you will see if the zombies will eat you. These customers were mad. The inspector also became anxious. I just came here to check the situation. If she has any supplies, she can sell them to everyone. Ling Weirui is most afraid of knowing the situation and asking for your name and address. Ling Weirui would never expose herself at all. Besides, there are so many supermarkets in the city, and she doesn't believe that she can't sell them. She moved to another place to set up her stall again, and even met a man who bought 300 bags of rice and took them away by car. With one, there will naturally be more, and 10,000 bags of rice were sold out in an instant. The food is gone long ago. Seeing the official people coming from a distance, Ling Weirui immediately rolled up her bedding, put on an invisibility talisman, and ran away. Boss, please don't leave. Let me know the situation. I have no intention of closing your stall. We are not urban management officers. I am most afraid that you will understand the situation. Ling Weirui disappeared. She took inventory of her assets. You don't know until you calculate it. Once you calculate it, you'll be shocked. The goods were cleared out, and Ling Weirui sold a total of 18.24 million. The previous usury was earned in one day. Of course, the most expensive item is the Ling Mi stock, 10,000 bags of which were shipped over previously. Now, it takes 13 hours for the rice to mature. If we add 2 hours a day, we can harvest about 4,000 bags. In fact, if you grow ordinary vegetables and ship them in large quantities, you can make more money. However, Ling Weirui knows that the world will soon stabilize, and there are players in other games who play planting games who are much more ruthless than Ling Weirui. Food is not the most scarce thing, and you can only make some money in the first few days. The rest of the time, you should grow special items. She withdrew her gaze, found a secret place, and changed her clothes with one click, becoming dressed in black for the night. An hour later, Ling Weirui appeared at the door of the hot pot restaurant. Cheng Zihan has arrived at the door. Sister Xiaoyu, my classmate heard that I followed you to level up yesterday and wanted to ask if you still need someone. Chapter 14. Whatever teammates you want work for me. Are you a player of the game Peacemaker? Ling Weirui asked. Cheng Zihan shook his head. He is a player of Sword, and he is also a healer. Ling Weirui was a little surprised. Isn't this a standard wet nurse? Why don't you go to the authorities? The doctor of Sword seems to have the skill, rescue the dead and heal the wounded, which can revive the warriors who died yesterday. Cheng Zihan opened his mouth wide, obviously not expecting this. Ling Weirui said, we don't need a nanny here. Ask your friends if there are any peacemakers. 2 can come, but we have to make it clear in advance that they don't have to kill monsters after they come. It doesn't matter if they want to kill monsters, but they can only take away 1 set of equipment, 200 rounds of bullets for the same weapon, and 5 kinds of medical supplies. I will collect the rest. Cheng Zihan nodded and first talked to his doctor friend. The other party decisively joined the soldiers and joined the zombie-clearing team at night to save the wounded and dying. Cheng Zihan called 2 male classmates, who were said to be the best gamers in the class and ace fighters, and the guns in their hands also had skins. One is called Li Mai and the other is called Feng Yanzi. Sister Xiaoyu, I've been the ace for 10 seasons. These zombies are nothing. That's right, Sister Fish Killer, leave it to us. Well, I look forward to your performance. Ling Weirui didn't say much. The hot pot restaurant was emptied, the space was opened up, and the stones at the gate were moved away, leaving a 3-meter gap. Ling Weirui informed them that she had bought food in advance. Fearing that they would not be able to hold on due to excessive physical exertion at night, she had already instructed the slave puppets in the cave to prepare the dough. After everything was done, it was already 6 o'clock. Buzz, a creepy BGM sounded in the ears of the three people, and zombies began to appear on the streets. Li Mai and Feng Yinze felt their scalps tingling as they looked at the zombies coming in densely outside. However, after rushing to the door, the two men could not help themselves and started shooting. The guns in their hands floated upwards as they fired and could not be suppressed at all. They have not received any professional training. Although they have the physique of special forces soldiers, they are otakus who often play games. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, failed to block the zombies, allowing them to rush in directly. They retreated without thinking and continued shooting, but left Ling Weirui and Cheng Zihan behind. Bump! A bullet flew over and hit Cheng Zihan on the head. Cheng Zihan screamed and rolled to the ground holding his head. Ling Weirui, silence is my mother tongue. Ah, who is it? Why are you hitting me? Cheng Zihan shouted loudly, quickly wrapped bandages around his body, and looked at the damaged level 3 helmet with heartache. Feng Yinze stopped shooting in a panic, but he stuttered when he saw the zombies coming towards him. I didn't mean to do that. Zombie. Cheng Zihan, are you going to run or not? Here they come. Ling Weirui drew her sword and swept it across the door, instantly freezing all the zombies at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Zombie heads exploded. Ling Weirui killed monsters in waves. If she encountered a huge monster, she would use her level 3 ability, Silver Moon like Hook, to draw the cold light of the moon, which turned into a boomerang and shot out one after another. The damage was even more terrifying and could strangle a circle of zombies in an instant. After fighting for a while, Ling Weirui brought out some 1-meter-high stones and formed a circle at the gate, which could resist the zombies for a while. This made the two newcomers feel much more at ease, and they began to shoot at fixed points. But after the two of them fought, they ran out of bullets, so Cheng Zihan had to take the risk to pick up bullets. He was bitten by a zombie and had to come back to get a bandage. Zihan, give me some bullets. Ling Weirui's face turned cold when she saw the two men ask for bullets twice. If you want to fight monsters, pick up the bullets yourself. The bullets Zihan picks up are my trophies. The two men didn't dare to say anything and could only take the risk of picking up bullets and killing monsters themselves. However, there is a huge difference between playing virtual games and actually encountering the games in reality. Because I was too tired and in too much pain. It takes 50 minutes to kill monsters, and you can only rest for 10 minutes. They complained bitterly during the first hour. After the second hour, I stopped killing monsters because my hands were hurting. Cheng Zihan told them that they could drink, and they both drank. However, after fighting for a while, they still couldn't muster up the strength, and they even felt pain in their ears from the noise of the gunshots. In the third hour, their faces turned pale, their movements slowed down, and they began to paddle behind Cheng Zihan, just like he did yesterday. On the contrary, it was Cheng Zihan who started to attack with weapons, but at a low frequency to save bullets and hit the zombies in the head. Just like that, at 2 a.m., the two could no longer hold on. Sister Shayu, can we go upstairs and rest for a while? We are so tired, Ling Weirui said coldly. Then I will kick you out of the team first. Cheng Zihan and I will share the team experience. But don't worry, I will give you the bullets I promised you. The two were somewhat unwilling, yet they were sleepy and tired, but Ling Weirui had already kicked them out of the team. Don't go upstairs. Vampire bats will chase you if you go upstairs. Just rest where you were in the kitchen. The windows at the back have been sealed. After the two left, Ling Weirui and Cheng Zihan were still holding on. Ling Weirui even gave Cheng Zihan a rice ball made of high-quality spiritual rice and a spinach ball. After eating it, he felt stronger and regained his strength. They persisted until 6 o'clock again. This time, two synthetic zombies spawned outside. Ling Weirui threw out Silver Moon like Hook, and the icy sword energy became more and more fierce, killing the two big monsters again. The two monsters did not drop any activation codes, but did drop 2 rocket launchers and 60 shells. This kind of weapon with great destructive power is considered a high-level prop. Ling Weirui picked up the things. In one night, they harvested more than yesterday, a full 150 backpacks of supplies and hundreds of guns. These guns can also be sold for money, but now the authorities are strictly controlling it. Every Peacemaker player is registered, so how can you be allowed to sell guns? These things used to be banned in the flower growers. Ling Weirui called Feng Yinze and the other person and packed up the agreed supplies for them. The two men looked a little unhappy. They seemed a little grumpy after only sleeping for 4 hours. Moreover, they saw how much Ling Weirui earned yesterday and felt that the bullets and supplies given were a little too little. But he muttered a few words, but didn't dare to say anything. However, he didn't plan to continue following Ling Weirui. After the two men left, Chang Zihan did not leave, as if she had done something wrong. Sister Shayu, I didn't know them well. I called them here because I thought they were good at gaming. I didn't expect them to be like this. Are we still going to level up tomorrow? Tonight, Chang Zihan upgraded to level 3 and Ling Weirui also reached level 4. All have been improved. Chang Zihan worked hard and was not just for the supplies. She felt that the world had changed and she had to raise her level. As a level 3 player, she was much stronger than a level 1 player and her strength had increased a bit, so she couldn't fall behind. Ling Weirui is such a big thigh that must be held on to. Ling Wei didn't take Li Yinza and the others seriously, but she was indeed the one who needed to lure the monsters away. This time I will directly pay to hire people who are not afraid of hard work and fatigue. 10,000 yuan a night for those who dare to snatch the refresh drops. This is a desperate job. Death will result in the loss of soul power. Ling Weirui thinks 10,000 is not much. She can earn it back with a few hundred bullets. What teammates do you want? Come and work for me. Chapter 15. The king of the black market in City Z suffers heavy losses. 10,000 a day? Chang Zihan was stunned. Prices are skyrocketing now, but money can buy supplies. Besides, the authorities are severely punishing those who drive up prices. But 10,000 a day is too much. You also have 10,000, but you've been with me for 2 days, so you can team up with me and level up together. Chang Zihan nodded vigorously. Thank you, sister. Thank you. Ling Weirui put on a talisman, left the shop, and returned home. As usual, she washed, ate, slept, and practiced. In the afternoon, she went to sell supplies. When she came back, Ling Weirui went to a small roadside telephone repair shop to apply for a phone card that did not require an ID card. Of course, not needing an ID card means not needing Ling Weirui's ID card. This ID card might belong to someone from some remote mountain village. Bought another second-hand cell phone. On the way to the store, Ling Weirui registered a Tieba account. The local forum in City Z was originally deserted with only 2 or 3 kittens, but now it is very lively. City Z is purchasing a large amount of player supplies locally. Purchase guns, bullets, and any peacemaker items. Buying player activation codes at high prices, trading in the same city. I want to organize a trade between players so that we can exchange what we have. If you want to trade, please send me a private message. Ling Weirui looked at the ID and found that the poster was a familiar name, Rickshaw Driver. This is an old Western game, World of Orcs, which has been running for 20 years. The rickshaw drivers are undead thieves in the game. After the game invasion, they even have the identity of undead. The changes are huge. The secondary profession in this game is businessman. The rickshaw driver has the ability to reduce or exempt taxes on transactions. Others charge 5%, but he only charges 1%. He can also identify the value of items, which is a reflection of big data. He understands the sales situation all over the world. It's really outrageous. He wanted to establish a chamber of commerce from the very beginning. Although he became a big businessman in the later stage, the players in the early stage were unruly and had mixed into some illegal organizations, so the official would also crack down on them. This is because the goods they traded in the early stages were all weapons of the peacemaker. This thing is really out of control for flower growers. Ling Weirui has now collected so many weapons, it's time to sell them. And to acquire some things. Rickshaw driver must be contacted. She chatted privately with the rickshaw driver and finally left her game ID. 10 years of killing fish. The other party didn't read the message, so there must be a lot of people looking for him. The other side, Chang Zihan, was also looking for someone in the school. The school has been suspended. Students can go out during the day, but not at night. Students from other places want to go home, but the city roads are blocked and all planes are suspended because a pterosaur has appeared in the sky. That's right, it's a huge pterosaur. As soon as the plane appeared, it was attacked. The flower growers sent some fighter jets up, but they were blown up on the spot. Fortunately, there was a player who knew how to identify the pterosaurs and found that these pterosaurs were called sky-snatching pterosaurs, which are monsters from Cultivation game called The Tao Ruins the World, and were level 33. At this level, just the feeling of oppression alone is enough for only warriors who have been training for years to dare to deal with it. Fortunately, the warriors sent into the sky are all players, and they can be resurrected if they die. Otherwise, their sacrifice would be in vain. They also wanted to clear out these monsters and restore the route, but the Sky Snatcher dragon would respawn after it died. Simply put, the night no longer belongs to them, and neither does the sky nor the sea. Chung Zihan's family is not from this place either, so she became more and more anxious, which is why she wanted to stay with Ling Weirui. If I can reach level 30, I can drive myself home. She posted a recruitment information in the class group, and many people were interested when they saw the salary of 10,000 yuan a day. Li Mai, 1 day and 1 night is a lot. Didn't you read the local posts? Someone is buying guns and bullets. A bullet is 50 yuan, an M4 is 50,000 yuan, and other supplies are clearly marked with prices. How many zombies did we kill last night? How many items did we get? They were all taken away by that player. Feng Yinza was also dissatisfied and said, "Everyone, if you want to make money, why don't you unite and fight zombies together, and then divide the things equally? How about that?" Chung Zihan was furious. "How much help did you two give yesterday? You still dare to talk about it? So we want to do it on our own this time. It's not a very difficult thing. Isn't it difficult?" Chung Zihan felt that the situation was extremely difficult. If it weren't for Ling Weirui, Chung Zihan would not be able to face so many zombies alone. His arms went numb after firing a volley of bullets, and he had to eat a lot of painkillers dropped in the game. If you want to organize it, then organize it. If something goes wrong, don't blame me. I'm offering 10,000 yuan now. Anyone want to try? In the end, 2 girls found Chung Zihan. "Chung Zihan, I'm not very familiar with this game. I only played it because my boyfriend asked me to. There are no game skins. Can I try it?" A classmate named Huang Ying sent a message. Chung Zihan agreed immediately. The other is more direct. 10,000 a day? You can even draw my blood. By the way, is there anything else after today's work? I can make 300,000 a month by doing it every day. Prices are soaring now, and the canteen serves fewer dishes. I feel like I've been eating frozen meat these days. I want to stock up on a bag of instant noodles, but it costs 50 yuan a pack. It's crazy. Qian Yu complain a lot. Chung Zihan also explained the work content first, and both of them agreed. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, both of them were brought here. Ling Weirui first distributed equipment and weapons to the 2 of them, and then decorated the shop. Yesterday, Li Mai and Feng Yinza shot bullets all over the wall at the entrance, so Ling Weirui had to add 2 stones to repair it. If possible, Ling Weirui really wanted to find a decoration company to redecorate the house, or even build it into a maze where she could just hide at the back and kill. As soon as 6 o'clock arrives, the night belongs to the zombies. The other side, Li Mai and Feng Yinza also organized 12 people. Instead of returning to the dormitory at night, they went to the art building of Z University as a shelter. Everyone was extremely excited, half crouching by the wall, ready to attack fiercely as soon as the zombies arrived. However, Feng Yinza did not realize that after nightfall, the art building was not a safe zone. The zombies emerged directly from the ground, catching the team off guard and causing them to scream and scream. They shot indiscriminately, and some people were not bitten to death by zombies, but were beaten to death by their own people. In less than half an hour, the new team was completely wiped out. Not only that, the bulletproof vests, bulletproof helmets, backpacks, and guns they were wearing disappeared. The losses were heavy. Li Mai and Feng Yinza reached level 2 yesterday, but dropped back to level 1 this time. It's really a case of losing both the lady and the army. They did not sleep well that night. The next day, the monsters stopped respawning at 5:50, so they all rushed to the art building, hoping to recover their losses by running away from the corpses. However, they found the ground was clean and all the equipment had been refreshed. According to the current value of equipment, each person lost about 100,000 in this wave. Ling Weirui spent the night smoothly, and her level reached 5. The ranch function has been unlocked in the cave, and a key skill has been synchronized. Chapter 16, Rickshaw Driver. Playing games can still make a living. Moonlight Fairy, Sea Tide Magical Mantra. 1 is the body technique, which is the light skill among the immortal techniques. In the game, after using the body technique, the speed becomes extremely fast, and a special effect of a moon rising behind you appears, which means that after using this body technique, you can even step on the moon. The second skill belongs to the Sea Heart Sutra, which can summon a sea tide to resist attacks, which is also a defensive shield. Can run, fight, and nurse. After reaching level 5, Ling Weirui became more comprehensive. Not only that, the number of synchronized props also increased. Ling Weirui obtained a level 5 suit that she had stored in her backpack. After wearing it, her health suddenly increased to 20,000. Now the average player is level 1, and has only 100 health points. Ling Weirui is already a little boss. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, Ling Weirui took out her cell phone, checked the forum, and found that the rickshaw driver had left her message. The first thing to do is to verify Ling Weirui's identity as a player and ask her to take a few photos and send them over. Ling Weirui took a few photos to confirm her identity and said that she had a lot of props from the Peace Messenger game. The rickshaw driver then sent the transaction location. Gather at the air raid shelter under Times Square at 5 o'clock tomorrow. The underground air raid shelter in Times Square has existed for 100 years. 20 years ago, when the economy was booming, it was transformed into an underground street market by merchants, selling goods all night long. Very lively. It was stuck at 5 o'clock, which was just when night was about to fall. The people who came here hurriedly traded items and must have wanted to leave as soon as possible, especially those peacemaker players. The rickshaw driver is very smart. Ling Weirui agreed, and after she had mastered the skills, she traveled very quickly. She arrived at 5 o'clock, conducted a wave of transactions, and had plenty of time to come back. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Ling Weirui went to Times Square, but the gate was about to close. However, no one knows who did it. The glass door was directly hit by a gunshot, and the rolling door was blown a hole by a grenade. Who dares to manage? The market had long since closed. Ling Weirui walked forward with the invisibility talisman and saw 4 or 5 people walking together. Now that the store is closed, can't we buy things for free? No, there are surveillance cameras everywhere. Don't cause trouble. We are just here to sell supplies. That's right. Sell all the guns and bullets. That much money is enough for us to buy anything. The authorities are now clearing out the zombies and have a lot of supplies. If they want to intervene, we will suffer the consequences. Less trouble is worse than more trouble. Let's go. These people walked forward, completely unaware that there was someone following them. Not only them, in fact, there was also a group of people following Ling Weirui secretly, but this group of people was more professional. There were 8 of them, and their eyes revealed coldness and ruthlessness. Ling Weirui didn't know these people, but she knew that they were not easy to deal with. She couldn't be a sandwich, so she simply gave way and let them walk in front while she continued to follow behind. 5 minutes later, Ling Weirui's invisibility talisman disappeared. She didn't continue using it, but she walked silently. Soon, they arrived at the agreed location, a roller skating rink. At the entrance, there were actually people handing out number plates. Several young people received number 30, 8 people received number 38, and Ling Weirui received number 39. By 5 o'clock, there were more than 100 people. The time has come. The trade fair will start now. Let me introduce myself first. My ID is Rickshaw Driver. You can add me as a friend later. We have to make the transaction at a very fast speed. I know there are many people here who want to sell weapons. First, let me introduce this person, Yang Guangyu, the richest man in our Z city and a shareholder of Xinguang Real Estate. Xinguang Real Estate is a local real estate giant with many legends. The founder is certainly not Yang Guangyu, who is only 27 years old, but his father, Yang Qiming. Yang Guangyu is Yang Qiming's late-born son. His eldest nephew is 13 years older than him and had no ability to take over the company. He was just responsible for eating, drinking, and having fun. Peace Messenger. He loved playing at that time and even teamed up with some professional players to do live broadcasts, which aroused many people's curiosity about the rich second generation. After the game invasion, Yang Guangyu turned around and became the current person in charge of Xinguang Real Estate. Everyone, I will buy the supplies from you at a price that is 1 level higher than the market price. 55 bullets per round. M4 is 55,000. AK is 50,000. And the prices of other firearms are also on the price list. Special weapons, such as rocket launchers, are 300,000 and tanks are 500,000. This price is so tempting. Of course, since the game's tax revenue is quite huge, you can trade the items to me first, and I will then pass them on to Director Yang, said the rickshaw driver. If you have any props you need, or special props you want to sell, you can come on stage and introduce yourself. Players who don't want to introduce themselves or don't have the ability to set up stalls can also sell them directly to me. I will buy them all. At this time, the rickshaw driver set up a stall and started selling goods. The stall he set up was not a piece of cloth, but a table. Many peacemaker players squeezed over. Ling Weirui looked at the other players. There was one person who stood on the stage and shocked everyone the moment he opened his mouth. I'm selling resurrection scrolls. There are 13 of them, 10 million each. Ling Weirui was calm. because she knew that the resurrection scroll was only worth 1 million in the later stage, and 10 million was too expensive. She had set up a stall for 3 days and had only earned 40 million so far, but she could only get 4 resurrection scrolls. However, Ling Weirui still remembered the other person. The next one came on stage. I'm selling a scroll of return to the city for 50,000 each. With this item, you can return to any asset in your safe zone, that is, a house. If you need to return to the city in an emergency, this scroll of return to the city will be very useful. Ling Weirui nodded. This is more affordable. Even if the scroll of return to town can be made by the scroll master in the future, the materials are difficult to obtain, so it is worth the price. Ling Weirui went over and bought 10 directly. Because she spent 500,000 yuan, many people's eyes were focused on Ling Weirui, including those from 31 to 38. Ling Weirui looked normal. She didn't go to find the rickshaw driver immediately, as she felt something unexpected was going to happen today, especially those men in black. Ling Weirui listened to the person going on stage, then walked around among several people setting up stalls, and found an item that made her heart beat fast. Awakening Stone. After use, you can strengthen one of your own abilities and complete the transformation. Price, 5 million. Chapter 17. Blackrat Organization. Awakening Stone is a standalone game, a prop for boiling blood. In this game, everyone can activate a superpower that is related to blood. Several of the protagonists have their own different abilities. For example, one of the female characters is a leukemia patient who can grow her spine and even draw out a spinal sword after awakening. Awakening Stone. You have to reach the later stages of the game to obtain it. Once it is obtained, it will enhance one of your abilities and make your supernatural powers become supernatural. In blood boiling, the probability of getting the Awakening Stone and not using it is extremely low. I didn't expect it to be synchronized into reality by the stall owner in front of me. The opponent's pupils are blue, and the blood vessels on his neck are also blue. You should have chosen another protagonist, a monster whose blood turned blue due to radiation. His fighting ability is that his saliva can spray out toxins. He often self-harms, and his blood contains strong acid. He wanted to sell this Awakening Stone for money. Although he knew that this Awakening Stone was very useful to him, the market was in chaos. If he didn't sell it at a high price now, it would depreciate in the future. Anyone who has played the game knows that the equipment available at the beginning of the game is the most valuable. Maybe I can get it back cheaper later. Ling Weirui didn't hesitate at all and bought it directly. After spending 5 million, I got the Awakening Stone. The other party watched the Awakening Stone disappear from the stall before he was hit by the surprise of 5 million. He felt melancholy and felt that he had lost something. Ling Weirui hid in the crowd and kept walking forward. The man did not find out who bought the Awakening Stone. I didn't know what to say for a moment, but he got 5 million, didn't he? At this time, when Ling Weirui entered the air raid shelter, the players number 30 she met had already started trading with the rickshaw drivers. After they completed the transaction, they still had a set of equipment on them. This was their capital for making money in the future. Naturally, they would not use it. Ling Weirui didn't find anything good, but it was already 5:30 and the monsters would be refreshed in half an hour, so she had to speed up. She walked up to the rickshaw driver and pulled out a level 3 bag. A large combat backpack filled with bullets, medicine, painkillers, and adrenaline. Ling Weirui quickly clicked on the purchase page and sold the items. Then he took out a backpack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bullets sold out in a moment. 200 rounds of bullets cost 11,000 yuan, and 2,000 rounds cost 110,000 yuan. There are hundreds of combat backpacks in Ling Weirui's warehouse, including level 1, level 2, and level 3, and at least 100,000 rounds of bullets. That's more than 5 million, not to mention other medicines. When a rickshaw driver saw her take out the 4th backpack, he was also shocked and added Ling Weirui as a friend. Not only that, even Yang Guangyu next to him came over to say hello. Ma'am, can you add me as your friend? If you still have these supplies later, you can sell them to me. Believe me, there is no group with more financial resources than us in City Z. If this matter is accomplished, his status in the family will rise sharply. As she was speaking, Ling Weirui keenly heard the sound of a can being opened. Ding ding dong. A green-skinned grenade was thrown at the feet of Ling Weirui and others. Ling Weirui kicked the grenade away instantly. Boom! The grenade exploded in the air. However, the strong shock wave swept across the area in an instant, knocking several players to the ground. Who? Who threw the grenade? Thump, 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 thump. Players number 31 to 38 have raised their heavy machine guns and are firing wildly, killing all the young men number 30 and others. You should know that when a peacemaker player dies, all his equipment will be dropped. The other party obviously wants to rob the robbers. Ling Weirui made some hand gestures. A piece of sea water condensed out of thin air and formed a wave. The blue sea water appeared in front of Ling Weirui like a huge wave. Tsunami. However, the tsunami did not move forward, but continued to rise, and finally enveloped Ling Weirui, the rickshaw driver, and Yang Guangyu. Hundreds of bullets, densely packed together, hit the sea tide spell. Ling Weirui swung the sword again, and a silver crescent moon flew up and instantly hit the necks of 8 people. Puff, 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 puff. Flash sale. These players are ruthless, but it is obvious that the gap between their strength and Ling Weirui's is too big. He was knocked out in one move. However, the other side fired 340 rounds of bullets in a short period of time. The remaining players fled screaming, and more than 30 corpses were left on the ground. Players of other games will not drop all their equipment after death, but players of Peacemaker will drop all of their equipment. The rickshaw driver's face was pale, and Yang Guangyu's legs were trembling. Ling Weirui walked to the place where these players died and picked up all their dropped items, including numbers 31 to 38. The smell of blood hits me in the face. Yang Guangyu realized it later and asked, "Why don't their bodies disappear?" Ling Weirui said coldly, "I am not a player. I don't have the ability to revive. Of course I won't disappear." The rickshaw driver almost jumped up. "They're not players? Then you are." "Well, murder." Ling Weirui didn't care at all. She took away the equipment and stripped off the man's clothes, revealing the tattoo on his waist and abdomen. In a large tattoo, there is actually a rat with a pair of blood-red eyes, a ferocious face, and holding gold coins in its hands. She took out a bottle of drink and poured on the man's body, then rubbed it off. All 8 of them were like this. Does this tattoo have any special meaning? Have we offended someone who should not be provoked? The rickshaw driver became more and more afraid, but at the same time, the look he gave Ling Weirui was full of awe and admiration. They have already guessed that Ling Weirui is some kind of official hidden boss and came here just for these people. In fact, Ling Weirui was just curious. After the game was invaded, many evil forces revived, including these evil organizations codenamed Blackrat, which are like rats hiding in the dark, but are everywhere. These people mainly rob and kill people with brutal and violent methods, and their leaders have real Blackrat tattoos. These people who were covered with tattoo stickers are just minions. Ling Weirui was disappointed that she failed to take out the top brass, but at least she got rid of a few troublemakers. Time was running out. Ling Weirui said, "I still have a lot of supplies. I can trade them to you. Let's make an appointment next time." She took out a scroll of portability. After use, you can choose to return home, store, or even dormitory. You've been killing fish for 10 years. Don't leave yet. How we deal with this? This is a dead person. Why are you so calm? Are you from a special department? Do you want to send someone? Ling Weirui waved her hand directly. Then call the police. Chapter 18 Murder, Chase Scene. Having lived in the apocalypse for 10 years, Ling Weirui has encountered many crises, and before many of them happened, if she had the ability, she would have taken the initiative to attack without hesitation, instead of waiting for the other party to be thinking about her and ambush her before taking action. She had killed people too. The moment these people in front of her wanted her dead, she didn't think about whether they were players or humans. Everyone will die. After experiencing a lot, I'm not surprised. What she said about asking the 2 to call the police was not a lie. These people might be from the evil organization Blackrat, and they might be planning a bigger disaster. So it would be better to let the official people investigate and find these rats. But she didn't have time to go. Ling Weirui decided to use the return scroll and disappeared on the spot. The rickshaw driver and Yang Guangyu looked at each other and wanted to run away immediately and not get involved in this matter. But when he reached the entrance of the roller skating rink, Yang Guangyu looked at the red flashing in the darkness in deafening silence. "Master Huang, do you think this surveillance camera works?" Rickshaw driver, "It should, maybe probably work, right? Shit, call the police." Yang Guangyu and another person made a phone call and were immediately taken away as important witnesses. However, it can also be seen from the video that these men in black were the first to take action. If they did not fight back, they would also die. But I never expected that all the people killed by these men in black were players who could be resurrected, but they only had one life, yet they were so confident. Eventually, their black rat tattoos were discovered, and the internal review system sounded an alarm and their identities were identified. The news was reported all the way and finally fell into the hands of Su Yixing, who was in charge of this matter. Of course, Tang Tianqing also knew about it, but he went to different places to provide support and fight every day, and had little time to take care of the black rat. Unexpectedly, the black rat not only did not hide, but became even more rampant. It can be imagined that things like game invasions are the time when these evil forces are having a party. What is worth noting is the female player. 10 years of killing fish. It's really too calm. Moreover, he killed 8 people but spoke in a calm tone without any emotional fluctuations. There is something wrong with this person. Su Yixing became suspicious and even suspected that this was a trap set by Blackrat for the big fish Yang Guangyu. Therefore, since they couldn't find the Blackrat, the first thing they wanted to find was the person who killed the Blackrat. What a familiar operation. A night passed. Ling Weirui experience only increased by half. This is also a normal phenomenon. The experience required by players to upgrade their levels will only increase. Now 3 baits are not enough. Ling Weirui paid the bill for Chengzahan and the others and returned home on foot. The scroll of returning to town is still too expensive, so I'm reluctant to use it. Only halfway through her journey, she felt someone was following her. You really can't save even a single invisibility talisman. Ling Weirui cast an invisibility talisman and disappeared. She didn't move, but looked around and found people in 3 directions. When they saw Ling Weirui disappear, their faces changed. Invisibility? Or returning to the city? Ling Weirui was also looking at these people at the same time. Her eyes fell on a person who was farthest away and observing this place. He was very laid back and didn't look like he was here to get close to her. However, he was holding a broadsword in his hand and wearing a set of Marquis of the Dark Knight fashion, which was worth 60,000 among the Xianing immortal clan. The most important thing is that the other party did not cover his face, allowing Ling Weirui to see that serious and cold face for the first time. Tang Tianqing. How is that possible? Why is it Tang Tianqing? The other party should be a peace messenger. How come he became a player from the Xianing immortal clan? Like her. What exactly happened? Could it be that Tang Tianqing was also reborn and felt that the peace messenger account was too lame, so he chose the Xianing immortal clan account? The problem is 10 years after the end of the world, there are no top players in this game. So why did he choose this account? Thinking of this, the 850,000 male character from Finchaman that she had purchased the account for flashed through her mind. Isn't it such a coincidence? Ling Weirui didn't know whether the brother and sister should recognize each other, so she saw Tang Tianqing take out a talisman and throw it out. In an instant, a blue light spread around, illuminating Ling Weirui's figure. Break the hidden talisman. The invisibility talisman is not invincible. If there is an invisibility talisman, there must be something that can restrain it. This breaking hidden talisman is one of them. At this moment, everyone else looked at Ling Weirui. Don't move, supervise the case, and put down your weapons. Su Yixing pointed the gun at Ling Weirui. Ling Weirui sneered. Who are you trying to scare? Without a second thought, she turned and ran. She displayed her body skills and flew up to the tall building in an instant, just like Chang'e flying to the moon. The moon is full and the fairy is flying. Su Yixing had never expected Ling Weirui's action, but he didn't really want to shoot. He just wanted Ling Weirui to stay still. I didn't expect Ling Weirui to be so uncooperative. Cases nowadays are becoming increasingly difficult to handle. Tang Tianqing, what are you still standing there for? Chase after him. Su Yixing roared. Tang Tianqing fawen im ba ding di. He was assigned a mission and needed military support. After all, Su Yixing was an ordinary person who did not have a synchronized game account. Tang Tianqing stepped on the ground behind him, like pulling onions out of dry land. His whole body was extremely red. Burning star falling into the sky. Level 5 burning heaven sect, light kung fu. Tang Tianqing is also very fast. Ling Weirui, who was running away, felt helpless when she saw Tang Tianqing chasing after her. Among the Xianing immortal clan, the Yaoqi immortal sect is a combination of a mage and a priest, while the Finchen sect is a combination of a tank and a warrior. The numerical enhancements between the two are different, and the movement speeds are also different. How can a magician run faster than a warrior? But Ling Weirui has equipment. But she also underestimated Tang Tianqing. As a soldier king, Tang Tianqing's reaction and combat awareness were stronger than Ling Weirui, who had been hiding for 10 years. The two of them, one chasing and the other fleeing, jumped over eaves and walls and instantly left the others behind. You've been killing fish for 10 years. The inspectors want you to cooperate with the investigation. Please don't run away again. What do you mean by cooperating with the investigation? They suspect me? It was obvious that the other party offered money to kill me, and I just resisted. I was acting in self-defense. What basis do they have to suspect me? Ling Weirui deliberately changed her voice. Tang Tianqing was chasing after him. You're too calm to kill people. Because of this suspicion, Ling Weirui was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Of course I'm used to it. I've been killing fish at our T-Mart for 10 years. My heart is as cold as a knife. Tang Tianqing was silent. He can't quite keep up with the memes of today's young people. Is she kidding herself? He could only bury his head and pursue it. The distance between the two people shortened again. Ling Weirui also felt that the other party was only 20 meters behind her. At this time, if Tang Tianqing used the Burning Heaven Sex Fury Flame Slash, he could easily jump over and stab her. It turned out that he didn't. Is it because he is not skilled enough? Or does he not want to hurt her? So isn't it a bit unethical for her to use the icy sword energy to slow down the opponent at this time? Haha, sorry. She doesn't have a strong sense of morals. Swish! A ray of ice swept over and instantly froze Tang Tianqing in place. Tang Tianqing used the Raging Fire Slash, and flames burned all over his body, driving away the ice. Even though she broke the ice and jumped forward 20 meters, Ling Weirui disappeared completely because of a few seconds of delay. Chasing me? That's harder than chasing your wife to the crematorium. Chapter 19. Tang Tianqing asserts, she is very dangerous. An hour later, it was time for Ling Weirui to return to her house. She didn't want to mess with any of the garrison troops or patrol teams. Even if it is reasonable to investigate her, and it is self-defense, she is powerful and might be dragged away by these two forces to put out fires and kill zombies everywhere to help others. It might be okay at the beginning, but later on there will be more and more trivial tasks to do, and she will never be able to finish them. After wasting some time, Ling Weirui simply gave up sleeping and went to the cave first. There was no time yesterday, so today Ling Weirui opened the ranch and took out 1,000 eggs that were synchronized. These eggs can all hatch chicks. After taking out 50 eggs for hatching, Ling Weirui controlled the breeding puppet and used the remaining straw and part of the spiritual rice to raise the biphone black chicken. This way we will have vegetables and meat in the future. After finishing it, Ling Weirui took a nap, felt refreshed, and began to practice. The realm and level of cultivation are different. Cultivation consumes resources, and as long as the resources can keep up, you can make rapid progress. For days, Ling Weirui's cultivation has advanced from the first level of fetal breathing to the 9th level of fetal breathing. The next step is a breakthrough. I need barrier-breaking pills and chi refining pills. Didn't expect that I already have both. These two pills are mall items. In fact, you don't need to take pills to reach the chi refining stage, and there is still an 80% chance of success. If you fail, your attributes will be reduced, and you will enter a weak state. In the game, 24 hours will pass before you can try again, but in reality, it may take a month. Ling Weirui is a bit safer. Her cultivation will be synchronized when she reaches level 10, but if she breaks through in advance, she will have extra combat power. One step ahead, always ahead. Ling Weirui doesn't want to fall behind, and she has the conditions. Why not use them? After taking 2 pills, Ling Weirui chose to break through. The surrounding spiritual energy suddenly gathered around her like a thick fog, making her ethereal and out of this world. Boom! Breakthrough successful. Ling Weirui felt as if she was traveling in a trance, and her whole body was warm, as if she was soaking in a hot spring. The pores stretch, sweat flows, and along with it, some black substances are excreted from the body. After a while, her breathing became stable and her 5 senses recovered, and Ling Weirui smelled a sour and smelly odor. Oh my god, she has turned into a clay figure. He has just reached the chi refining stage and has already gone through a wave of cleansing of the essence and marrow, let alone the foundation building stage. Ling Weirui immediately went to find a spiritual spring and rinsed herself with the spring water on the spot. It took a long time to wash it clean. I looked at the time, and it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm going out to set up a stall. Ling Weirui changed into the God of Wealth costume and prepared to go out. Picking up the phone, Ling Weirui found that there were 24 calls on it, all from Tang Xiao. Damn it. Ling Weirui quickly dialed back. Gang Batang. Xiaorui, I'm glad you're okay. Why didn't you answer the phone? I'm sorry, Grandpa. The zombies were too noisy yesterday, and there were gunshots, so I didn't sleep well. I slept during the day today and got up just now. It's okay, as long as you're safe. Don't worry, the zombie issue will be resolved soon. We have built a player fortress in City Z. Later, every night, all players of Peacemaker will be transferred there. You won't have trouble sleeping in the future. That's great. Grandpa is here in Z City. I feel relieved. You don't have to worry about me. Mainly because you're worried about me and it is easy for my identity to be exposed. Ling Weirui actually knew about this, so when they parted this morning, she did not renew the contract. At the beginning, I was also a construction worker. Because zombies will chase the Peacemaker players, some people suggest gathering them all together. It is best to build a safe zone. At this time, the speed of infrastructure construction of the flower-growing family will be demonstrated. After the game is synchronized, the speed is even more terrifying. Among them is a construction game called I Build the World. You only need to select props, and you can stack them infinitely. If you want stones, you can get stones. If you want wood boards, you can get wood boards. There are also a lot of players playing this game simultaneously. City Z found hundreds of players and started building on the outskirts of the city. Although Ling Weirui was a Tetris player, she could summon blocks, and as long as a gap was left, they would not be eliminated. So, she was responsible for installing the gate. It was so outrageous that she was sent to install doors and windows. With the construction of more than 500 people, a castle was built in just 3 days and was judged by the system to be a safe zone. There are as many as 120,000 Peacemaker players in City Z. This is because people who play games do not only play Peacemaker. Many people choose other games, and some people play accounts of different genders. 120,000 people were transferred to the fortress to bring peace to the city, but they would encounter more intense fighting there. Today is the first day, so of course Ling Weirui has to join in the fun. It's still too dangerous now. I asked your brother Tianqing to bring you something. You should be at school soon. Come out and get it. Ling Weirui quickly declined. No, brother Tianqing must be very busy now. There's no need to send me anything. This is for me, please keep it. A gift from an elder cannot be refused. Tianqing will call you later. Without waiting for Ling Weirui to refuse, Tang Xiao hung up the phone. I didn't expect that the person who was chasing me in the morning is coming now. There was no other choice. Ling Weirui could only bite the bullet and start changing her clothes. Cancel the wearing of equipment, cancel fashion, cancel masks, cancel hair, and cancel face pinching. Ling Weirui found a pure white dress and wore a pair of white sneakers, then walked towards Z University. On the way, Ling Weirui also received a phone call. It's Tang Tianqing's. Grandpa asked me to bring you some supplies. Okay, thank you, brother Tianqing. I'll be right there. Inside a Hummer, Tang Tianqing rubbed his brows as he sat in the co-pilot's seat. A young man with a fresh face named Liang Jing, who was Tang Tianqing's subordinate, sat in the driver's seat. Boss, you haven't slept for 3 days. Take a rest after delivering the things. We just chased 10 years of fish killing and then went to the highway to escort a vegetable transport truck. Now there are many wild wolves, wild boars, and some monsters that can't even be named in the wild, blocking the vehicles. Normal truck drivers have long stopped transporting supplies, and it is all the garrison troops who are coordinating. Too tired. Yeah, it's okay. All right, boss. The girl you were chasing yesterday, 10 years of killing fish, should be someone who plays the same game as us. Maybe we can search for her identity in this direction. She should be quite young. Tang Tianqing narrowed his eyes. This is Su Yixing's business. Let him handle it. Besides, this guy who has been killing fish for 10 years is much better than me. This is actually something Tang Tianqing cannot understand. He didn't want to fight with killing fish 10 years this morning because he felt the pressure from killing fish 10 years. It's not hostility nor danger, but coercion. He had no idea why, but he didn't know that this was the difference in realm. Ling Weirui has cultivated to the 7th level of fetal breathing. Tang Tianqing has not practiced, so he's only at the first level of fetal breathing, but he can enter the qi refining stage synchronously after reaching level 10. The rules of cultivating immortals are at a higher level and are overwhelming, so Tang Tianqing naturally felt the pressure. Chapter 20. The scumbag and the bitch are full of bad intentions. So awesome. Now that I've got a gaming account, I feel pretty awesome. Liang Jing got the divine calculation sect from the Xianying immortal clan, which can tell fortunes and has decent combat power, belonging to the type of mage and prophet. However, the nurse in their team is not from the Yaoqi Xian sect, but from a Xianying pavilion. She is a sound attack mage and sound attack healer. I don't know how powerful 10 years of killing fish is. We don't understand the game well enough. Tang Tianqing said, fortunately, fighting skills and combat experience can help players in close combat, but long-range spells are of no help at all. Liang Jing nodded. Yes, we have been training our physical fitness for so long, and some of us are not as good as the current players. If these people have evil intentions, I am afraid the world will be in chaos. Now there are special forces everywhere, and everyone is carrying a gun. A slight accidental discharge can cost a life. The Peacemaker player is in danger and is trembling with fear every day. Other players are low level and dare not come to fight monsters, and they are not conspicuous. Killing fish for 10 years is too conspicuous. According to the data, she killed monsters every day during these 3 nights. She worked harder than us. Ling Weirui's shop and her affairs with Cheng Zahan and others have been discovered by Sky Eye. Everyone feels it's a pity that they work so hard but can't be used by the government. They could only adopt a roundabout tactic and ask the rickshaw driver in Yangguangyu to contact Ling Weirui, hoping that they would sit down and have a good talk. Unfortunately, Ling Weirui has no awe or respect for the authorities and doesn't want to have anything to do with them. There are too many people who think like her. No one wants to be bound by the authorities. Nowadays, there are players who have synchronized their game accounts everywhere. They are all very arrogant, like wild horses that have broken free from their reins and are unbridled and unscrupulous. In Tang Tianqing's opinion, 10 years of killing fish also has a touch of carefreeness and indifference to life. This indifference seems to be accustomed to life and death. It's too dangerous. If the ID was not wrong, Tang Tianqing would have suspected that Xiaoyu 10 years was the top account Mu Yao Yao. At this time, he did not know that this game had an item called name change card, and who would happen to leave the name change card in the backpack and change the name after synchronization. Just as he was thinking, Liang Jing next to him saw Ling Weirui walking over. Your sister is here. The next moment, Tang Tianqing's phone rang. Tang Tianqing an suo. Brother Tianqing, I'm here. I'm wearing a white dress. Where are you? There's a black Hummer on the side of the road. Oh, I saw it. The car door opened and Tang Tianqing walked out. At the school gate, 2 people also appeared. It was Li Annie and Zhang Hao. They met Tang Tianqing's eyes and were attracted by his fashion. Look, isn't that man wearing the Dark Knight Marquis suit? I remember you have it too. Why don't you wear it? Liani Said. The 60,000 yuan costume in the game is so cool. It will definitely attract people's attention when worn. It would be a face-saving thing to have such a person as your boyfriend. Of course, it would be even better if the face looked like the person in front of me. Look at Zhang Hao's face again. Pig. Where did the pig come from? Li Annie suppressed the nausea in her heart. Zhang Hao said, now that the game has just started, keep a low profile. You're wearing such nice clothes just to pick up girls. But does it look good? Look at me, I'm 36G now. You should also adjust your body shape. Li Annie muttered, I really don't understand. Zhang Hao's account has so many sets of costumes, but he doesn't wear them. He doesn't even use his handsome face and tall body. I have to maintain my figure. What kind of hobby is this? Zhang Hao wanted it too. However, his secondary account was full of valuable items that he had secretly transferred, but he did not get any paid and bound items, such as fashion clothes, body shapes, and face customization for himself. He could only turn the tables and said with a fake smile, I like it this way. You dress up nicely to prove that I'm rich. Besides, when I do that with you like this, it feels like I'm destroying a beautiful woman. I like this kind of excitement. As he spoke, his expression suddenly changed, and he said in a cold voice, You don't like it? Then let's separate. Do you like me or a game character? I hope you can tell the difference clearly. Although it is not synchronized to the top-level account, the difference between the top-level account and other accounts is only the number of props and top-level equipment. Now everyone is level 1. He has the synchronized sword immortal sex skills and is the strongest output in the game. In the future, all the beautiful women will fawn on him. Just as he was thinking about it, his eyes suddenly widened. Is this girl from your school? What's her name? Have you synced your game account? Liani followed his gaze and immediately spotted Ling Weirui. After not seeing her for a few days, Ling Weirui seemed to have become more beautiful again. Liani felt jealous, but when she saw Zhang Hao's greedy face, she suddenly had an idea. If Ling Weirui also became Zhang Hao's woman and was abused, wouldn't she fall from the altar? Ling Weirui seemed not to have synced to the game account. Even if she was a vixen, she was a toothless and clawless fox. In the end, Zhang Hao still leveled up and fought monsters with her. With Zhang Hao, there are naturally Li Hao and Lu Hao. Ling Weirui turned into a puddle of mud. Thinking of this, Li Annie smiled brightly. By E, she is Wei Ruffeng, but she sold her game account, so it's not synced. She scolded you before, and you kicked her out of the gang. Do you want to go over and teach her a lesson now? When Zhang Hao heard this, he felt angry, but also a little excited. She was actually just a breeze? Didn't Li Annie say that Wei Ruffeng didn't want to come to the party because she wasn't pretty? How could she say the opposite? Never mind. It doesn't matter. Such a beauty has offended him. So of course he has to teach her a lesson. So he let her stay with him for a week. No, a month. Thinking of this, he walked forward and stopped Ling Weirui. Wei Ruffeng, I didn't expect that we would meet again. At the beginning, I said I would kill you until you quit the server, but I didn't expect that we would meet in real life. Right? Apologize to me. Apologize? Although it is wrong to judge someone by their appearance and call him a pig, she definitely does not regret it because she was scolding Zhang Hao. Looking at Tang Tianqing walking towards her from a distance, Ling Weirui felt even more justified. Did I say anything wrong? My mistake was that I was too nice to my roommate. She went to Z University. Even though her major was not good, her grades were at the bottom, she often failed classes, and she was in love while playing games. She fell in love with people she met online, and she found a boyfriend like you. What's wrong with me saying something fair? The sarcastic tone and the tea-like atmosphere make it impossible for the scheming woman to escape. Liani was so angry that she was fuming. Zhang Hao was also furious. Wei Ruffeng, you haven't realized the situation yet. You don't have a game account. You're just an ordinary person. I could take advantage of you. You look like a vixen. Aren't you here to seduce people? I am the account ranked 10th on the game list. It is your blessing to have you lick my ass. Chapter 21. Attracted by the spiritual energy, Tang Tianqing didn't know himself. Give this blessing to Liani. I am not worthy of your weight. Ling Weirui glanced at Tang Tianqing coming over, and her expression immediately changed from cold to aggrieved, and she even took a few steps back in fear. Zhang Hao was scolded by Ling Weirui again, but he found that Ling Weirui retreated and was afraid. He became more arrogant and felt that he could control Ling Weirui. He said, "You don't listen? Believe it or not, I will beat you. I am a game player now, so it will be easy for me to kill you." Openly intimidating and threatening ordinary people, being a player, is a destabilizing factor in society. Come with us. Tang Tianqing simply showed his ID and said that anyone who didn't obey would be beaten up. The official management is already very strict, and this person has simply walked into trouble. Zhang Hao was stunned and begged for mercy. I just said it, I didn't do it. Then we have to go back and investigate. You don't want to cooperate? Then you're an unstable factor. We need to understand your current mental state. Don't worry, we have a lie detector master in our institute. If you talk nonsense, we can detect it. If you have no bad intentions, you will be released. The key is that he has bad intentions. Zhang Hao wanted to resist, but the next moment Liang Jing pointed a gun at his head. Now, when dealing with players, it is not possible without a fatal threat. Liang Jing took Zhang Hao away, along with Liani, and could no longer take care of Ling Weirui. Ling Weirui showed a grateful and pitiful expression, and at the same time she was thinking about her admiration for Tang Tianqing before her rebirth. She was excited. In short, she acted like a little fangirl. Brother Tianqing, thank you, and please send me some supplies. Tang Tianqing's gaze lingered on Ling Weirui's face, a little dazed. The last time he saw Ling Weirui, she didn't seem so pretty. How come she looked so different after not seeing her for half a year? And her aura is very unique. Did she sync any game accounts with it? Is it the smell of clear spring water? Little did they know that Tang Tianqing, who had synchronized the account, did not have the spiritual spring or in the cave, and he was not proficient in cultivating immortals and had not practiced any exercises at all. So he felt that Ling Weirui's aura was unique. However, because he did not practice any martial arts, he did not feel the breath of same origin. After Ling Weirui cultivated immortality, she was one level higher than Tang Tianqing. Tang Tianqing could no longer sense Ling Weirui's aura, unlike before when he still felt the pressure. What are you talking about? It's my duty. It's dangerous recently, so don't wander around. I'll send you more supplies after I finish eating them. Do you need me to help you carry them in? Tang Tianqing looked at the 2 large suitcases in his hands. No, I didn't walk around. I've been at home every day recently and haven't stepped out. I only came out because you wanted to deliver something this time. So don't send them as gifts in the future. After all, you need to practice hard and maybe you're still upgrading. It will cost 50,000 to waste props each time. Tang Tianqing nodded. Okay, I'll send it to your house next time. That's not necessary. If someone bullies you, remember to tell them that those 2 have a grudge against you. It's just a small grudge. Can we just ignore it for a few days? You are asking your brother to make a mistake. Tang Tianqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But at first glance, these 2 people weren't good people either. The woman looked weird and the man was fat and big-eared. A perfect match. Let's go back and interrogate him. Okay, let's go. Tang Tianqing returned to the car, and Liannie was still shouting that she was wronged. Ling Weirui waved to Tang Tianqing and watched her drive away. After the other party left, Ling Weirui pulled her 2 suitcases and returned to the community where she rented a house. Although she had a storage ring, there were cameras everywhere, so she certainly couldn't put her things in it. When she was going upstairs, she took the same elevator with a man. The man looked at her, carrying 2 suitcases, and looked at her a few more times. Ling Weirui was afraid that the other party wanted to steal supplies. Do you need help carrying so much luggage? No need. They're just clothes. They're not heavy. Ling Weirui said this and swiftly walked out of the elevator, pushing 2 suitcases. Turning around and watching the elevator close, Ling Weirui felt relieved. It was better to have less trouble than more. After returning home, Ling Weirui replied to Chung Zihan's message. We won't fight monsters today, and you will probably be transferred to the fortress, so you won't be able to move. Okay, Sister Fish Killer. If you need anything, you must tell me. Ling Weirui looked at the news about the other 2 people. Most importantly, the rickshaw pullers. The rickshaw driver had been contacting her since 3 p.m., and it was obvious that she had been released. Sister Shayu, do you have any extra equipment to sell? I'm also buying. If you're sure of any items, I can help you contact them. I have a wide network of contacts and can help you purchase anything. Ling Weirui contacted the rickshaw driver because she saw that he had extensive connections and was capable of making things happen. I have a batch of weapons and some food here. The quantity is large. Do you need it? Yes, of course. I need something too. Ling Weirui said, food and medicine that add attributes, each with a limit on consumption. The awakening stone from boiling blood. Each piece is purchased at a price of 5 million. I don't care how many you buy. I will give you 5 million for each piece. The second thing is items that hide personal information. I remember there was a game called The Great Assassin, which gave hidden badges at the beginning, and the more monsters you killed with the badges, the higher the hidden level. This thing has no attributes, but in order to prevent someone from thinking it is a good thing and asking for an exorbitant price, I can offer you 10 million. I hope you can get it for me as soon as possible. In fact, the purchase price offered by Ling Weirui was already very low, which was unimaginable in the later stages of the game. However, in the early stages of the game, some items were sold at sky-high prices, while the value of other items was not fully developed. Ling Weirui just wanted to take advantage of this. The rickshaw driver was impressed by Ling Weirui's generosity and agreed. Finally, they agreed to meet in Peace Castle. Although Yang Guangyu was taught a lesson by the authorities, they purchased guns privately in order to fight zombies and increase their levels. At the very least, Yang Guangyu himself is also a player of Peacemaker, so why can't he stock up some supplies for backup? The official is seriously understaffed now. Without an iron fist or extremely strong military force, I'm afraid it will not be able to suppress these endless players. Nowadays, each region is self-governing, and if an ambitious person emerges, it is entirely possible for him to establish himself as king. In short, it's out of control. After the matter was settled, Ling Weirui took out the awakening stone again. Currently, Ling Weirui only has 1 awakening stone. For safety reasons, she should put the awakening stone on her physical skills. Then she would be able to fly, or even land on the moon. But the most important thing at the moment is upgrading. Ling Weirui finally gave the awakening stone to the level 1 Frost Sword Chi. Whether to use awakening stone and strengthen Frost Sword energy. Yes, strengthening the awakening stone is extremely powerful. Please wait 24 hours for the strengthening to complete. The current Frost Sword Chi is no longer usable. Chapter 22, Peaceful Castle, Tide of Zombies. Fortunately, the choice was not based on physical skills. Otherwise, without physical skills, if Ling Weirui met Tang Tianqing today, she would not be able to escape. Today she only has the second skill, Silver Moon-like hook, but she still has other ways to kill monsters, provided that the rickshaw driver buys the items for her. The rickshaw driver was indeed very quick, and quickly joined several gaming groups. He said he wanted to buy the props in the game, but he didn't say he wanted the awakening stone alone. As he inquired about the information, he found out that this thing was not easy to collect, but he actually encountered 2 players who had it. The other party offered 2 million, so the rickshaw driver could still make some money. However, the 2 people are located in different places, but this does not pose a problem for the rickshaw driver. He hangs out in various groups and knows a player named Fang Zhen, who is a space mage who can teleport people to very long distances, up to 1,000 kilometers. With him, we can definitely cross the safe zone. Giving a fee of 100,000 yuan was already very generous of the rickshaw driver. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Ling Weirui went to the Peace Castle. She chose a pinched face without any special effects makeup, and her skin color was tanned. Then, among the countless ancient costumes and fairy hairstyles, she chose a simple ponytail. Ling Weirui put on level 3 armor, level 3 helmet, level 3 bag, and carried an M4 and an AK. Releasing the pink Lamborghini, Ling Weirui headed for the Peace Castle. The Peace Castle is in the suburbs. There used to be cornfields on both sides of the road, but now they have all been raised to build a castle like mosaic bricks. This is the castle built by players of I Build the World. It is very large and huge, with an overall inverted trapezoidal shape, and there are windows on the outside that allow players to set up guns and attack. On the road leading to the Peace Castle, there were truckloads of people, and some people came on their own initiative. The horn began to play in a loop along the way. Peacemaker. Players can use their ID card to claim a dormitory as a safe zone. After death, they can return to the dormitory to revive. Do not return to your home or other places to revive, so as not to bring danger to ordinary people. After the dark night falls, new tasks will be issued. Killing a zombie will earn you 100 yuan, a zombie dog 50 yuan, a zombie bat 30 yuan, a giant purple zombie 300 yuan, and a synthetic zombie 1,000 yuan. You can use money to buy supplies, but the spoils of the zombies you hunt will be collected by the core and sold to players at market prices, forming a virtuous cycle. If any player risks his life to snatch supplies, the consequences will be at his own risk. Just 3 days. City Z was ahead of other cities and was the first to resolve the crisis of Dark Knight zombies. Ling Weirui mixed in the crowd and entered the Peace Castle. She found Yang Guanyu and others by forming a team. Yang Guanyu was very surprised when he saw Ling Weirui's outfit. Sister Xiaoyu, your makeup skills are amazing. What makeup technique? This is face shaping in a game. You don't play this kind of large-scale game, so you don't know. The rickshaw driver was obviously an old hand who was addicted to games. He already knew that Ling Weirui's game was Xining Xianzu. Sister Xiaoyu, I have received all the things you asked me to buy, but there are only 2 awakening stones. Before they knew it, the rickshaw driver and Yang Guanyu both started asking Ling Weirui to kill Sister Yu, even though she was actually much younger than them. 2 people were the first to complete the transaction. Next, the rickshaw driver continued to purchase supplies from Ling Weirui by setting up a stall. Ling Weirui took out packages one by one and threw them directly onto the rickshaw driver's stall, a total of 154 packages. This number shocked everyone present. If Yang Guanyu had not experienced Ling Weirui's strength last time, he might have had some strange thoughts. After all, although this is a peaceful castle, he has hired more than 50 men to control the dormitories on this floor, and everyone here is his. But when he thought of Ling Weirui's strength, he didn't dare. Sister Xiaoyu, do you plan to join a force? Our Xinguang real estate is definitely one of the best forces in Z City. If you join, I can offer you a monthly salary of 100 million. 100 million, a small goal. But what Ling Weirui sold this time was worth 30 million. According to the current situation, She can earn 300 million yuan a month. Why work for others? Ling Weirui refused directly. No, I prefer freedom. Next, Ling Weirui talked about the spiritual rice transaction with the rickshaw driver. Ling Weirui sells 3,000 bags of Ling rice a day, and all kinds of vegetables, fruits, and eggs are available. This is considered direct sales from the manufacturer. Except for the price of Ling rice, Ling Weirui does not give any discounts, but everything else can be sold at a low price. You can sell it on behalf of others or directly wholesale it to rickshaw drivers. As a businessman, he naturally saw the benefits. Food is extremely precious now. Crops grown in areas that are not safe zones are completely destroyed by game monsters, and it is difficult for transport vehicles to bring them in. The people in a city are starving. These vegetables and fruits have special functions and are definitely in short supply. Ling Weirui sold another 10 million worth of supplies. In this wave, Ling Weirui obtained 2 awakening stones, 1 hidden badge, and 20 million. 1 hour has passed. Nighttime comes again. Ling Weirui saw the prompt that appeared on the system panel. Public task, issued by Z City Garrison Headquarters. Mission content. All Peacemaker players stay in the Peace Castle for 12 hours and receive assets worth 100 yuan. Side quests. Participate in battles and get different financial rewards for killing different zombies. I'm leaving first. Ling Weirui went to the outermost part of the Peace Castle. As 6 o'clock arrived, the outside of the castle is brightly lit, giving all players the best view. But at the same time, people saw the hideous zombies. The entire Z City has 120,000 Peacemaker players. When they gather together, the number of zombies that are refreshed is 3.6 million. Of course, these are not refreshed all at once. Perhaps because there are too many zombies and the constant crowding, the zombie tide remains at 300,000. The largest railway station in the country can only accommodate 80,000 people at most. The Peace Castle with 120,000 people may be crowded, but it is definitely not as terrifying as 300,000 zombies. The zombies completely surrounded the Peace Fortress. In this situation, I really want to drop an atomic bomb and blow the zombies into pieces. Da-da-da-da-da. The helicopters circled in the air and then dropped bombs one by one. What was surprising was that they did not feel any vibration inside the castle. Ling Weirui was carrying a rocket launcher. After a few days of accumulation, she had 320 rockets in her hands. Although they could not be used for one night, she had money and could buy them from the government. Is it luxurious? But she spent money. Bang! The shell was fired from the rocket launcher with a range of 200 meters, hitting the zombie tide with a loud bang, killing hundreds of zombies. 10,000 yuan was received. Well, it seems like one rocket launcher costs 20,000 yuan. I'm losing money. Chapter 23. Krypton Gold Upgrade, Super Willpower. But from the perspective of gaining experience, it is definitely worth it. Following Ling Weirui's shot, the other, Peacemaker, players also came to their senses and started shooting. A large number of zombie bats flew to the windows of the fortress and tried to attack the players, but were shot down by dense gunfire. The players finally gained the upper hand. The fight was in full swing. Peace Castle, 13th floor, east side windows 134 to 178. Z University students occupy this place. All the players in the entire school who have synchronized with Peacemaker are here. After 3 nights of torture, they could finally fight zombies with peace of mind. Chung Zahan held the sniper rifle and aimed very calmly. Bang! A bullet went through a zombie's head. In this zombie tide, you can kill zombies with your eyes closed, but if several people kill a zombie together, the price will be shared equally. Chung Zahan's sniper rifle was equipped with a 15x scope, but it was a top-grade item, and he only shot zombies 800 meters away, so no one was trying to snatch the monsters. She shot one person after another, very calmly, and she didn't rest all night. By the second half of the night, the players' excitement had worn off, and the only ones who came forward were the garrison troops and police forces from City Z. These people also looked at Chung Zihan in surprise. Girl, you're really good with a shot? You must be really good at this game, right? Chung Zihan, no, I just followed an older sister. She is very strong. I have been practicing these days. I just don't know if Ling Weirui is here today, so she doesn't get accidentally injured by bullets. 6th floor. Ling Weirui's bombardment was so fierce and powerful that it even attracted the attention of the authorities, who asked her if she wanted to get on the helicopter. Ling Weirui readily agreed. She spent another 20 million to replenish ammunition. This night of reckless investment allowed her to level up 3 levels to level 8. The fourth skill is also unlocked. Alluring sword dance can use the graceful sword dance form to make people fall into an obsessive state and be strangled by the sword dance. This is a control skill. The sword dance has a very wide attack range and can attack monsters within 50 meters around it, centered on its own range. Pure Lotus Pond and Warmth summons a 50-meter hot spring to heal the wounds of nearby friendly units, while also having the effect of purifying dirt. In simple terms, it heals the entire group. Both are useful. Ling Weirui still has 2 Awakening Stones. Since she mainly plays the Ice Heart Sacred Art of the Yao Qi Immortal Sect, Ling Weirui's next 2 strengthening targets are one for the light skill, Moon-Filled Flying Fairy, and the other for Alluring Sword Dance. One night, Ling Weirui invested all the money she earned from rickshaw drivers. As for picking up equipment, there is no way to pick it up, there are too many zombies. But the authorities were well prepared. They were driving a 4-meter-high truck with a container at the back, and the interior was designed like a strawberry picking truck. There are iron plates for people to lie prone on, with a 30-meter gap in the middle that allows them to touch the ground. The car knocked the zombies away, and the supplies on the ground were exposed to the people lying in the container. As long as they were quick, they could pick up those supplies. The garrison of City Z made huge profits. The commander of the garrison was Tang Xiao. Ling Weirui didn't care about being helped by Grandpa Tang Xiao. At dawn, a group of synthetic zombies appeared. The garrison was well prepared and even used tanks. Under the bombardment, all these synthetic zombies were killed, and the glittering number bars burst in a golden light on the open space. Activation code. Everywhere. There are hundreds of them in total. The activation code for Peacemaker has a drop rate of about 1 in 1,000 due to the large number of zombies. Ling Weirui was lucky on the first day. Today, the activation code for Peacemaker has a stable price of around 4.5 million, and the military can even redeem it on a limited basis based on merit. At 6 o'clock, the system popped up a translucent dialog box again. Public task completed. Redirecting to the settlement page. This list only shows personal combat skills of those not in the Z City garrison. First place, killing fish for 10 years, kill 112879. Second place, do you believe in light? Kills 57269. Number 80, My Z Han, kills 3287. The ranking list dropped step by step, and the second place, do you believe in light, was Yang Guangyu. He also had a helicopter, but without a professional pilot and insufficient firepower, he was attacked and killed by zombie bats in the sky, which caused him to lose 1 level. In the second half of the night, when they ran out of howitzers, they were exhausted and retreated. Fighting requires enormous physical effort. These people may have the physical fitness of Special Forces soldiers, but they lack their perseverance and always retreat from battle at any time. Ling Weirui greedily seizes any opportunity to upgrade and never backs down. After the statistics were completed, Ling Weirui received the prize. Some zombies were not expensive, and Ling Weirui earned 11 million, but ended up losing 9 million. It doesn't matter. That's how you upgrade by paying gold. At this time, the soldiers who had fought with Ling Weirui all night all looked at Ling Weirui. The number 1 is you, right? Is your ID called Killing Fish for 10 years? Why does this ID look so familiar? She seems to be the female player who made Tang Yanwang suffer yesterday. Wasn't she said to be an account from another Cultivation game? How did she become a peace messenger? Just as they were having a heated discussion, Ling Weirui took out the scroll to return to the city. Choose to return the rental house. White light bloomed in her hands, and Ling Weirui smiled brightly, her teeth looking white against her wheat-colored skin. We'll work together again if we have a chance. Bye. White light enveloped Ling Weirui, and she disappeared. The other side, Tang Tianqing was busy all night, but he was not in the Peace Castle. Instead, he stayed in the city to clean up those Peace Messenger players who did not go to the Peace Castle and were hunted down. He forcibly sent many of them away. As a result, I heard a familiar ID. She killed 110,000 zombies? What level is she now? According to everyone's current inference of experience points, she is currently at least level 8. Tang Tianqing Sumai. If Su Yixing knew about this, he would be so angry that he would die. It seems that he has also planned to hunt down 10 years of killing fish, and thinks that this person is inseparable from Blackrat. However, This also made Tang Tianqing realize that the world is different. Although he wants to catch criminals, he needs to have the matching strength. Su Yixing is completely wasting his time now. It would be better for him to find an activation code as soon as possible to level up. Just as I was thinking about it, Liang Jing happened to call me. Boss, should we release the 2 people we detained yesterday? Or should we keep them detained? They have bad intentions. They are both players of the Xian Xian clan and used to be in the same gang as your sister. But your sister is unlucky. When the game was hacked, she posted her account online and there is no way to synchronize it. Wei Hui, what's her profession? What a coincidence, just like 10 years of killing fish. It's the Yao Qi immortal sect. Tang Tianqing didn't doubt Ling Weirui at all, but he could ask Ling Weirui for information about the Xianying immortal clan. Now the official information has been deleted and the player's information is too confusing. Invite her to dinner someday and ask her. Chapter 24, you wanted to teach you how to defeat me. Tang Tianqing called Ling Weirui. Ling Weirui had just come out of the shower when she was startled by Tang Tianqing's call. Why are you calling so early in the morning? It won't be exposed, right? The reason why she has been hiding her identity is because there are people with different abilities in the game, and the official has control over one of them. As long as they know the other person's true identity, they can lock the other person, monitor the other person's abilities, and even curse people. This curse cannot kill people in a controlled way, but it can reduce luck. This profession is called evil cursor. However, this person cannot curse the player's identity. For example, even if the other party knows the identity of killing fish for 10 years, he cannot curse him. Therefore, Ling Weirui had to hide her identity all the time. As her level got higher, she got better equipment and more means, and naturally she was not afraid of these things anymore. Hey, Brother Tianqing, what's the matter? Yes. Tang Tianqing's voice, a little hoarse and a little tired, came from the microphone. The 2 people I arrested yesterday were very hostile to you, but since they didn't commit any crime, I severely criticized them and asked them to write a letter of guarantee. I don't think they will bother you anymore. They won't disturb Ling Weirui, but Ling Weirui won't let them go. Thank you, brother. Ling Weirui said politely. Don't be so polite. I'm calling for something else. I heard that you also play the Xianying immortal clan and the Yao Qi immortal sect. I'm currently hunting down a suspect who is from the Yao Qi immortal sect. Can you introduce to me all the skills of the Yao Qi immortal sect and how the Fengshen sect fights against the Yao Qi immortal sect? The more Ling Weirui listened, the more she felt something was wrong. Could it be that this suspect is me? And you still ask me how to defeat me? You really know how to find people. There was no other way. Ling Weirui could only share her experience with him. The conversation lasted for half an hour, and finally Tang Tianqing received another call, so he had to go to work. Ling Weirui said, Brother Tianqing, I will sort out the information and send it to your email address. Please leave me your address. Good. Due to the game invasion, all games in the world have been shut down and all data has disappeared. This data can only be compiled through oral narration by players, so this data is still very necessary. Ling Weirui sorted out a copy of the Yao Qi immortal sect and another copy of the Fengshen sect, but they were all game knowledge, which was very different from what was synchronized. The most important thing was that she didn't say anything about the fact that she could practice now. Tang Tianqing received the message and suddenly asked, Do you want the activation code for Peacemaker? If you become a player, I can help you upgrade. Ling Weirui quickly refused. No, I'm afraid of zombies. Even if I want an activation code, I have to get one from the Xianying Immortal Clan. Xianying Immortal Clan is a game of cultivating immortals. After the game was invaded, all the monsters were in the deep mountains and old forests, and the closest one to Z City was Panlong Mountain. Speaking of Panlong Mountain, she thought of a tragedy. After she reaches level 10, she can prevent that from happening. Tang Tianqing's voice came again. Okay, I'll keep an eye on it later. After they hung up the phone, Ling Weirui finally felt relieved and entered the cave. After reaching the Qi refining stage, Ling Weirui's physical fitness has greatly improved. She has become a cultivator and is no longer troubled by the cycle of the 5 grains. At this time, she cannot eat ordinary meals as they will contain impurities. She can only eat things like spiritual rice. But there are also benefits. Ling Weirui can practice meditation instead of sleeping. Meditation only takes 1 hour, and you need to sleep for at least 6 hours before that. This saves a lot of time. Ling Weirui practiced the technique 10 times and the accumulated spiritual power in her body occupied 1/3 of her current realm. By this calculation, one can reach the first level of Qi refining in 3 days. In about a month, you can reach the 10th level of Qi refining and then move on to foundation establishment. Not only that, if you kill another wave at night and reach level 10, you can unlock more things. After practicing, Ling Weirui checked the news online. Hot search. The hot search, Z City build a fortress to resist zombies, has exploded. Although some people discussed 10 years of killing fish, there were not many. It's not uncommon to spend money to use a bazooka to blow up zombies. On the contrary, another hot search related to Ling Weirui was at the top. Xinning Immortal Clan, Spiritual Rice. Ling Weirui clicked on it immediately. As the most popular and comprehensive game on the market, Xinning Shinzu naturally has a lot of players. After the game invasion, everyone wants to stock up, but the players who have synchronized with Xinning Shinzu have caves and can grow spiritual rice. Not only that, the effects of Lingmi are amazing and can even cure cancer. Of course, the healing players in major games can also treat diseases, but how many players are there? Lingmi can not only be eaten, but also can cure diseases. The spiritual rice can still be circulated. For a while, it was difficult to find a meter. The price of ordinary spiritual rice has risen to 2,300 per bag, and as for high-grade spiritual rice, it is already 10,000 per bag. As soon as this trending search came up, rickshaw drivers immediately contacted Ling Weirui, begging everyone for the purchase of the Lingmi. Ling Weirui collected 4,000 bags this time, and finally sold them to rickshaw drivers for 2,000 each. The rickshaw driver also brought Ling Weirui a batch of food and pills with added attributes from other games. Primary Strength Enhancement Potion. After taking it, strength is increased by 1. It can be taken up to 10 times. Intelligence Potion increases intelligence by 2 points after taking it. Can be taken up to 5 times. Dragon Blood Potion increases physical fitness by 20 points after taking it. Succubus Smile increases 1 point of charm after taking it. Something strange has got in here, but they are all attributes, and you can accumulate combat power by eating them. After the game is invaded, you need to accumulate these little bits and pieces to widen the gap with other players. After the transaction was completed, Ling Weirui went to Z University. She just saw Annie's circle of friends. The authorities are so annoying now. My boyfriend is a top 10 account, and they said they would arrest him. We have been detained for so long. I had a hot pot to calm down. Now they're opening shop. The boss is really brave. It is said to be a hot pot, but in fact it is a small rotating hot pot, which is a shop at the entrance of Z University. The boss is already in his 40s, and the game he plays is QQ Manor, stealing vegetables and growing vegetables every day. After playing the game for a few days, he had a lot more vegetables and raised chickens and ducks. His warehouse could not hold them all, so he took the risk of opening a shop again, and his business was booming. Liannie is just showing off. Because the business was so hot, Liannie and Zhang Hao only ate for 20 minutes before they were urged to leave by others. It was Liannie who paid the bill. The two of them actually spent 300 yuan on food. This is too expensive. Liannie complained. Zhang Hao didn't care. Nowadays, prices are high, so it's good to have a full meal. As for splitting the meal expenses or paying for it himself, Zhang Hao didn't even mention it. At this moment, the two of them ran into Ling Weirui head-on. However, Ling Weirui was wearing a shabby-style outfit, which was a free outfit that could be obtained by signing in Xinjiang Continent. She also had big sunglasses on her face, so her appearance could not be seen. The two people passed each other. Liannie was bumped on the shoulder and immediately became unhappy, rolling her eyes. Are you stupid? Don't you even look at the road? Chapter 25, 1,000 Miles of Ice. You seem to have said my lines? Ling Weirui originally wanted to deliberately pick a fight with the two of them. As a result, he was scolded by Liannie. Okay, then she will stand on the moral high ground and teach these two people a lesson. Without saying a word, she pinched her fingers together and released the level 2 energy Silver Moon like a hook. Some skills can be released without weapons, but weapons can increase attack power. However, Ling Weirui guessed that the two had not yet defeated monsters and leveled up. She was currently in the Qi refining stage, so why should she care about the two little Karamis? Silver light burst out from Ling Weirui's fingertips, slid across the necks of the two men, and instantly cut off their heads. The bodies of the two men fell to the ground, and some supplies were dropped beside them. Zhang Hao's account is a small warehouse account, and it is not well organized, So he synchronized the first-level invincible artifact, the Novice Sword. Lee and didn't reveal anything. Suddenly, a sharp scream was heard at the door of the hot pot restaurant. Murder! Ling Weirui took the Novice Sword, slapped an invisibility talisman on herself, and disappeared. After they left, the people at the door of the hot pot restaurant found that there was no body on the ground. If it weren't for the bloodstains, they would have suspected that they were seeing things. They're supposed to be players. That's too horrible. They kill people over a disagreement. How does the killer know they are players? What if they are ordinary people? This is going to be a murderer. No wonder they say that when traveling around the world, old people, children, and women are not to be messed with. At this time, Li Annie and Zhang Hao, who had returned to the dormitory and the rental house respectively, were also stunned. The two of them had not upgraded, so even if they were killed, they only lost a little soul power. After they chose to resurrect, a prompt actually appeared. You were killed by unknown target. The carbon element required for this resurrection is 128 kilograms, minus the funds of 1,664 yuan. You were killed by unknown target. The carbon element required for this resurrection is 257 kilograms, minus the funds of 3,341 yuan. Both of their faces turned green. The two of them started a phone call. Husband, why didn't you fight back? We were killed just like that, and it cost me 2,000 yuan to revive. Is this my fault? It's all your fault for being such a jerk. What's wrong with a bump? You're still calling me stupid. You're still a college student? I spent 4,000 to repair my body. Send me the money or we'll be separated. This is all your fault. How can you blame me? Even if I cursed, is it right for her to kill someone? Then call the police. Report it if you want. I want her to pay me. Although the two blamed each other, they still called the police in the end. They had just returned from there and were arrested again. There was surveillance at the hot pot restaurant, and Ling Weirui's character was captured on camera, but the system panels of the two people only showed unknown targets, without even a game ID. Looking for a needle in a haystack. After registering, the two left. Crimes happen frequently nowadays, not to mention killing two players. There are even people killing real people. After killing Li Annie and the other person, Ling Weirui finally understood. You hunted me and bullied me in the last life. Now it's my turn in this life. Ling Weirui felt relieved. In her previous life, Li Annie and Zhang Hao were in cahoots with each other. Because the school was closed, Ling Weirui did not leave the dormitory. Li Annie bullied her in various ways and stole her cosmetics, clothes, and bags. In fact, Ling Weirui has never bought luxury goods. It's just that she has a good vision, and the clothes she chooses are all of good quality and can be worn for several years without going out of style. All kinds of clothes look like famous brand clothes on her. When worn on Li Annie, it really looks like an ugly imitation. Zhang Hao went even further. Relying on the fact that he had an account with Jiangxiamen, and after discovering that she was way rough, he had evil intentions towards her and tried to take advantage of her many times. Once, he almost succeeded, and Ling Weirui bit her tongue to commit suicide. How painful would it be to bite off your tongue? After her death, she also lost 1,000 yuan. How could Ling Weirui not be angry? I'm reborn, and I can bear this humiliation no matter who wants. Anyone who dares to dance in front of her will die. Afternoon, Ling Weirui was browsing her phone at home, and at the same time, she recorded the distribution of monsters in various regions. 10 years have passed, and a lot of things have been forgotten. At that time, there were also many map merchants who liked to sell maps, which were all obtained through their hard work and risking their lives. Many maps of high-level monster areas are expensive. Now that Ling Weirui has been reborn, she is at the forefront of the times, and there is no one to pave the way for her. It is necessary to write a future plan. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the game dialog box popped up. Your skills have been awakened. Please name your new skills. Ling Weirui couldn't wait to use her new skills. She swung the sword in her hand. The sky and the earth changed color, and within 200 meters, frost and snow filled the sky. Not only that, every snowflake can be transformed into sword energy to cut the enemy. The small skill has become a forbidden spell level. Moreover, this is a skill that has never appeared in the previous life. At least she hadn't heard of it. Otherwise, a player with this ability must be called an ice magic god. Thinking of this, Ling Weirui directly entered a new name, 1,000 Miles of Ice. Of course, there is still a gap between 200 meters and 1,000 miles, but as the realm improves, the upper limit of spiritual power increases, and the range of skills becomes larger and larger. Ling Weirui took out 2 more awakening stones, and this time hit them on alluring sword dance. Another 24-hour seal. 6 p.m. The Peace Castle is brightly lit. After yesterday's battle, the players of Peacemaker have adapted to the rhythm, but some people don't like to stay up late. Some people feel too tired and too hard, so they have backed off. Chung Zihan is now the leader in the class. I wonder if Sister Xiaoyu will come this time, she thought. Although she killed a lot of monsters yesterday, the experience she gained was not as fast as when they had been together for 10 years. Unfortunately, the gap between the two is getting bigger and bigger, and they are destined not to be teammates killing fish for 10 years. At the same time, Tang Tianqing was also making preparations. I don't know if the 10 years of killing fish will come. I must not lose this contest. I will first use the Rage Flame slash to get close to the opponent, then use the Burning Sky slash, and I can even use close combat techniques. Tang Tianqing already had a set of procedures in mind. These are the PK skills Ling Weirui gave her. It's just that he thought well. Even after the Dark Night fell, I carefully checked the identity of the players, but unfortunately there was no killing fish for 10 years. However, Yang Guangyu from Xinguang Real Estate got a flying machine and started attacking with a rocket launcher, intending to exceed 10 years of killing fish today. The Peace Castle is 1 kilometer away. The dense swarms of zombies rushed forward one after another, but they did not notice that a figure appeared behind them. Thousands of miles of ice. Chapter 26 ranking list appears. Double ranking list number 1. Killing fish for 10 years. With one strike of Ling Weirui's sword, frost and snow filled the sky, and the snowflakes turned into sword energy, instantly clearing the area within 200 meters around. At least 5,000 zombies died instantly. Ling Weirui moved her feet, ran 200 meters, and released the 1,000 miles of ice again. Another 5,000 or so zombies died. Ling Weirui circled the Peace Castle and killed 50,000 zombies, but frost and snow did not disappear immediately and continued to kill. In the dark night, it was all white. Tang Tianqing looked at all this and started calculating in his mind. The release distance of Fury Flame is 20 meters, and that of Snow Wind is 200 meters. As soon as he stepped in, he was killed instantly. How to play. What's more, hunting zombies is also to protect the people, and the official is also encouraging players to help hunt. Otherwise, these zombies will all rely on soldiers to hunt, and it will be impossible to kill them all. Too many bullets and ammunition are lost every day. If military supplies continue to be depleted at this rate, they won't last more than a year. Tang Xiao has issued an order to transform many factories with mechanical equipment into military factories to produce bullets. The cost of a bullet is only $1, but it is sold to players at $50 in order to provide subsidies to players to hunt zombies. No guns? You can also kill zombies with swords. So they are very welcome to players like Ling Weirui. Tang Tianqing couldn't interfere with 10 years of killing fish at this time, but he just couldn't understand why. He took out his cell phone, thinking that it was very noisy around him, and finally he could only record a video and send it to Ling Weirui. Why are her skills so strong? Ling Weirui naturally heard her phone vibrating. While releasing her skills, she saw her own video and the conversation with Tang Tianqing in the chat box. For some reason, Ling Weirui felt that Tang Tianqing was actually a little powerless. She almost laughed. After waiting for a while, she sent the message. Brother, I was watching a TV series and didn't see it just now. I have never seen this player's skills before. Did he learn skills from other games? Since the game has been invaded, what's the harm in learning other players' skills? At least Ling Weirui placed an order with the rickshaw driver to purchase the skills of one of the professions in Hot-Blooded Youth, Shadow Clone. At that time, wouldn't it be better for one of me to play Ling Weirui and the other to play 10 Years of Killing Fish? One night, Ling Weirui killed millions of zombies. There is no end to the zombies. As long as there are players, the monsters will refresh infinitely at night. How many monsters can be refreshed depends on how fast you kill them. With millions of zombies, even the fastest person would need a month to kill them. In other words, in the previous life, the first player to reach level 10 worked hard for a month. Ling Weirui originally thought that she would have to kill zombies for a month, but with the dual blessing of Krypton Gold and hard work, she only took 5 days. Ling Weirui reached level 10 at 4:32 in the morning. At this moment, a translucent panel popped up in the minds and sights of countless players, and a shocking sound was transmitted to everyone. Cosmic Game Frontline Report, Game Calendar, 4th Day, version 0.1. Player killing fish for 10 years has been the first to reach level 10 after unremitting efforts, and will be given a generous reward. Game rankings are now open. The current rankings are level ranking, combat power ranking, and wealth ranking. The list appeared, and the number one on the ranking list was naturally Ling Weirui's game ID, 10 years of killing fish. She's also on the battle power list. First place, 10 years of killing fish, comprehensive combat power, 10289. The second place below only scored 576. At this time, Ling Weirui also stopped attacking and saw the system prompt. Dear players, after killing fish for 10 years, you are the first to reach level 10 through your hard work and will receive the following rewards. 1. Special title. The first person, level 10. After wearing it, the experience points gained will increase by 10%. This title is a limited time title. When the level of others exceeds yours and you're the first to reach level 20, the title will disappear. 2. The blessing of the original humans is that they will be immune to death 3 times. After death, no equipment or experience will be dropped. 3. You can withdraw an item you own in advance, including equipment, skills, props, etc. The original human will be exempted from the restrictions on the use of the equipment and can wear it now. The first player to reach level 10 can actually get top-level equipment. She really didn't expect this. After all, the first player to reach level 10 in the previous life was Tang Tianqing. But what kind of god-level equipment could Tang Tianqing get? The highest output weapon of Peacemaker didn't even have a nuclear bomb. It's a waste. But this reward will not be wasted on Ling Weirui, because she has an account with top-level combat power. This may be the only chaos treasure in the entire server. Creation Ice Lotus. This chaos treasure can freeze the world, but can also allow life to last forever, so its attack and healing attributes are extremely explosive. In her previous life, Ling Weirui had never seen such a magic weapon appear. After all, this account was posted online at the time and was not synchronized at all. The Chaos Treasure has always been a super artifact in novels, movies, and TV shows. But in fact, every item was made by primitive humans and synchronized to allow people to fight against other races. Ling Weirui didn't know how powerful this weapon was. Ling Weirui chose this magic weapon without hesitation. This way, she won't have to change weapons starting from level 10. Following Ling Weirui's choice, a black hole appeared in front of her, and an ice crystal-colored lotus slowly emerged. There are actually 3,000 lotus petals, stacked up layer upon layer, but does not appear crowded. The petals are as thin as cicada wings, crystal clear, fluttering in the wind, with brilliant light floating and winding in the air, forming small spots of light. If you look closely, each small spot of light is actually a world. The world flickers and disappears in just a moment. Ling Weirui raised her hand and grabbed the lotus stem of the ice lotus of creation. In an instant, the combat effectiveness increased dramatically. She dared to guarantee that now, when she used 1,000 miles of ice, the range would not be 200 meters, but 1,000 meters. This increase will continue to increase as Ling Weirui becomes stronger. Ling Weirui was satisfied with her efforts that night. And there are more surprises than just that. After reaching level 10, Ling Weirui's realm was synchronized to the Qi refining stage. However, Ling Weirui had already reached the Qi refining stage, and the cultivation that came at the same time was injected into Ling Weirui's body all at once. This is not an increase, but an expansion. Her Qi seed doubled in size, and her spiritual power limit doubled. This is a huge improvement over other players. At the same time, 5 secondary professions are opened: talisman making, formation making, weapon refining, alchemy, and spiritual cooking. Ling Weirui even activated the synchronization function for spirit pets and mounts. Ling Weirui immediately summoned a level 10 mount. Floating Ray. Chapter 27 Conspiracy. The action of besieging and killing the number 1 on the list. The floating mana ray is a product of the world of immortal cultivation. It looks like a mana ray, 5 meters wide, 8 meters long, and its tail extends 2 meters. The back of the floating ray is flat, and 2 iron rings are placed on the back using the method of the immortal world. With the feet stuck on them, the floating ray can be controlled to ride the wind. As a creature from the world of immortal cultivation, the floating manta ray appears to be a very slow creature, but in fact its speed is as high as 360 kilometers per hour. The sight of it speeding in the air is no less than that of a helicopter. Ling Weirui wanted to go up and give it a try, but she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to control it well and would fall from the sky. After this hesitation, Ling Weirui suddenly felt her eyebrows beating violently. People who practice Taoism are very keen on predicting danger. Boom! The sound of mortar fire. The voice did not come from the Fortress of Peace, but from behind. Ling Weirui's mind method turned, and the sea-tide mantra in the Haina Heart Sutra instantly rose up, forming a wave that surrounded Ling Weirui's body. A tsunami-like shield enveloped the surroundings. Boom! The pursuit artillery directly submerged Ling Weirui. Who? The garrison or the patrol? They wouldn't do that, would they? Just because I killed 5 blackrat men. Ling Weirui quickly gave up the idea. There was no need for the official methods to be so brutal. Killing fish for 10 years was just a suspect. I have just been reborn, so I haven't offended many people. Liani and the others don't know their identities yet. And the bazookas are coming up. Only one organization can do that. Blackrat. Tat-tat-tat-tat. 7 helicopters flew over, and the rocket launcher, with a fiery red tail, shot an arc in the air and hit the place where Ling Weirui had just been. Boom, 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 boom. The horrific explosion woke everyone up. At this time, the players in the Peace Castle have guessed that the person who has been hunting zombies outside is 10 years of killing fish. They couldn't imagine that anyone could reach level 10 so quickly. But he didn't expect that 10 years of killing fish would be besieged just after he unlocked the level list. Why are you chasing that player? Who are these people? Too arrogant. Didn't killing fish help the government kill zombies for 10 years? Why is someone attacking her? He's not an official person. Those helicopters are all skins in the game and can be traded. Do you want to kill fish for 10 years to get equipment? These people stared at the battlefield and didn't even care about the remaining zombies that were attacking them. Ling Weirui was also furious. 7 shells attacked her, instantly shattering the sea tide spell, and even with the life recovery talisman jumping at full strength, it couldn't stop it. Ling Weirui felt a sharp pain, and when she came to her senses, the surroundings had turned into a golden light. The number of times you can escape death has been reduced from 3 to 2. The number of death avoidances awarded by the system will keep you invincible for 10 seconds, and the golden light is the embodiment of the invincible halo. Depend on. The person who attacked her broke one of her escape stats. This feud is irreconcilable. With these chances of escaping death, Ling Weirui could have done so many things, but they were all defeated like this. She wanted to tear them apart. However, the crisis ahead has not been resolved yet. Ling Weirui must escape from the high-temperature flames, and those helicopters are still eyeing her, wanting to attack her. Fortunately, Ling Weirui has now reached level 10 and has more special items. Move the array. Ling Weirui took out a formation plate from her backpack and threw on the ground. It instantly split into 4 parts, occupying the east, south, west, and north. The 4 array plates formed 4 corners and rotated clockwise, and Ling Weirui appeared 100 meters away. She waved the lotus in her hand, soared into the sky, and instantly swept onto the helicopters. The helicopter was 300 meters in the air and had already calculated the distance, but he didn't expect that Ling Weirui had the creation Ice Lotus in her hand, which greatly increased the attack distance. With a casual wave, the wind and snow rushed straight into the sky and instantly swept the helicopter down. The entire helicopter froze, fell, and exploded with a bang. When the other helicopters saw this, they quickly climbed higher and flew away. How could Ling Weirui let them run away? She jumped onto the back of the floating ray, clamped her feet on it, and urged the floating ray to move. In an instant, the floating manta ray ran at a high speed. The howling wind blew Ling Weirui's hair into straight lines. But she was holding the Ice Lotus of Creation in her hand, and every time she waved it, a helicopter exploded. After chasing for thousands of meters, 7 helicopters crashed one after another. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was another series of gunshots, all from large-caliber sniper rifles. There are also snipers hiding around. Including the people in the helicopter, there were more than 100 people coming to besiege. If these people had ambushed Ling Weirui before today, when she had not yet reached level 10, she might have succeeded. But now, Ling Weirui has reached level 10 and accidentally obtained the Ice Lotus of Creation, which saved her from death 3 times. She's really hard to kill. On the contrary, those who attack her will pay a heavy price. The bullets flew through the air, but none of them hit Ling Weirui. Instead, they hit the floating manta ray, which made an ethereal cry like that of a sperm whale under its feet. Ling Weirui burst out with unprecedented fighting power, and the area within a kilometer was turned into a sea of white. A white glow appeared on the horizon, and as the sun shone down, the people who were besieging Ling Weirui were all turned into broken pieces of ice. Among the 100 people who besieged Ling Weirui this time, 20 were real people and the rest were players, a total of 80 in total. Ling Weirui grabbed the corpse of one of the players who had not had time to be resurrected and used the resurrection spell from the level 10 Haina Heart Sutra. Didn't expect that? Ling Weirui has the power of resurrection. Most importantly, the resurrection spell is a forced resurrection. In some games, after the resurrection spell is performed, the dead player must confirm whether to be resurrected. The resurrection spell is not necessary. This is the rule of the game of cultivating immortals. Unless his soul is stronger than Ling Weirui's and can escape, he must be resurrected. The resurrection spell was released, and the dead player received a system prompt. You were resurrected by 10 years of killing fish using the resurrection curse. As soon as he woke up, Ling Weirui had a thick hemp rope in her hand and tied him up tightly. He wanted to struggle, but Ling Weirui swung her fist and hit him on the head, making him see stars. Ling Weirui is very strong, so those foods and potions were not taken in vain, not to mention that Ling Weirui has reached level 10. Ling Weirui beat the man half to death, tied up his limbs, forced him to open his mouth, and tied up his sides to prevent him from biting his tongue to commit suicide, and then blindfolded him. Ling Weirui threw the man into her own cave and asked her puppet servant to take him to the room and guard him. After doing all this, the sound of crackling footsteps came from the distance. Ling Weirui didn't feel any danger this time. She looked over suddenly and found that it was the person inspecting the patrol team. This scene really caught Su Yixing by surprise. Although Su Yixing felt that Ling Weirui was suspicious, there was no need for the other party to send so many people to put on a show for them. So Ling Weirui's suspicion should be cleared this time. Su Yixing said in a deep voice, "They've been killing fish for 10 years. These people should be members of the blackrat. You have been targeted. I hope you can cooperate with us, and we can catch the blackrat together. You don't know this organization and how crazy they are. No, I know better than you. You can cooperate, but coordination is not necessary. I will give you a little gift later." Chapter 28, Interrogation of Blackrat. Suspect. Blackrat was so famous in the previous life. How could Ling Weirui not have heard of it? They had all been on the hot searches, and Ling Weirui knew 3 of the high-ranking officials who were arrested. Of course, these people may be black rats now, or they may become black rats in the future. And the place where they are most active is City Z, because City Z is only 100 kilometers away from the border and can even be reached by climbing over the mountains. Since these people dared to attack her, they will naturally pay the price. She ignored Su Yixing and returned to her rental house, holding the teleportation scroll. There are not many teleportation scrolls left in my hand. But Ling Weirui is already level 10, and the auxiliary profession of Formation Master has been activated, with many wonderful formations to use. The first is the teleportation array. Mother-child teleportation array. Place the mother array in the safe zone and activate the child array to teleport back to the safe zone. Ling Weirui placed one in her rental house. Then you can go home for free. You can also put one at the hot pot restaurant. Afterwards, Ling Weirui entered the cave. After finding the unlucky guy she had captured, she released a formation. Resurrection array. After use, friendly teammates, guilds, and allies within a radius of 1,000 meters will appear at the resurrection point after resurrection, and death weakness will be ignored. This is a must-have item for fighting guild wars and wild bosses in Xining Immortal Clan. The Resurrection Array is equivalent to 3,000 Spirit Stones, which is 30 yuan. After the game invasion, this is not something that can be bought with 30 yuan, because the final ignoring of death weakness is actually telling everyone that death does not require consuming one's own soul power. but funds for resurrection are still needed. Ling Weirui untied the mouth of the peacemaker player. Instead of biting his tongue to commit suicide, he immediately shouted, "Boss, please let me go. I didn't mean to do that. I was just blinded by greed and took 200,000 yuan to ambush you. Who did you receive the money from? What was that person's name? How did he contact you?" I only know that he called me Brother Chang. He contacted me face to face and traded 200,000 yuan with me. He contacted me via mobile phone. My phone is still in my backpack. You can look for it. When Ling Weirui moved him away, she did pick up a batch of supplies, searched her backpack, took out her cell phone, and saw the text messages sent by the other party. As it turned out, the text messages started at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Ling Weirui immediately became alert. Although Brother Chung just wanted to find the person in front of him, join them, and become a team, but with every step thereafter, he felt that the other party had been plotting against him since that moment. Then those who knew that I would come to the Fortress of Peace would become targets of suspicion. Among those who knew that she was coming, there must be Cheng Zihan's students. Among them, Limai and Feng Yinza had worked with her once, but it was not very pleasant. However, they did not have the money to organize such a large-scale event. There are two more suspects who are very likely. Rixao Dreifer, Yang Guangyu. But is it so obvious? But Ling Weirui soon felt relieved. Isn't that fun? Fake business war. Intrigue, life and death. The real business war. Watering your money tree to death. Whether it was true or not, Ling Weirui had no intention of continuing to trade with the rickshaw driver. As for acquiring things, Ling Weirui felt that this was a different time. Previously, several group bosses sent messages because they had manual customer service and were well known. Ling Weirui had nothing at the time and didn't have enough funds, so naturally she couldn't do it in a big way. But now, she is the first person to kill fish for 10 years. I believe many people want to trade with her. Thinking of this, Ling Weirui withdrew her thoughts and looked at the player in front of her who was in awe. The other party was still smiling, thinking that this was a simple matter. After all, Ling Weirui was not injured. Unfortunately, he thought too simply. I don't know how to interrogate, and I don't know whether what you said is true or false. How about this? Every 5 minutes, I will chop off one of his fingers and then chop off his toes and see if you have anything else to say. The man's face changed drastically. No, I'll tell you everything I know. Then wait until I come back and listen. Don't worry, even if you die in pain, you could be resurrected. It's nothing. Ling Weirui's face became grim. After all, if I die, it's nothing, right? Anything that threatens her life is not a trivial matter. These people wanted to kill her. How could Ling Weirui let go? Ling Weirui went to practice. After reaching level 10, Ling Weirui synchronized a large number of elixirs from the Xianying immortal clan. Ling Weirui threw the pill in her mouth like cracking beans and began to practice quickly. This practice gave her a surprise and allowed her to break through to the first level of Qi refining. An hour later, Ling Weirui returned to the secret room and found that the man was dying. Have you admitted it? Ah, I forgot. Puppets can't actually talk. So you confessed? The man had a look of defeat on his face and was almost out of breath. I almost died of anger after hearing what Ling Weirui said. So he screamed so miserably just now, but the other party didn't see it? Then why interrogate him again? I confess. I was actually a burglar. I was sentenced to 6 years in prison. I couldn't find a job, so I played games every day. Brother Ching found me and told me to join them. They planned to establish a new order, fight zombies, sell arms, and make a lot of money. I could get whatever I wanted in the future, so I followed them. Ling Weirui nodded. There is no good person who could follow the blackrat. They're all a bunch of criminals and bad guys. Ling Weirui even remembered that in the later stage of the game, after the Peacemaker activation codes became popular, Blackrat even organized a prison break, allowing these criminals to get the activation codes and become players. Okay, I'll kill you one more time, so that when you're resurrected, you won't be injured and I can take you to the police station. Ling Weirui smiled, but looked like a devil. A silver crescent moon passed across the player's neck and he died again. Ling Weirui used the resurrection spell to resurrect him. By the way, Ling Weirui also took away 200,000 yuan from the other party. Otherwise, she could have tortured him for another hour. The player dared not disobey and traded the 200,000 to Ling Weirui. Ling Weirui covered the other person's eyes and tied his mouth before she left the cave. She glanced at her phone and saw no one had called her. She used the scroll to return to town again and chose to go to the hot pot restaurant. Because of the construction of the Peace Castle, the Hot Pot restaurant as a safe monster spawning zone is no longer useful. However, due to the establishment of the Peace Castle, the city is now relatively safe and ordinary people have resumed their normal lives. The shops have been opened, but many of them have become run by players. Ling Weirui also plans to reopen the store. Chapter 29. Opening a shop, killing fish, and hunting rats. In fact, opening a store is subject to higher tax than ordinary transactions, and a 10% tax is required. However, the store affiliated with the game can sell automatically, and the transaction funds can be directly transferred to Ling Weirui's account. Even because the game is digitized, it won't be stolen, but it can be destroyed and attacked by monsters. So, gradually, the shops were controlled by players, because only players have strong strength and can fight back when someone comes to make trouble. Ling Weirui was the first to apply for renovation. You are applying to the system to decorate your store. Different prices will apply if you choose different decorations. Simple decoration, 100,000. High-end decoration, 500,000. Luxurious decoration, 1 million. Ling Weirui knew that when she paid taxes for the Hot Pot restaurant, all the decorations of the Hot Pot restaurant would probably appear in the list of decoration applications applied by other people. Now Ling Weirui was not short of money, so she chose luxurious decoration on the spot. The unfinished house suddenly changed dramatically. The downstairs was changed into a fruit shop, while the upstairs became a place selling high-end items such as medicines, talismans, formations, etc., and the settings allowed players to enter. Not only that, Ling Weirui also set up an acquisition page. 5 million to purchase the Awakening Stone. 500,000 to purchase any combat skill book. 1000 purchases of inlaid gems for various games. The only trouble is the pricing of daily items. However, when she thought that all the food in City Z in the short term might be sold here, she didn't care how much they sold it for. She had her own pace. Therefore, the price of Lingmi was 2,000 yuan, various ordinary vegetables were 5 yuan per caddy, and special effect vegetables were still 100 yuan. The biggest difference between a game store and an ordinary store is the placement of goods. On the surface, the goods displayed are 10 bags of rice. In fact, 1 bag was taken away, but there were still 5,000 bags left in the inventory. This is a spatial superposition technique. Everything was settled, and Ling Weirui set up 2 more confinement arrays to restrict players from attacking inside the store. And releasing puppets can dissuade customers who make trouble or refuse to leave after buying things. In fact, you can also summon the system panel and purchase directly 20 meters outside the store. It's almost the same as placing an order directly on Taobao and having the goods shipped immediately. Got these. Ling Weirui took out the 3 Realms announcement, a world-talking item of the Xining Immortal Clan. The difference was that this item could only be used by level 10 players. Notice from the 3 Realms, 10 years of killing fish. I have set up a store on XXX Street in Z City, specializing in selling fairy products produced in the caves of the Xining Fairy Clan. Limited quantities are sold daily, and it's on a first-come, first-served basis. I also purchase Awakening Stones, skill books, copy entrance tickets, and food and elixirs that increase the attributes of various games on a long-term basis. There's no need to worry about cheating on one's own. Items can be automatically sold within 20 meters of the store. Players, please be careful about the recent malicious explosion of equipment by evil organizations. As soon as the news was released, it caused an immediate exclamation. Little did they know, just 3 hours after Ling Weirui opened the rankings, the topic has already become a heated discussion on the internet. The video of Ling Weirui's game image, 10 years of killing fish, was completely exposed on the internet, causing an uproar. Her profession, skills, and equipment have been thoroughly analyzed by netizens. Dozens of hot searches are about her. First on both lists, killing fish for 10 years. A strong man has emerged from City Z. She was the first player to reach level 10. How can the skill of killing fish for 10 years be so strong? Who wants to kill fish for 10 years? Criminal elements among gamers are becoming more and more serious. The first reward for reaching level 10 is Yao Qi Xian Zone's Chaos Treasure, the Ice Lotus of Creation. Unexpectedly, as everyone was surfing the internet, 10 years of killing fish opened a store. When people in City Z heard the news, they all rushed to the store. For a while, the traffic was jammed and a stampede almost occurred. The Ministry of Transport had to be dispatched to maintain order. The goods in the shop were sold out in an instant. Even though Ling Weirui had limited the purchase of these goods, to 1 per person. Not only that, people who possess various supplies also began to think about going to City Z. It just so happens that the official has now opened the teleportation array function, and everyone can go to major cities for only 10,000 yuan. It is more expensive than air tickets, but it saves time, and many people are tempted. Especially the thug-eating thug incident that Ling Weirui mentioned. The first person was besieged. Can anyone else hold on? The other side, the rickshaw driver immediately chatted with Ling Weirui in the game. Sister Xiaoyu, please sell me another batch of supplies. Boss Wang, it's not that I don't want to sell, but you saw that I was just being hunted down. How could I go out and trade things alone? The rickshaw driver felt something was wrong. I swear, it was definitely not me who leaked your information. Besides, you killed so many zombies yesterday, it's normal for them to guess that you're going to kill more zombies. Really? But from what I learned from the interrogation, the other party started planning yesterday, and not many people know that I went to the Peace Castle yesterday. It definitely wasn't me. I swear to God, it was my whole family that died. Such a poisonous oath? But Ling Weirui wouldn't have any more trust at all. Such a heartless person has no family and only 1 page in his household registration book. If it was really done by the rickshaw driver, and she believed it just because of an oath, then she had lived in vain for the past 10 years of her life. Moreover, the rickshaw driver is actually more suspicious than Yang Guangyu, because in the previous life, Ling Weirui had never heard of the rickshaw driver's true identity. He hid it too deeply, but in the final analysis, he is just a suspect. Ling Weirui will not take action against him for the time being, but a deal is impossible. After a stern rejection, Ling Weirui took the mobile phone of the criminal she had captured, opened the video software, and searched for a name. Wu Tao, Jade Gambling Stone Live Room. In the previous life, many of the blackrats were caught, and Wu Tao was one of them. He sold Jade and gained the trust of his fans, then took people in and out of the country, saying they were going to gamble on Jade, but in fact he kidnapped people and sold their organs for huge profits. This is the little gift Ling Weirui prepared for the inspection team. At this time, Wu Tao was still broadcasting live in his own live broadcast room. My friend, I, Wu Laosi, keep my word. I will buy the Peacemaker activation code, worth 5 million on the market for 6 million. As for the activation codes of other games, I will definitely buy them as long as you sell them. No kidding, I just want an activation code right now. Money is worthless now. Impossible. At least you can still use money to buy things now. Sooner or later, the money will stabilize, and then maybe you won't make money anymore. Please send me a private message quickly. Ling Weirui immediately sent a private message to the other party. The other party was obviously from an organization. Wu Laolu did not say it at all, but someone in the private message asked Ling Weirui for a photo of the activation code. Chapter 30. Destroy a nest and do good deeds without leaving a name. The other party is very vigilant. Fortunately, Ling Weirui killed a large number of zombies yesterday. Although she did not kill the final big monster, she did get a new activation code. Haven't had time to sell it yet. Ling Weirui took out the activation code, took a photo, and sent it. The other party reviewed it and answered faster. It was obvious that he found that there was no picture of this activation code on the internet. So Ling Weirui's activation code should be real. So the two agreed to meet. The location is in a small town on the edge of City Z. Ling Weirui used the excuse that she couldn't leave the city and asked the other party to come to City Z for the transaction. The other party naturally didn't want to. Ling Weirui knew that the other party must have an ambush. After some final tugging, Ling Weirui headed for the small town. We boarded the floating ray and quickly reached the town at a speed of 360 kilometers per hour. She changed her face to one with less heavy makeup, twin ponytails, and did not wear the fashion of the Xianying immortal clan. Bring a level 3 helmet, level 3 bag, and level 3 armor. I should buy some Peacemaker costumes later. She found the location and discovered it was a back door. There was already a man smoking and waiting at the door. When he looked at Ling Weirui, his eyes were as greedy and ferocious as a wolf's. Ling Weirui pretended to be startled and looked at her phone frequently before walking over. Are you from Angkor? I'm here to sell you activation codes. Yes, we are. Come in and talk. The man smiled warmly and excitedly. I didn't expect that the person who came this time was actually a little girl, and her online name was something like, "Look at how big I am." But it is said that nowadays little girls like to say these words. They are naive and gullible and like to pretend to be eloquent. It would be a waste to just dig out the organs of this kind of stuff. If we train it and send it to an underground auction house, It will definitely sell for a high price. Ling Weirui stopped. Then you ask Wu Gu to come out. I want to see Wu Gu trade the activation code to him with my own eyes. I only trust Wu Gu. Haha, this little girl is quite vigilant. Okay, you wait. Soon, Wu Tao came out. Hey girl, come in quickly. Thank you so much. Don't worry, I will definitely buy the activation code for 6 million. Come in first, come in first. Ling Weirui entered the room. Wu Tao was very enthusiastic and poured Ling Weirui a cup of tea as soon as he came over. This tea is obviously a high-end product, and it is barley tea. Girls are not very sensitive to the bitter taste of tea leaves, but the aroma of barley tea is mouthwatering. It's a pity that such good tea was made with bad ingredients. Not only that, 5 strong men came around the room one after another. All of them were eyeing Ling Weirui. This is waiting to catch Ling Weirui. Ling Weirui asked, Brother Wu, it seems that you're already a player of Peacemaker. Haha, isn't this buying activation codes for the brothers? Oh, everyone is a Peacemaker player? Ling Weirui asked. Wu Tao felt a little proud at this time. It's all thanks to him who robs other gangs. The group of people who followed him also became peace messengers. That's right. Then I feel relieved. Reassured? Reassured about what? Ling Weirui ignored Wu Tao's doubts and instantly took out the Ice Lotus of Creation. Ice is frozen forever. The level 10 Haina Heart Sutra has the ability to revive the dead, and the Bingshin's sacred art naturally has its own skill called Eternal Freeze. Among players, it is called the Ice Coffin. This skill can be used on enemies or on yourself. If used on yourself, you will enter an invincible state for 7 seconds. If used on an enemy, you will be frozen for 7 seconds, but the enemy will not be vulnerable to attacks. It is a magical skill if used properly. If used improperly, it may save the enemy. The 7 people present were all frozen. Ling Weirui's spiritual power moved, and the ability to take object from the air was still easy to master. In an instant, all 7 people were put into the cave and locked up next to the previous person. In reality, the ice coffin cannot be opened in 7 seconds. One must have equal strength to find a way to break free. Otherwise, one has to wait, which may take up to 2 hours. Ling Weirui can naturally remove it. She first unsealed Wu Tao, then used the crescent moon to behead Wu Tao, who instantly fell to the ground dead. The 3rd-level armor on his body and the pistol on his waist were taken away by Ling Weirui. He was left with only a pair of shorts on his body, with nothing left to hide. On the opponent's abdomen, a black rat with red eyes was clearly visible. And it's not pasted on, but tattooed. Ling Weirui used the resurrection technique to forcibly resurrect Wu Tao. The neck returned to the head. Ling Weirui took out a thick rope and tied it around the other person's mouth to prevent him from committing suicide. Then he simply hung the other person on the beam. The other 6 people followed suit. Blackrat, right? You wasted my time to upgrade. That's an unforgivable crime. Ling Weirui ordered the puppet servants to beat them all up, and then she returned to reality. Although the shop is a front for Wu Tao, after operating it for so many years, he has actually started selling jadeite. There are also a large number of raw stones and works in store. Ling Weirui accepted it all. Not a single piece of cloth was left for Wu Tao. She also found a safe built into the wall. Haha, is this difficult for her? A set of ice that froze 1,000 miles and thousands of sword energy snowflakes cut through it, and the safe was opened, revealing a large amount of cash, gold, and high-end jadeite. Ling Weirui even saw a bag of flour. It's the white flour. This amount is enough for Wu Tao to eat peanuts. Ling Weirui did not interrogate Wu Tao. She had already wasted half a day on the matter of blackrat. In the early stage of the game, every minute and every second was very precious. Ling Weirui looked at the empty shop, activated the subarray disk, and returned to City Z. At the Z City Garrison headquarters, Tang Xiu frowned and issued rescue orders one after another. Among them, there are also urban construction tasks. After the construction of the Peace Fortress, although most of the zombies were resisted, there were always some Peace Messenger players who violated discipline and did not obey orders, which resulted in idle zombies still existing in the city. Tang Xiu quickly followed the advice of some game experts and checked the news online, and finally decided to make a new attempt. City wall. Let those players who play, I build the world quickly and mindlessly build a high wall. Let everyone live inside high walls. Just like in the animation Attack of the Titans, ordinary people live inside high walls, using the high walls to block the attacks of the Titans. I don't know if this can be considered as establishing a safe zone. Finally, they selected a small village and built high walls, and the system actually recognized the village as a safe zone. Next, it's the city. After completely surrounding a city, establishing a safe zone, and limiting the scope, those remote areas that are not in the safe zone begin to be relocated. This is a big problem. Even for ordinary people in the suburbs, a house is an asset, something they work hard for all their lives and are unwilling to give up. In this situation, protests and marches, things that have not been seen in decades, all emerged. And those evil organizations. The most jumpy one is the blackrat. Just as he was thinking about it, the garrison military district sounded the alarm. What's going on? General Tang Xiao immediately asked. Commander, there are 8 criminals outside, tied up and thrown into the garrison compound. We don't know who sent them here. Chapter 31, Arrogant and Cowardly Mental State. Actually, this person is easy to guess. It means killing fish for 10 years. Blackrat besieged Ling Weirui one step at a time, and the next step their hideout was destroyed. They also openly reminded players in the chat channel not to believe the content of the transaction to prevent the situation of cheating from cheaters. It's just that this 10 years of killing fish doesn't trust the official and is hidden very deeply. Ling Weirui, who was said by the authorities to be hiding very deeply, was still dressed as a peacemaker, player, and heading into the mountains. This time she acted very impulsive and arrogant, and even seemed to be challenging Blackrat to a duel. But she never intended to stand in the open. 10 years of experience of surviving has taught her that it is time to start surviving. Getting entangled with the Blackrat will only backfire. What we need to do now is to work hard to upgrade, surpass everyone, and distance ourselves from others so that we can take the initiative in major events. So, she hid herself. She went to Panlong Mountain near City Z. Panlong Mountain is a scenic spot on the outskirts of Z City. There are 7 or 8 small villages built around it. With the development of tourism, the small villages have become farmhouses and are very prosperous. But with the arrival of the game invasion, these villages are in danger. One of them is called Zhaojia Village. Nowadays, it is popular for people to return to the countryside to farm instead of traveling in big cities. What's more, some people have farmyards at home, and some smart people even make reservations online. In this case, there must be young people in the family, and every day, apart from watching the yard, they play games to relax. Therefore, this village synchronized 12 game players, 7 of whom were players of Peacemaker. Every 6 o'clock, zombies would spawn and kill 7 or 8 villagers that day. The whole village was shrouded in the breath of death. The village chief organized young and middle-aged people, picked up shovels, and killed the zombies. They killed slowly, but the zombies also refreshed slowly. The exploded guns were distributed, and everyone prepared for battle. The whole village became a rope. I thought life would go on like this. Live by the mountain, eat by the mountain, live by the water, eat by the water. However, a large number of monsters have appeared on the mountain. They are level 10 and are incredibly intelligent and can speak human language. Yesterday, a villager was captured by a demon wolf, which threatened the village to hand over an adult as food every day. Otherwise, it would eat the entire village. The village chief was so scared that he wrote reports frantically, but the higher-ups only allocated funds for him to issue tasks and invite players to come and kill monsters. However, you cannot invite players who are peacemakers because they will be attacked by zombies at night. But when they heard that it was a level 10 player, these players who had just synced their game accounts were all scared and had a headache. But I didn't expect it. In one day, the world changed. Countless players came to the village. Is the monster on this mountain from the Xianying Immortal Clan? Really? A level 10 demon wolf. If you fight it enough times, a demon wolf boss will appear. It will definitely give out an activation code. The activation code of the Xianying Immortal Clan is now being hyped up to 30 million in the market. 10 years of killing fish is the Yao Qi Immortal Sect, but it is said that the most powerful sect in this game is the Burning Heaven Sect, and the worst is the He Huan Sect. There's also a sect called Yao Wang Valley, which is said to be able to achieve immortality. If we can synchronize this feature, it will be worth it. Brother, do you want to team up to kill wolves? The activation code is out, and we can split the money equally. Ugh. The ferocious crowd packed the small village. When Ling Weirui arrived, she suspected that she had taken the wrong path. Even the car can't drive in. Is this still the little village that no one cares about? In the previous life, After the game was invaded, Zhaojia village had the same name as a village in the novice period of Xianying Immortal Clan, so the plot mission, Demon Wolf Disaster, was synchronized. Because no one came to defend, the entire Zhaojia village was killed by the wolf, and no one survived. A month later, when most players reached level 10 and came here to upgrade, they saw a field of rotting corpses. A tragedy. But what is going on now? Ling Weirui listened to the discussion calmly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It's because of the butterfly effect caused by me? That's right. In the past, whenever a player of a certain game topped the list, the price of the activation code for that game would skyrocket, and the monsters in the game would be killed again and again. The demon wolf on the mountain is very powerful. If these players were only level 1, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat them. Of course, if 100 level 1 players besiege a demon wolf, they will easily wear it out. Ling Weirui thought this was not bad. At least her goal was not so obvious anymore. After finding her fellow villagers' home, Ling Weirui rented a room. The rented room can become one's temporary resurrection point. Ling Weirui set up a defense array and a teleportation array. The sound of a loudspeaker appeared in my ears. Hello everyone. I'm the village chief of Zhaojia village. Thank you all for coming to support our Zhaojia village. I hope everyone can eat, drink, and have fun here. Oh no, I hope everyone can come here to eliminate harm for the people and kill the demon wolf. I have a recurring task here that I can give to everyone. Remember to come to the old banyan tree at the entrance of the village to receive the task. Ling Weirui went to find the village chief, and sure enough, there were 20 or 30 players surrounding the old village chief. The task automatically popped up on Ling Weirui's panel. New task release. Published by Zhaojia Village Committee. Mission content. Hunt down the wolf monsters wandering around the village. Number 20. Mission reward. 500 yuan, 2,000 experience points. Village chief, this is a level 10 demon wolf. You'll give me 500 for killing 20 of them. Is this too stingy? That's a lot of experience. If I complete this mission, I can at least level up by 1. Just think of it as gaining experience. The head of Zhaojia village smiled bitterly and said, there is no money in the village. Fortunately, the game system automatically replenishes some experience points. I can only issue 200 tasks. After a while, there will be no money for the tasks. Only experience points are available. First come, first served. At this point, everyone rushed to accept it. 500 is not too much. Wouldn't it be a bigger loss if you didn't give a penny? This village chief is too cunning. Ling Weirui found it funny and accepted the task. Now that she has reached level 10, she needs to kill tens of thousands of monsters of the same level. 2,000 experience points are less than 1% for her, but it is better to accept it than not. Ling Weirui went up the mountain. The mountain was full of people. Ling Weirui had a feeling that this place had become a game upgrade point. Screams could be heard from time to time, and it was obvious that the fight against monsters was not peaceful. Your skills have been awakened. Please name your new skills. The alluring sword dance has been awakened. At this time, the range of the sword dance has expanded from 50 meters to 500 meters. The most terrifying thing is that if Ling Weirui uses the Ice Lotus of Creation, this skill will expand. If the range is 5 kilometers, it can also cover the range of copy. Ling Weirui renamed it Alluring Sword Formation. Thinking about upgrading in the mountains today, Ling Weirui took out the Awakening Stone and hit Yueying Feixian. This is her last Awakening Stone, and she will not waste it on her Qinggong skill. There were many people around, so Ling Weirui moved forward to Panlong Mountain. It was no longer the refresh level of the demon wolf. Roar! In the forest, a huge roar was shocking. A big yellow and black beast stepped out with great power and glared at Ling Weirui. What are you looking at? Do you think you're a first-class protected animal? Chapter 32 Game Invasion version 02. The monster in front of him was a giant Siberian tiger. Tiger monster, level 19. This tiger demon had a huge body, and its mouth was big enough to swallow a person whole. After seeing Ling Weirui, there was a gleam of contempt in its eyes. Obviously, the tiger demon also has intelligence and can even speak human language. Although her level is 9 levels higher than Ling Weirui, Ling Weirui is holding a level 100 artifact. With a slight flick of the Ice Lotus of Creation, a pillar of ice rushed in front of the tiger monster. And in an instant, countless snowflake sword energy killed the tiger monster. Experience plus 224. That means Ling Weirui killed 200 zombies. Moreover, the icy sword energy turned into 1,000 miles of ice, and its size could also be controlled. Only one sword energy was needed to defeat a tiger monster, and the consumption was negligible, which also saved mana. The tiger demon died. Its corpse flickered and finally disappeared, but the things left in its place were all valuable treasures. Tia skin, Tia bonus, Tia meat, Tia penis. The tiger skin is as big as a blanket. The rich like it very much. It has strong defensive power. Many zombies can't wear clothes made of tiger skin. Therefore, a tiger skin is worth about 30,000 yuan and is deeply loved by the rich. Eating tiger meat can strengthen the body, and long-term consumption of tiger bone wine can increase the health value. Tiger penis is even more amazing. It can actually stimulate secondary growth of certain parts of the body. It is something that toothpicks would spend all their money to buy. A tiger whip is worth 100,000 yuan. Of course, as time goes by, the higher the player level, the more items will be produced and the lower the price. You can earn around 200,000 yuan by hunting a level 19 tiger. Doesn't this price seem outrageous? However, if Ling Weirui could automatically pick up the equipment dropped by zombies, the income from bullets alone would be much more than this in one wave. However, she is not a peacemaker player and does not have the quick pickup function. There is no such concern when fighting the tiger demon. That is, the items cannot be sold temporarily, otherwise the monster spawning area where you will be exposed, making it easy for you to be targeted by the blackrat. Ling Weirui went deep into the mountains and forests and remained silent. Ling Weirui has been grinding for 2 days in a row and has reached level 11. Yueying Faxian has also awakened. Her speed is even more terrifying. She can reach the sky in one step and jump over 1,000 meters. So this step was finally named Moon Step by Ling Weirui. In the past 2 days, she killed tiger monsters every day and did not forget to return to the cave to practice. She practiced 10 times a day and had reached the 2nd level of Qi refining. In the shop, you can put spiritual rice and food on the shelves from the panel, assets shop, and you can also purchase items. There are no awakening stones in the purchase, but there are a lot of various foods and elixirs that increase attributes. These props that add attributes have a limited number of uses. When Ling Weirui had eaten enough, she added a little money to the sale, which attracted many wealthy players to scramble for it. At this point, the Cosmic Game has been open for a week. The system has released a new announcement. System announcement. The space battlefield has been running on Blue Star for a week and is being continuously corrected and updated. Currently, a patch package has been added, updated to version 0.2 of the game invasion. Game mode. Dark Knight Crisis is officially transformed into dungeon mode. The dungeon entrance will appear in the places where the most zombies are killed in major cities, towns, and villages. The specific location can be explored by yourself. The dungeon is updated daily, and there is no limit on the number of monsters a player can kill. However, the number of kills in the dungeon will affect whether the monsters invade reality. Players are advised to kill as many dungeons as possible. Zombies no longer only chase peacemaker players, but will hunt down any human equally. 0.2 version monster update warning. A large number of goblins will spawn in the wild. Goblins have wisdom and can form squads, brigades, tribes, and kingdoms. Please try to encircle and suppress them, otherwise you will be invaded by goblins. As the news was released, it caused heated discussions on the internet. When the game was in version 0.1, why didn't they tell us that zombies were going to invade? Otherwise, so many people wouldn't have died. Zombies are not chasing peacemaker players anymore. Then aren't we in danger? I blame those who play games. Games are the bane. If there weren't so many people playing games, there wouldn't be so many players. Maybe games wouldn't invade. This damn apocalypse. How can we resist the monsters without players? What are you talking about above? Why don't you just read the game content carefully? It's obvious that the game invasion only appeared because the population reached 10 billion. It's all because you guys are too fertile. Getting married and having children is the original sin. We just beat the zombies, and now we have to fight the goblins? Are you going to let people live? What changes in 1 week? What kind of monster will be after Berlin? Slime. If well-known monsters can invade the Earth, what about dinosaurs, titans, and Zerg? Damn, that's too scary. As the update ends, countless copy entrances appeared in various places. A copy entrance also appeared at the door of Ling Weirui's shop. This made Ling Weirui's fish-killing mall even more popular. In her previous life, Ling Weirui worked as a construction worker, but she never took the initiative to go to a dungeon. She also used the invisibility charm to return to the shop and check the copy. Dungeon name, Dark Knight Crisis. Suitable for levels, 1 to 5. Recommended number of people, 1 to 4 people, maximum 4 people. The entrance to the copy appears as a blue vortex, and looking at it for too long will make you dizzy. Many people shouted nearby. Level 3, Peacemaker player, 3 teammates. Level 3 required, 500 bullets, equipment to be shared equally. A dark game necromancer looking for a team, level 1 player, but has the skill of summoning skeletons, absolutely powerful. The protagonist of the game is looking for a team. I bring my own stick. I am the Monkey King. Make way, line up to enter, form a team first, do not cut in line, and do not occupy the motor vehicle lane. There are also armed garrisons at the entrance of the copy to maintain order. Ling Weirui remained invisible, approached the copy entrance, and chose to enter. Whoosh. As the whirlpool moved, Ling Weirui disappeared. When she appeared again, Ling Weirui found herself in a 2-story building with an iron fence outside and woods in the distance. This 2-story house for couples is not large and has an open garage. The garage door is empty, which means that it is completely impossible to block people. There is a staircase in the garage leading to the upper floor, where there is a living room, a bedroom, a toilet, and a wide balcony. The construction of a house in the classic Peace Messenger. If the player is fighting zombies, he needs to guard the stairs first to resist the zombies, while preventing the balcony from being attacked by zombie bats. After killing the zombie bats, if you cannot stop the zombies below, retreat to the balcony through the living room, then jump down from the balcony and attack the zombies blocking the stairs. Fight by constantly moving position. This is the strategy that Ling Weirui saw in her previous life. As for whether ordinary people can come to play the dungeon, sure, as long as you buy enough supplies, guns, etc., you can clear the dungeon, but ordinary people cannot be resurrected, so who dares to face death? Chapter 33. Zhang Hao signs a contract with a studio. Same person but different fate. This kind of scene where you're the only one in the world, or there are only 4 of you, but you're being chased by dozens of zombies, is very oppressive and many players may not be able to withstand it. As soon as Ling Weirui entered the copy, she heard the sound of BGM, a sense of urgency came, and zombies crawled out from the ground one by one. There are 30 zombies in the first wave. Ling Weirui killed him instantly with 1 sword. 2 backpacks, 3 pieces of armor, a helmet, and 300 rounds of ammunition fell on the ground. Next, waves of monsters appeared, and the snowflake sword energy released by Ling Weirui cleared the surroundings. However, because the level gap is too big, each zombie only gives 1 experience point. After completing the dungeon, Ling Weirui gained less experience than she would have gained by killing a tiger monster. Only the final boss has a 1 in 10,000 chance of dropping an activation code. This is also the reason why players are scrambling to get it. Ling Weirui left the dungeon and returned to Panlong Mountain to continue hunting the tiger monster. Right after she left, Fish Killing Mall, 2 people appeared at the door. Lianny and Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao is in high spirits. Yesterday, he joined a studio formed by local players from the Xianying Immortal Clan in City Z, called The Road to Shu is difficult. The idea of the boss of this studio is Huichi Fankyu. There is a boss supporting the studio behind the scenes, and everyone is offered a high signing fee. Zhang Hao was previously in the top 10 of the list, so he was offered an annual salary of 2 million or 180,000 per month. Lianny's salary is not that high, but it's also 20,000 yuan a month. Lianny was still very confused as to why Zhang Hao didn't organize his own gang. But Zhang Hao also has his own excuses. Before, I just had to pay some money to organize a gang in the game, and no matter how much trouble the game caused, it couldn't threaten us in reality. Now, the game is invading the real world, and there's always a chance that a crazy woman will come and stab you. Instead of this, it is better to find a big backer. The money I earn is nothing. The person who invested in the showdown and studio must be worth tens of billions. Lianny also thought it made sense. I believe you are an independent girl, and you will definitely make money on your own. Wouldn't it be better if we both join the studio and work hard together? Lianny was brainwashed by Zhang Hao and naturally agreed. The Shadanen studio also sent 2 professional masters to lead the team. These masters were all players of Peacemaker. They were fully equipped and had fierce faces. They looked like real special forces. For people entered the dungeon together, and because the master from the studio was leading the team, he commanded 2 of them. The first skill of Zhang Hao's Sword Immortal sect is the Flying Immortal Sword, which allows him to command a sword to fly 20 meters and attack the enemy. His novice sword was lost, but he spent 200,000 to buy a novice artifact in the Killing Fish Mall. No one knew where he got it. Liani has no weapons, but her skills can be performed without weapons. The first skill of the Hawan sect is called Charm, which can charm the opponent while reducing the opponent's health limit. During this process of enchantment, the monster will continue to run towards Liani. In the game, when a level 1 player of the Hawan sect starts to upgrade, he can use Charm to lure the enemy over, then use the whip in his hand to hit the monster, and kill the monster with a few basic attacks. In real life, how could Liani dare? The zombies came toward her, and she screamed. But the two masters will not let her go easily. Damn it, you're so annoying. Why don't you just do it in bed? The studio paid you to do this, not to hide behind you. Even if you form a team in this game, if you don't contribute anything, you will level up slowly. Start running, run around the house, and use Charm. This way the zombies will follow you and won't hinder our output. Under the whip of the studio's masters, Liani became the MT role in the game, being chased by zombies. She had to run at least 30 laps in one copy. But it must be said that this way of brushing dungeons is already a very efficient and resource-saving way. Zhang Hao was also very happy, but Liani was tired, even more tired than digging wild vegetables. In one day, the two of them completed 5 dungeons, and Liani ran 30,000 steps. Although she could restore her strength by drinking the energy drink in Peacemaker, she felt that she could not even lift her legs. After 5 copies were completed, Liani said she didn't want to play anymore. The two masters took away a large amount of supplies, which was agreed upon in advance. Since Zhang Hao was paid, the output of the copy naturally no longer belonged to them. After they broke up, Zhang Hao did some calculations and felt that he had suffered a loss. If we play the dungeon ourselves, we will definitely make more money than this. Damn, we are at a disadvantage. Zhang Hao looked at Liani and said, Annie, let's play it a few more times by ourselves and find those players who want to level up. Liani was immediately annoyed. No, I don't want to. I'm so tired. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm going to eat Japanese food. If you don't go, I won't come tomorrow. All right. Zhang Hao was also a little tired. He thought about it, and now he had some money on hand. Some small Japanese food shops only offered group purchases of 3 to 500 yuan, so he just ate it and enjoyed it. So the two of them happily went to eat Japanese food. Liani also posted a circle of friends to show off that she had found a good boyfriend, and also made a sarcastic remark. Same person, different fate. Some people can only hide at home now. They are not players and are destined to be lower class in the future. Players are the ones who control the world's top resources. The classes will be reshuffled, and the world will change. It is hard to imagine what will happen after graduation. What will they do after graduating from college? Maybe they will become waitresses. Some of them who are a little bit pretty may become mistresses of players. Many classmates saw Liani's circle of friends. They didn't necessarily know that Liani was satirizing Ling Weirui, but they felt deep malice because some of them were still ordinary people. And Ling Weirui, who she said had a different fate from the same person, was killing the tiger monster. The sun sets in the west. The red sun gradually sets into the forest. The atmosphere in the deep mountains at night is very terrifying. You can't see your hand in front of you, and the chirping of insects and roaring of animals fill your ears. Maybe a poisonous snake will come from nowhere and wait for an opportunity to bite you. Especially the feeling of loneliness and dark despair. Ling Weirui injected spiritual power into her pupils, and with the help of the moonlight, she could see everything around her clearly. Although the skills practiced by the Yaoqi Immortal sect are of ice and water attributes, the sect often regards the moon as the most respected. The sun is yang, the moon is yin, men are yang, and women are yin. Ling Weirui adapted to this change, so even at night, deep in the mountains, she did not return to rest. In the previous week, due to the Dark Knight crisis and the low level of players, she could only upgrade in the darkness of the city. Now, she levels up day and night. Sleep? What's sleep? Get up and level up. If you want to rest, meditate for more than an hour a day is enough. It is a luxury to sleep once every 3 to 5 days. Ling Weirui hasn't had dinner yet. While the monsters were refreshing, she took out a portion of troll blood soup. Life increased by 20 from her backpack and drank it in one gulp. It tastes so bad. After drinking it, she quickly ate a mutated fairy peach produced in her homeland to calm herself down. Because they were all special items, her stomach was already full, and Ling Weirui didn't waste any time and continued to kill monsters. In the dark, new monsters are appearing on the edges of cities and towns. He is about 120 to 140 centimeters tall, with dark green skin, pointed ears, a wrinkled and ferocious face like an old man. His pimple yellow eyes are full of eye boogers. His upper limbs are thick and sturdy, and he holds a thick wooden stick in his hands. Goblin, refreshed. Chapter 34. Danger in Zhaojia Village, refreshing boss. Among these goblins, there are some special ones. They carry bags woven with straw ropes and filled with stones. The stones they drag weigh hundreds of pounds. You can imagine how strong they are. These are throwing goblins. Among the dozen or so goblins, there was an older goblin wearing rag clothes and holding a bone of an unknown beast with a sheep skull inserted on the bone. Goblin priest. After these goblins are refreshed, they shout loudly and gather their companions, often gathering around the goblin priest. These goblins form a very reasonable team. Melee, ranged, healing. Such a team, coupled with their intelligence, has a lethality that is definitely not something that dozens of zombies can withstand. However, goblins generally spawn in flat woods, and there will always be people around them, rather than in deep mountains. Ling Weirui was leveling up under the moonlight and didn't encounter these goblins at all. More than 20 goblins quickly gathered next to Zhaojia Village. In the dark night, the goblins did not attack, but quickly set up a camp, cut wood to build tents, picked up stones to make stoves, and started a fire. The villagers of Zhaojia Village soon discovered the fire on the side of the mountain. What is that? Why is there fire? Is there a fire on the mountain? Hurry up and ask the people in the village to put out the fire. It doesn't look like that. Could it be that the players were roasting wild wolves on the mountain? They really don't know how to live or die. They set fire to the mountain and will spend the rest of their lives in prison. You need to take care of it. Don't move. Maybe some monster has spawned? Let the players in the village go and take a look. The village chief had been working as an NPC for a few days and had become very skilled at it. He immediately assigned an exploration mission with 100 experience points. The nearby players received the message, and immediately 7 players who were still awake ran to check it out. These 7 players were all Peacemaker players. They had killed zombies at night and even dropped night vision goggles, so they were brave enough to go out wearing night vision goggles. As soon as they looked, they discovered the situation. Goblin. This Brother Berlin's level is really high. He's actually level 5. No matter how high you are, can you resist bullets? You can kill wolf monsters. It's only level 5. Brothers, throw grenades first. The 7 or 8 players who came started pulling off the bracelets of the grenades and throwing them out. Boom, 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 boom. A wave of bombing blew the goblins away, screaming. But these goblins quickly locked onto the enemy, and a goblin thrower grabbed a large stone and threw it over with a whoosh. The accuracy is amazing. A large rock instantly hit one of the players' sternum. The bulletproof vest could not prevent the impact injury, and 7 or 8 ribs were broken instantly. The man vomited blood on the spot and screamed violently. Ho ho ho! Thrown stones kept appearing, hitting the players and making them scream. Zombies don't attack like this. One person was hit on the head. His level 3 helmet didn't break, but his neck was broken with a snap. He turned into white light and disappeared on the spot. On the ground were his backpack, bulletproof vest, bulletproof helmet, and other weapons. This is a huge loss. Da. Gunshots rang out, and the players quickly fought back, suppressing Goblin's pitcher with bullets. But the other goblins rushed over quickly, even approaching through the cover of plants and the darkness. How can a goblin's movement speed be faster than that of a zombie? After a moment, the goblin approached the player and hit him hard with the stick. Half an hour later, all 7 players died. There was a lot of equipment left on the ground. The first player who died wanted to run to the corpse to pick up his equipment, but when he arrived, he was killed by goblins again. He dropped 2 levels in a row, which was considered as money for resurrection. His face looked greener than the goblin. At this time, the goblin team didn't understand either. There were no carcasses of prey on the ground, but instead a pile of helmets and clothes. They could only drag these things back, but they were hungry and had no food. In the battle just now, there was an unlucky goblin who was killed by 2 consecutive grenades. They immediately amputated the goblin's body, put on wooden sticks, and roasted it. They still lacked a big pot to cook food, which cannot be done until daybreak. When the players saw that the goblins did not pursue them, they did not dare to explore the way at night. The other players didn't expect the goblins to be so fierce, and they didn't dare to leave the safe zone. The next day during the day, The sky brightened, and 60 goblins gathered in the woods, and more than 50 players also gathered. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other, and a fight breaks out. In theory, the players' guns can completely suppress the goblins, but as long as the goblins are not dead, the goblin priest can cast white healing magic to save the goblins. Not only that, the goblins would split up and fight, and even look for cover. Eventually, after killing 10 players, leaving 3 goblin corpses and looting a house, the goblins retreated. The family that was robbed even had their pots taken away. Once in the forest, these goblins fought even more fiercely. At this point, the situation came to a stalemate. One morning, new words appeared on the trending searches. Goblin is hard to kill. On Panlong Mountain, Ling Weirui was fighting a tiger monster when she suddenly heard a wolf howl from the opposite mountain. Ling Weirui's eyes lit up instantly. It's time to kill the boss. According to the setting of Synchronizing Immortal Clan, after killing a certain number of monsters, the boss will be summoned, but the boss cannot be summoned infinitely. Monsters in the wild have a built-in CD time, which in reality is 3 days. Now is the right time. Ling Weirui summoned Floating Manta, soared into the air, and flew to the opposite hill. On the top of the mountain, a gigantic wolf demon howled towards the sky. After it refreshed, it hovered over a large blue stone and did not go hunting. The monsters of the immortal race do not need to eat, drink, defecate, or urinate. They only need to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. So when this boss is refreshed, it is only one fixed point and will not move. Ling Weirui approached in the air, and the wolf leader suddenly let out a long howl. The sound made the floating manta under Ling Weirui's feet tremble and descend at a high speed. No air control when fighting boss. This also brings in game restrictions. Seeing that she was about to fall, Ling Weirui immediately performed the moon step and landed on the ground. The demon wolf opened its mouth and bit Ling Weirui. Ling Weirui swung the ice lotus of creation in her hand, and countless snowflakes sword energy spurted out, piercing through the body of the demon wolf and cutting it in the blizzard. It took a full 20 seconds for the demon wolf to fall to the ground with a bang. The level 10 boss has a lot of health. At this time, more than 10 items fell to the ground. Wolf heart, wolf bones, wolf meat, wolf skin, wolf tooth dagger, wolf tooth necklace, wolf fur coat. There is also a colorful light. Chapter 35, refusing Tang Tianqing and recommending Tang Xiao to join Medicine King Valley, Xiao. It is the activation code of Synchronizing Immortal Clan. Ling Weirui felt that she had grasped the key point. Although the Cosmic Game does not explicitly state it, it is obvious that the first person to kill the boss is likely to get the reward. The Wolf Demon boss was definitely the first boss of the Synchronizing Immortal Clan to be killed. Just as she was about to pick it up, a huge monster suddenly jumped out from the hillside, with colorful stripes all over its body, its mane bursting, golden light flowing, and flames rising from its edges. It's a liger. This is a rare mount among the Synchronizing Immortal Clan. It can only be dropped with a small probability by clearing the level 20 copy of the lion and tiger lair. It is something that only mount lovers like to collect. Ligers have certain combat capabilities, but they cannot fly, and their functionality is not as good as that of Floating Manta. But the Floating Manta ray was too thin and seemed unable to support the 1.9 meter tall, strong man opposite. The man riding the lion-tiger beast was Tang Tianqing. In the first week of the game, zombie spawning sites, such as the Peaceful Fortress, were born. As long as you are willing to spend money and drop bombs to kill zombies, your level will be raised and you will be far ahead of other players. After Ling Weirui left the Peace Fortress, Tang Tianqing also bought enough bombs to bomb the zombies around the Peace Fortress, which just reached level 10 today. As for other wealthy players, who knows how they will regret it, because from today on, they can only slowly clear the dungeon, which is far slower than the upgrade speed of the Peace Fortress. The next wave of monsters will depend on the goblins, but goblins are level 5 monsters with ranged attack capabilities, and it takes time for them to gather. Tang Tianqing also found the right upgrade path with the help of Ling Weirui. As for why he came to Panlong Mountain, it was not because he knew Ling Weirui was here, but because he also wanted to swipe the activation code. Unexpectedly, as soon as I arrived, I saw Ling Weirui kill the boss and drop the activation code. Do you sell the activation code? What's your price? There are 2 small top-grade items suitable for Burning Heaven Sect, which can be used at level 10. You name your price. Ling Weirui didn't want to trick Tang Tianqing. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if the vest was dropped in the future? The recent market price of the activation code is 30 million. If there are two top quality ones, I'll sell them to you for 50,000 each. As a bonus? It can't be a bonus. What is the price? What is the price? Tang Tianqing also agreed. He thought of something and asked, do you still need the equipment you replaced earlier? If it's useless, you can sell it to me and I'll buy it all. Ling Weirui did not sell those equipments. Keeping them would just take up space in her backpack, so she simply sold them all to Tang Tianqing. Another 100,000 was added. These level 1 small treasures were all synchronized with the game. I only spent a little time on the game at the beginning, and the cost price was no more than 200 yuan. That's a lot of money. Tang Tianqing asked again, can I buy some information from you? For example, why are your skills so strong? Isn't there a lot of speculation on the internet now? Ling Weirui's public purchase of Awakening Stones has made many people understand that Awakening Stones can super-evolve skills. There are both advantages and disadvantages to doing this. The advantage is that players of that game will no longer treat Awakening Stones as garbage and use and sell them at will. This could increase the number of top players in many other games, which is a good thing for humanity as a whole. The downside is that Ling Weirui hasn't received the 4th Awakening Stone yet. Tang Tianqing just needed an accurate answer, and in the end, he spent 1 million on this answer. Ling Weirui didn't dare to refuse for fear of arousing his suspicion. The total amount is 31.2 million. Tang Tianqing and Ling Weirui made a transaction, and a large amount of transaction money was deducted, but Ling Weirui's assets exceeded a small target. The accumulation of these few days allowed her to have 100 million yuan. This was unimaginable before the end of the world. Today, she ranks 30th on the wealth list. The wealth list does not count the total assets, but how much profit is made. This makes it impossible for many people with a net worth of hundreds of billions to make it onto the list. The most important thing is that some of them are now bankrupt. For example, the transportation industry. Becoming a player and selling equipment is naturally the fastest way to accumulate wealth. Especially in the early stages of the launch of the cosmic game, each piece of equipment is worth tens of thousands of yuan. After a year, the price of a novice piece of equipment is at most 400 or 500 yuan. After the transaction was completed, Tang Tianqing did not insist on it and did not ask Ling Weirui about the blackrat issue. Ling Weirui drove the floating manta to the opposite hill to kill the tiger monster. According to her method, the Tiger Demon King will be refreshed soon. Just as I was thinking about it, my cell phone vibrated. She took it out and saw that it was Tang Tianqing. She seemed to have thought of something and was a little stunned. No way. She opened the message and saw the message from Tang Tianqing. Tang Tianqing, I got an activation code for the Xianying Immortal Clan. Didn't you say you wanted it last time? What is going on? The activation code that was purchased from me actually came back to me? Ling Weirui found it outrageous. She refused immediately. Brother Tianqing, this activation code is too valuable. I can't take it. You should sell it. It's not about whether it's expensive or not. You know this game, and with the activation code, you may go further. The times are different now. Without the identity of a player, I'm afraid you won't be able to survive. You will encounter many crises. With the identity of a player, at least you won't die. If you think this activation code is too valuable and you're embarrassed to take it, then you can pay it back in installments. Repay in installments? Paying 2,000 a month means it will take 1,250 years to repay, right? There's absolutely no way Ling Weirui would ask for Tang Tianqing's activation code. So, she gave a reason that Tang Tianqing couldn't refuse. Brother Tianqing, you can't give it to me. Does Grandpa Tang have a player identity now? I remember that Grandpa was the commander of the Z City Garrison Army. Now the game is being invaded. If Grandpa Tang doesn't have a player identity, he will inevitably not be able to convince the people. Moreover, he must be very tired these days, worrying about so many things. If he doesn't have a player identity, he will probably die of exhaustion. Ling Weirui knew that Tang Tianqing's parents were both very rich, but the old man was very angry that his children were into business instead of martial arts, so he never used their money. After the game was invaded, he never used the activation code to become a player because he was an old man. Isn't this a better opportunity? Ling Weirui recommended it to Tang Tianqing. Give his activation code to Grandpa first. He can choose Medicine King Valley. The head of Medicine King Valley is an old man. His core skills are Yang Tiangong and Hui Chunju. The characteristic of the sect is longevity. That is, his blood is very thick and he can restore his own blood. His recovery ability is also very strong. The release of skills is also very slow. He does not need action to fight. It is very suitable for Grandpa Tang. Chapter 36. Dual clones to kill monsters. Follow suit. Revised. This activation code of yours is not suitable for me. The first inappropriate thing was that Ling Weirui didn't want to accept such a big favor from Tang Tianqing and then owe him something. Secondly, your grandparents don't have the activation code, so it's really wrong to give this activation code to Ling Weirui. Ling Weirui felt that Tang Tianqing must want to repay the death of Ling Weirui's parents. In fact, it is not necessary. Tang Tianqing really listened to this advice. Okay, I'll keep the activation code for you later, Tang Tianqing said. They have prepared their own activation codes for their parents, but there is no time to lose for the activation code for their grandfather. Okay, thanks, bro. The two hung up the phone. Tang Tianqing drove to the garrison military area. For so many days, Tang Xiu really didn't get a good rest. He had been living in the military area, issuing orders and coordinating the overall situation. After all, he is over 70 years old. After he took out the activation code, Tang Xiu still didn't want to use it. I don't need it. Activation codes are precious now. Why give me an old man? Hearing this, Tang Tianqing said, I wanted to give it to Wei Ruwei, but Wei Ruwei said that she would let you choose Yaowang Valley first. This child, you should persuade her to get the activation code. This is what I should do. I should compensate her. Tang Xiu was silent for a moment. The death of Ling Weirui's parents did have a great impact on him. Tang Tianqing said, I will find a way to get her another account, and I doubt she will want it. Some things are too valuable. If I give them to her, it would be like selling her life. This was too direct, and even Tang Xiu felt embarrassed. After thinking about it, he didn't refuse. Little did he know that in his previous life, because Tang Xiu did not use the activation code until the end, he became ill from overwork and died in his office a year later. The game's resurrection skill can only revive corpses with soul strength. Tang Xiu's soul was too weak, and it dissipated directly after his death. Ling Weirui's action indirectly saved the old man. Tang Xiu is really unfamiliar with games. Fortunately, with Tang Tianqing's guidance, I finally chose Yaowang Valley on the selection page. Yaowang Valley has a passive skill, which is that the older you get, the more health you have. It is just a fun setting in the game, but after the game was invaded, it was synchronized to reality, so Tang Xiu had 740 health points just after he changed his job. This amount of health, plus the healing spells, is enough for him to stay up late without feeling anxious. You know what, this skill is quite interesting. Tang Xiu also became playful. Having the ability is completely different from having no ability. Before, he could only stay in the office, but this time, he actually had a feeling that he could return to the battlefield again. If Tang Tianqing knew that after he gave his grandfather the activation code, he actually resurrected a 70-year-old veteran, he wouldn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. On the other side, Ling Weirui was also distressed. Tang Tianqing appeared in Panlong Mountain. Could it be that he wanted to come here to kill monsters? In this way, there will be more contacts in the future, and she doesn't want to be exposed now, at least before level 20. Ling Weirui quickly thought of a brilliant idea to create a dual identity. Moreover, she allowed herself to have a gaming account under the identity of Ling Weirui. Currently, the easiest account to buy on the market is the Peacemaker account. Ling Weirui can avoid Tang Tianqing by simply disguising herself as such a player and saying that she is brushing dungeons every day. Afternoon, Ling Weirui returned to the rental house and checked the sales and acquisitions of her shop. There is no doubt that the goods have been sold out, but there are actually a few extra items among the purchase items. Double Shadow Clone Technique. From a certain hot-blooded game, it is said that each of the Double Shadow clones is an independent individual, which can be used to practice and fight together. The improvement gained from the practice will be integrated into the main body after the Shadow Clone is cancelled. Purchase price. The seller set the price at 10 million. Double Shadow Clone is a basic skill in this exciting game, which can be exploded from monsters. It's not a super late-stage core item like the Awakening Stone. Ling Weirui directly changed the purchase price. Purchase Double Shadow Clone Technique for 1 million. That's a 10-fold price difference. The other party can contact Ling Weirui through the message channel in the store. Big boss, my skills are very strong. Even if I can't get 10 million, I could still give you 5 million. Ling Weirui was patient. First of all, the double shadow clone is not a very difficult item to obtain in the game. It just happens that you haven't learned it. The double shadow clone is not easy to control, and it is difficult to get started. Currently, the most players in the market are Peacemaker. Do you think they're willing to buy a brainless thing like Fireball, or are they willing to buy a double shadow clone and a set of equipment? What's more, they don't need to practice. Only special games can be practiced. The man immediately said, "Okay, I'll think about it." After all, if he sold it, his synchronized hot-blooded boy account would no longer have a double shadow clone. The price Ling Weirui offered did not match his desire to get rich overnight. But Ling Weirui did not agree to let the other party buy only his shares, so she immediately sent a message to the three realms. 1 million to buy double shadow clones. You can also buy clone skills. Those who have skills can contact Killing Fish Mall. Players who want to sell can go to the store to sell, first come first served. This piece of news spread immediately, and soon a player was teleported to Ling Weirui's shop and sold this skill. Is 1 million a little? It's really a lot, but the game invasion has changed the players' mindsets, making them think that those game props are worth millions at any time. Little did they know that by selling this skill, they would have the startup capital to buy weapons, equipment, and do dungeons, and they would be able to make the money back quickly. However, using this skill cannot change the shortcomings of one's own poor gaming account strength and lack of combat awareness. In short, there are pros and cons. And how could the things that the number one company acquired not be good things? When a major financial group saw this, they also started to acquire the company. Even the authorities are taking action. 10 years of killing fish is now the benchmark. But the official is the official after all. Although all the information about the game on the internet has disappeared, they are in charge of the network and have high-level permissions. Through screening, they have locked down many players and contacted them to acquire the double shadow clones very quickly. Finally, this skill was left to Tang Tianqing, who had the strongest combat power, and he also learned this skill. After using it, I found it very convenient. One goes on a mission by himself to resolve crises in various places. A man who is hunting wolf monsters in the wild. How fast? This skill is too perfect. It's like working 2 jobs. However, at this moment, many people also realized that they would not go wrong if they followed the footsteps of the top boss on the list. Chapter 37 Game Attempt. Simply genius. After Ling Weirui obtained the double shadow clones, she actually received a clone skill as well. Slime Split. An exclusive skill of the slime race. It can wriggle itself, split into 2 halves, and then continue to split. There is no limit to the number of splits, but the basic attribute of each slime cannot be lower than 1. Very strong. But Ling Weirui is not a slime. This is not a big problem. In this game, there are special potions. After drinking them, you can temporarily transform into frost slime, flame slime, or light slime for 1 hour. Ling Weirui offered 2 million to buy this skill, and also bought 3 bottles of potion at 50,000 each. Ling Weirui learned Double Shadow Clone and Slime Split. After gaining the ability to clone herself, Ling Weirui's first thought was to practice martial arts. The Double Shadow Clone can only be practiced by 2 people. What about slime? Ling Weirui can split into a total of 128 slimes. So she took a bottle of frost slime, potion, and began to split. After the split was completed, she tried and found that she was unable to practice. Because after turning into a slime, she no longer had human meridians, and her body was filled with jelly-like water. Although it was a bit wasteful, Ling Weirui still cast an exorcism spell on herself, evolving her own state and changing back from the frost slime state. It was a waste of 50,000 yuan, but how can I play games without trying? Afterwards, Ling Weirui used Double Shadow Clone again. This time, the separated shadow clone entered the cave and could practice in the Spirit Stone mine. This is so cool. Ling Weirui practiced for an hour, and then let her clone merge with herself. Sure enough, the spiritual power in her acupoints increased. She thought about it, and created another clone to practice. I can actually practice again. Unbelievable. If this was put in the game, it would be a loophole, but after the game was hacked, this can only be said to be the Tongtian continent that Ling Weirui found after trying hard to match them. Is she a genius? Ling Weirui even thought of another way. She can let her clone practice in the cave, while her main body eats slime potion, splits up, and then goes to different places to fight monsters. The entire Panlong Mountain is very large and can accommodate thousands of people fighting monsters together. Ling Weirui had to look for monster spawning spots in the forest before. If there are several people occupying different monster spawning spots, they can completely spawn monsters at fixed locations. Ling Weirui conducted an experiment and eventually controlled the number of slime splits to 10. If there were more, the skill would not be powerful enough to kill the tiger monster instantly, and the tiger monster would kill her instead. In this way, Ling Weirui gave each of the slimes clones a life and spiritual power recovery talisman and put on a white tiger skin suit and then released them out to fight monsters. This time, her upgrade speed increased 10 times. There was just too little potion with only 2 bottles left, so she rushed to buy them in the hope of getting the formula for the potion. She contacted the seller and asked someone to help ask her gaming friends if they had any to sell. She even went to the game's forum to buy the bottles, which allowed her to temporarily purchase 23 bottles, only enough for 1 day of practice. Of course, Ling Weirui did not forget the important matter. She asked one of the slime clones to return to the rental house, and then went to the entrance of the copy to purchase a gun, a weapon crowbar, a bulletproof vest, and a bulletproof helmet. She didn't even buy a backpack, and all her money was spent. But the money spent was about 200,000. That is the money that Ling Weirui should have originally had. Next, this clone started to go into the dungeon. As for whether he used guns or skills to fight, who knows? Each copy lasted for an hour. Ling Weirui finished the copy until the evening and left with a look of surprise on her face. She planned to create a false impression that she was lucky and cleared the dungeon by herself, and then got the game activation code of Peacemaker and finally used it. From today on, she is just an ordinary Peacemaker player. Although Peacemaker has the largest number of players, the upper limit of the player base of this game is really too low. Basically, when you reach level 20, you can't defeat most monsters. There are very few people who have been injected with genetic drugs and become genetic warriors like Tang in his previous life. Therefore, it will be difficult for Ling Weirui, the Peacemaker player, to team up with Tang in the future. Ling Weirui's plan was perfect. Of course, she was being too cautious in doing this and was simply acting for show, but she did it just to be safe. Before she grows up, Ling Weirui can never be too careful. At night, Ling Weirui still did not come down the mountain. She kept repeating the double shadow clone and slime split moves for 24 hours. Ling Weirui's level increased from level 11 to level 13. It took me 2 days to go from level 10 to level 11. The speed at which she alone killed tiger monsters was comparable to the speed at which countless Peacemaker players had killed wolf monsters in the mountains before. Brush and brush. There was a violent wind in the mountains, and a tiger roar that shook the earth was heard. The Tiger Demon King was brushed out by Ling Weirui. The Tiger Demon King's body is more like an elephant, and he can jump and fly for a short time. If he cannot defeat the enemy, he will run away. He refreshed and immediately found a slime clone of Ling Weirui. He swung his feet, leaving an afterimage, and instantly tore Ling Weirui's slime clone into pieces. The torn clone instantly turned into jelly and scattered on the ground, and 2 pieces of tiger skin armor fell off. Ling Weirui lost 1 clone, but her attributes returned, and the attributes of the other 9 clones were enhanced. Ling Weirui also knew the location of the Tiger Demon King. The attributes of this Tiger Demon King are obviously very high. The slime clone was not prepared and had insufficient defense, so he was naturally hit. But after Ling Weirui was prepared, each of her clones stared at the shield of the Sea Tide spell. The original body was wearing a set of top-quality armor, plus the Ice Lotus of Creation. The shield was so thick that even the boss despaired. The 9 clones attacked together. Ling Weirui's real body was in the front, and 2 of the clones switched to the Haina Heart Sutra to add blood to Ling Weirui. Ling Weirui, I alone created an elite team of 10 people. Under the terrifying power, the Tiger Demon King fell to the ground. The Tiger Demon King is already a level 20 boss. The equipment dropped were all level 20 items, which no one could wear, and no activation codes were dropped. Ling Weirui was not surprised either. Just when Ling Weirui was thinking about whether to return to the cave and practice again, a system prompt popped up. Your temporary safety zone is being attacked. Please go to the safety zone immediately to resist the attack. Otherwise, you will lose the right to live in the safety zone. She currently has 5 safe zones: her own house, a rented house, a dormitory, and a shop. There is also a temporary rental house in Zhaojia village. It's easy to guess what went wrong. Ling Weirui took out the formation plate and was immediately teleported back to the homestay in Zhaojia village. At this time, there were screams outside. Hundreds of goblins gathered together and attacked Zhaojia village. Chapter 38. New Killer Goblin, Zhaojia village in danger. The number of goblins besieging Zhaojia village increased again after being refreshed on the second day. There are more than 100 of them. These goblins are powerful enough to attack a village of 400 or 500 people with ease. There's no way. The battle gap is too big. Goblins are level 5 and cannot be compared to level 1 monsters like zombies. Ling Weirui really felt that the people of Zhaojia village had to move as soon as possible. Otherwise, what happened in the previous life would continue to happen again. The village's geographical location is very bad. If all players reach level 10, this can become a temporary location, but it will take at least a month. In this month, people from Zhaojia village have died more than 10 times. Ling Weirui's potion was used up, and she had no slime clone anymore. She was not the kind of person who would just watch someone die without helping, so she simply returned to the village in her original form. She returned to the courtyard of the BB and became even more excited about the goblins that attacked the BB. She banged on the door frantically with the mace in her hand. The doors of this homestay are all wooden and have fallen into disrepair over the years. Under the fierce hammering, the doors were deformed. Ling Weirui blasted out a sword energy. The door was blasted open, and the goblins outside were also killed by Ling Weirui. Ling Weirui walked out. The goblins were already robbing and killing people everywhere. There was also a goblin priest standing in the middle of the road, commanding the goblins to hunt down humans. She stamped her feet and was about to fly into the air when she heard a roar. In an instant, a 40-meter-long sword came out of nowhere and cut the goblin priest in half in an instant. Ling Weirui looked into the distance. Tang Tianqing was riding on a lion-tiger beast, with flames still remaining in his hands. Furious Flame Slash. The first skill of Burning Heaven Sect. But it shouldn't be that powerful, right? Ling Weirui understood instantly that Tang Tianqing had used the Awakening Stone. I don't know how many Awakening Stones the other party has acquired. Tang Tianqing has an official background, so it must be easier for him to acquire Awakening Stones than Ling Weirui. At least his connections are better than Ling Weirui's. Without the rickshaw driver, she could still buy one from Tang Tianqing. It just depends on whether the other party is willing to sell it. However, I just traded a 30 million account with the other party, so I should give him some face. Thinking of this, Ling Weirui came out. After we defeat the monster, can we talk about cooperation? Ling Weirui said. What kind of cooperation? Tang Tianqing thought Ling Weirui had finally come to her senses and wanted to join the garrison, so he was naturally happy to do so. Although he has tried very hard to catch up with Xiaoyu 10 years, he still doesn't understand how Xiaoyu 10 years could level up 2 levels in one day. Is it because the other party was fighting monsters on Tiger Demon Mountain? He still had too many doubts and wanted to ask about the 10 years of killing fish. With Ling Weirui's words in mind, Tang Tianqing sped up and killed all the invading goblins together with Ling Weirui. The goblins wanted to run back to the forest, but were chased down by the two. Tang Tianqing also wanted to let the villagers move into the city. If you have nowhere to live, you can temporarily live in the Peace Fortress. It provides food and beverages, and the surrounding land can be used for planting. Anyway, you can't stay here. It's too dangerous. It's a pity that it's hard to leave one's hometown. They really didn't want to leave here, and there were strong laborers in the village, so they just wanted to invite some more players to kill the goblins completely. Tang Tianqing didn't persuade him any further. Went to find Ling Weirui. Do you need to find a place to rest? Tang Tianqing said. No need, let's talk here. I noticed that your first skill also used the Awakening Stone, so I wanted to ask if you still have Awakening Stones for sale. If you do, I can buy them at a high price. Ling Weirui said. Tang Tianqing shook his head. Officially, there are 4,587 players of Blood Boiling, and this game is not very well known. In addition, it is a single-player game, and the combat method is not as attractive as other games. 4,000 players is already a lot. After checking, there is only one fish that slipped through the net, and there are no more. It is worthy of being an official force. Ling Weirui felt that she was lucky. There were 4 Awakening Stones in total. I bought one at the stall and asked the rickshaw driver to take the initiative and buy 2. The remaining one was in Tang Tianqing's hand. This kind of super late-stage props are hard to come by. Do you need some other props? If so, I can help you buy them. Tang Tianqing wanted to win over Ling Weirui on behalf of the garrison, so he naturally put forward conditions. However, he was not as anxious as Su Yixing, who wanted Ling Weirui to join them immediately. For now, just maintain a friendly attitude. Unfortunately, Ling Weirui shook her head. Not for now. Ling Weirui knows more about the game invasion than Tang Tianqing. There are really no good props at the moment. Even if there are, it is just a profit from the price difference, which is not much of an improvement for Ling Weirui. If you need anything, just ask. The two didn't say much and went back to different mountains. Tang Tianqing was at Demon Wolf Mountain, and Ling Weirui went to Demon Tiger Mountain. The two of them didn't interfere with each other, but as they were brushing, Tang Tianqing felt something was wrong. Ling Weirui, the mage, has too much mana. He had no way of asking Ling Weirui, so he could only ask his assistant. He took out his cell phone and sent a message. On Tiger Monster Mountain, Ling Weirui's phone vibrated. Tang Tianqing. Weirui, is there any method among the Xianing Immortal clan to quickly recover spiritual power? I saw that Xiaoyu 10 years never needed to recover spiritual power, but after I used her method and used the Awakening Stone to activate Fury of Flame, my mana has not recovered. Ling Weirui really felt like a little secretary. But these were not secrets, so Ling Weirui gave Tang Tianqing the answer. You need to use a spiritual talisman to automatically restore mana. It's a mall item. Maybe yours hasn't been synced, but killing fish for 10 years happens to have it. Tang Tianqing understood. I see. Suddenly I feel that there's a big gap between me and the account of 10 years of killing fish. Ling Weirui smiled. That's because she has a game account with 1.35 million players. The next moment, Ling Weirui saw a message. Do you know the game ID Mu Yao Yao? I don't know how different her account is from 10 years of killing fish. Ling Weirui's face was full of question marks. How did Tang Tianqing know about Mu Yao Yao? But she still thought about it carefully and gave an answer. I don't know her. Is there anything special about her? When I was playing games, she was number one, so I wanted to ask. Now I won't say any more. I'm going to level up. When it comes to the confidentiality agreement, Tang Tianqing didn't dare to say more. Ling Weirui was left completely confused. While the two were working hard to upgrade, all major cities were facing sieges from goblins. City Z has Tang Tianqing and 10 years of killing fish, but other cities don't have them, and their combat effectiveness is even relatively weak. Hot search. The blood red explosion words attract people's attention. Goblins attack the city to... Chapter 39. Why didn't you kill the fish for 10 years? The video was shot by a person using a drone, and it was edited and accompanied by his own analysis. Goblins are permanent monsters in Warriors games. The goblins that are currently invading the game are level 5, and they will automatically gather to form a tribe after being refreshed. At first, these goblins were mainly harassing, but there were not many casualties. However, as the number of goblins increased, they began to attack. According to my observation, the biggest difference between these goblins and zombies is that they need food. If there's no food around, they will even eat the weakest or oldest goblin in the group. This is really horrifying. It means that goblins are a small race, and they will even attack because of food. During the current filming, I have seen pictures of humans being cooked, but the blogger cannot release them because they are too bloody and cruel. Moreover, as time goes by, these goblins need food more and more urgently, and their fighting power is very strong. Even if they are bombed by bombs at a long distance, they will not die immediately. The current Peacemaker player level is too low, and the bullets have insufficient penetration, so it is difficult to cause damage to the goblins. They are also very fast. However, if the player does not clean up, the goblins will continue to multiply, and our city will be conquered. With a panic-inducing dubbing, this video has received over 100 million hits and millions of comments. Various discussions arose. The one with the highest number of comments was actually related to Ling Weirui. Why didn't you kill fish for 10 years to clean up the goblins? She is so powerful. These goblins should not be her match. The building within the building is even more outrageous. Why didn't killing fish 10 years stand up? How did she become so powerful? We, the players of the Xianing Immortal clan, don't understand. If everyone had such strength, wouldn't we not be afraid of goblins? He is so strong and wants to be number one, so he will definitely not reveal his secrets. What era is this? When the survival of mankind is at stake, she still hides her secrets. Isn't she too selfish? Find the person who killed fish for 10 years and give us an explanation. They owe you. If I were killing fish 10 years, I wouldn't come out. I helped to clean up the zombies 1 foot and was bombed the next. Who knows if those people are officials who want to capture killing fish 10 years and interrogate her to get the secrets she has. Besides, killing fish 10 years is just one person. There are so many cities in the country. Can she help? All major cities are connected to the teleportation array. So why can't we help? The person who spoke up for Ling Weirui was ed by countless people and was almost cyberbullied. Everyone refuted his words and actually thought that Xiaoyu 10 years should stand up. Ling Weirui hasn't come out yet. As a result, many people actually changed their names to 10 years of killing fish, made irresponsible remarks online, and even started arguing with others. Later, according to statistics, at least 186 fish-killing decades occurred on that day. I searched for the ID later and found that 5,000 people had registered this ID, Xiaoyu 10 years. Ling Weirui didn't go online to argue with these trolls because it was a waste of time to scroll through the phone. If she responds to any question online, she loses. Moreover, the situation in City Z is much better than imagined. The internet and reality are completely different. The cities that are really anxious are those that don't have strong people. City Z has an official named Tang Tianqing, who has the Awakening Stone and a 40-meter-long machete. Can't he kill all the goblin tribes? The goblin tribes around City Z don't even have 1,000 people, let alone a tribe of tens of thousands. Ling Weirui was a little interested in the appearance of a level 10 goblin leader in such a tribe. However, Ling Weirui did not wait for the news from the goblins, but instead received the news that City Z had resumed work and school. The world is about to end, and we still have to go to school? That's right. Without people going to school, there are more idle people, and people holding weapons are everywhere. At this time, even if you're not a player, you'll have to spend 40,000 or 50,000 to buy a weapon for self-defense. There are even a lot of robberies and murders happening now. People start shooting when they have a disagreement, and it is impossible to control them. Therefore, the leaders of City Z issued an order to resume work and school, which would restrain players and ordinary people. The company went bankrupt. The construction industry is looking for workers every day now. Go and apply for the job. If you have a player identity and are not a combat type, you'll be assigned tasks in Z City and will be paid after completing them. Forced arrangement. People will always go with the flow, but as for those goblins, there are garrisons in front of them. Don't worry about these people. In my previous life, I was a member of a construction team. Due to a shortage of manpower, I did not return to school. I graduated automatically 2 years later. Because of my construction skills, I was not starving, but I was also not full. I'm afraid I'll have to go to school this time. Luckily, I learned the double shadow clones, so I can go back to school and deal with it. I can just say that I'm already a peacemaker player. This is the easiest disguise, and I don't have to attend too many classes this way. In addition to resuming work, City Z also issued wartime legal regulations. 1. Due to the proliferation of guns in the city, anyone found robbing, stealing, or using guns to kill innocent people and endanger the safety of others will be sentenced to death. 2. The responsibilities of the garrison and patrol police stations have been revised. The garrison will handle wild monster invasions, and the patrol police stations will maintain public order. When suspicious and dangerous elements are found, they have the right to kill them on the spot. However, please rest assured that if there are accidental injuries, there will be healing players who will revive innocent people and repair their injuries. 3. Resume learning and production and reduce the problems caused by idle people wandering around to public security. 4. Each community used loudspeakers to broadcast the announcement and call out to the criminals. Ling Weirui returned to school. However, after school reopened, the entire school readjusted the class schedule and even started military training for the entire school. The school reclassified the classes to separate players from non-players. Ling Weirui had never participated in these things in her previous life, but now she was assigned to Class 7 of the 2034th grade and became a classmate of Liani. You know, roommates in college are not necessarily from the same class. Although they live in the same dormitory, they're in different majors. Now we're classmates. Ling Weirui, you're actually a player? You're not going to be a peacemaker player, are you? How many levels can you upgrade to in this game? I'm afraid your potential isn't good enough. How come I'm assigned to the same class as you? I'm a player of the Xiaoning Immortal Clan, just like Xiaoyu 10 years. With just one sentence, Liani offended all 20 peacemaker players in the class. Ling Weirui was also speechless. The other party was bragging using her name without even asking the real owner. No matter what profession you are in, there is a path to advancement. Do you think you are very strong? Why are you only at level 2? Chapter 40: Kill monsters and get internship certificates. Go, go, go. Players at levels 1 to 2 need to kill 1,000 zombies, and players at levels 2 to 3 need to kill 3,000 zombies. Ling Weirui had killed Li Annie once before, allowing her and Zhang Hao to return to level 1. However, a dungeon was recently opened, and if 4 people formed a team, it would take 42 dungeons to reach level 3. Each dungeon takes at most half an hour, and only takes 5 hours to clear 10 dungeons a day. The dungeon has been open for 4 days, but Li Annie is still not level 3. You can imagine how lazy she is. It is estimated that there are 5 copies a day. Although Zhang Hao was still a little ambitious and wanted to get more points, that was because he didn't have to put in any effort. Li Annie now clears 5 dungeons a day. She feels like she's going to die and doesn't want to suffer any pain. If she hadn't signed a contract, Li Annie wouldn't want to play all 5 copies. In her opinion, 3 copies a day would be enough. She has become a noble player and can be resurrected infinitely. Isn't it her right to enjoy life however she wants? Why so tired? She didn't take Ling Weirui's sarcasm seriously. What do you know? Even if I don't want to level up, there are people in the guild to guide me every day. Sooner or later, I will reach level 100 and synchronize the graduation equipment. What's more, my boyfriend is ranked 10th on the list. What about you? Now the Peacemaker player can't even beat the goblins. Can he still reach level 100? Ling Weirui smiled strangely for a moment. Hasn't Zhang Hao finished eating this pie at number 10 yet? What's more, Li Annie's own set of crappy equipment is just a level 100 basic set. Others are wearing innate treasures, but you are wearing an acquired magic weapon. Can this be called graduation equipment? What's more, the game has been around for 10 years, and the number 1 on the list is only level 70. If you want to reach level 100, you may have to wait another 10 years. Of course, after Ling Weirui was reborn, it wouldn't take her 10 years to reach level 70. The reason why players cannot level up in the later stages is that their professions and equipment cannot keep up. However, Ling Weirui is now using the Awakening Stone plus the accumulated equipment, so she will definitely be able to level up quickly. And she worked hard enough. The main body is still hunting the tiger monster in Panlong Mountain. What are you arguing about? If you think you are strong and don't need training, then defeat me and I will give you a diploma directly. You can then go find a job and level up in dungeons. A soldier came over. My name is Feng Sil. I'm your instructor. I'm level 8. I've been fighting since the beginning of the game. My profession is Peacemaker. Next, I'll teach you how to fight. You can use ordinary strength to kill zombies. Ling Weirui became interested. So far, she has been fighting by relying on her powerful attributes, the skills of the Awakening Stone, and of course her determination not to fall behind. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such an achievement as being the first to reach level 10. She was more aware of the seriousness of the game invasion than others, and she gritted her teeth to upgrade every day. She had indeed never learned any fighting skills. This is a good opportunity. Ling Weirui began to study hard and practice a lot, practicing with her shadow clone. After merging with the original body, the experience was naturally absorbed by the original body. After 2 days of training, the instructor began to lead everyone in actual combat. The only weapons that everyone can get are frying pans, crowbars, and the like, and they go into the dungeon in groups of 4 to fight. Ling Weirui's combat score is A+. On the contrary, Li Annie could only run away without using her own skills, and the instructor only gave her a C- grade. This made Li Annie grit her teeth. Of course, hand-to-hand combat is just to give you the instinct to fight. The game Invasion is not a survival game, so it's a good thing to have your own weapons. Next, we have to go out into the wild and face the goblins. Today's goal is to kill 10 goblins. The instructors finally showed their true colors and dragged the students along to kill the monsters. If we had called on all players to kill goblins before, there would definitely be some people who didn't want to go. Now, killing goblins will give you an internship certificate and a diploma. Everyone raised their hands. I'll go, I'll go, I'll go. A class of people were taken by a bus and headed to the wild as if on a spring outing. Everyone, don't worry. There won't be too much danger. The goblin tribe ahead has garrisons to help clear it. We just need to attack those lone goblins. They were far away from the tribe, about 200 meters away. There were flames rising into the sky in the distance, and Ling Weirui saw the 40-meter-long sword. Coincidentally, it was Tang Tianqing. The people in Ling Weirui's class were waiting in the distance. All the Peacemaker players had set up their sniper rifles and aimed at the goblins escaping from the camp. The same goes for Ling Weirui. She doesn't have the bonus of a Special Forces soldier, but her powerful attributes make her body stable, her perception strong, and her learning ability amazing. Sniper rifles are fast and accurate. With everyone working together, they actually killed quite a few goblins. In the goblin tribe, Tang Tianqing's battle also ended. He left the battlefield and rode on his lion tiger. Suddenly, he saw a group of students in the distance. Among them was a girl holding a sniper rifle, and he locked onto her at first sight. It's Ling Weirui. He came riding on a lion tiger, causing the surrounding students to exclaim in surprise. Wow, what is that? What kind of game character is that? It's too powerful. Lion Tiger Beast, that is the Lion Tiger Beast of the Xianing Immortal Clan. I always say that our Xianing Immortal Clan players are still stronger. Liani was very proud. As the lions got closer to them, they became more and more agitated. Tang Tianqing approached, and Liani wanted to go over to him to get closer, but after seeing his appearance, her face turned pale. She did not forget that she was sent to the police station by Tang Tianqing. Tang Tianqing waved his hand, and Feng Su immediately put on a smile and ran over quickly. Captain, do you want to ask me something? Tang Tianqing, I didn't call you. Weirui, come here. Ling Weirui then moved and walked over, thinking that Tang Tianqing saw her and came to say hello. Brother Tianqing, what a coincidence. Feng Su, who was standing by, suddenly realized what was going on and felt his face getting a little hot. He thought he was being too sentimental and thought the team leader recognized him and came over to question him. It turns out that the person who was greeted was not me. What are you doing here? Ling Weirui explained that they were taking a practical class, but Tang Tianqing frowned slightly. Did you use the activation code of Peace Messenger? Well, you were right last time. Things are not peaceful right now. I need to be able to protect myself. I used my savings to buy guns to go to the dungeon. Luckily, I got an activation code for Peacemaker. Now I'm at level 3. Of course, this is all automatic camouflage of the hidden badge. Hearing this, Tang Tianqing sighed again. Ling Weirui is too strong-willed. Last time, I rejected the activation code of Xianing Immortal Clan that he gave me, and then I turned around and bought the activation code of Peace Messenger. I guess it's because I don't want to be too favored by their Tang family. Chapter 41, Week 3, Zerg Invasion. But when Ling Weirui casually said that she spent her savings to buy guns and fight monsters, she was shocked. It also made Tang Tianqing feel pity and admiration. Not everyone is brave enough to face zombies. Moreover, when Tang Tianqing first asked Ling Weirui if she needed the Peacemaker activation code, the other party clearly said that she was afraid of zombies. Now he's so skilled in fighting monsters. Ling Weirui is very brave. You are great. If you don't understand spearmanship, I can teach you. I still remember my old skills. Ling Weirui also smiled. Actual combat is the best teacher. I practiced the same way when I fought the goblins. Okay, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Tang Tianqing rode the Lion Tiger Beast and rushed to the next location. Ling Weirui felt that the previous owner of the account, Mu Yao Yao, had a bad vision. Ligers are so majestic, but she didn't buy one. In comparison, the Stingray doesn't look like anything special in the game, but in reality, when it flies across the sky, it's like an old lady's face floating over your head. Kind and horrified. After Tang Tianqing left, Ling Weirui returned to the team and was immediately surrounded by her classmates. Oh my god, who is this? He looks very powerful. What is his ID? Is he a big shot on the list? Kind of think of it. Ling Weirui really didn't know what Tang Tianqing's ID was. Feng Su, on the other hand, knew about it. That's the boss who's ranked 5th and 2nd on the battle strength list. His name is Zhang Wuji. Currently, the number 1 on the combat power list is naturally Ling Weirui, with a combat power of more than 10,000 and still increasing. Tang Tianqing's skill only activated 1 awakening stone, and his equipment was not as good as Ling Weirui's, but his combat power also reached 2,128 points. There's also a huge gap between him and the 3rd-ranked player in terms of combat power. In the initial stage of combat effectiveness, a difference of 100 points is an insurmountable gap. With a combat power of 2,000 plus, he can definitely defeat 100 enemies at once. As for killing fish for 10 years, that's 10,000 enemies. A tough guy who is not afraid of bombs. When Ling Weirui looked at those people, they were all small karami. In the early stage, the gap between them and the opponent was 10,000. Even if she just stood there and let others hit her, her defense might not be broken. At this time, the students exclaimed again. It would be great if I had such strength. I could go to the Dark Knight Crisis dungeon and kill a large number of people. I could earn tens of thousands of dollars with one kill. The gap is too big. I should have known not to synchronize with this special forces soldier. Ling Weirui, how do you know this big shot on the list? Ling Weirui told the truth. My parents knew his grandfather, so they are old friends. Does he have a partner? Ling Weirui shook her head. Probably not. In the previous life, Tang was considered a rare strong man without any gossips. Other strong men even openly started to keep 7 or 8 women, and even took them by force. So, this is why everyone likes Tang Tianqing, because he keeps himself clean. Of course, there's still some people who like Tang Tianqing and Liang Jing very much, and have paired them up, but Ling Weirui dare not say that. I was daydreaming for a while, and the people around me were chattering. He looks so young and handsome, a tough guy type, much better looking than the sissy boys nowadays. Is he the regiment commander now? Doesn't that mean his rank is major? Is he 30? But he's 7 or 8 years older, so it's not impossible. After meeting each other, you have already thought of a name for the child, right? Ling Weirui also had a look of enjoyment on her face and was grinning. The practical class only lasted until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then school was over. Ling Weirui returned to the rental house to prepare for practice. Never forget to improve yourself. After having a clone, Ling Weirui used the clone to practice continuously except for class time, and her progress was rapid. The second week passed quickly. Originally, humans would think that goblins would soon become copies. But the updated content is both good and bad. System announcement, currently added patch package, updated to Game Invasion version 0.3. Added a red name, setting for killing people. The more people you kill, the redder your name will be. After a red name player is killed, he will enter the prison system to revive. There are no supplies in the prison, and you will not get experience by killing monsters. You can eliminate the red name status until you are released as a white name. 0.3 version monster early update warning. Zerg invasion. Zerg is a powerful interstellar race. Safe zones cannot stop Zerg invasion, and Zerg reproduction ability is extremely strong. Please try to eliminate them after discovering them. This primitive human wants them to die. The goblins haven't been dealt with yet, and now the Zerg have appeared. If one race is destroyed every week, they will be extinct sooner or later. But Ling Weirui was not surprised to see this. This is just the beginning. Before the giants attack the city, Godzilla fights the city, and monsters invade from the bottom of the sea. Moreover, the levels of monsters in the game are not necessarily upgraded every time they are updated. Players thought that the first time the zombies were level 1 and the goblins were level 5. So this time, they must be level 10 monsters. In fact, most of the monsters this time are level 0. In other words, it is a being that can be killed by ordinary people. However, we have to be on guard. After all, Ling Weirui was also afraid that insects would invade her house and use it as a nest. The thought of that made her unable to sleep well. She returned to the rental house, checked the locations of the vents and sewers, and blocked them all. Moreover, the Xianing Immortal Clan also had things like beast-repelling pills. Ling Weirui had stockpiled 100,000 of them at the time, and she could also make them herself. The pills were put on sale in the shop at a price of 1,000 per pill, and each person was limited to buying 2 pills. In just one day, they were sold out. Ling Weirui made another small profit of 100 million, and she can continue to make it. In the game, a furnace of beast-repelling pills can successfully produce 10 pills in just 3 seconds. In reality, this pill would take at least 30 minutes to prepare. Fortunately, there is no limit on the quantity, and the materials are just some realgar, spices, and the like. Ling Weirui can go to the pharmacy to buy them, and one furnace can produce 1,000 pills. You can earn 1 million in 30 minutes, but Ling Weirui didn't do it. She should practice better in these 30 minutes. Moreover, as long as she takes a step now, the players of the Xianing Immortal Clan will follow suit. Sure enough, as soon as the beast-repelling pills were released, players from all major games began to make them. The pharmaceutical industry recruited many players to join the industry at the beginning, and also researched recovery potions. The market quickly grew from 1,000 pills per pill in the beginning to 100 pills per pill, and buy 10 pills and get one free. Those sulfur beast-repelling powders were still being sold for 1 yuan a bag. Many groups are still negotiating with the government to cover medical insurance. The Zerg hasn't arrived yet, and the market is in chaos. While everyone was actively preparing, the might of the Zerg invasion finally appeared during the day. In one household, cockroaches crawled along the sewer pipe and broke the toilet. When the toilet door was opened the next day, hundreds of cockroaches covered the man's body and bit him, making him scream. The moment he opened his mouth, the cockroaches drilled into his body. Chapter 42, she stood here, with her back to the city, resisting the Zerg. This man has children at home, so there are surveillance devices as well. After the incident, the mother held the child, opened the door, and called for help. Fortunately, everyone was very welcoming. There was also a gamer living upstairs in their house, and he had synchronized a game character, Fireman. The high temperature kills all the insects. Although the man died, a medical team came and saved him using resurrection techniques. The man posted the video online and thanked the medical team. I thought I was dead, but I was resurrected by the pastor. Do you know how much they charged me? 2,145 yuan. My life is not as expensive as pork. I am grateful to the hospital and the kind-hearted pastor for saving my life. The message also said that he was lucky. Please find out the psychological shadow area of the uphost. You know what? Cockroaches are really delicious. Thank you for the gift from nature, fried cockroaches picture. These cockroaches are afraid of fire. So, if you're surrounded by cockroaches, don't panic. Pour oil on yourself and light it. Although you will be burned, you can save your life. You can just go get treatment. It's against the will of heaven. Where on earth do these bugs come from? Red ants have invaded my house and have eaten away all the wooden furniture. One red ant is as big as a finger. In fact, the most lethal species at present are worker bees. This cosmic insect race is extremely poisonous. If a worker bee stings a person, it will cause severe pain in the body. The spread of the toxin will cause swelling of the limbs and skin ulcers, making life worse than death. If you get pricked in the face, you may go into anaphylactic shock. Not everyone is so lucky to meet kind people who help them or send them to the hospital. Some people's bodies rot or turn into skeletons and cannot be resurrected. Ling Weirui was still killing monsters just now. Soon after, I heard a buzzing sound on Panlong Mountain, and then I saw a huge worker beehive projected on a big tree. This is a big disaster, but at the same time, it is also a big experience package. Ling Weirui found the worker bees and released 1,000 miles of ice, which instantly destroyed the worker bee nest and killed tens of thousands of worker bees. This time, I gained a lot of experience. Not only that, because there were so many worker bees, they actually dropped the corresponding activation codes. The activation code of Zerg Invasion can change your job to Zerg Killer. The Zerg Killer is a profession that Ling Weirui knows about. It is a very comprehensive and powerful profession. It is good at poison and fire attacks, and is agile in movement. If a Zerg is killed, it can also decompose the Zerg armor to make insect armor for itself to prevent the insects from attacking itself. Ling Weirui posted the activation code in the store and marked the price at 20 million. In almost an instant, the activation code was sold out. After Ling Weirui killed the worker bee, she rode the floating ray around the area and discovered a red ant nest. After killing it, I gained another wave of experience. She reached level 16. Ling Weirui finally came down from Panlong Mountain. Next, she needs to change the upgrade location. Before leaving, she took a look at Zhaojia village. The whole village was in chaos, but the people in the village still refused to move to the city. It's really hard to persuade that damn ghost with good words. Ling Weirui could save them once, but not forever. Ling Weirui used the sub-array disk and returned to the city. Several large teleportation arrays have been built in the city, and their locations are the original subway sites. Ling Weirui went to the subway store and was teleported to the south of the city through the teleportation array. She took a floating ray and went west for 10 kilometers. Under the cover of a row of green trees, a very large factory appeared in front of Ling Weirui. This is a waste treatment plant. There are hundreds of huge garbage refining pools, all of which are piled with garbage like mountains, and the pungent smell is nauseating. There was no one in the factory. Because the waste treatment plant is located in the suburbs after City Z built the city wall, it surrounded the city in a safe zone, but the waste treatment plant is obviously not in the protected area. This place is deserted. However, the city still has to deal with a large amount of garbage every day, and some garbage trucks that are familiar with the area began to dump garbage here. This is also to save trouble and money. But after the Zerg invasion, this garbage dump became a paradise for the Zerg. Ling Weirui approached the garbage mountain and put on the gas mask dropped by the zombies of Dark Knight Crisis. The taste is too strong, but she endured it. In her plan, killing the Zerg and upgrading is an important part. As long as she reaches level 20, she can start singing like a serf. Ling Weirui stayed in the air on the floating manta ray and saw a black river flowing. Looking closely, it was not a river at all, but cockroaches. Even more terrifying than the cockroaches that appeared in the Egyptian pharaoh's pyramids. These rivers all emerge from the garbage mountain, and cockroaches are breeding in large numbers. Ling Weirui moved forward quickly, stayed at the very front of the Black River, and activated the Yao Qi sword formation. Once the Yao Qi sword formation is activated, the sword formation will continue as long as Ling Weirui's spiritual power can support it. When these cockroaches entered the sword formation, it was like entering a crusher and they died. The Zerg are of low intelligence and cannot escape, so the Black River flows endlessly. It only took Ling Weirui 1 minute to kill hundreds of thousands of cockroaches and gain hundreds of thousands of experience points. This speed is much faster than killing the tiger demon. Not only that, cockroaches also shed fingernail-sized armor, which can be glued together with spider silk to make very good defensive equipment. These beetles cannot be wasted. Ling Weirui sent a message to Chung Zihan. What are you doing recently? Do you have time to do a part-time job? Chung Zihan is still killing zombies in the Dark Knight Crisis dungeon, but her level has reached level 7 due to her own efforts. The experience in the dungeon is too low, but there is no team to kill goblins. When Chung Zihan saw Ling Weirui's message, he wanted to jump up. I'm free. Well, 50,000 a day, no teaming, but you can kill monsters and help pick up equipment materials. Okay, I'll be right there. Chung Zihan also received training at the school, but she was considered a very high-level player and had become a little famous in the Peace Fortress, so it was natural for her to take leave to level up. Recently, I have been upgrading in the dungeon every day. Because I have to face the zombies at close range, I can't use a sniper rifle. Using a rifle is a waste of bullets. The bullets consumed alone can barely break even. If I'm lucky, I'll make some money, but if I'm unlucky, I'll lose money. Of course, overall it is profitable. But Chung Zihan felt that no matter how much money he made, it would be worse than working for the fish killer. That's the first person. Sure enough, when Chung Zihan arrived, he was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. The winding Black River is composed of countless cockroaches. There is no such thing as a peaceful life, but there are people who are carrying heavy burdens and moving forward. Sister Shayu resisted the Zerg invasion alone. Who said she didn't stand up? She stood here with her back to the city, fending off the Zerg. Chapter 43. Buying a shop, the debt collector is coming. So touched. Chung Zihan's eyes were filled with tears. Ling Weirui, you're overthinking it. I just want to upgrade. With Chung Zihan joining, the drops from the monsters killed by Ling Weirui will be picked up by others, so there's no waste. Moreover, there are so many monsters that Chung Zihan can also kill them. Throwing a bomb can kill tens of thousands of insects, which is equivalent to clearing the dungeon dozens of times. Chung Zihan can only say that I love bugs. While Ling Weirui was concentrating on killing monsters, Tang Tianqing was in a state of panic. There's nothing we can do. There are too many bugs. Moreover, many bugs actually do not need Tang Tianqing's high combat power. He can use a 40-meter-long sword to kill a bug as small as a fingernail. Isn't this like using a cannon to kill a mosquito? But the insect plague did have a serious impact on the residents. He was busy putting out fires everywhere and was a little too busy to keep up with the upgrade. Moreover, after killing fish for 10 years without knowing what to do, his upgrades progressed by leaps and bounds again, and his experience has soared. One step behind, every step behind. Although, according to his contact, the person who killed fish for 10 years should not be a member of Blackrat, but the account of Mu Yao Yao has not appeared on the list yet, just like a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. Under various pressures, Tang Tianqing also wanted to find someone to talk to. Thinking of this, he subconsciously clicked on Ling Weirui's conversation. After thinking about it, he asked anyway, "Have you been affected? Do you need a beast repellent pill?" Ling Weirui's clone was in class at the time. He took out his cell phone, saw the message, and replied, "No, it won't have any impact. I've already taken precautions in advance." Then Ling Weirui saw that the other party was typing and sent a message. The insect plague is quite serious. I've been quite busy recently. Based on your experience in playing games, how do you solve this insect plague? Ask her. Ling Weirui really knows how to solve it. Because in the previous life, there was a city where the insect plague was controlled particularly well. City Z would be troubled for several months before it followed suit. Although it was wrong to steal the credit for other people's achievements, after the game invasion, each city became autonomous, allowing City Z to quickly get back on track and become better. Thinking of this, Ling Weirui said, "It's actually very simple. All we need to do is catch bugs. The bugs just reproduce quickly and are a little tougher than the bugs we usually encounter. They're actually pretty easy to kill. Let ordinary people catch bugs, 100 bugs for one egg. And look at those grandpas and aunts, they're going crazy to help you catch bugs. And bugs are not completely useless. Many people are frying bugs and eating them, which is also high in protein. After the game invasion, there should be many people crying poor and want to be rescued, right? In fact, they have money. They're just playing tricks. The government does need the support of the people if it wants to maintain its power. But if it continues like this for a long time, there will be more and more ordinary people who don't make progress and only rely on players to fight, and they will take it for granted. It doesn't cost much to make insect food, or even no cost at all. If they feel uncomfortable, we can make insect powder or insect paste and tell them that it is a nutrient. In the future, people who have no money to eat can go to the official relief department to get nutrient supplements every day. This will form an industrial chain. There was one thing Ling Weirui hadn't told Tang Tianqin yet. That is, insects like cockroaches actually eat garbage. Currently, the garbage in this landfill can only last for one day. In the future, you can also raise insects, kill insects, and make nutritional medicines by disposing of garbage. But if this is the case, people who know where the food comes from will probably feel nauseous and want to vomit. This is much more vicious than gutter oil. Unless someone is really broke and needs help, who will want to eat processed insect products. However, even if humans don't eat these nutritional supplements, animals can eat them. Moreover, Ling Weirui knows that the garrison troops in later generations have actually been eating insect powder, but it is made from high-level insects. Although the ingredients are disgusting, insect powder nutritional supplements are really tonic. In short, it can become a complete industrial chain. After hearing Ling Weirui's eloquent speech, Tang Tianqin also felt that this method was feasible. Students take practical classes for graduation. The ant catches insects for eggs. Perfect. Weirui, I'll remember your achievement and treat you to a delicious meal later. You're welcome, Ling Weirui replied. At the same time, the matter of garbage collection was put on the agenda. Ling Weirui searched online for people who had recently sold properties. At present, due to the invasion of games, many small shops have gone bankrupt due to debt, and if there are young and middle-aged people in the family, they all want to raise money to buy a player activation code. In this way, many shops that have been passed down for 3 generations have been listed online by them. The risk of reopening a shop is too great, with new monsters appearing every week. If you really want to take a risk, why not go to a dungeon? Only players are not afraid of these. Ling Weirui is rich now, so she can choose a big store in a location that may become a prosperous area in the future. These shops might have originally been sold for tens of millions, but now they're being sold at bargain prices. A shop of similar size to a hot pot restaurant used to cost 8 million yuan, but now only costs 5 million yuan. Ling Weirui disguised her clone and went to trade with everyone in the shop. It may also be because people can now trade assets directly, so all the real estate agents and real estate bureaus around the world who sell and rent houses have lost their jobs. Ling Weirui was busy for a day and bought 10 large shops for backup, spending 70 million. He also bought small shops in densely populated residential areas, living areas, and old communities. They were about 40 to 50 square meters and only cost 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. He bought 20 of them at one time. It cost 4.7 million. Cool. Ling Weirui feels really good about having money to buy whatever she wants. Ling Weirui kept the big shop, which could be rented out, and she directly turned the small shop into a garbage collection station. Purchase of wet garbage, no restrictions on types, 1 yuan per pound. A city may generate 2,000 to 20,000 tons of domestic waste every day. Even if Ling Weirui only purchases 1%, starting from 20 tons of garbage, it will only cost 40,000 yuan. This garbage is also enough to sustain the sea of insects. But Ling Weirui knew that at level 20, she would no longer have any experience in killing low-level cockroaches. But she can sell this production line to Tang Tianqing, and she believed that the garrison really wants such a treasure land for upgrading. That day, someone discovered such a garbage recycling station. I've heard they collect mineral water bottles, paper, and metal, but I haven't heard they collect wet garbage. From now on, throw rotten vegetable leaves and the like here. Some middle-aged women also discovered this business opportunity and immediately went to rummage through the trash cans. After going back and forth a few times, they made 100 yuan and were extremely happy. As for the garbage transport drivers, they were worried that they didn't dare to go out of the city to throw away the garbage, so they just threw the garbage here. Ling Weirui can extract goods from the system panel and then throw the purchased garbage into the garbage mountain. Enduring the stench, she felt that she had really tried her best. Chapter 44, Building the Foundation, Cleansing the Tendons and Marrow, and Retreating for 3 days. Only those who endure the most hardships can become the best. Ling Weirui killed monsters day and night, but her own cultivation level improved first. That evening, Ling Weirui arranged for the clone to practice for an hour. After the clone was dissolved, a stream of pure spiritual power was integrated into the original body. The spiritual power required for the realm has reached the maximum value. Ling Weirui immediately understood that she needed to build her foundation. One must never build the foundation outside. After all, building the foundation requires absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy. Not to mention that the spiritual energy content in the air outside is very low. Even the foul smell may bring some harm to Ling Weirui. Thinking of this, Ling Weirui did not click on the foundation building step immediately, but continued to kill monsters, but no longer threw garbage into the garbage mountain. After another day of brushing, the cockroach's reproduction slowed down significantly. Ling Weirui released 1,000 miles of ice to temporarily freeze the cockroaches here. Take a rest today. You've worked hard these past few days. Ling Weirui paid the bill for Cheng Zihan. In the past few days, Cheng Zihan also reached level 10 and earned 300,000 from Ling Weirui. It's very good. Now, with her strong physique as a special forces soldier, she can fight goblins with her bare hands. In this way, the consumption of firearms can also be reduced. You know, in the later stages of the game, it's hard for gun players to stand out because this stuff costs a lot of money. Burning money and spending more than income have led to the decline of this profession. Only those who keep improving by relying on their strong physique can continue to move forward. Ling Weirui also reminded her. The power of firearms will decrease over time, and their attack power will become weaker and weaker. They can only be used below level 20. If you want to continue to improve, buy some potions to improve your strength now. According to the physical fitness of Special Forces soldiers by physique, strength, agility, physique, defense, and other such potions. Sister Shayu, do you have anything like this now? I can buy it. Ling Weirui really does have it. Although the properties are different, they all improve your abilities. You can choose to buy them. Health pills, available to players below the Qi refining stage. Each pill increases physical strength by 1 point and can be used up to 5 times. Strength pill, strength +1. Swift wind pill, movement speed +1. Small enlightenment pill, enlightenment +1. Qi and blood devouring soup. After taking it, it can increase the upper limit of one's own qi and blood by 20 points and can be used up to 5 times. There were also some medicines that Ling Weirui had purchased before. She sold some of the excess medicines after taking them, and some are not sold. Cheng Zihan bought them all. It's true that you make money through games and spend it through games, and once you part, you want to take it home. However, she also benefited a lot from these 6 days. Sister Shayu, are you still planning to upgrade tomorrow? No. Maybe tomorrow's announcement, Zerg Invasion, will be transformed into a copy. The most important thing is that after Ling Weirui's strength reaches the foundation building stage and her level reaches level 20, she can activate another system of the Xianing Immortal Clan, the magic weapon system. The Ice Lotus of Creation is indeed a graduation outfit, but it is a lifelong magic weapon, not a functional magic weapon. Now that you have a magic weapon, you don't need anyone else's help to pick up things. Although Cheng Zihan was a little disappointed, he accepted it with pleasure. Okay, Sister Shayu, call me if you have any problems. If you want to build your own power, I'll be the first to come to you. Because Cheng Zihan performed so amazingly in Peace Castle and is now at level 10, many groups have recruited her, but she refused to go. She might only go if Ling Weirui builds up her power. Let's see later. Ling Weirui was also thinking about it, but this would have to be considered after she reached level 30 and activated the system function. At level 30, she was already a big shot in the Golden Core stage. That's when you really get a handle on everything. After saying goodbye to Chung Zihan, Ling Weirui returned to the cave. She cast an exorcism spell on herself to get rid of the dirt on her body, but for some reason, Ling Weirui could still smell that faint stench. Ling Weirui went to the warehouse again to take a look. She was now level 19. In addition to spiritual rice, more items were synchronized in the warehouse. There are level 5 blood coagulation grass, level 10 mind concentrating grass, and level 15 fragrant orchid. Among them, fragrant orchid is a potion that increases the player's hit rate. Most players cannot use it, but the game always has some things that players cannot use. Ling Weirui was cautious at the time and still planted fragrant orchids, accumulating 5,000 flowers. After taking out more than 20 flowers and tearing them into pieces, Ling Weirui took a deep bath in the petals. Only then did she feel that the stench had dissipated. This can also be considered as bathing and changing clothes. Afterwards, Ling Weirui arrived at the Spirit Stone Mine and sat cross-legged. Top-grade foundation building pill, top-grade barrier breaking pill, and meridian protecting pill. A series of pills were taken out one after another, guaranteeing a 100% chance of a breakthrough. Ling Weirui used her skills to attack the barrier. Everything went smoothly. As the technique was activated, the barrier was breached and Ling Weirui felt her whole body lighten. More tiny meridians were infused with spiritual energy, cleansing the dirt in her body. A large amount of filth was discharged from the body, and even formed a thick shell that wrapped around Ling Weirui, making her gray, like a stone statue. Finally, a day passed. Ling Weirui's body moved. Crack! The shell cracked, and Ling Weirui walked out of the clay sculpture like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. As her body shook, dust fell off. She seemed to have lost 10 pounds and looked slimmer. However, the power contained in the body became more and more condensed. The foundation is completed. Ling Weirui looked at her body. It was simply too perfect. Foundation building stage. Make up for the deficiencies of the body. Get closer to the great way. Pursue immortality and be extraordinary. When all this became a reality, Ling Weirui felt what a transformation she had undergone. The Shoshin game is still powerful. Ling Weirui looked at the time, and her eyes widened. I actually secluded myself for 3 days. She hurriedly walked out of the cave and returned to her home. The moment she took out the phone, Ling Weirui heard the buzzing sound after the signal was connected. Hundreds of phone calls rang, along with various message alerts. Ling Weirui's face darkened. Because foundation building is a big deal, she naturally cannot leave a clone to distract herself from the control. Moreover, she thought that foundation building was just like in the game, and she just needed a click to complete it. Unexpectedly, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and she didn't even feel the passage of time. She tapped her fingers, as if thinking, should she stop pretending? She has already established her foundation and will soon reach level 20. After just half a minute of thinking, she finally decided to tell a lie first. 3 days ago, Tang Tianqing finally took a moment to rest from his busy insecticide business. After the egg reward method was introduced, the ants enthusiastically joined the insect-killing army. Among them, many people accidentally obtained the activation code of Zerg Killer. Some people sold the activation codes, and some middle-aged women used them on the spot, feeling that they could start a second life. Isn't it just killing insects? Isn't that simple? Therefore, Tang Tianqing no longer had to put out fires everywhere. Tang Tianqing breathed a sigh of relief and felt that Ling Weirui had done a great job. He planned to treat her to a big meal and give her some equipment as a thank you fee. Chapter 45. Tang Tianqing is furious. It's the blackrat again. For a private trip, Tang Tianqing had no intention of wearing the costumes in the game, so he canceled the costumes. However, when you open your wardrobe, you can't help but see things like makeup, body shape, and accessories. Tang Tianqing's account is not as expensive as Ling Weirui's, but it also has sufficient items. He subconsciously studied it and suddenly felt that these things would play a big role in future undercover missions. Wait, something's wrong. Fake. It's so fake. This standard facial expression makes people feel a little unreal and fake. It's still too easy to be exposed. Then it dawned on him. So, Xiaoyu has never used her real face in the past 10 years. She has always used these to disguise herself, as perfect as a fake person, but she is indeed familiar with the game. Not only is the 10-year killing of fish fake, even those peace messengers who have synchronized the physical fitness of special forces are also fake. Are these fake appearances, or are they the power brought by the game invasion? Will these powers be taken away one day? Tang Tianqing made a lot of guesses. There's a creepy feeling. He didn't know whether this kind of thing would bring new harm to mankind, so he could only calm down and let out a sigh of relief. Afterwards, he went to the warehouse of the garrison. The garrison had accumulated enough things after so much fighting. Tang Tianqing took a look around and gave Ling Weirui gloves, shoes, leggings, and other equipment to facilitate her actions. I took a quick glance and actually saw the prop skin of Peacemaker. For example, Lamborghini, Maserati, etc. Thinking of this, Tang Tianqing chose another Lamborghini, which was pink. The little girl would definitely like it. This thing was worth 3 million before the game was invaded. After the game was invaded, because this skin was obtained by paying real money, it would cost about 3,000 yuan. As a result, the price of the real car plummeted, while the price of the skin car increased, and is now around 500,000. If nothing unexpected happens, this vehicle of the garrison was definitely seized by them after a player died and all his equipment exploded. Tang Tianqing also took it away. He has many military achievements and can be exchanged. When the thank you gift was almost ready, Tang Tianqing called Ling Weirui. Unfortunately, no one answered the phone. Tang Tianqing thought Ling Weirui had something wrong, so he sent her a WeChat message. Still no reason. Tang Tianqing thought Ling Weirui must have gone to a dungeon and should be able to reply after seeing the message, so he could only. As a result, the wait lasted half a day. He finally realized something was wrong and started looking. Neither at school nor at home, and the house was already covered in dust. Fortunately, he quickly learned about Ling Weirui's current location from his tutor and went to the rental house. None of them. In 3 days, a living person, a player, disappeared. There was no other choice. Tang Tianqing could only go to the inspection office and fill in the information. The patrol team is only responsible for deploying force, while finding people and conducting reconnaissance are the patrol team's responsibilities. As a result, I happened to meet Su Yixing. Su Yixing became interested and asked Tang Tianqing. In order to find Ling Weirui, Tang Tianqing naturally told him about Ling Weirui's situation. She's also a player? A player is missing? Come to think of it, there have been a lot of missing players recently. Is she playing the game? Xian Xian Clan? How is it related to the Xianying Immortal Clan? Dan Dian Ging Fidawen. There have been more than 30 missing cases recently. All of them are players from the Xianying Xian Clan. One of them is a local tyrant. It is said that he once boasted that his account was #1 in the game and that as long as he rose, killing fish for 10 years would not be his opponent. But within 2 days of his arrogance, he disappeared. No one can find him alive or dead. My family had him as a friend, but within half a day, his ID disappeared from their friend list. If the player has the power of the soul, they can be resurrected. After infinite death, the soul will completely dissipate and they will not be able to be resurrected. Do you still remember the little gift that 10 years of killing fish gave us? He said that he wanted to send a secret message at the time, but he didn't send it out. He was resurrected at the same place after his death, or was forcibly resurrected by someone else. It seems that someone used the cave mansion setting and the props to revive and harm others. He was able to defeat the previous #1, so the other party is likely to be the #1 as well. There can only be one person. Tang Tianqing's face darkened. Mu Yao Yao. All the evidence points directly to the organization that wanted to launder money through the game. Blackrat. It's them again. Yes, I understand why you're looking for your sister. By the way, isn't Liang Jing from the Divine Fortune-Telling sect? Can't you just do a fortune-telling? Tang Tianqing just then remembered and quickly asked Liang Jing to tell his fortune. The result of the calculation was actually extremely good luck. Although Tang Tianqing still had some concerns, he chose to trust the game system. However, the fight against the Black Rat cannot be delayed. After finding out the news, Tang Tianqing followed Su Yixing and successively destroyed several Black Rat hideouts. Even other illegal organizations were destroyed like thunder. In addition, severe punishments are used in times of chaos. All of these people who had killed people were secretly executed. No harm was left. This attack lasted for 3 days. The news in City Z also reported severe crackdowns on criminals. The illegal organizations that took advantage of the chaos have gone into hiding, and the public security environment has improved significantly. Unfortunately, Ling Weirui was still not found. Just when Tang Tianqing was about to ask Liang Jing to tell his fortune again, the phone finally rang. The 3 words on the phone finally put Tang Tianqing's heart at ease. "Brother Tianqing, why did you make so many calls? The wicked are the first to complain, right? Where have you been these days? It's been 3 days. I thought you were kidnapped. Are you safe now? Where are you?" "Ah, I found a temporary copy. It seems to be a secret realm of the Xianying immortal clan that is open for a limited time." Ling Weirui lied with her eyes open. "I put a lot of effort into killing the boss, and he dropped a marrow-cleansing pill. I passed out after eating it. Is this too real? Many novels about cultivating immortals are written this way. When mortals eat the immortal cultivator's elixir, they will fall into a coma and digest it. Some people even sleep for 100 years. Luckily, I only slept for 3 days, so I just came back. What's the game update this time?" Tang Tianqing felt relieved, feeling that Ling Weirui was really fine. "I have indeed updated some things. I will come to you now and tell you." Tang Tianqing was afraid that these were all excuses made by Ling Weirui after being coerced. Now he just wanted to meet her as soon as possible to make sure of Ling Weirui's safety. Her parents died at the hands of criminals. Nothing can happen to Ling Weirui. Ling Weirui hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. The other side, Ling Weirui hung up the phone, thinking that the lie must have succeeded. She took a look at the content of the game update. Chapter 46, the repayment date has arrived. The loan company is in trouble. 2 days ago, the system announced that it had entered version 0.4. That's the 4th week. Not only are there no dungeons added in this version, on the contrary, after the appearance of Dark Knight Crisis, zombies have stopped refreshing, but now wandering zombies have begun to appear. The system is also explained in detail, because there are zombies not only in Peacemaker, but also in many other games. So the content of this update is that zombies, crawling corpses, and zombies will randomly refresh in the wild. In addition, this time the zombies will drop a batch of botanist activation codes. After changing their jobs, players can activate mutated plants to fight zombies, and can even accelerate the growth of plants. At present, all parts of the country have put aside the crisis of goblins and insects and started to fight zombies in the wild with all their strength. The dropped botanist activation codes are in the hands of the officials. Before the troops move out, the food and fodder must be sent first. Whoever controls food can control the fate of the people in the future. Botanist immediately became the most sought-after profession, with activation codes being sold for 20 million. Ling Weirui was really surprised. Ling Weirui's phone suddenly rang. She thought it was Tang Tianqing, but when she picked up the phone, it turned out to be not Tang Tianqing. "Ms. Ling Weirui, the house you mortgaged with us is due for repayment. Are you going to repay it now? The debt collector is coming?" Ling Weirui suddenly remembered that her first loan had indeed expired. "I have to go out soon. Can I pay you back tomorrow?" Ling Weirui said. But the other party didn't believe this sentence at all. "Ms. Ling, we called you 2 days ago, but you didn't answer. Now you told me that you will pay me back tomorrow. I think the sooner the better. We don't need to go through the transfer procedures now. We just need you to trade the assets to us." Ling Weirui was reborn, but was left speechless for the first time. If she was a debt collector, she would have thought that Ling Weirui was going to run away with the money, right? What's more, she was able to buy Ling Weirui's account thanks to this agency. "Okay, I'll be right there." Although the debt can be repaid using the system panel, Ling Weirui still has the contract there, and she still has to get it back. As a result, the other party refused. "No need, let's go find Miss Ling. We're already downstairs." Ling Weirui was stunned. "So fast." As expected, as soon as the phone fell, the elevator door opened and 5 burly men walked in. When she arrived at the door of Ling Weirui's rental house, she only heard a click. The door was actually opened. At this point, Ling Weirui also realized that the person who came was not friendly. She didn't want to expose herself, but at this moment, she couldn't afford to think too much. Without saying a word, she took out the weapons from her space backpack. A bazooka. The door opened and 5 big men walked in. They were holding weapons in their hands. The last one to walk in even closed the door considerately. Several people moved quickly. Obviously, they did this often, but when they saw Ling Weirui, they were still a little shocked. Ling Weirui had just changed into a pink dress and white sneakers. Her hair was loose and smooth. She looked glowing white and stunningly beautiful. But no matter how beautiful it is, it cannot compare to the deterrent power of the rocket launcher. This rocket launcher can destroy itself and others in the game, but in reality, whoever it hits will die. The boss in charge, Ling Weirui, remembered him. His name was Wang Qing. At this moment, the fat face that looked like a smiling tiger couldn't help but twitch the corners of its mouth. Ms. Ling, let's talk it over. If you're short of money, we can give you 2 days grace period. Besides, the amount you owe isn't much anyway. At most, we could just be friends and you don't have to pay back the money. Ling Weirui smiled with her lips, but not her eyes. I wanted to pay you back, but what the hell is going on? You came straight to my house. How did you know where I live? And you came so quickly? Have you been waiting for me for a long time? Although Wang Qing felt that Ling Weirui had given him a warning, he remained calm. There was nothing he could do because his team was too powerful. Wang Qing said, "It's not like I've been waiting for a long time. To do our job, you need to have some abilities. When you left your contact information with us, I sent you a form to fill out your information and pledge your belongings. In fact, there are some Trojans in it that can locate you. 2 days ago, we sent you debt collection text messages and called you, but we couldn't get through, so we activated the Trojan horse. We only located you 10 minutes ago. But the reason we were able to reach you so quickly is thanks to the teleportation wizard in our team. As for opening the door, it's even easier. We still have the thieves. Of course, I am a hunter. I have a skill that allows me to mark the enemy. After this mark is cast, I can release an eagle to find the enemy no matter where he is within 3 days." Wang Qing spoke this set of words very skillfully. He was showing off his strength, which made Ling Weirui feel cautious. Ling Weirui raised her eyebrows. "Everyone on your team is talented, but why are you only level 3? You've lost a lot of souls, died a lot of times." After reaching the foundation building stage, Ling Weirui has a very strong perception ability. In her previous life, Ling Weirui initially paid close attention to the players of the Xianying Immortal Clan. When someone reached level 20 and synchronized the attributes of the foundation building period, the feeling was particularly obvious. All mortals are ants. They can easily check the information of players with weak soul abilities. Their spiritual sense can see through the smallest details, and every action within 100 meters will enter their minds. He has a strong analytical ability and can even send out spiritual consciousness to attack others. This is foundation building. The people in front of her are just little Karami to Ling Weirui's current level, and they're also little Karami to her foundation building stage. Too weak. That's all, and you're still bluffing? Wang Qing was not bluffing. He just had a lot of grievances that he couldn't express. After the game invasion, ordinary people had the ability to purchase game activation codes, and debt collection suddenly became difficult. Some people even said that it was the end of the world, so why should they pay off debts? Someone hired players, and a fight broke out between the two sides. The hired players only earned a few $1,000s each time they died, but the debtors easily owed millions. The debtor spent hundreds of thousands to hire players, offsetting debts of millions or tens of millions. They do have a debt collection function, and the system also protects assets, but the other party really has no money and has transferred away long ago, so the system could do nothing about it. Moreover, before the red name system was introduced, there were more gunfights. Their company is a formal loan company, and it has financial companies to support it, but now they are forced into a desperate situation. Moreover, Wang Qing died 5 times in several gunfights. He clearly felt that he was now exhausted and weak. He felt a little panicked and remembered the system announcement on the first day. The strength of the soul determines the number of resurrections. If the fighting continues, he might really die. Unexpectedly, all of this was discovered by the girl in front of me. He wanted to speak, but found that Ling Weirui's face suddenly changed. Roar! The roar of the liger appeared in the community. Chapter 47, Xianwei Pavilion. Shocking vegetable prices. Tang Tianqing came very quickly. There are 5 big men in my family. There is no way to explain this. Ling Weirui didn't want to be exposed for the time being. The more secretive a person is, the more secretive he should be. She hadn't reached level 20 yet and couldn't give up all her efforts at this moment. Thinking of this, her consciousness moved and she activated her skills without any warning. Ice is forever frozen. Bang! The 5 people in front of him were frozen in a huge ice coffin, turning into lifelike statues. Then Ling Weirui opened the entrance of the cave and threw several people into the cave. With her current strength, freezing several people for 24 hours is not a problem. Naturally, several people did not die, and they could even communicate through private chats. They were roaring madly in their hearts, and their eyes could still reveal a slight expression even though they were frozen. Fuck, what kind of skill is this? I've never heard of it. Isn't she a peacemaker player? How come she is so powerful? Send a message to the others. You're not allowed to send it. They said that the area you are in is someone else's cave area, and you cannot send a private message. Cave? Isn't this the home mode for players of the Xianying Immortal Clan? Who have we offended? Will she kill us to silence us? I've hit a wall. I'll quit my job soon and retire. It's better to go out and do dungeons than now. This job pays 10,000 yuan now. What can I do with it? I'm left starving and scolded every day. Sometimes, death is not the most terrifying thing, but the unknown threat. Several people are now, like fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others and waiting to be sentenced. The other side, after Ling Weirui killed the other party, Tang Tianqing had already dismounted the liger, strode into the elevator, and went upstairs. Ling Weirui waved her hand to remove the icy air from the supplies, then opened the door. The elevator door dinged open. Tang Tianqing's eyes met with Ling Weirui's as she opened the door. The atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Tang Tianqing smiled as relaxedly as possible. I'm glad you're okay. He rubbed his brows tiredly and felt relieved all of a sudden. Nothing happening is better than nothing. He has been very busy recently. He is worried about Ling Weirui, busy with the blackrat matter, and has to kill goblins by the way. Everything that happens to me is definitely good. Ling Weirui also felt relieved. Probably the vest didn't come off. Even though she was discovered, it shouldn't be a big deal. With her current strength, she can easily beat Tang Tianqing. What's more, apart from refusing to cooperate in the beginning and being misunderstood by Tang Tianqing as a blackrat, and killing a few termites, blackrats, she had not done anything wrong that Tang Tianqing had to hold her accountable for. After figuring this out, Ling Weirui felt relieved. Brother Tianqing, let's go. Aren't you treating me to a big meal? Let's go, just eat. The two went downstairs, and Tang Tianqing remembered the gift he had prepared for Ling Weirui, so he took out the pink Lamborghini. This gift is for you. It's a reward for Ling Weirui for her outstanding contribution to City Z. Ling Weirui cooperated by making a wow sound. At the same time, thinking in my heart, Brother Tang is really good at choosing. The first gift is the Xianying Immortal Clan activation code, which she has. The second gift was a Lamborghini, also pink, which she still had. However, she felt at ease accepting the gift this time. This gift is not expensive now, probably only 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. At that time, she received it as a fee for advice and information from Tang Tianqing. Thank you, brother. You're really my brother. Do you have a driver's license? Hi, I'm a peacemaker player. I have driving skills, and of course, I also have a driver's license. I got it in my freshman year. Get in the car. I'll take you for a ride. Ling Weirui got into the Lamborghini, and Tang Tianqing also sat in the passenger seat. The car had been driving for a long time before Ling Weirui remembered to ask, "Where are we going to eat?" She hasn't even asked the place yet. Go to Xianwei Pavilion, a newly opened shop. This Xianwei Pavilion cooperates with many players to grow food, as well as wild monster ingredients. The food is delicious. I heard that they also purchase spiritual rice from the Xianying Immortal Clan. Eating it will strengthen your body, especially after I synchronized to the qi refining stage. Eating ordinary food has a lot of impurities, which I feel is not good for the body. Since you have cleansed your essence and marrow, don't eat those in the future. Later, I will send you some high-grade spiritual rice sold in the Killing Fish 10-year shop. Tang Tianqing said, obviously thinking that Xianwei Pavilion is not bad. Okay, I'll definitely give you a good meal this time. However, after Ling Weirui finished speaking, she asked in confusion, where is Xianwei Pavilion? Tang Tianqing showed the way and Ling Weirui drove, and they soon arrived at their destination. When they arrived at the destination, Ling Weirui suddenly realized, isn't this the film restaurant? How did it become Xianwei Pavilion? Even the decor is different. She soon realized that it was probably the butterfly effect she had brought about. Because of the strength of 10 years of killing fish, the cultivation game flourished in the early stages of the game. In addition, Tang Tianqing also became a player of Xianying Immortal Clan. When Ling Weirui was browsing local forums, she often saw Tang Tianqing being called the strongest major, the guardian of Z City, and so on. Under this influence, it is normal for the owner of the film restaurant to turn the restaurant into a restaurant for cultivating immortals. People who know how to make money always have business acumen. Ling Weirui sighed. After entering the door, Ling Weirui found that the store was very popular. Most of the people there were carrying guns. There were a lot of players, and there were also some people who were very wealthy judging by their clothes and temperament. When the waiter saw Tang Tianqing coming, his eyes lit up, and he immediately smiled with all his teeth showing. "Welcome, customers. Do you have a reservation?" "Yes, room 307. "This way, both of you." The two went to the private room and sat down. Ling Weirui looked at the dishes on the menu, and her eyes widened. "A bowl of magical rice, 155 yuan. Ling Weirui asked untimely. "Excuse me, what is the size of this spiritual rice? How many grams exactly?" "It's just a small bowl, probably about 2 taels. 2 yang is 100 grams, and rice will gain weight after being cooked, which means that only 50 grams of pure rice is used and sold for 155 yuan. A bag of spiritual rice can be sold for 100 pieces, which is 15,500 yuan, which is 10 times the profit. A profiteer, a total profiteer. Next, there are other dishes. Fairy leek 270 yuan. It is said that these are mutated leeks catalyzed by plant-type players. So aren't they actually grown by Xining Immortal Clan players? Jiangqiao tofu, 620 yuan. What does this have to do with immortals? Oh, you said that soybeans are made from soybeans that are induced to grow, and tofu is made from them. Dragon liver and phoenix marrow, 12,999 yuan. A dish made from a meat dropped by wild snake monsters and chicken monsters. 8 treasure gourd duck, 13,100 yuan. The duck meat dropped by wild ducks is not the soup made from the whole duck. What kind of shady shop is this? Ling Weirui's eyes went dark. It turns out that the processors are the ones who make the most money. Chapter 48. Ling Weirui wants to open a store and lower the price. Ling Weirui immediately decided that she would also open a store later. Her cave is so big and she needs so much food every day, it is not suitable to sell vegetables retail. Why doesn't she open a restaurant? Moreover, with absolute strength, there is no need to worry about management because no one dares to disobey the leader. Ling Weirui knew that in her previous life, after the game invasion, the industries that relied on the game had to be guarded by strong people. Otherwise, just a few attacks from competitors would be enough to bankrupt the company. Not to mention that the boss could be killed directly in the wild. Law. Where are the laws in the later period? There are only rules. The rules are made by the former. Although Ling Weirui thought it was expensive, she did not complain in front of the waiter. "Brother, you order, I can eat anything." Tang Tianqing asked immediately, and finally ordered 5 dishes and 1 soup, plus 5 bowls of spiritual rice. When the dishes were served, the lobby manager came over and gave Tang Tianqing a bottle of wine. He also said, "Hello, Major Tang, I'm your fan. Can I take a photo with you?" Ling Weirui spoke up to stop at this time. "Do you want to take a photo together? Or do you want to keep the photo for publicity? You also know that he is a major and the military has strict discipline. If you do this, someone might talk about my brother taking advantage of you. Or do you want to use my brother's name to intimidate others?" The lobby manager suddenly looked embarrassed. In fact, they chose the time cleverly. The dishes were already served. Were they just going to leave without eating? Unexpectedly, Tang Tianqing didn't say anything, but the girl he brought was so arrogant when she spoke. But Ling Weirui disdains the merchant's practices even more. What the hell? You want to get it for free without paying the appearance fee. When the photo is hung on the wall, do you really think you are as strong as a star? The strong should not be offended. Tang Tianqing's impression of Xianwei Pavilion immediately dropped a lot. Go out. As soon as he opened his mouth, the lobby manager was frightened by the years of solemnity and left the private room. A restaurant of this size must have dedicated waiters in charge. With a look from Tang Tianqing, the waiter fled and closed the door. Tang Tianqing looked around, finally took out a black box and placed it on the table. Ling Weirui heard a slight crackling sound. She was stunned. What is this? It can prevent eavesdropping and video recording. Are you so careful? For a moment, Ling Weirui even suspected that Tang Tianqing knew her identity and had caught her in a trap. Fortunately, things did not develop in this way. Tang Tianqing did this only because some things were confidential. You have been missing these few days. I investigated. Although I didn't find you, I found that many players of the Xianing Xian clan have disappeared. We suspect that it was done by some evil forces. You used to be a player of the Xian clan. I'm afraid they have your information and will take you away as well. You must be careful these days. If you can't, ask for leave from school. I can help you level up. If you have friends from the Xian clan you used to know, you can also tell them to be careful and don't be too conspicuous, especially to those wealthy players. Tang Tianqing said. Ling Weirui immediately realized that what Tang Tianqing was talking about should be the behavior of the blackrat. Okay, I'll remind them later. The two started chatting while eating. This was the most the two of them talked, whether before or after their rebirth. After all, Ling Weirui is not an innocent little girl. With the experience of being reborn, she has different views on various things. In fact, it was a very correct view, which made Tang Tianqing constantly amazed. Ling Weirui also asked him the same question. Come to think of it, brother, I didn't even know you were playing Xian clan, and your account seems to be very expensive. Did you know that the appearance you got last time cost 60,000 yuan in the game? 60,000 may not be a big deal now, as the price of bullets has dropped to 15 yuan each. 60,000 is just 4,000 bullets, which will be used up after playing 4 or 5 copies. But before the game invasion, 60,000 was a lot, and Tang Tianqing didn't look like an internet addict. Tang Tianqing opened his mouth and said, "It needs to be kept secret. Sometimes, knowing too much can be dangerous." When Ling Weirui heard that it needed to be kept confidential, she didn't ask any further questions. Instead, she talked about other things and complained about how shady the store was. The meal cost 50,000 yuan, enough to buy a gun. It doesn't seem like much. After all, there are many Peacemaker players now. If you go to the dungeon and are lucky, you can get a gun. But are these meals really worth 50,000? In addition to the spiritual rice, the leeks were ripened by plant players. There were also some things that were indeed produced in the caves of the players of the Xianing Immortal Clan, but there was no spiritual spring for irrigation. The soil was not very good, and the surrounding spiritual energy was thin. The taste and spiritual energy of the vegetables produced were much worse than those in Ling Weirui's cave. But the restaurant doesn't dare to really use the dishes from 10 years of killing fish, because there is no fixed source of goods. I tried her dish today, and it was delicious. I went there to try the next day, but it was out of stock and tasted terrible. Wouldn't this be enough to get him scolded to death? In short, this meal also aroused new ideas in Ling Weirui. Although they are powerful, they certainly won't earn as much as those businessmen based on their personal strength. And this is too deceptive. She must lower the price. After having dinner with Tang Tianqing seemed to have a little PTSD. He personally sent her back to the rental house. Before leaving, he also gave the equipment to Ling Weirui. Brother, I'm so embarrassed. I'm eating and taking things at the same time. Brother, you're so nice. It's just that I feel a little bit reluctant to deceive you now. Ling Weirui did not refuse and planned to treat Tang Tianqing to a big meal next time when she opened her own restaurant. This time it will definitely be an authentic meal. After Tang Tianqing left, Ling Weirui packed up and couldn't wait to enter the cave again. At this time, after eating a meal, Wang Qing and others who had turned into ice were becoming more and more desperate. Who wouldn't despair after being detained for 2.5 hours? What kind of skill is this? Why does it take so long? This is too cruel. Ling Weirui also looked at them. As for killing them to silence them, Ling Weirui really felt that it was unnecessary. Besides, she had a better plan. With a thought, the ice coffin melted and the people finally regained their freedom. Only then can they move their eyes. In fact, they also discovered that they should be in an ancient room, but the room had no windows and they could not see outside. However, the air was amazingly fresh. Just taking a breath of it felt like lung diseases, rhinitis, pharyngitis, and other diseases could be cured. Ms. Ling, don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive, we don't want the money. Plop. The thief who had opened the lock earlier knelt down directly. Sister, please let me go. I have a wife and children at home. My daughter is only 2 years old. Chapter 49. The first batch of subordinates are all talented. It's no use telling me. It wasn't me who did it. Ling Weirui, he pointed behind them. When these people turned around, they saw a woman wearing a luxurious palace dress with gorgeous decorations and a mask on her head. The other person was holding an ice lotus in his hand. This image became popular on the internet half a month ago. Kill fish for 10 years. Wang Qingdu's voice broke. They never expected that the person they had just offended had been killing fish for 10 years. They thought again that when they came to find Ling Weirui before, She said that she would go out in the afternoon for something. Could it be that at that time, Xiaoyu 10 years was in the room, and then he became unhappy with them and froze instantly? And they also thought of something deeper. They didn't kill them for 10 years, but kept them locked up. Perhaps they didn't want to cause trouble for Ling Weirui. Now, to kill a person, you may not only have to kill him once, but many times. Isn't an inhumane destruction of fish during these 10 years of killing them? The thief knelt on the ground, twisted his legs 180 degrees, and bowed down to Ling Weirui's double shadow clones. Sister Xiaoyu, I was wrong. I was really wrong. We were just collecting debts. This was all done by our boss. Our boss is Ji Chunlei. Do you know Ji Chunlei? He is a financial tycoon. He brought more than 30 bodyguards with him, each holding an AK. He told us that he would not let us go if the debt could not be collected. There was nothing we could do. Ling Weirui, is that why you're the only level 5 player on the team? It can really stretch and shrink. Ling Weirui controlled the image of 10 years of killing fish and spoke in the voice of a queen. Since you are so unhappy with what you are doing, why don't you come and help me? When everyone present heard this, they were all dumbfounded. Ling Weirui continued to speak in a royal sister voice. I want to open a few stores recently, and I'm short of manpower. You have run into me and know some of my secrets, so you'd better obey me. Otherwise, I will use all my strength and means to help you. At this time, the other people dared not disobey and express their opinions one after another. Agreed, we agree. Sister Xiaoyu, you are now number 1 on the list. We would love to be your subordinate. This is a great honor for our ancestors. Yes, from today on, we will fight to the bitter end. Ling Weirui said, follow me. I will not treat you unfairly. At least I can help you level up and gain strength. The work content is also easy. Just help me look after the place. In fact, in future companies, shops, etc., the people who look after the place will be the most powerful people. The others are just wage earners. No problem. Several people nodded frantically. They all have a feeling that if they survive a great disaster, they will be blessed in the future. Please introduce yourselves. Ling Weirui also wanted to know about the situation of these people. Wang Qing was the first to speak. Sister Xiaoyu, my name is Wang Qing, and my sync profession is a warrior in World of Legend. I started playing this game when I was 11 years old, and I have been playing it for 30 years now. I synced a highest level account, a level 300 warrior. Ling Weirui was a little surprised. World of Legend was introduced to the flower-growing community 35 years ago, but I'm afraid many young people have never heard of this game. The initial professions in this game are very simple: warrior, mage, and Taoist priest. It can be said to be the origin of the online game era of flower-growing families. It is the level of synchronization with the other party. Level 300, how long are you going to synchronize? I'm afraid you can only get the graduation equipment when you fight in a real cosmic battlefield. Ling Weirui commented sharply. Wang Qing also shed tears of bitterness. He thought that synchronizing strength meant synchronizing his own level 300 count, but he didn't expect that he had to upgrade himself to level 300 before he could sync his equipment. Level 300. He is really a super late game player. Wang Qing hasn't realized yet that he may never be able to reach level 300 in his lifetime. It takes several years to reach level 300 in the game, and it may take hundreds of years in reality. Next, other people introduce themselves. Sister Fish Killer, my name is Su Jiqing. I'm synchronized with the thief of the monster game. I'm now level 5, and I have a secondary profession of chef. Ling Weirui nodded and said, not bad. This job is exactly what Ling Weirui needs. Sister Xiaoyu, my name is Li Si. I'm currently level 3 and a teleportation mage. I currently have arcane missiles, mana recovery, and ultra-long distance teleportation activated. Ling Weirui nodded. She knew this profession, but ultra-long distance teleportation was a skill that could only be synchronized at level 5, so Li Si should have reached level 5 and then drop 2 levels. Sister Fish Killer, I'm Shengfang. I'm playing a single-player game called Mechanical God. My character is a mechanical master. I can now make machines, such as refrigerators and televisions. They're all child's play for me now. I can assemble Gundams and build an army of mechanical spiders. I also know some hacking techniques, which are some small branches of mechanical AI. So you were the one who created the location Trojan in my friend's phone? Oh, this is it. Shengfang nodded reluctantly. He's a talented person. Shengfang was happy, which meant that he also played a role. The last man, who looked a little frail, felt a strong sense of crisis because he was probably the most ordinary person in the crowd. Boss, my name is Zhou Ning. I spent 5 million to buy a Peacemaker activation code after the game was invaded. I used to be a salesperson in the company, and I can also be responsible for recruitment and management. Ling Weirui nodded. Each has its own uses. Without further ado, I am currently planning to open 3 restaurants. One that sells pastries, one that serves Chinese food, and one that serves Western food. The Chinese restaurant will be similar to Xianwei Pavilion, while the Western restaurant will serve all kinds of monster barbecues. Su Jiqing will be in charge. I still need manpower, professional hotel managers, waiters, and chefs. All chefs should have player skills, not those real chefs. Do you understand? Isn't it too unprofessional? Wang Qing couldn't help but ask. Ling Weirui smiled. No, you haven't thought enough about the world after the game invasion. Su Jiqing can activate the chef's secondary profession at level 5. If I remember correctly, he can make black bread. After eating it, he can restore 20 points of satiety. Once the chef's secondary profession is activated, you can practice it in real life. You don't need to upgrade yourself. As long as you have the materials to practice, you can become a senior chef in less than a month. Senior chefs can make roasted whole lamb. After eating it, your agility will increase by 30 points in half an hour. This kind of food that can significantly increase combat power is what players need. What's more, as the ingredients vary, you will also create different recipes, which will be recognized by the system and passed on. This is the chef that the universe game recognizes. Chapter 50. Gather subordinates and reach level 20. It's not that some people haven't thought about this, but they also understand that what determines whether a store can be opened is still money. Having been a fisherman for 10 years, I have made money and had the opportunity to make mistakes by trial and error, so I dare to be the first to try something new. Zion Wage was actually one of the first to try something new, but they were treating the players and the rich as fools, and they only cared about appearance and novelty. Ling Weirui dares to say that in the end, she is the one who can do it. This is also good. Only healthy competition can make the market better. Afterwards, Ling Weirui added 5 friends, selected 3 shops, and applied to the system for decoration. A pastry shop, a Chinese restaurant, and a Western restaurant. The names are also simple. Kill Fish Pastry, Kill Fish Hall, Kill Fish Western Restaurant. After the store was renovated, Ling Weirui started to hire 5 people, each of whom received a base salary plus a bonus. Ling Weirui asked for 100,000 yuan a month as the employment fee. After all, they're all players, so this price is still within the normal range. This is far less than Cheng Zihan. After all, Cheng Zihan has only been working for 6 days and has earned 300,000. But Cheng Zihan is only a temporary worker and cannot pick up dropped items. What's more, these people work so hard that their monthly bonuses are many times their commissions. Following Ling Weirui to level up, the salary for killing any monster is higher than the basic salary. As for whether these people will run away, Ling Weirui sneered. After the contract is signed, you will be my subordinates from now on. I will arrange for you to upgrade, but I don't want anyone to become disloyal when they become stronger in the future. At that time, I will take back everything I have given you. For example, if you're a level 3 now, I will kill you to level 3 at that time. All 5 of them shuddered. Serving the king is like serving a tiger. Okay, get out. Ling Weirui opened the cave and asked several people to return to their rental house. At this time, Ling Weirui's real body was also waiting at home. She smiled with a sweet expression, and her stunning beauty made people feel good about her. Compared with the queen of 10 years of killing fish, Ling Weirui is simply a super sweet girl. Manager Wang, I was really busy before, so that delayed me. Did you bring the contract? I have paid off my debt. How can I do this? You know Sister Xiaoyu, so you are a leader. How about I forgive this debt for you? He could turn this debt into a bad debt and settle it directly. One thing is another. I have money now. Ling Weirui asked the other party to take out the contract and then paid the debt on the system panel, and the debt was cleared. The reason why we still need the contract is because we are afraid that someone will cause trouble by taking advantage of the fact that we still have the contract. I hope you can keep the fact that Xiaoyu and I have known each other for 10 years and that I borrowed money from you a secret. Of course, of course. Several people nodded. They are now your subordinates, Killer Fish 10 years. Who dares to offend Killer Fish 10 years? Under the leadership of 10 years of killing fish, several people left Ling Weirui's rental house. After they left, Ling Weirui carried the rocket launcher and went to 2 other lending companies. The money of these two companies was borrowed later, and the time for debt collection had not yet arrived. When Ling Weirui showed up with a rocket launcher, the person in charge of the company turned pale with fright. But Ling Weirui did not make things difficult for the other party. She followed the normal procedure and repaid the money. Ling Weirui touched the rocket launcher and said, "Now that we have settled our debts, I hope you won't spread rumors about me. Keep your mouth shut, understand?" "Yes, Miss Ling, we understand." As soon as Ling Weirui came in, they recognized her, but they did not recognize her as the lender. Instead, she became a hot topic in the local area because Ling Weirui was photographed driving Tang Tianqing to Xianwei Pavilion for dinner by the gossip paparazzi. Tang Tianqing is really famous now. Ling Weirui also became famous, by the way, so she naturally didn't want everyone to know that she had once borrowed 8 million yuan. Although the loan company knew about it, it would not be nice if it got out. If it got online, who knows how someone would spread it. As a parent, Tang Xiu would have to explain himself. Ling Weirui also doesn't want to become a hot search heroine and spread rumors. There were rumors of a loan of 8 million for plastic surgery, and there might even be rumors of fruit loans. So Ling Weirui immediately ordered Sheng Fong to deal with it. Sheng Fong and a few others have not finished their work with Ji Chunlei yet, so even if they want to resign, it will take a few days for the handover. 10 years of killing fish, Sheng Fong immediately did what he was told, and then he saw the video. Brother Wang, this Ling Weirui is probably not a simple person. She knows Sister Xiaoyu and Zhang Wuji. Maybe she is actually the matchmaker between the first and second place. This time Zhang Wuji and Ling Weirui went out to meet Xiaoyu Shernyan, but we ended up delaying their meeting. We are lucky to be alive. She also became Sister Xiaoyu's subordinate. We should be her first batch of subordinates. She has always been alone before. Okay, hurry up and finish your work. Sister Fish has instructions for killing fish tonight. Okay. They no longer work hard in their previous crappy classes and are always collecting debts. In order to save their own lives, they just quit their jobs and work as a fishmonger for 10 years, which is better than anything else. So, several people were slacking off openly, but they did what Ling Weirui asked them to do conscientiously. Post job openings online and start preparing for opening a store. Because the flower-growing country announced the resumption of work and school, but there are too many bankrupt companies. As soon as they see someone recruiting, people from all walks of life frantically send their resumes to their emails. Damn, a PhD in chemistry wants to be a waiter? I'm really worried he'll poison me. There are actually quite a few people who have synchronized their careers as chefs. Here are 3 resumes from professional managers from Fortune 500 companies. Is this world crazy? We didn't reveal that our shop was opened by slaughtering fish for 10 years. Forget it. I'll develop a software to screen it out. In the end, Sheng Fong took action. He first used software to screen and finally sent text messages to people who met the requirements. The other side, Ling Weirui returned to the garbage dump in the suburbs. 3 days passed, and there was no change in the garbage dump. The frozen beetles began to move as the ice dissipated. As the temperature rises, the insect eggs revive and the Black River reappears. At night, Wang Xing and 4 others arrived at the designated location. To be honest, the 5 of them were pretty scared. Because of the construction of the city wall, City Z became a safe zone wrapped in high walls. In order to save energy, there are no more lights on the roads outside the safe zone. This is also because there will be wandering zombies in the wild, and a light source will attract the zombies to attack. Along the way, they killed 5 zombies. Finally, they arrived at the location and saw 10 years of killing fish in the white ice and snow. With the help of the moonlight, they could see that there was a reflective, densely packed black river in the distance. What are you standing there for? Come down and kill monsters to level up. After I leave, this level up point will belong to you. Warriors can use half moon slash. Mages can use arcane missiles. Mechanic masters can release little spiders. And rogues, forget it. You can use grenades with him. Ling Weirui took command. They said they were taking them to level up, but actually it was Ling Weirui who was leveling up. These people nearby could kill as many as they could. Even so, with full output, the upgrade experience is also terrifying. Wang Qing and his 5 colleagues worked during the day to recruit people and stayed up late at night to upgrade their positions. But they were as energetic as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Ling Weirui's experience finally reached level 20. Cosmic Game Frontline Report, Game Calendar. On the 28th, version 0.4. The player killing fish for 10 years has been the first to reach level 20 after unremitting efforts, and will be given a generous reward. Chapter 51. 1 month after the game was launched, the limited time store is open. Dear players, after killing fish for 10 years, you're the first to reach level 20 through hard work and will receive the following rewards. 1. Special title. First person, level 20. After wearing it, the experience points gained will increase by 10%. This title is a limited time title. When the level of others exceeds yours, and you are the first to reach level 30, the title will disappear. As the first person record holder, the experience increase is plus 10%. 2. The blessing of the original humans is that they will be immune to death 3 times. After death, no equipment or experience will be dropped. 3. You can withdraw an item you own in advance, including equipment, skills, props, etc. The original human will be exempted from the restrictions on the use of the equipment and can wear it now. As the first-person record holder, an additional synchronization position will be added. Cool. Ling Weirui naturally did not hesitate and chose 2 pieces of her graduation suit. Changshi Shattered Moon, Ice Abyss Robe. Changshi Shattered Moon, Ice Abyss Shoes. The grades of the 2 pieces of equipment are primordial treasures, which are 1 level lower than the chaos treasures. They represent the first era after the chaos and are many times more powerful than the innate treasures. They can be regarded as graduation equipment for those who spend money on the game. The attributes are also very powerful. Ling Weirui feels a strong sense of security. The clothes have 88 armor restrictions, and all kinds of enchantments, refinements, attributes, and gems are maxed out. The 2-piece set also comes with set attributes. The shoes allow Ling Weirui to fly into the sky, increasing her speed tenfold. The equipment page is quite mixed because the robe is an outer garment/top, and the equipment page also has skirts/bottoms. Ling Weirui only wore a top, and the skirt was a level 15 small suit skirt. The gorgeousness cannot be compared with the clothes. But shoes are more important than skirts, and increasing movement speed is exclusive to shoes. Ling Weirui has fashion covering her up, so no one will know what she is wearing. At the same time, the synchronization of level 20 is also taking place at all times. Your cultivation has reached the foundation building stage. Ling Weirui's spiritual power limit and acupoints increased, because Ling Weirui had double the effect when she was in the chi refining stage, and as she continued to practice in the chi refining stage, when she reached the foundation establishment stage, her acupoints were twice as many as others. Now, the effects of the foundation building period have been synchronized, so her spiritual power limit and acupoint size are already 3 times that of others. You have synchronized the suit, Ling Feng's suit X10. You have activated the magic weapon function. You have synchronized to 100 land suction plates, 100 will beads, 100 evil light nails, 100 bronze bells. More than 30,000 usable magic weapons were synchronized in one go. In Xianying Immortal Clan, this profession has only 10 skills, which are divided into 2 techniques. It is already a game with relatively few skills. But in addition to the skills themselves, the magic weapon unlocked at level 20 is also a novel way to play. It can be seen as a talent for certain games. After the foundation building period, the immortals become powerful and can control many magic weapons, including attack, defense, control, treatment, and functional types. Moreover, although the equipment is also called chaos treasure or primordial treasure, they are still equipment, but magic weapons have another function. Ling Weirui used the ground suction first. This is an object that looks like a bagua plate, hanging around Ling Weirui's waist. It can automatically pick up and absorb items dropped by monsters. Now, you no longer have to take risks and pick up equipment for monsters. The second is the reel, which can rotate 20 meters around itself to kill monsters, just like many lawn mowing games. This is the automatic hang-up. The evil light nail is a nail that also floats in the air. As long as you aim it in a certain direction, a beam of black light will appear that can nail the target in place. When the bronze bell is released, it can become larger, covering itself and resisting attacks. In short, different magic weapons have different functions and can restrain each other, which adds a lot of gameplay to the game and increases the competitive effect sharply. This is why Xianying Immortal Clan has become so popular among flower growers in recent years. After all, this is a true replica of the feeling of Cultivation game. This time, it's not just the magic weapons that are synchronized. There's also a batch of more powerful props, elixirs, spiritual food, formation plates, etc. The equipment refiner is responsible for the equipment, which has been synchronized. Ling Weirui took out the formation. It was of little use in the game, but very useful in reality. Psychedelic array. This psychedelic formation can cover an area of 2 kilometers, which is almost enough to cover the area around the garbage dump. Ling Weirui put down the formation plate and completely cover the place. In addition to Ling Weirui herself, 2 other people can be given authority to control the psychedelic array. Ling Weirui simply gave Wang Qinghe Sheng Fong the authority. You two sell the right to enter the psychedelic array to the public. The fee is 10,000 for 24 hours, but it can only be used up at once. You cannot stay for a certain period of time. When the time is up, you can expel the player. Ling Weirui originally wanted to sell this upgrade location to Tang Tianqing and make a fortune. But if you think about it carefully, one business deal is not as good as a long-term business. Besides, I also want to build a business empire and be a pioneer, so of course I have to take control of this industry. This means that she has occupied an excellent monster spawning location. Zergs spawn in other locations as well, but none as good as the suburban garbage dump. In the previous life, this location was controlled by various forces in turn. Because of the uneven distribution of spoils, there were frequent fights, and it was common for people to lose levels and die. Ling Weirui is also for peace. It makes money and is for peace. Isn't this charity? Ling Weirui rearranged the garbage dump and placed a magic weapon on the garbage dump to absorb the land. In this way, all dropped items can be sucked into the suction plate and flow into Ling Weirui's backpack space. That's right, Ling Weirui asked people to upgrade, but she didn't plan to give the drops to those who upgraded. The material of insect armor can be used to make Spider-Man's suit. Once she opened a store, Ling Weirui's mind was filled with thoughts of making money. Thanks to her double shadow clones, she can upgrade one clone and make money with the other. In the next 2 days, the game was updated, but there were not many changes. The garbage dump upgrade point opened. Ling Weirui did not show up, but Sheng Fong actually contacted Tang Tianqing and brought 1,000 garrison troops to upgrade. After interviewing professional managers, Ling Weirui selected 3 of the 3 catering stores. All of them were ordinary people without player status. Although the annual salary Ling Weirui offered was not high, and there was not even any reward such as equity, she promised to give internal priority to purchasing player activation codes. After all, the Beetle Dump can drop 3 Zerg killer activation codes a day. At this point, the 3 professional managers were so excited that they couldn't wait to open the store. Just when Ling Weirui was very busy, an additional system announcement appeared in the eyes of 10 billion people around the world. The Universe game is open for 30 days, and the Blue Star Human Calendar is 1 month. To celebrate the opening of the game's January big sale, the global limited time store function is now open for 24 hours. With a humming sound, a void panel appeared in front of everyone, just like Taobao, where countless commodities could be seen. Ling Weirui narrowed her eyes. Of course she knew what this was. What a lousy fund recovery plan. Chapter 52, Pain-Free Gene Medicine, lowest discount. At this moment, all mankind was also exclaiming. Because even for humans who have never defeated a monster, there will be a store with products in front of them. Pain-Free Gene Medicine. After use, it can greatly enhance one's own genes and cell vitality. Maintain the health of humans on Blue Star. Common diseases will be cured. Major serious diseases will be alleviated. Life expectancy will be increased. Aging will be slowed down. And after the injection, you'll not be infected with any disease in the future. Price, 100,000. Note, loans are available, and the drops obtained by players from killing monsters can be used to offset supplies. One person has 100,000 yuan, and 10 billion is 100 trillion yuan. A huge amount of funds were plundered. But who dares not to buy? Who would not buy? I will buy it even if it costs me nothing. In the previous life, Ling Weirui was the same. But this time, her mall is obviously different. Congratulations to the player for killing fish for 10 years. You have made outstanding contributions by killing monsters this month. You are the player who has killed the most monsters in the world, far more than others. According to your contribution, you will be given the lowest discount in the market, 10% discount, and you can sell materials, equipment, etc. at 120% of the price to exchange for funds. This month's recommended products. Cave Time Sands. 10 days of cave time, 1 day of Blue Star time. Price, 1 billion, 100 million after 10% discount. Moonlit Holy Body. You can obtain the legendary Holy Body in the world of immortal cultivation. Practicing under the moon can condense the moonlight, increase the speed of cultivation, the power of supporting immortal cultivation techniques, and increase the experience gained by 20%. Price: 1 billion, 100 million after 10% discount. Immortal Chance Enlightenment Tea. After drinking it, you could deduce your own skills and comprehensively enhance the attributes and combat effectiveness brought by the skills. Price: 1 billion, 100 million after discount. The store easily captured Ling Weirui and emptied her wallet. So far, the profit from her leveling point at the garbage dump is exactly 300 million. However, thinking about the billion she would have in the future, Ling Weirui no longer cared about the current amount of money. Ling Weirui purchased the recommended product on the spot. After the 3 recommended items, there are still many items available for purchase. Because Ling Weirui killed a lot of monsters, she was given a lot of props. Even Ling Weirui saw the Awakening Stone. Awakening Stone is a late-stage item in Boiling Blood and is also very important. It is priced at 100 million. Fortunately, Ling Weirui had a discount, so she only spent 10 million to buy it. There are also many props from the Xianying Immortal Clan, such as talismans that restore health and mana, but Ling Weirui has already bought them. It only cost 20 yuan before, but now even with a discount, it costs 20,000 yuan. Ling Weirui didn't spend the money. It was not until she saw so many props that Ling Weirui understood why Tang Tianqing was so strong in his previous life. To put it bluntly, the original humans asked the humans on Blue Star to kill monsters and weaken the strength of the monsters. Whoever did a good job would be rewarded. There is no doubt that even if Tang Tianqing was only a special forces soldier of the Peace Messenger in his previous life, he should have received rewards such as advanced genetic medicines, mutant physique, etc. at this moment. After her rebirth, Ling Weirui wanted to become stronger all the time, and she never stopped thinking of ways to kill monsters and level up. With her foresight, she naturally became the first and had the best mall rewards. She bought most of the goods in the mall, including some props from other games that she didn't have, which she could resell after getting them. After finishing it, Ling Weirui took the Awakening Stone and awakened Yin Yuru Hook. This means that all of her current skills, 1, 2, 3, and 4, are awakened. Cave Time Gold Sand was extracted and used on the cave. A piece of golden sand floated in the air, and time began to speed up. Ling Weirui used Moonlit Holy Body again. In an instant, her skin became as white as the moon, and her pupils emitted a fluorescent light. Her pupils were like the surface of the moon, with craters and fluorescence. Her long hair was loose and turned into a fluorescent white. Ling Weirui felt that her speed of absorbing spiritual energy had increased significantly, and her skills in using ice and moonlight had been greatly enhanced. Her physique also became stronger, and the accompanying Moon Soul effect made Ling Weirui as tough as a planet. The most direct reaction is a significant increase in chi, blood, spiritual power, and defense. Ranked first in the combat power list, reached 45,248 points. Ling Weirui finally took out the Immortal World Chance Enlightenment Tea. Because the introduction was vague, Ling Weirui initially thought that this was something similar to the Awakening Stone, but after thinking about it carefully, she felt that it was not right. This Enlightenment Tea, can it be for me to deduce the Ice Heart Sacred Art or the Sea Heart Sutra? Practice makes perfect. Ling Weirui drank the Enlightenment Tea in one breath. Just as she was about to deduce, she suddenly thought about using double shadow clones. One clone deduced the Ice Heart Sacred Art. One clone deduced the Sea Heart Sutra. Am I a genius? Ling Weirui gave herself a thumbs up. After drinking the Enlightenment Tea, her understanding became deeper because she had been practicing Ice Heart Sacred Art for a long time, and with the help of the Enlightenment Tea, she became more and more proficient in it. Not only could she improve Ice Heart Sacred Art, but she could also modify this technique by combining it with her own Moon Full Sacred Body, Moon Soul Physique, etc. In less than a day, she advanced this technique to a new level. Following the system's prompt, Ling Weirui's Ice Heart Sacred Art changed from a heaven-level technique to a saint-level technique. Ling Weirui continued to deduce, and 3 days later, Haina Heart Sutra also became a holy level. She began to control the two clones to deduce the Ice Heart Sacred Art together and directly deduced it to the entry level. The names of the exercises also became Guanghan Rodeo Jing and Haina Baichuan Dian. Ling Weirui's combat power instantly soared to 70,000. Cool. It's just that the time for cultivating immortals is really hard to control. It took me 10 days to drink a cup of tea. Fortunately, after she came out of the cave, she found that only one day had passed in the outside world. This time acceleration is worth buying. Ling Weirui looked at her two mobile phones. On hers, there were only chat messages from Tang Tianqing. She replied casually. After she finished the game, there were more messages on Ling Weirui's other mobile phone. This phone is newly bought, and I'm using the card that was used to register my ID card. I currently have only 9 contacts. There are 5 people including Wang Qing, 1 Cheng Zahan, and 3 professional managers, Lin Wenqian, Han Xiuru, and Lu Chao. Cheng Zahan was trained by Ling Weirui. After hiring Wang Qing and several others, Ling Weirui also hired Cheng Zahan as a professional thug to be responsible for patrolling. The remaining 3 professional managers are all over 38 years old and have extensive experience in running restaurants. After comprehensive consideration, they are the most suitable. And today is actually the opening day for the 3 restaurants of the Killing Fish Group. Just as he was thinking about it, Ling Weirui's phone rang. Sister Sheyu, the department said that our store has not been registered, and now we need to close the store and produce the materials. Cheng Zahan said nervously that she was still young and didn't know how to deal with this matter. Ling Weirui's face suddenly darkened. I'll be right there. Chapter 53. What department? I thought he was causing trouble and killed him by mistake. Cheng Zahan is responsible for killing fish and making cakes. The main pastries sold are various steamed cakes made from spiritual rice, as well as fruits made by Ling Weirui using the spiritual spring water in the cave. Moreover, the selected pastry chefs have their game accounts synchronized. There are some kitchen mini-games specifically for women, and making cakes, steamed cakes, etc. can all be converted into skills. After making it, put into the system backpack, and when you take it out, it still looks like it's just out of the oven, which makes it twice as delicious. A bag of 10 kilograms of spiritual rice can produce about 20 kilograms of steamed cakes. The price for 1 gene of steamed cake is $298. In just one morning, 100,000 copies were sold. Ling Weirui's Fish Killing Mall no longer sells spiritual rice because the price of spiritual rice has been lowered with the emergence of other players with cave dwellings. However, Ling Weirui's spiritual rice is irrigated with spiritual springs and is better than the spiritual rice on the market. Now, it has become steamed cake, and you don't have to cook it yourself, and it even has special properties. Spiritual rice cake, red date flavor after use. It increases satiety, health, and restores one's own spiritual power. Taking it after being injured can quickly heal wounds. This is not just a steamed cake. Isn't it a bottle of medicine that can heal injuries and restore mana? This steamed cake was immediately snapped up by everyone. The pastry chef was confused. Fortunately, the method of making pastries is special. For some chef professions, they only need to read the skill bar and make 10 pastries in 5 seconds. Otherwise, they will not be able to supply enough. There are not only Xiaoyu pastries, but also Xiaoyu Chinese Restaurant, changed its name, and Xiaoyu Western Restaurant. Each dish has its own attributes. The price is reasonable, which is a slap in the face of Xianwei Pavilion. How could the owner of Xianwei Pavilion, who was able to open a big restaurant within a month after the game invasion, be an ordinary person? The owner of Xianwei Pavilion sent someone to investigate and soon found out that Ling Weirui had too little time to prepare. I'm afraid I don't have the documents. The shopping mall is like a battlefield, so he immediately sent people to investigate. 5 people came, each with a serious face, blocking the door. I asked you to get the information and close the store first. Why didn't you close it? What's your attitude? Do you still want to continue? A middle-aged man with a big belly pointed at Han Xiuru's nose and spit. Not only that, he also looked at Cheng Zihan viciously. Did you just make a phone call? Did you call Killing Fish for 10 years? It's no use calling. Rules are rules. We can't control her killing monsters, but we can't violate business rules again and again. These people only pick on the weak. Other places are under the charge of Wang Qing and others. They're not easy to deal with at first glance. The pastry shop is full of girls, and Cheng Zihan is just a 20-year-old girl. Ling Weirui was teleported here using the subarray disc and heard these words immediately. Without saying a word, she flashed a white light, and the Feishue sword energy slashed across the necks of the 5 opponents. Several people stood like sculptures for 2 seconds before falling to the ground one after another. 5 heads fell from their necks, and a large amount of blood sprayed on the ground. Inside the store, the salesperson in charge of selling and recommending the product screamed. Han Shuuru stepped back and sat down on the ground. Her legs were so weak that her whole body was twitching. When people are overly frightened, they will become stressed. Han Shuuru obviously had not experienced this. On the contrary, Cheng Zihan just blinked. She has killed too many zombies. Zombies are more hideous and disgusting than humans. The deaths of these people are cleaner than those of zombies. There's just too much blood. But is it so direct? Kill him just like that? Cheng Zihan was a little scared. He was not afraid of someone dying, but he was afraid that Sister Xiaoyu had offended some big shot, and it would be difficult for her to survive in City Z. What are you yelling about? Cleaning the floor. How else can you do business? Ling Weirui snorted coldly in a queenly voice. At this point, her ID could no longer be hidden. It was horizontally displayed above her head, bright red. 10 years of killing fish. She became famous. This is the rule that appeared after the 0.3 version update. Killing a human will inevitably result in a red name. After the red-named player dies, the items in the backpack will be dropped, and the player will have to go to the prison to kill monsters to clear the red name. Although Peacemaker players will drop all their items upon death, players of other games will not, and even their items are dropped with the probability of being dropped. Ling Weirui's current red name is simply tempting people to commit crimes. Ling Weirui seemed not to notice anything. She flicked her sleeves and threw several people and their heads out. There was blood on the ground. The girl who was originally screaming, after hearing what Ling Weirui said, quickly took out the floor scrubber and started cleaning. The blood on the ground was quickly absorbed. She glanced at Ling Weirui carefully, with fear, shock, admiration, and a hint of relief and pride in her eyes. With her many years of work experience, cute baby face, and technical secondary school education, she successfully applied for the waitress position in this dessert shop. This is truly a blessing that she has accumulated for 800 years. She actually became the number 1 on the list, the number 1 in the combat power list, and the subordinate who had been killing fish for 10 years. Ling Weirui didn't notice her expression, but looked at Cheng Zihan. What about those who need documents? She asked calmly. Cheng Zihan was stunned, then pointed outside. Kill Sister Yu. They are outside. Those people you just killed. After hearing this, Ling Weirui showed a look of sudden realization. That's them. I thought they were troublemakers. It's accidental killing. Please help call 120 and send them to the hospital. The store will pay for their resurrection. Cheng Zihan's eyes widened again. Is this possible? She seemed to have learned something. Okay, Sister Xiaoyu, I'll call right away. At this time, outside the shop, people had already gathered in circles, looking at the corpses that were scattered all over the place, with no idea whose head was whose. When Ling Weirui came out, these people all took a step back, fearing that Ling Weirui would start a killing spree. Ling Weirui looked around and said calmly, Dear customers, these people are blocking the door and not letting anyone in. I thought they were deliberately trying to cause trouble, but I didn't expect that I misunderstood. The store is a personal asset. You can apply to the system to open a store based on your assets. The store can be renovated automatically and completed in 1 second. There is no formaldehyde, and it complies with fire regulations. Even the store opening will be given an official certificate. These are the data automatically generated for me by my store system. You can take pictures of them. Help me prove that my store is legal and legitimate. Also, when you open a store, you automatically pay taxes, so there won't be any tax evasion or tax avoidance. All shops that apply to the system can make public disclosures in terms of hygiene and other aspects. If they do not, it means there's a problem and points will be deducted. Ling Weirui clicked on the panel and displayed the store information. Killing fish cakes. Sold that day, 322,376 servings of food. Deliciousness, 10 points. Health, 10 points. Hygiene, 10 points. Satisfaction, 10 points. Chapter 54, pick up your gun and show your rank. Clear glance. This move can be said to have torn off the fig leaf of many stores. Touch someone else's cake? What is she afraid of? She's even more ruthless. Afterwards, an ambulance arrived and took away the 5 bodies. At present, the management of the entire Z City has become a 3-party force. It belongs to the garrison led by Commander Tang Xiao, and the patrol team composed of all police stations led by Chief Wang Penghan, as well as the City Lord's Mansion, which is under civil management and is composed of City Z Lord Wenhong Fong. The people who came to cause trouble for the store this time were equivalent to the forces of the City Lord's Mansion. The patrol team is responsible for law and order. But from the time Ling Weirui killed someone to the time she dumped the body, the other party turned a blind eye. Not until the 5 bodies were taken away did the patrol team come out to maintain law and order and ask people to line up and avoid crowding. Ling Weirui returned to the shop. Han Shuru looked pale, guilty, and felt terrible about herself. "I'm sorry, boss. I didn't handle this matter well. As a professional manager, it is necessary to deal with these people, even though she knows that these people are deliberately looking for trouble and are not easy to deal with. But it was her dereliction of duty to alarm the boss to clean up the mess." Han Shuru felt that she might lose this job. After all, if killing fish for 10 years wanted to find a subordinate who wouldn't be able to do the job, she is still so timid and behaves worse than a little girl. Ling Weirui waved her hand. "It's not your fault, but I'll only teach you once. Chung Zihan, what is your position in the store? You are not here to manage, nor to be a waiter. You are the gatekeeper of the store and the strongest fighting force. Pick up your guns, bring your strongest equipment, show your level, and fire a rocket launcher at anyone who comes to cause trouble. Who dares to move? Times have changed. If you want to make money, you have to use your fists. Do you understand?" Chung Zihan immediately understood what Ling Weirui had done just now. To put it bluntly, Ling Weirui hired Chung Zihan because she felt that this girl was a talented person with great potential. She worked harder than anyone else and was currently at the highest level. She could already go out of the city to fight alone, and she was very hardworking. With this mentality and awareness, the future is promising. Ling Weirui also thinks highly of her and plans to give her the authority over the cave so that she can be responsible for delivering vegetables to the 3 shops in the future. But Chung Zihan obviously didn't think of this. Instead, he felt that he was hired. He even started to help out in the store and put on the clothes of a waiter. She is only 19 years old and a freshman in college. It is normal for her to lack experience in dealing with things. Han Shuru has experience in running shops and companies, but she lacks the ability to kill. Everyone needs to grow. Ling Weirui gave a few more instructions before leaving. After reaching level 20, she was busy opening the store, which indeed delayed her for 2 days. Yesterday, she practiced the deduction technique again, which took another day. "Now I finally have time." Ling Weirui left her clone behind to practice in the cave. Fortunately, after her technique had been deduced to the entry level, she could continue practicing and she no longer had to reset her shadow clone every 6 minutes. Her real body took out the formation plate and prepared to teleport to Zhaojia village. But when she looked again, she found that the safe spot of Zhaojia village had disappeared. No way. Someone from Zhaojia village died. Ling Weirui quickly took out her flying mount. But this time, it was not the floating manta. After reaching level 20, Ling Weirui had more mounts to choose from. She chose the fastest lotus flying boat that suits the characteristics of her sect. The flying boat looks like an enlarged version of a lotus, and the lotus root is very flat, with an area of 2 by 2. It is decorated with a 1-meter-wide soft couch, a small table in front, and various vases, teapots, teacups, and other decorations. At first I only noticed the lotus outside, but now I realize that this is a flying bedroom. Ling Weirui lay on the couch, controlling the lotus flying boat, and flew towards Zhaojia village. Buzz! This speed is actually almost the same as that of an airplane. Moreover, when flying, a protective shield is raised on the flying boat to block strong winds. The flying boat can even reach the stratosphere. Ling Weirui didn't have the leisure to enjoy the scenery and hurried to Zhaojia village as fast as she could. When she arrived at the place, Ling Weirui found that she had thought too much. Zhaojia village was fine, but the house she rented was demolished and a 10-story building was built on it. It was actually an ancient-style building. The high-rise building was built in just 1 day. It was obvious that architectural players were invited to help. There were some modeling masters who could use the import function to put their models in the system into reality. This building was apparently built this way. Ling Weirui suddenly had an idea. If others can build it, she can build it too. Boss, let me ask you something. What is the name of the architect player who built your house? Ling Weirui placed a pistol magazine on the table. There are 7 bullets in the magazine. Now, the price of bullets has come down to 20 per bullet, so 7 bullets cost 140. In the past, questioning was the first pack of cigarettes. Now, sending bullets, same thing. The boss looked at Ling Weirui's outfit and the blood-red name above her head and quickly stood up. Fish Killer Master, do you want his contact information? I'll call him for you right now. Soon, Ling Weirui saw the player named Sun Cece. The ancient-style construction game she played was called Wonderland. First build the house on the construction page, then enter the real world and apply for materials from the system. Hello, great fish killer. Sun Cece stretched out her hand and greeted Ling Weirui enthusiastically. She was about 27 or 28 years old and had a very cheerful personality. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Well, come with me to a place where I need you to build a town. A small town. Sun Cece was extremely surprised. This was going to be a big deal. Ling Weirui invited her to board the Lotus flying boat, and then Ling Weirui flew towards the Panlong Mountains. In the distance, you can see a huge lake. This lake covers a very large area, with dense reeds on the edge of the lake and green-skinned men who are 2 meters tall inside. Frogman. This is a monster synchronized from a Western fantasy game. It is level 30 and densely packed at the edge of the lake. Not only that, the monster spawning speed here is extremely fast, especially when a large number of monsters in an area are refreshed. Linked refresh points will be formed, refreshing infinitely. This situation occurs in many games and is also called instant point refresh. It means refreshing the monster instantly. Later, a level 30 copy, the Frogman's Lair, will also appear here. In the previous life, as the number of players increased, this place gradually became a small town belonging to the high-level players in City Z. Of course, as time goes by, the high-level players become mid-level players, but the town has always been there. Chapter 55. Revenge is never delayed. A big fish has been caught. In her previous life, Ling Weirui had come here to build a house. But it was a year later. She chose a place and set up a psychedelic array to prevent monsters from suddenly appearing and killing Sun Cece. Let Sun Cece build a house in the psychedelic array, while Ling Weirui approaches the monster's spawning point. She threw out the land-sucking technique and chose the wheel bead among the remaining for magic weapons. Spiritual power was input, and the wheel bead spun rapidly, hitting the frogman. Wow, 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 wow. A group of frogmen were alarmed, and 30 of them, holding sharp fishbone spears in their hands, rushed towards Ling Weirui. Under the attack of the revolving bead, the frogman fell to the ground like being mowed. 30 frogmen dropped green frogman crystals, frogman leather, frogman spears, and large pieces of frog meat. The frog meat is very delicious, a top-grade delicacy. The frogman crystal is the most valuable. The energy contained in it can be made into a flashlight that can provide continuous power for 80 years. Moreover, the energy of the frogman crystals can also provide the energy required for mechanical anti-gravity devices, such as hovercrafts. At present, there is little external exploration by players, but as time goes by, more changes will be brought about because the game invades various props. This time, Ling Weirui didn't need to pick up the items. They were automatically transferred in the backpack. If the backpack is full, Ling Weirui will transfer the contents of the backpack into the cave. The frogmen were like leeks, being cut one after another. The 4-wheel beads fly out the farthest distance and refresh the 4 monster spawning points, making the monster spawning efficiency extremely high. Plus, Ling Weirui also gives him experience bonus. It's so cool. You can even use your secondary profession to make pills, food, etc. while leveling up. At this rate, Ling Weirui will be able to reach level 30 within 2 months. By then, you'll be a G-Nam boss. Ling Weirui brushed the brush from day to night. On the other side, Sun Cece was also busy all day. Ling Weirui also took out some magical rice and dishes to prepare her meal. Although Sun Cece has never been to the fish-killing restaurant, it became a hot topic today. Now that I have eaten this meal, I understand why the fish-killing restaurant received such unanimous praise on its first day of opening. This is so delicious. There are actually attributes. It can quickly restore hunger, increase mood points, and restore physical strength. She worked harder and harder to build a town. After dark, Ling Weirui's phone started vibrating. She took a look and saw the message was Sheng Fong. Sister Xiaoyu, the follow-up matters have been investigated. Sheng Fong was a hacker before, but after syncing with Mechanical Master, he became even more powerful. This time, he opened a store globally for a limited time, bought goods, and also bought an AI precision tracker. He sent the information to Ling Weirui and translated it at the same time. This was indeed the idea of the owner of Xianwei Pavilion. The owner of Xianwei Pavilion is a foreigner named Philin West. He runs a chain restaurant in China. The game invasion dealt a heavy blow to his industry. Unexpectedly, he quickly seized the business opportunity and reopened the store. Now Xianwei Pavilion has also opened branches in other cities, and there are currently 13 of them. I found extra assets from the 5 people who came this morning, including their fathers, mothers, sons, and other relatives. Each person had 200,000 yuan. After I hacked their phones, I found Philin West's secretary, Mu Laikin, who transferred the money privately. Ling Weirui obtained a list. Their information is written on this list. Can we determine their location now? Ling Weirui asked. Yes, including Philin West, they are all in City Z. Ling Weirui received their exact location again. Ling Weirui's real body continued to upgrade, and her clone returned to the rental house from the cave. She first chose a tall and strong man from the Xianing immortal clan, with a curvy European and American figure. She also found a freckled face with makeup and chose a golden ponytail as her hairstyle. Afterwards, he chose the Special Forces uniform of the Peacemaker, player, put on a bulletproof vest and a bulletproof helmet, and carried an AK in his hand. The temperament of a tough, female Special Forces soldier is overwhelming. After thinking about it, she used her spiritual energy to tattoo a mouse on her arm. She had seen Blackrat's tattoo, so this tattoo was very lifelike. Then she took out new props. Disguiser mask. This is the same as the hidden badge, a special prop for Lao Lu, and was purchased at the fish-killing mall a while ago. Ling Weirui put on the disguiser mask and got a chance to change her ID. Blackrat Annie. Perfect. Everything was done. Ling Weirui put on an invisibility talisman and crawled out of the rental house. A very familiar set of smooth movements. It seems like I haven't climbed for a long time. Why would she want to climb the wall so obediently? Ling Weirui froze on the 6th floor. Then she stepped on the ground and flew up. She is now a strong person in the Foundation establishment stage. Not to mention that after she has mastered the moon step, her whole body speed is extremely fast, and she can even teleport in the eyes of others. After stepping on the moon, Ling Weirui quickly approached the southwest direction of City Z. There's a villa area for the rich here, where live the richest people in the entire Z city. Ling Weirui swept her spiritual sense outside the community and locked onto Philin West. At this point, he was furious. Bullshit. What about killing fish for 10 years? Catch her and throw her into the sea to feed the fish. You're a piece of trash. You can't even do this. What's the point of having you? Fuck. Philin West kicked a young man to the ground and kicked him hard in the abdomen. The young man fell to the ground like a shrimp. He quickly got up and said, "Boss, killing fish 10 years is too strong. There is no one higher than her on the battle power list. If you ask me, we should stop the loss in time and stop doing the catering business for now. We could do other things. Now we can't hire many players with combat power, but we can hire those who have no combat power and don't want to go out to fight. I have studied it recently. In addition to chefs, there are also tailors, blacksmiths, pharmacists, even players from the Xianing immortal clan, as well as talisman masters, formation masters, and so on. Walter? I've been in the catering industry for so long, and you want me to do something else? Why should I let a woman like her bully me? I'm going to hire the strongest killer to assassinate killing fish 10 years. Even if she has fighting ability, she's just a young woman. She's bound to die this time. It was you who stopped me from attacking killing fish 10 years last time. Otherwise, I would have attacked her when her strength was lower. I've long been fed up with a woman like her bullying me on the rankings. And there's also that Zhang Wuji. If it weren't for him, the number 1 on the rankings should belong to our Philin family. Ling Weirui glanced at the rankings. At this moment, she was ranked first on the list, with a combat power of 72,659. The second is Tang Tianxing's ID, Zhang Wuji, with a combat power of 23,487. The third ID is a string of English, which means Charming Aquaman. The Charming Aquaman, Flinzax, the game account he controls, is a Western mythology game called Faith of the Gods, which is also very popular there. Flinzax should choose Poseidon, the god of the sea in the game. The opponent's current combat power is 10,873 points. That's it. Chapter 56, False Business War, Reporting, Real Business War Robbery. This profession is indeed very strong. All skills are forbidden spells, and the graduation equipment is mythical level. The potential is similar to that of the professional account of Xining Xianzu. The reason why Ling Weirui remembered it so clearly was because the charming Aquaman was indeed number one in the previous life. Moreover, Ling Weirui also knew that players of this game also had additional channels for improvement. For example, Ling Weirui's Xiaoxing game has a cultivation system. The other side has a belief system. The more people believe in them, the more divine power can be activated. In this life, Ling Weirui dominated both charts. Zax was not number one, or even number two, so he naturally could not attract so much faith, and thus became weaker. I didn't expect to catch a big fish. However, the original humans hoped that all humans would resist monsters rather than actually play a game. Otherwise, if national wars or gang wars were to start, humans would definitely become a mess. Unexpectedly, without this mode, there are still people who want to kill her. I don't know whether this is Zax's idea or West's impotent rage. When people lack the ability, they always say harsh words. I'll let my dad kill you. My brother is an official in XXX. My dad is the boss of the entire Z city. This kind of talk is lame. Ling Weirui can now teach this person named West what true strength is. She landed in the yard of the villa and heard a shrill alarm. A pair of red fluorescent shoes appeared on Ling Weirui's feet. This seems to be the floor lamp mentioned on the internet. It is the kind that is installed close to the ground and can illuminate a circle of footprints. Some pet households will install this kind of light to prevent their pets from being stepped on at night. As a unique footprint appeared, loud shouting suddenly sounded all around. Ooh, someone is hiding. Release Hawkeye and lock the position. Shoot, just shoot. The public security in the Flower Country is still very good, but West was born in a free country and is accustomed to having bodyguards with him. The ones he hired are professional bodyguards with rich experience. There is even a player in the team who is a hunter with a special skill called Eagle Eye that could detect invisible units. The other bodyguards were not idle either. Guns appeared in their hands, and the red laser dots locked onto Ling Weirui's body. Suddenly, 7 or 8 dots appeared where there was nothing. Ling Weirui was locked, but she was not panicked at all. She flew up and arrived at the gate of the villa in an instant. The doors are blast-proof and the windows are bulletproof. Ling Weirui just waved her hand lightly, and the entire gate and the reinforced concrete of the wall flew away out of thin air. With a loud bang, the construction waste hit the bodyguards and knocked them to the ground. West took out a submachine gun and fired at the door, killing the bodyguard who rushed in. He had no idea that Ling Weirui had appeared behind him. She reached out and grabbed West's neck. Crack! With a crisp sound, the opponent died instantly. Ling Weirui threw him into the cave. In order to prevent him from running away, Ling Weirui activated the resurrection array again. Although this formation is used to revive friendly units, anyone who is human can be resurrected. Ling Weirui also entered the cave. Outside world, Mu Lycan held his head and fell to the ground. From his angle, he could just see Ling Weirui's figure and her outstretched arm, strangling West to death. Too fast. Fierce, decisive, and brutal. Is this the person who has been killing fish for 10 years? Wang Zibo had a hunch, that's it. He knew, but he had no evidence. For a moment, he didn't know how to describe his thoughts. He wanted Ling Weirui to kill the other party, but he didn't want to lose his job. Money is hard to earn, and shit is hard to eat. How can you make money while standing? He earns it while kneeling, getting scolded and beaten, and he deserves the money. Now, he might lose his job. No, if West died, wouldn't that be perfect? I could take my own project proposal and go find 10 years of killing fish. His eyes became brighter and brighter, and then he left the villa while the bodyguards were in chaos. Inside the cave, West chose to be resurrected. As the boss of a top enterprise, he may not have a synchronized game account, but he will definitely buy an activation code. Moreover, he would definitely not buy a popular game account like Peacemaker. He was holding a submachine gun just because it is fast. Moreover, influenced by Western culture and the example of the strongest person in the Philin family, he naturally obtained an account of faith in the gods. After getting it, he chose the god of wealth, Hades among countless gods. The name Hades actually also means the god of the underworld, the ruler of underground minerals. In the West, it implies that the source of money is greedy and secretive. Therefore, after Phil West chose this profession, he could make money, gain faith, and activate various magical powers. Moreover, the more irregular the source of wealth, the higher the faith. This is why Phil West is so deceptive. It's not that he doesn't want to do business properly. It's because the profession doesn't allow it. Unfortunately, the improvement of faith is as slow as practicing immortal arts. Phil West had just obtained the activation code, and his current level is only 10. Although it is the average level of players, the gap with the top combat power is too big. As soon as he was resurrected, he found that the submachine gun in his hand was gone. It was also his first time to be resurrected. He thought he had been resurrected to a safe place, but the next moment, a submachine gun was pointed at his head and the other party was yelling at him. Rob, give me all your money." Phil West was immediately furious and looked at Ling Weirui. The next moment, his eyes turned golden and a laser shot towards Ling Weirui, like a titanium alloy dog-eye laser. Ling Weirui's spiritual sense was so powerful that she instantly tilted her head to avoid the attack, then pulled the trigger. Thump, 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 thump. Phil West's head was covered in blood. The next moment, he was resurrected again. Don't you understand human language? Or have you been in a flower-growing family for too long? Do you have to speak Chinese? Robbery. Give me money, or I'll smash your head. Having dropped 2 levels, Phil West attempted to escape. He instantly pulled out the teleportation scroll from his backpack. Random teleport scroll can be randomly transferred to a location within a 1,000-meter radius and can be used in combat. His movements are fast, but Ling Weirui was even faster. Interrupt the spell. And this time Ling Weirui didn't shoot, but used Fei Shuai to cut off Phil West's head. Phil West was going mad. He felt that he should not choose the god of Hades, but the god of wrath, so that his fighting power would explode now. He calmed down and did not resurrect immediately, but quickly he thought of a solution. But the next moment, I received a message from the system. You were resurrected by Blackrat Annie, using the resurrection curse. Chapter 57, Foreigners Some Gold Coins. Phil West was forcibly resurrected. How many times can your soul be resurrected? I said, give me money, otherwise I will keep killing you until you are really dead. At this time, Phil West also realized that he was very weak, dizzy, and had no strength in his body. This is the after effect of continuous resurrection. He raised his hands in surrender. Don't kill me. I can give you any ransom you want. That's right, bring me 10 billion, Ling Weirui said. Phil West's face turned pale. 10 billion. Even if he made a lot of money these days, he still didn't have 10 billion. Moreover, Xianwei Pavilion is a family business, so he didn't get much, only about 5 billion. Ling Weirui is really asking for too much. However, Phil West owns some fixed assets abroad, so he can actually raise the money if he tries to scrape it together. But he didn't want to go out. But when he thought of the family business, he suddenly had an idea. On the surface, he was dealing with Ling Weirui, but in fact, the secret message had already been sent out. Cousin, save me. I was killed 3 times by a player named Blackrat Annie. I was locked up in an unknown place. Whenever I resurrect, I stay in the same place and will be forcibly resurrected by the other party. His cousin is none other than the charming Sea King, Flinzax. But the next moment, he found that his secret message could not be sent. Fuck. Phil West cursed in his heart, but at this moment, he finally realized that he had entered a dead end. With endless resurrections and no way to ask for help, how can he break the impasse? What to do? Do you really have to pay a ransom? He didn't believe the woman in front of him, but now this was his only way to survive. I'll give you 5 billion first, and you let me out. With your strength, you can catch me at any time. After I get out, I'll raise another 5 billion for you. I mean what I say. When Ling Weirui heard this, she felt that the other party was really sensible. That's right, but in addition to 5 billion, I also want 5 billion in assets. All the real estate you own must be transferred to me. After you get out, I will keep an eye on you and raise 10 billion. Ling Weirui raised the price on the spot. Phil West was so angry that he yelled, then yours is 20 billion, and you just said 10 billion. You're right, but you don't have a choice, do you? Phil West panted angrily and finally nodded, trading 5 billion to Ling Weirui and a large amount of assets. Ling Weirui took a look and found that they were all Phil West's assets in the United States, but there were no assets of the flower growers. There is no Xianwei Pavilion either. So she pointed the gun at the other person's head without hesitation. You didn't give me all of it. I know you're the boss of Xianwei Pavilion. Why don't you give me the Xianwei Pavilion? Philin West was eager to clarify. That's the Philin family's business. I can only take the profits. It's not my asset. What about the house? The house in Xianwei Pavilion. Philin West's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, "Who would buy a house to open a restaurant? Of course it's rented." Ling Weirui was speechless. It seems that all her assets were bought and then opened. Rent? Are you kidding me? Is that safe? The landlord can kick you out at any time, and this involves the issue of independent security zones. Yes, how could the other party know now? Of course, it would be more appropriate to rent a house and open a store. Okay, I'll believe you for now. I hope you're not lying. Thump, 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 thump. Ling Weirui beat the opponent to death again. After the death this time, she did not use the resurrection spell, but threw the opponent out of the cave. In an instant, Philin West's body appeared in his villa. The bodyguard found him, but discovered that he had not been resurrected. He was so scared that he thought his soul had dissipated and there was no way he could be resurrected. Just when they were about to bury Philin West finally realized that he could be resurrected. Because the system prompts are different. The carbon element required for this resurrection is 114 kilograms, minus the funds of 3,264 yuan. Please choose your resurrection location, resurrection on the spot, or other safe area, 28 Greenton Street. It turns out that normal resurrection actually requires money. You can also choose which safe zone to revive in. Philin West immediately chose his home in the beautiful country so that the man would not come looking for him. When his bodyguard saw this scene, they looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what was going on. And the other side, after waiting in line for a whole day, the 5 troublemakers who were resurrected finally woke up. If you wake up, get out of the morgue as soon as possible. You spent 8,271 yuan to revive 5 people. Killing fish pastry has already paid for you, but you're really brave to even mess with such a big guy. By the way, you guys are not players. Your soul strength is a bit weak. You can only die twice, so you must cherish it. Now, there are still fanatical fans of killing fish for 10 years. Be careful and don't go out and get beaten to death. The resurrected person was not originally a doctor and did not have the long-term professional ethics of doctor. He was just a priest player whose game account was synchronized, and he kept talking. After all, he is the first one to eat melons. When the 5 people heard this, fear filled their eyes. They finally realized who they had offended. Of course, now they're just being tough all over. She killed us? Just like that? What else do you want? The laws of City Z have been changed. If a player kills someone, as long as the player is resurrected and the other party is not dead, they can mediate privately. Besides, it was you who were looking for trouble in the first place. He killed so many monsters, so he must have made great contributions in City Z. City Z will definitely protect him. The 5 people were speechless. It turns out that the 200,000 yuan was not money for finding fault, but money for their lives. After getting 5 billion and a lot of extra assets for free, Ling Weirui was very happy. As for the remaining 10 billion, Ling Weirui was of course joking. Of course, if she encounters this again in the future, she wouldn't mind robbing him again. Let this foreign guy get more gold coins. However, since Ling Weirui has transformed into Blackrat Annie, she naturally has to be more rigorous. After getting 5 billion, the ID of Blackrat Annie immediately landed on the first page of the wealth list. However, Ling Weirui took out the hidden badge, and after wearing it, the ID of Blackrat Annie disappeared from the wealth list again. Ling Weirui took off the mask of the pretender and changed back to her identity of 10 years of killing fish. However, this is 10 years of killing fish with a hidden badge, and it has not been merged with the original 10 years of killing fish without a hidden badge, so the 5 billion is not exposed on the wealth list. Ling Weirui plans to spend the money tonight. Chapter 58, Buying a 25-story international hotel in full. Ling Weirui's first thought was to buy a house. Before the game invaded, the hot topic in society was buying a house. After the game invaded, housing prices plummeted. But no one knows that in the future the house will become a safe zone for everyone, and the size and strength of the safe zone can be upgraded. In order to protect humanity, primitive humans work hard to kill monsters and will continuously strengthen the effect of the safe zone. Good properties may become more and more expensive because of the effects of safe zone attributes. Ling Weirui opened a real estate software skillfully. Buy in City Z first. She glanced around and suddenly saw a magnificent building. Z City Financial Center, Shenyang International Hotel, A single-family building with 25 floors, a construction area of 30,000 square meters, 3,000 parking spaces, and a selling price of $280 million. Shenyang International? Isn't this Shenyang Ghost Building? This international hotel is very old, at least 20 years old. It was used to welcome foreign guests. Its 25 floors were one of the rare high-rise buildings at that time. The whole building is like a semicircle, and the walls are made of office glass, which is all golden. The whole hotel is magnificent. There's also a 100-meter-long square entrance and 3 floors of underground parking spaces. However, in the second month of the game Invasion, a new monster was refreshed, the Weird One. When you think about it, isn't it just something that happened in the past few days? However, while the monsters were being refreshed, the safe zone was also upgraded. The safe area, where people live, cannot be entered unless someone knocks on the door. Moreover, the ghost has its own rules. It only appears at night and does not attack people under the quilt. Since Shenyang International Hotel was fully occupied at the time, a large number of ghosts stayed there. This place has become a famous night upgrade spot. I didn't expect this hotel was actually for sale. Ling Weirui called immediately. Ling Weirui is now #1 on both lists. So even if she asked to discuss the deal at 8 o'clock in the evening, the other party would come over immediately. Among them, one is the property owner and the head of the development company, and the other is the head of Shenyang Company. The owner of the development company is Li Zhaoxi, also a local tycoon involved in many real estate projects. Hello. I've heard of your great name for a long time. What should we call you? Li Zhaoxi asked. Ling Weirui curled her lips and smiled, saying, a game nickname will do. If you feel uncomfortable, you can call me Ms. Yu. Then it's Mr. Yu. Li Zhaoxi said quickly. Mr. Yu, come and have a look. Li Zhaoxi invited Ling Weirui to enter Shenyang International Hotel. It took them 20 minutes to visit only 2 floors. Ling Weirui felt that time was running out and didn't want to read on. If she wanted to see it, she could look at it on the asset panel later. Okay, this property is nice, but the hotel is still in operation, or rather, on the verge of bankruptcy. What does Mr. Zhao say? Zhao Yuankun is currently the chairman of Shenyang International Hotel. He said, before, the lease contract we signed with Mr. Li was $30 million per year until 2 by 37. As you know, the hotel can no longer be maintained. What I want to ask is, can Mr. Yu take over the hotel? I will return the investment, and you can own the building completely and independently. He speaks the truth. Ling Weirui had the same idea. So he asked, how much do you plan to pay? Zhao Yukan hesitated for a moment and said, 8. No, 70 million. What do you think? It is a pure buyer's market now, and Zhao Yuankun dare not ask for too high a price. In fact, his investment in the decoration of this hotel alone is 60 million, not to mention the operation. Of course, after so many years, the money has been earned back long ago, and the funds have been invested in other projects. Now he is suffering from overall losses. As for game accounts and game props, he can only share the market with others, which is a huge investment with no idea of what lies ahead. No soup at all. He originally wanted to copy Xianwei Pavilion, but within one day, a fish-killing restaurant suddenly appeared and basically attracted all the customers in this line of business. Others had no competitiveness at all and could only invest in the low-end market. Even this is not easy to do. In short, it is better to get your money back first than to lose it all. Ling Weirui bargained symbolically and finally settled on 65 million, and this was on the premise that Li Zhaoxi would also sell the hotel. Ling Weirui asked him again. Mr. Li priced the software at 280 million yuan. Can the price be lowered? Ling Weirui asked. Hearing this, Li Zhaoxi gritted his teeth and said, just treat it as making friends. 270 million. I will give you 10 million directly. Is that okay with Mr. Yu? Ling Weirui said, 2.5. Everyone take a step back. 2.6. I'll offer 2.55. In this case, the whole building will be worth 320 million, which is all the money I've earned. I even have to apply for a loan from the system. How do you think this price is? Li Zhaoxi asked. Will you pay on the spot? Right. He gritted his teeth and said, that's a deal. After the system was in place and all the procedures were complete, the two chose to trade on the spot. After the transaction was completed, Li Zhaoxi and Zhao Yuankun felt relieved. You won't regret your decision today, Ling Weirui said meaningfully. Li Zhaoxi hesitated for a moment, but still asked, although it's not nice to say this, Mr. Yu, is it really a good idea to buy a house at this time? What if the universe game suddenly updates some super monsters, such as Godzilla or monsters, and destroys human cities, will the house still be useful? This is probably an economic bubble that can be seen with the naked eye. It's not like he regrets selling the houses. But I do want to know whether Ling Weirui knows any information. Is it really suitable to buy a house under the current circumstances? They all sold their houses to buy game props, but 10 years of killing fish made a fortune after the game invaded and came back to buy a house. This is like people inside the wall wanting to get out and people outside the wall wanting to get in. Is there really something they don't know? Ling Weirui was happy to get the house and didn't mind revealing any information. As the saying goes, circle is the most important. Often a single sentence can determine a person's life or death, honor or disgrace. Ling Weirui did not join the circle, but now she has become the center of the circle. You have real estate in your hands. I'm afraid it's really dangerous, but I'm different. I have the power. Because Ling Weirui was busy, she left quickly. Li Zhaoxi had not yet understood what Ling Weirui meant, but he soon heard the news from within the circle. Have you heard? The boss of Xianwei Pavilion, that foreigner, Phylin West, was robbed today. 5 billion was taken away, as well as a lot of real estate. He was killed 3 times, and now he has fled back to the United States. What? This is too rampant. Did the patrol find the person? I didn't find it, but it seems to be done by a terrorist organization called the Blackrats, and this group of people attacked the 10 years of killing fish. After hearing these words, Li Zhaoxi instantly understood the meaning of killing fish for 10 years. He even called Zhao Yuankuan and felt extremely fortunate. Old Zhao, luckily we sold quickly. Let's quickly convert the funds into strength. Otherwise, we will be the next ones to be robbed. Yes, yes, yes. Chapter 59. Crazy shopping, self-righteous, smart people. As for whether anyone suspects Ling Weirui is the one who robbed Phylin West, maybe there are people, but they have no evidence. Besides, the world is halfway through the apocalypse and everyone is struggling to survive. So who cares if you are rich or not and whether you're being robbed? As long as you're not dead. The garrison is responsible for going out to fight the goblins. Patrols sweep up bugs. There's only one city lord's mansion left, which has no combat capability and cannot take care of things. It made the rich people tremble. That night, Li Zhaoxi and Zhao Yuankuan bought a large amount of equipment, materials, strengthening stones, food with added attributes, and potions. They ate what they could and gave what they couldn't eat to their family members. From their 6-year-old grandson to their 80-year-old mother, they strengthened everything. The other side, Ling Weirui, the culprit of all this, arrived in Kyoto via the teleportation array. In her previous life, she had also come to Kyoto, mainly to contribute to the country's construction. As a construction worker player, she is familiar with many cities, but she has never fought any monsters. After all, Tetris has no levels, and the blocks are still the same no matter how many levels you pass. After walking out of the teleportation array, Ling Weirui heard exclamations from people around her. She took out the invisibility talisman and stuck it on her body. Then she opened the app and searched for buildings currently for sale in Kyoto. Fortune Financial Center commercial building, single-family building with 13 floors, construction area, 12,000 square meters, selling price, 110 million. Ingbin International Hotel, single building with 23 floors, construction area, 35,218 square meters, selling price, 350 million. China World Trade Center shops and office building, single-family building with 38 floors, construction area, 50,000 square meters, selling price, 750 million. Both are good. Ling Weirui called all 3 companies. It was still the same situation. Even though it was 9 o'clock in the evening and the matter involved hundreds of millions of dollars, and Ling Weirui promised that the transaction could be completed on the spot, these people still came. Ling Weirui chose a roast duck restaurant that was still open. The restaurant had 2 floors, but it was not very big. A young man with an M4 rifle was sitting at the door, looking around vigilantly. Soon, the person arrived. The wealthy man from Kyoto also brought 4 bodyguards with him, which made the boy very nervous. The wealthy man was also in a good mood and said, "Let's go upstairs to room 203. Well, you can go up, but not those with weapons. There's only one person upstairs." Several bodyguards acted separately, and some used drones to identify the people inside. The rich man finally entered the private room with his secretary. He was also very excited to see Ling Weirui. This person was selling the Ingbin International Hotel, and he had purchased the building 5 years ago, spending a huge amount of money on it. However, the other party had some problems with their funding chain, so he had to give up this goose that laid golden eggs. In addition to the building being sold for $350 million, when he heard Ling Weirui say she wanted to buy the hotel as well, he finally offered a high price of $120 million. If you do this, I'll just leave, and there's no need to talk about the price. No, Mr. Yu, let's talk it over. While the two were negotiating, the two bosses of the Fortune Financial Center commercial building and the China World Trade Center shops and office building also arrived. The commercial building is currently closed. After a month of insect attacks, most of the merchants moved their goods out and have closed their doors completely. Moreover, the other party promised to clear the building within 1 month. Ling Weirui finally cut the price by $10 million. In this day and age, no one knows when a real estate project will collapse. A 10 million yuan discount can help them earn 110 million yuan, which the boss thinks is worth it. At that moment, the two completed the transaction. The owner of the commercial building left with his bodyguards. After seeing this, the owner of Ingbin International Hotel finally gave in. Ling Weirui bargained for both the house and the hotel, and finally the deal was sold for 430 million yuan. When we reached the last office building, some disagreements arose. The poster is the chairman of the He Group, named He Yongsheng. He doesn't look like he's selling the property, but rather like he's trying to get information. Mr. Yu bought the building at this time. Does he have any inside information? Why don't we work together to monopolize the business and make it bigger and stronger? He had been listening for half an hour, but the price was not mentioned. Moreover, since the transaction between the two was unsuccessful, he was trying to get information, as if he wanted to get the information for free. And Ling Weirui has very sharp perception. She knew that He Yongsheng didn't want to sell. Or maybe no one bought it originally, so he got anxious, and now that someone has bought it, he's afraid of selling at a loss. Ling Weirui didn't have much time. It was already 9:30 in the evening, and she still needed to go somewhere else to buy a house and couldn't afford a delay. I don't have any inside information. If Bossy is not sure, please think about it again. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Ling Weirui got up and left. When He Yongsheng saw her like this, he became even more unconvinced, and even cursed Ling Weirui as a nouveau riche when he turned his back to her. To him, isn't Ling Weirui just a nouveau riche? Because of game invasion, Ling Weirui became the #1 on both lists, and some props synchronized with the game are sold at high prices. Maybe He Yongsheng thinks Ling Weirui is just a vegetable seller. He hurried to find other bosses he knew to find out more about the situation, but ended up spreading the news that Ling Weirui had come to Kyoto and purchased 2 buildings. After all, killing fish for 10 years is #1 on the list. Maybe she knows something. It's better to hold on to the house. You may regret it after selling it. Will you sell it? I need to think about it. That's right. Everyone was talking at once and had their own ideas. As a result, people in Kyoto felt that He Yongsheng was right, so they held on to the houses in their hands. Ling Weirui didn't buy the 3rd house, but it didn't matter. She went to the Magic City again. In order to avoid wasting time, she also called other houses she had liked. If the other party was an agent, that would be even better, as he could help her contact the house she liked. This way, things will go much more smoothly. Ling Weirui bought a building in Shanghai. Magic City Tianjiao Building, a single-family building with 36 floors, construction area, 45,000 square meters, selling price, 860 million. It has just been built and has not been sold to the public yet. It cannot be sold now and is stuck in the hands. Ling Weirui took it down on the spot. With advanced preparation, Ling Weirui could go to other cities and trade as soon as she landed next to the teleportation array. Moreover, more and more people came, so there was competition and comparison. Banks, ancient mansions, commercial streets, scenic area hotels, etc. are all available for Ling Weirui to choose. The price is also very cheap. Ling Weirui also bought a building in 8 places: Pengcheng, Shancheng, Chengdu, Yangcheng, Tianjin, Chang'an, Jinling, and Shengjing. Among them, the 3 properties in Chang'an, Jinling, and Shengjing are all famous strange buildings. Some of them were obviously haunted buildings. Ling Weirui had the intention to buy them, but the other party did not show up. Ling Weirui could only wish them good luck. As for those who wanted to buy villas in the suburbs and asked for 100 million yuan, Ling Weirui simply ignored them. At this time, who would dare to buy a house outside the safe zone? Even though Ling Weirui acted quickly, it was still 3 o'clock in the morning before everything was over. Ling Weirui spent a total of 4.69 billion. Ling Weirui did not keep the remaining money, but used it to renovate the newly completed Tianjiao building. As for whether someone calculated that she spent so much Maybe it was the person who robbed Phil West. These wealthy people have no idea what happened in City Z, and even if they did, they would keep it secret. They were afraid that Ling Weirui would come and rob them. Chapter 60.6 Strange Invasion. It's never ending, right? Early the next morning, Phil West's secretary, Mu Laikin, appeared in the fish-killing Western restaurant, and Sheng Fong was on duty in the fish-killing shop. Of course he knew Mu Laikin. Mu Laikin took the business plan and recommended himself to Sheng Fong, saying that he wanted to switch to Xiaoyu 10 years. Sheng Fong took a look at his business plan and found it quite good. Mu Laikin played an indispensable role in helping Flynn West open 13 stores in such a short period of time. Wait a minute, I'll ask my boss. Sheng Fong went to make a phone call. When Ling Weirui heard his words, she thought of Mu Laikin, who was beaten like a dog yesterday. A word flashed through my mind instantly. A self-torture trick? Not really, really not. I guess Mu Laikin can just tolerate it. But people like him are really scary. But it doesn't matter if the cat is black or white. As long as it can catch mice, it's a good cat. I have so many businesses now, and the cave can speed up 10 times. I will open 10 restaurants to test the waters first. Ling Weirui agreed to Mu Laikin's proposal and asked about his annual salary. The two communicated over the phone throughout the process because Ling Weirui would not waste time on upgrading. I want to sign a bet contract with you. Within 1 year, I will bring 30 billion in revenue to the Killing Fish Group. If successful, I hope you can give me a game account of Xining Shinzu, and I will work for the Killing Fish Group for 10 years. Ling Weirui chuckled. At present, the activation code of the Xining Immortal Clan is worth 30 million, and there is no price in the market. You asked for an annual salary of 3 million right away. You are too arrogant. I'm worth the price, and I have the ability. Mu Laikin was so confident that he was arrogant. When you were with Feilin, what did he promise to give you? Ling Weirui asked curiously. Activation code for faith in the gods. Really? Ling Weirui didn't need to ask any more questions. She already understood. Mu Laikin is definitely a very ambitious person. He is indeed capable, but he does not have a good enough background. How could the activation code fall into the hands of a worker now? When Ling Weirui sold the first Peace Messenger activation code to the hot pot restaurant owner, he definitely made a profit. Mu Laikin didn't want an ordinary activation code, as he felt that he wouldn't get far with it, so he valued activation code for games like Faith of the Gods and Xining Immortal Clan. Being ambitious is not a bad thing sometimes. Okay, sign a contract. Ling Weirui signed a contract with the other party, and all the things were delivered through Cheng Zihan's cave. In fact, this contract only has legal effect and is not binding on the system. If Mu Laikin gets the account and wants to run away, it is possible. However, all this is about to change. 4 days later, at Panlong Tianhu Lake in Panlong Mountain, Ling Weirui killed monsters day and night, and her red name had been cleared long ago after killing 8 people. At the same time, the level reached 21. The upgrade speed has slowed down significantly. At the same time, not far from her, someone stayed up for 5 nights. Sun Cece finally built a small town. The town covers an area of 150,000 square meters, but the building area is very dense. Several ancient high-rise buildings have been built, breaking the ancient restrictions on high-rise buildings with as many as 12 floors. A main road with 3-story buildings on both sides, and a secondary road behind it with a 12-meter high-end. In addition to these, there's also a city wall surrounding the town. The houses are all renovated, and even the town's greening is complete. The entire town cost 198 million yuan. In less than a week, she made 2 million yuan and felt that she was so strong. When the work was completed, she looked at Ling Weirui nervously, expecting her to successfully accept it. Ling Weirui looked around, and when she saw the size of the town, she knew that Sun Qianqian must have put in a lot of effort and bought good materials. She is an old construction worker. The value of this small town after it was built is close to 200 million. If it were Ling Weirui's construction team in the past, they would have to deduct 100 million from a project worth 200 million. As for the money, Ling Weirui has already paid in advance. But in order to praise Sun Cece, she gave her a box of fish-killing cakes as a small red envelope, and then sent her back to Zhaojia village. At this time, the storm is about to come. System announcement. Currently added patch package. Updated to game invasion version 0.5. Add contracts with system rule effects to constrain the spirit of contract between humans. Add a progress bar for upgrading the safe zone. To upgrade, you need to kill monsters to get extra dropped merit points. Multiple people can build a safe zone together. Uninhabited safe zones will be destroyed or occupied by monsters. Added the function of checking whether the safe zone is safe. You can check whether there are monsters invading the safe zone. The safe zone that has been invaded for a long time will lose its asset rights and be transformed into a dangerous area map until someone cleans it up or garrisons it for a long time and redistributes the ownership. 0.5 version monster update reminder. Weird invasion. There are two types of weirds entering the blue planet this time. The western ones are rule-type weirds, and the eastern ones are ghost-type weirds. The two are also interoperable, and the weirds are good at disguising themselves as humans, so players are requested to eliminate them as soon as possible. After the announcement, all the people who are still wandering on the streets dispersed. So weird. This is weird. In a flower-growing family, this is the most mysterious monster. City Z immediately began martial law, and Ling Weirui distributed benefits to employees. One for each person, a rooster bloodwater gun. Remember to keep shaking it, otherwise the blood will stick and you won't be able to shoot. Whoever opens early today will close early. Ling Weirui's rooster blood was obtained by killing and bleeding roosters in the breeding farm in her cave. Now, she takes it out and sells a portion of blood for 2,000. After drinking it, you will be full of yang energy and will be immune to all evil spirits. Just at this moment, Ling Weirui's cell phone rang. It's Tang Tianqing. Ling Weirui answered the call immediately, and Tang Tianqing's voice came from the phone, a little blurry. Weirui, there's a weird invasion today. I'm afraid it will be dangerous. I'll bring you some supplies. Don't come here if it's dangerous. Don't reject me, okay? Okay, then come on. As soon as Ling Weirui finished speaking, fog rose around them, and in the distance, Tang Tianqing, riding a lion-tiger beast, ran over. The ice lotus of creation in Ling Weirui's hand moved, and a piece of frost hit Tang Tianqing's body, instantly blowing him up. That's right, he exploded and turned into a distorted human figure. He held a worn-out phone in his hand and rushed towards Ling Weirui with his fangs and claws bared. The frost and snow covered it again, and this time, the twisted figure was completely dead. The phone call is weird. You killed the telephone ghost, experience plus 100, merit plus 1. Ling Weirui saw the hint. She put away the phone. Your IQ is too low. Tang Tianqing would look for me, but he wouldn't look for killing fish for 10 years. Just as she was thinking about it, Ling Weirui's phone rang again. It's Tang Tianqing again. It's never ending, right? Ling Weirui picked up the phone with a sneer. Weirui, I just grabbed a chicken blood in the store of 10 years of killing fish and sent it to you. I've been a bit busy recently and haven't been able to take care of you. Your Peace Messenger account should not be able to target weird types. You must be careful and pay attention to safety. Will you knock on the door? What? What if it's a knock on the door trick? Chapter 61. Strange invasion of the safe zone. He Yongsheng regrets it later. That makes sense. They'll put a door god on you and leave. You don't have to open the door. Hang up first. The phone was hung up. Ling Weirui was suspicious. Is this true or false? Tang Tianqing hasn't contacted her recently. Everyone is very busy, and Ling Weirui is happy to maintain her persona easily. However, I'm already level 20. Do I still need to act? Forget it. If I can act, I'll act. If I can't, then whatever happens. Even if Tang Tianqing knew that he had been killing fish for 10 years, it wouldn't matter. However, Ling Weirui still walked out of the cave and waited for a while. Later, she swept her spiritual sense and saw Tang Tianqing. Tang Tianqing has reached level 20 and no longer kills bugs, but he is still very slow. He has controlled the goblins in City Z, but not those in other cities. He is busy besieging and killing large goblin tribes every day. Tens of thousands of goblins can flatten a small city. This was also the reason why Ling Weirui refused to join the official team at the beginning. In this world, there has to be someone who is a hero, but that person is not her. That's what someone like Tang Tianqing would do. Fortunately, in this life, Tang Tianqing also mastered the double shadow clones. Even so, it was just one more person to save people. He had to come back for this system update. One clone went to his grandfather's side, and the other clone came to Ling Weirui's side. He reached the downstairs and subconsciously looked up. Ling Weirui stood by the window and waved her hand. Dan Tianqing. He saw two Ling Weirui. One of them was floating outside the window with a strange look on his face and waved at him stiffly. This scene is extremely strange. In the sky, the moon is blood red. The next moment, the white shadow outside the window seemed to be holding Ling Weirui and jumped down. Bang! In front of Tang Tianqing, there appeared a girl falling from a building. The girl was wearing a white skirt that revealed her slender calves. Her loose black hair covered her cheeks, and the blood that gradually flowed out dyed her clothes red. Brother Tianqing, save me. The bloody fingers grabbed Tang Tianqing. Tang Tianqing took a deep breath. He just took some time off to come and deliver something. Is it necessary to suffer so much? He gritted his teeth and took out a long red knife. He slashed it with one blow, turning the woman who was jumping off the building in front of him into white smoke. In the white smoke, the hideous and twisted shadow attacked Tang Tianqing again. Tang Tianqing drew his sword at the same time and finally killed the opponent. This jumping off the building thing is so weird. It just didn't have the smell of clear spring water, which made Tang Tianqing see through it at once. Tang Tianqing strode towards the elevator, went upstairs, and pasted a door god on Ling Weirui's door. Door god, a prop that can block the monsters from entering the safe zone. When attached to the door, the inside of the door will be protected. It is also specially designed to restrain the knocking monsters. Once the knocking monster knocks on the door, it will be chopped to death by the door god. Tang Tianqing didn't knock on the door or say hello. Instead, he turned around, got off the elevator, and left on a level 20 flame-flying boat, which seemed like he was fleeing in a hurry. Ling Weirui was in the room, overjoyed. Have you witnessed the power of the strange invasion? Cosmic game. Although the monsters in the updated versions are strong and weak, the weird invasion version is definitely the strongest and has the most far-reaching impact. Ling Weirui walked to the door, opened it, and took down the door god. Close the door. Paste the door god inside the door. You can't leave it outside. It can protect you from spooks, but it can't protect you from people. This rental house has neighbors, and there is also an unblocked safe passage. Anyone who sees such a big door god prop in Ling Weirui's house must take it away. This is the door god who will guard the empty room. Ling Weirui controlled her clone and continued to return to the cave to practice. The body is still in the wild. Generally, players will only encounter one weird thing in one night, and it will not appear again after the attack, unless they go to a place like a haunted house. Ling Weirui is still killing monsters. Weird invasion. Although it is an invading monster in version 0.5, it has to kill people according to the rules. Its combat power is actually very weak, and its level ranges from 1 to 10, which is far lower than that of current players. If humans had props, they could also kill the monsters. They were monsters that could be crushed with intelligence. Just master the rules. But it is much more difficult than killing bugs like the ant. You have to kill 10,000 bugs to get 1 point of merit. Ling Weirui gained a lot of merits by killing frogmen. 30 points for a frogman. Kill thousands of frogmen in a minute and get 30,000 points in the blink of an eye. Ling Weirui accumulated merits and took the lead in upgrading the Hot Pot restaurant, which is the fish killing mall. Click on Fish Killing Mall in the assets, and there are 4 options on the side. Defense, Door God, Insect Repellent, Solid, Hide. They respectively represent the ability to resist weird things, insects, monsters, and zombies. Zombies find people by smell. Next are the attacks. Golden Light Spell, Beast Repelling Incense, and Earth Spike Technique. Cost-effective, can target monsters and zombies at the same time. Recovery, Recover Vitality, Recover Spiritual Power, Mana, etc. Recover Physical Strength, Recover Soul. Soul is a must, affects the number of resurrections, and those who die a lot must recuperate. Comfort. Feel comfortable and gain 1 experience point per minute. Ling Weirui immediately ordered the door god and the golden light spell. The Hot Pot restaurant has 2 floors, with an area of about 500 square meters. The merit points required should be multiplied by 100 points, which means 50,000 merit points are required. It only takes 2 seconds. Ling Weirui ordered the door god and the golden light spell. Then the 3 fish-killing restaurants were lit up one by one. The remaining buildings would cost more than 1,000,000 merits, but for Ling Weirui, it was nothing. One night, Ling Weirui has gathered enough door god defense power for all properties and buildings. Keep brushing, and you can open the golden light spell one by one. Kyoto. Rich businessman He Yongshang sat in his villa, his face full of despair. The last time 10 years of killing fish came to Kyoto, he had some hidden thoughts, thinking that the building he owned must have some business opportunities that he didn't know about. But now, after the invasion of weirdos, his office building can no longer be sold. Tonight, it will probably be filled with weirdos. Not only that, even the family is not at peace. Dad, I don't have enough merits, and I still need a lot. My friends are all buying merits, so I'll buy some too. Please give me another 100 million. At this time, money is not as important as life. He Yongsheng transferred the money immediately. How much is one merit worth outside now? 100 to 200 yuan for 1 point. Some people have already gone to the dungeon overnight. The merits they earn will be sent to us. It costs 23 million to open the door god in our villa. If you open the golden light spell and comfort, you can gain experience just by lying down. Because his villa is located in the city, although it is luxurious, it is not as large as those in the suburbs. Even so, the area is still 2,300 square meters. If at this price, it would cost 1 billion to install Door God and Golden Light Curse in the office building. Chapter 62, go to the Terracotta Warriors and fight the Ghost Soldiers. The key point is that Yongsheng is a wealthy man. How could he only have an office building? He also has many properties. To keep these properties, tens of billions of dollars need to be invested. The question now is whether to insure it or not. This is really confusing. Because of this, he did not purchase the merit points immediately. Moreover, at night, the price of merit points was driven up by competition among the wealthy and finally reached a high price of 350 points. He thought that after daytime, when all the players went out to fight monsters and complete dungeons, the merits would be cheaper. And the next morning, a system message appeared that made his back shiver. There are 21,376 weird creatures living in your assets. Since you're the owner of the assets, you're surrounded by a weird aura. Your luck value has decreased. Your soul strength has decreased. Your physical condition has declined. You are plagued by bad luck and will not live long. Yongsheng almost fainted. If he hadn't eaten some dishes with enhanced attributes, his original physical attributes would have become 0 after this blow. By then, although he would not die, he would inevitably suffer from a serious illness. At this moment, he suddenly realized that one wrong step would lead to all wrong steps. Regret. Why didn't he sell the building to 10 years of killing fish in the first place? By the way, killing fish for 10 years. He can find the other party to buy his property, even at a very low price, and try to sell the assets. Then he can get his money back and doesn't have to worry about holding on to these assets anymore. But Yongsheng didn't have Ling Weirui's contact information, so he had no choice but to find the boss of Ingbin International Hotel, Fang Jinghua. Having done such a big deal, and Ling Weirui now being number 1 on both lists, Fang Jinghua, of course, kept Ling Weirui's contact information. Not only that, he also added Ling Weirui as a friend. He felt sorry for Yongsheng, and since he came to him for help, he sent a message to Ling Weirui. Ling Weirui saw the message and smiled. Boss Fang, please help me reject Bossy. Even if his building is only selling for 1/10 of its price now, I won't dare to take it. Doesn't Ling Weirui know that once the weird invasion happens, housing prices will plummet, even worse than when the game invaded? But Ling Weirui never thought about finding a bargain or buying for free. For example, Wei Yongsheng's building is completely occupied by weirdos. She goes over and kills all the weirdos and gets the building for free. But after the strange invasion, in the eyes of primitive humans, these buildings will become upgrade locations within the city. Monsters are constantly being refreshed, just like a garbage dump. Moreover, unlike other monsters, the weird ones can only be refreshed at night and not during the day. They cannot be found during the day, but they continue to weaken the attributes of the asset owner. At night, there are many kinds of monsters. If one of them is not killed, the building will not be reclaimed. Even if it is recycled, the building will still have a debuff. Ghost building. If you go to a building with these 2 words on it, you will be unlucky. Bad things will always happen to you, which reduces your luck. It is usually gloomy and does not bring you wealth at all. You cannot click on the comfort option. So what is the use of these buildings? Now, Yongsheng's only choice is to give up these assets. In fact, this is also a means for the original humans to balance the blue planet. They cannot turn all the people on Blue Star into players. If they do, the social structure will collapse. Everyone will go out to fight monsters, and there will be no one to produce or reproduce. The country will be much more chaotic than it is now. The method they used was very clever, boiling the frog in warm water. First, randomly select a number of people to become players. Players kill monsters, and activation codes drop, which are eventually bought by wealthy people and become the second batch of players. Next, the mysterious invasion caused the assets of the wealthy to shrink, and their money actually continued to flow into the hands of the players. In this process, the gap between players and the rich is narrowing. Players gain money, and the rich gain strength through spending money. Afterwards, the world was composed of two parts, players and ordinary people. Among the ordinary people, those who were unwilling to give up worked hard to make money and become players. At this time, the players are composed of advanced players and novice players. Advanced players have already gone to the wilderness. Novice players still kill insects, monsters, and goblins in the city to complete dungeons. Rank has become the new promotion system. Among them, whoever walks the fastest is the strongest. That night, many businesses suffered. The same goes for film restaurant. But Ling Weirui's industry was the only one that was not attacked. She is too fast. Before daybreak, he lit the door god and golden light spell. However, on the second night, Ling Weirui also joined in killing the weirdos. Chang'an City. Next to the Ying family Imperial Mausoleum is the only 5-star hotel, the Imperial Mausoleum Hotel, which emits a faint golden glow in the night sky. The light is not dazzling. It only flows slightly once every few tens of seconds. But in the darkness, it is still so obvious. This represents the activation of Door God, Golden Light Curse. A month ago, the hotel had fallen into a shutdown phase. After all, after the game invasion, monsters were everywhere, and a special kind of zombie appeared at the Ying family's Imperial Mausoleum. Zombies. The level is very high, level 15. In the early stages of the game, a level 15 zombie can massacre an entire village. Residents around Qingguan district were evacuated quickly, and this area was not even included in the safe zone built in the city. However, it is hard to leave one's hometown, and a safe place to live is really important. Seeing that the zombies stopped respawning, the zombies returned to the Qin Imperial Mausoleum, and peace gradually returned to the place. However, after the tourism industry stopped, the Huang Mausoleum Hotel remained closed until 4 days ago when it resumed operations. With salaries being paid and fewer job opportunities now, the employees have recovered. No one expected that the hotel would be renovated and the first restaurant, 10 years of killing fish, would be opened on the 2nd to 4th floors of Huangling Hotel. In addition, most of the players have reached level 10, so this place has become a famous upgrade location and the hotel has suddenly become popular. And yesterday, the hotel actually activated the Door God at the first possible moment to resist the attack from the evil soldiers from the Qin family Imperial tomb. Tonight, there are more players gathered here. Bang, 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 bang. In the distance, there are strange soldiers wearing iron armor wandering around. They are all level 10, and the leader is an elite monster, level 13. There are 20 ghost soldiers in one team, but the other team is just 100 meters away. The entire Qingguan area is full of ghost soldiers patrolling everywhere. Everyone, what's the point of standing here and watching? I'll count to 3, and then everyone come together and kill the evil soldiers together. Okay, you count. We'll do it together. 3, 2, 1. Everyone took a step back. The atmosphere was awkward, and then everyone burst into laughter. Ling Weirui also laughed. At this time, she was in her true colors, wearing a bulletproof helmet, a bulletproof vest, sneakers and gym pants, and carrying a rocket launcher on her shoulder. Everyone, don't go up, I'll go first. Her current identity is the player of Wei Rufeng - Peacemaker. She pressed the switch of the rocket launcher. In an instant, a scorching white light rushed to the front of the ghost soldiers wandering 30 meters away, killing them on the spot. There were envious and anxious exclamations from the people nearby. Laser Cannon. Chapter 63. Fairy Clan friend Yi Cece, Li Annie, is missing. This is certainly not a laser cannon. Ling Weirui's synchronized account has all the secondary professions, and weapon refiner is naturally one of them. She found some materials and refined a strange, amplifying magic weapon for her clone. Combined with the second skill after awakening, it will emit a beam of light with a maximum range of 5 kilometers. This distance is incredible. Ling Weirui's spiritual awareness couldn't reach that far, so she wasn't sure what she hit. Of course, she can control the size of the light column. Because this skill is so terrifying, like a big move, Ling Weirui simply named it Yuda. Very direct. Ling Weirui pretended to control the magic weapon. After the evil soldiers in front of her formed a straight line, she released Moon and killed them all in an instant. But this time, he really stirred up a hornet's nest. The evil soldiers all turned around, and at least 5 teams came towards the hotel entrance. Don't be so modest. It's hard to move if you're blocking the door. Move forward and make room. Let my chess clear the way. An old player walked forward and threw out 15 palm-sized wooden chess pieces in a very casual manner. Chariots, horses, cannons, elephants, soldiers, and pawns. When the wood fell to the ground, it immediately turned into wooden dummies. If you didn't know, you would think he was the owner of the terracotta warriors. 5 wooden soldiers stepped forward to resist the evil soldiers. Boom! The two collided and actually stopped each other. This old man probably inherited his chess account. After the game was invaded, he himself became the boss, and the chess pieces became his soldiers. As his level increased, the strength of these chess pieces also increased. This player's level was not low, at least around level 13, and the chess pieces could crush level 10 ghost soldiers. Make way, I want to play cards. Another player also shouted, and when he raised his hands, a handful of cards were dealt into his hands from the air. He raised them and took a look and was immediately delighted and shouted, "Landlord." Then, 3 more cards fell in his hand. He played 5 cards at random. 34,567 straight. In an instant, a card-shaped rope flew out and entangled the 5 ghost soldiers. He plays cards very quickly. King Bomb. 2 cards were played and instantly hit the 5 tied-up soldiers. With a loud bang, an explosion sounded and the 5 ghost soldiers were blown to pieces. However, there are a large number of ghost soldiers, and some of them are running towards the players. He quickly played a new hand. This time it was 10 cards. Playing 888999 QQ 11-inch. He actually summoned a rumbling phantom of an airplane that flew over and took away 10 ghost soldiers. The plane disappeared in the air, and the ghost soldiers could be seen falling to the ground with the naked eye, but it was unknown whether they would die from the fall. The cards in the opponent's hand were released in the form of 3 with 2 and scattered cards, causing some damage to the ghost soldiers, but not much. This is truly a card master. However, this profession has very obvious weaknesses. First, it takes time to capture the picture. Second, the card types are random and it all depends on luck. He really needs a front row teammate. And compared to him, the other girl was even more dazzling. Shifengmian, Yin Iza, Guchun, Yihuan Yu Go. This girl summoned 4 handsome men with stunning looks and unique characteristics. Good night, miss. How can I help you? As long as I'm with you, you won't be afraid of any danger. Leave it to me. The 4 handsome men firmly protected the girl, helped her resist damage, and could also attack the evil soldiers. Hundreds of players, each showing off their skills. The most important thing is that Ling Weirui actually saw a player from the Xianying Immortal clan. The opponent was wearing a gorgeous set of armor and a crown on his head, which was magnificent and golden. The bow and arrow in his hand looked ordinary, and was obviously an item made by a player. The other party's sect is the Jinxiang sect. That is the archer. Yediki. It can't be such a coincidence. Ling Weirui's voice was not loud, but as soon as she spoke, the player from the Jinxiang faction turned around. She was already level 10, with the cultivation base synchronized with the chi refining period. She was extremely sensitive and locked onto Ling Weirui in an instant. She was a little surprised to see that it was the laser cannon player. Do you know me? I am the Breeze. Ah, Wei. You actually look like this. Then why did Annie Baby imply that you were a little ugly? So you didn't go to the party, my god? Aren't you a fairy? Come on, beautiful lady. Add me as your friend. Yi Cece hugged Ling Weirui and jumped with excitement, very happy. Fortunately, Ling Weirui was also cautious this time. She wore a disguised mask and had an independent ID and friend list. After adding a friend, the ID displayed to the other party was Wei Ruffeng, not Xiaoyu 10 years. If Ling Weirui takes off the mask of the pretender, as long as she does not change her ID, when the other party comes to her in a private chat, she will just show the message as read but not reply, and her trick will not be exposed. In the previous life, Yi Cece was one of the few people in the game who supported and comforted Ling Weirui. But 3 months later, Yi Cece disappeared. Thinking about it this way, there are only 40 days left since Yi Cece disappeared in the previous life. Now that she has added him as a friend, if Yi Cece disappears again, she will at least want to see her alive or dead. After all, I am so strong and I can't even protect my friends, so I might as well not be reborn. However, Ling Weirui actually heard gossip about Li Annie and Li Annie at Yicici's place. Aren't you from the same city as Annie Baby in Dubai? Why are you here? Come to think of it, these two haven't shown affection for a week. What's going on? Have they broken up? I didn't pay much attention to them. Because Ling Weirui was very capable, she rarely went to school after the practical class. And college students are not all innocent and stupid. They soon discovered the purpose of school. Isn't it just to let them fight monsters? Is there any need to teach them? As long as they don't learn, they are willing to do anything. As a result, these players took leave to go to school to fight monsters. Only those players who did not synchronize their accounts stayed in school and were forced to learn the new courses. For example, a complete collection of universe game monsters, 10,000 monsters that could be dropped by activation codes, etc. She really didn't notice the whereabouts of Li Annie and Zhang Hao. You don't know either? That's really weird. In the past, Li Annie posted 800 updates a day, wishing the whole world would know that she bought a bag today and ate Japanese food tomorrow. I can't get used to such a quiet week. The key is that Dubai is not here either. To be honest, if I didn't want to see if they would break up, I would have quit the gang a long time ago. But now there's no game, so it doesn't matter whether I quit or not. Haha. ECC is obviously very talkative. She stopped complaining and took out her cell phone to read the messages. Soon, she looked strange. Wei Wei, these two people are actually missing. Li Annie's parents logged in using Li Annie's account and asked if anyone has seen them. This time, Ling Weirui was also puzzled. This didn't happen in the previous life. Chapter 64. Li Annie is missing and wants to poach someone. Don't we have Tianji Pavilion and Shinswan's sect in the gang? Can't we just let them do the calculation? Ling Weirui said, the Xianing Immortal Clan system is huge, and even some sects with the same professional positioning will have 2 members, and they will appear at the same time for people to choose from. The Tianji Pavilion is good at gossip, and the Shinswan sect is good at astrology. Many players in the guild are from these 2 sects. That's right. ECC was very kind-hearted and quickly told the news to Annie's mother. Annie's mother naturally wanted to find someone to help, so she quickly pleaded again. It's just that Li Annie is not popular in the group, and her daily show of affection makes people annoyed. Since she has been with Zhang Hao, she has been arrogant, looking down on this and that, and keeps saying, my husband is the best every day. And the situation is different now than before. Zhang Hao had organized a gang before, and he was a hired help, sharing some of the profits from the game with other people every month. Now everyone has synchronized their characters and started upgrading from level 1. With the popularity of 10 years of killing fish being the top of the list, everyone has found good jobs and good teams in reality. This gang is in name only. Who would still support it? As a result, Anne's mother's request did not receive enthusiastic help. Ancient and kind-hearted. Calculations require the consumption of Tianji points, and there are a fixed number of points every day. I have joined the official team now, and all the daily calculations should be left to the official team. I can also help you with the calculations, 10,000 for 1 hexagram. Baby Annie, you still want money? Aren't you Annie's friends? Baby Annie, I beg you, my family really has no money. Please save Annie. Please be kind. Baby Annie. Annie knows you are good people. Can you help me calculate? Annie doesn't have much money. Can I buy you a cup of milk tea? Songhai laughs. Auntie, I see you're really not in a hurry. Durian milk candy. Otherwise, you should call the police. It's no use telling us. Annie baby, why is it useless? Didn't you say can be counted? At year she. Child, do you know someone? Can you help me find it? Thank you, Auntie. ECC. It seems to be stained with something dirty. But she was also curious about what was going on with the other party. How could money be compared to the melon? Isn't it just 10,000 yuan? She immediately transferred 10,000 yuan in the group. ECC. Let's calculate her whereabouts. Kind-hearted. Hello, boss. Sister Yi is generous. A rich lady. Love you. Gu Dao was kind enough to ask for Li Annie's real name and her detailed birth date so that it would be more accurate. The result was calculated quickly. Not very good. The hexagram shows that Li Annie should be in a state of imprisonment. She will suffer physical pain at first, but will be safe in the end. She is not in danger of losing her life and may even have good career luck. However, there are signs of being possessed by a demon, and her love luck will suffer a setback. She may break up. Baby Annie. But where's my Annie now? You haven't figured it out yet. How accurate is your answer? Ancient and warm-hearted. This is what the hexagram shows, and I don't know anything else. ECC was very satisfied. Separate? There's something interesting here I love to watch. ECC looked at her phone whenever she had time for the whole night. Fortunately, her teammates did not blame her because these teammates were bodyguards she hired, fighting monsters in the front and letting her output attacks. Even if the young lady is distracted and reading gossip, they will bring monsters to the side and let the young lady fight with them to gain experience. Ling Weirui felt even more relaxed. She just had to pretend to pick up the gun, press a button, release Yuda, and a 1-meter-thick laser would hit the ghost soldiers. She could kill a team of ghost soldiers in seconds. The ghost soldiers' refresh speed was not as fast as her killing speed. The two people occupied 2 refresh points, and YCC kept coming over to share gossip. Unexpectedly, after half an hour, YCC started cursing. I thought Annie was a top-notch girl, but I didn't expect her mother was also a top-notch one. She actually said that she couldn't figure it out and asked Gu Daerchang to return the money. Gu Daerchang said that she didn't pay for it. She said that it was her daughter's birth date that was calculated and that people couldn't easily know her birth date, so she wanted to return the money to her. Ling Weirui. It turns out that if you live long enough, you can meet all kinds of people. The intestines haven't retreated, have they? Of course I didn't quit. Both my intestines and I blocked her, and she got mad and disbanded the group. Ling Weirui was stunned. You should know that when players reach level 30, they can create their own forces. Even the Xianing Immortal Clan has this rule. Level 30 players have reached the Gene Dance stage and can establish their own sect. Of course, level 30 is a threshold which formally distinguishes the gap between low-level players and high-level players. It is not so easy to improve, but in the previous life, Zhang Hao did pass level 30, but Li Annie failed. After the game is synchronized with reality, there is no longer no penalty for failing the promotion mission. On the contrary, the punishment is very severe. After failure, one's own attributes will be destroyed and the attack power will be greatly reduced. Even monsters of the same level cannot be defeated, and the chance of a second promotion is slim. Some people are stuck on promotion tasks throughout their lives. This is also the reason why the players of Xianing Immortal Clan did not shine in the previous life. Everyone knows that the characters in this game are very powerful, but the road to success is too difficult, and most players are stuck at level 30. Having said that, Zhang Hao, who had completed the level 30 mission and the Golden Elixir Tribulation in his previous life, can be considered a minor master. After reaching level 30, he recreated the Sword White Realm Alliance guild and invited some players from the guild, which was also a considerable force. As a result, now that the group has been disbanded, how can we play this game? ECC said, let's disband it. I'll create a group of my own. Wei, I'll invite you in. My group is not the kind that won't let you play if you don't have a synced account. Last time, Li Annie squeezed Xiao AI out, and I was so pissed. Xiao AI is the youngest player in the guild. He is only in junior high school and is 14 years old this year. Naturally, his ID card belongs to his parents. But her parents had never played Xining Shinzu, and she missed the opportunity on the day the game was synchronized. Fortunately, people who love playing games have always loved playing games, and she still has many characters to synchronize. She chose a 6+, can be played by 6-year-olds, game about collecting magical pets. She has now summoned Roaring Sky Dog to help her upgrade, making her a summoner player in disguise. Soon, YCC added Ling Weirui to the group chat. Ling Weirui watched as players from the Xining Immortal Clan joined in one by one, and discovered that these people were the ones who had a very good relationship with YCC and had good values. At least they did not add insult to injury when she was wronged in her previous life. The other group of people who were not added were naturally Li Annie and Zhang Hao's lackeys. After making this distinction, Ling Weirui suddenly had an idea. When you build your power at level 30, why not poach some enemies? Chapter 65. Ghost King of the Ying Clan, boss has been refreshed. You know, Ling Weirui has hoarded many level 30 character items, such as barrier-breaking pills and golden yuan pills, which can help with forming pills and overcoming thunder tribulations. After signing the contract and entering Ling Weirui's power, she helped these players of the Xining Immortal Clan to survive the thunder tribulation and reach level 30, and then these people worked for her for 50 years. 50 years, if it is a normal time, an adult who starts working at the age of 18 can retire. After the invasion of the game, there are many ways to allow humans to extend their lifespan, and even after becoming a player, they may have eternal life. After 50 years, Ling Weirui is not dark at all. On the contrary, according to the game settings, the Jindan boss can live to be 300 years old. Moreover, it is not just the players of the Xianying Immortal Clan who have opened up their minds. There are also some players who are in a bad situation now, but will shine in the future. You can contact them and make them your subordinates. Who would complain about having too much money? Ling Weirui still has 12 buildings in her hands, waiting for someone to manage them. In the early stage, Ling Weirui can work hard to improve the safety zone, but in a later stage, she will have to rely on a large number of people from a big force to hand in merits and improve her power. Of course, there is no rush about this. With a reputation of 10 years of killing fish, I believe no one can refuse her invitation. When thinking like this, suddenly, a long howl like ghosts and wolves howled came from the distance. In one night, a large number of ghost soldiers died, causing the boss of the Ying family imperial mausoleum to be refreshed. This is also the reason why Ling Weirui came here. Otherwise, with so many places to spawn monsters, why would Ling Weirui choose the Royal Tomb Hotel? The boss has been spawned, go check it out. Ling Weirui took the lead. Others also heard the sound, and the brave ones all ran over there. Everyone soon saw a huge team. The team stretched across 2 streets, with a large number of ghost soldiers gathered together in an orderly manner. 8 rows of lanes were occupied by ghost soldiers, and a 2-story-high chariot was pulled by 6 stone-armored ghost horses. A layer of black gas spread around, and the coldness penetrated into the bodies of nearby players. You have entered the strange domain of the Ying clan's strange king. You will be forced to lose 1 point of vitality per second, and your movement speed will be reduced by 15%. The speed will increase over time. A very strong negative state. At this time, the walls of the residents who were still staying nearby were shining with golden light, and the door gods were constantly resisting the damage from the strange domain. Some people even screamed in the middle of the night. Help! Help! I didn't activate the door god at home. I was hiding under the quilt. I can't resist this strange area. I'm an ordinary person. I only have 100 points of vitality on my panel. Neighbor, open the door. Let me hide for a while. Hide for a while. Run out quickly. It's all your fault, players. Why are you killing monsters? The boss has been brought out. Why don't you just die? Ordinary people struggled to survive and fled in panic. If residents in the buildings near the road do not leave in time, they will be killed by the Ghost King if they stay there for 100 seconds. This boss is simply a killing god. Moreover, it is already the second half of the night. Even if the players are bombarded like this and have good sleep quality or are so sleepy that they don't get up, they're deprived of their lives in their sleep. Some of them even have their souls fly out and turn into monsters, joining the rear of the Ghost King's army. In Ling Weirui's memory, this place turned into a ghost town in this way. The Ghost King of the Ying family was promoted and his strength increased greatly because he killed enough players. At that time, the Chang'an garrison did not have sufficient force to rescue the residents who died there. According to the final statistics, the death toll in the area was as high as 30,000, and a full 120,000 people had to relocate. Run, we can't win. Hurry up and drink the energy potion. It can resist poison. Let's fight the boss together. Fuck you. If you don't want to die, run. I was timid when fighting the ghost soldiers before, let alone the Ghost King. These people fled at the fastest speed and in the same direction. Royal Mausoleum Hotel. At present, they don't know who owns the Royal Mausoleum Hotel, but the person who can activate the defense and attack systems of the Royal Mausoleum Hotel at such a fast speed must be a big shot. Most importantly, with the resistance of the gate gods, they can also kill monsters safely. However, a level 1 door god cannot resist the Ghost King. Ling Weirui carried the laser cannon and increased the output of spiritual power. Pressing the button, Ling Weirui released Yuda at the same time. In an instant, a ray of light with a diameter of 1 meter, which seemed dazzlingly white, gathered together and then emitted an extremely vertical ray of light, which went straight for 100 meters on the 8 lanes of traffic. The white light instantly melted the ghost soldiers in the front row, hit the chariot, and killed one of the ghost horses instantly. Boom! A big hole was punched in the chariot. The health bar above the Ghost King's head was also hit out by Ling Weirui, but the Ghost King's health bar actually had 2 layers. Obviously, in order to defeat the Ghost King, we must first destroy this chariot. Ling Weirui's skill, Moon Big, has already taken away 10% of the health. Disturb the Holy Emperor. Kill without mercy. Kill, kill, kill. All the ghost soldiers' dark green eyes were locked on Ling Weirui. Ling Weirui put away the laser cannon, threw out the pink Lamborghini, and jumped into the convertible. Ouch! I'm in trouble. She stepped on the accelerator with a bang. The hum of the turbo engine was heard, and Ling Weirui drove away at a speed of 300 miles per hour. There was even a player who was in no hurry to escape, and Ling Weirui knocked him away. Ling Weirui has become famous. However, because of the hidden badge, her ID did not appear above her head, and she ran so fast that the others could only open their jaws and stare at the scene in amazement. The Ghost King's hatred was fixed on Ling Weirui. Ling Weirui sat in the sports car, pointed the laser cannon at her back, and pulled the trigger. Month old. Another ray of light hit the Ghost King's formation. The Ghost King was furious. "You bold little thief, come here, capture her, and kill her entire clan." In an instant, among the ghost soldiers, there were ghost cavalrymen dispatched. They were level 18, which were already very high-level monsters at the current stage. The strange horses chased Ling Weirui, and Ling Weirui immediately released Yuda and killed all the strange horses with a few shots. Ling Weirui continued to fight the Ghost King, firmly holding the Ghost King's hatred. The Ghost King's chariot was also moving very fast, and the Ghost King's ghost soldiers were almost floating, all chasing closely. In just 5 minutes, led by a Lamborghini, the boss passed through the crowded urban area. As the Ghost King left, those ordinary people did not stay in the ghost realm for 100 seconds. Although they were injured, they did not die. Someone led the boss away. What a good man. What a good person. She wants to take the boss for herself. Level 13 warriors, please form a team to kill the boss. 100 people are needed. Chapter 66, Kill the Ghost King. 3 activation codes. Fortunately, Ling Weirui led the Ghost King away. There are also those who want to fight the boss together and share a piece of the pie. There are also people like Yi Cece who care about Ling Weirui. I'll go take a look. You guys follow me in the helicopter. Yi Cece summoned a huge eagle and immediately lay on the eagle's back. The eagle flapped its wings and flew up, chasing after the Ying family Ghost King's team. But she forgot that it was nighttime, and if she rushed around like that, she might encounter strange things. Sure enough, when the eagle flew over an overpass, Yi Cece's eyes blurred, and she saw a figure hanging on the overpass. This figure actually looks exactly like Wei Rufeng. She was suddenly shocked. Could it be that Wei Rufeng was dead? She subconsciously controlled the falcon to approach, and then the monster hanging on the overpass stretched out its red tongue, which was like a life rope, and wrapped around Yi Cece's neck and tightened. Depend on. Yi Cece started cursing. It turned out to be a hanging ghost. This hanged ghost was also of a high level at level 8. Plus Yi Cece was a ranged archer, so he was at a disadvantage in close combat. After a fight with it for a while, Yi Cece finally broke free and killed it. Looking at the road again, there was no trace of Ling Weirui and Ying's Ghost King. Ling Weirui led the Ghost King and rushed out of the city. Fortunately, the area where the Ying family imperial mausoleum is located was originally a county town. It gradually became the Qingguan district because of the development of the imperial mausoleum and the tourism industry. After driving along the road for 10 minutes, there was nothing but wilderness all around. The two sides soon entered a road in the wilderness with rice fields on both sides. There are no residents around. The road is also much narrower, with only 2 lanes. The strange thing is that the ghost soldiers can float in the air, but they are arranged according to the width of the road. Every weirdness has its own rules, just like the weird soldiers. Even if they are dead, they were soldiers when they were alive. They have to take the road and fight everywhere. Now, the team has stretched to 500 meters, with strange horses in the front, the Ghost King being protected in the middle, and a large number of infantry and archers following behind. Ling Weirui stopped the car suddenly. That's about it, here it is. She turned around, held the laser cannon, and pressed the button. This time, she had no control, and her spiritual power was output crazily. Moonbig, sizzle. The white light was 3 meters thick and almost occupied half of the lane, and it shot straight out 500 meters away. With a bang, the entire team of evil soldiers disappeared. Kill the Guema. Experience plus 1,276. Merit plus 18. Kill the evil soldier. Experience value plus 876. Merit plus 15. Kill the royal guard. Experience plus 1,542. Merit plus 20. The data was densely packed and jumped at least 1,000 times. The Ghost King's chariot lost 2 war horses, and a huge hole appeared under its feet. The chariot was almost broken. However, this attack did not kill all the evil soldiers. It's speechless to say because this road is not straight, but it's a little curved, and Ueda is too straight. The evil archers in the rear reacted, drew their bows, and shot arrows. A cloud of arrows appeared in the sky. In the dark night, they actually reflected green light, which was obviously poisonous. The arrows were like a dense rain, just like in many TV dramas, where tens of thousands of people draw their bows and arrows together to kill an important and tragic supporting character, leaving him with nowhere to escape. Ling Weirui took back the Lamborghini in an instant, and her figure moved sideways with her feet suspended in the air, like Chang'e who was about to ascend to the Moon Palace, and she instantly appeared above the rice field. The moon was behind her. The moonlight at night blessed her moon-filled holy body, and the power of her skills was increased again. Activate Guanghan Dao Sutra to increase attack power. Ling Weirui once again fired a moon-sized attack. This time, it came down from the sky and hit the Ghost King of the Ying family hard. The chariot under the Ghost King's feet finally couldn't withstand the blow and shattered into pieces. This chariot is very powerful, with abilities such as top speed, crushing, piercing, dragging, etc., but in the end, it was never used. The Ghost King was knocked down, roared angrily, and with a long sword in his hand, a black energy hit Ling Weirui. What a pity. Ling Weirui's fighting power is too strong. Even if this is just one of her clones, she now has 4 times the foundation for awakening skills, a holy body, and intra-level skills. Compared with this Ghost King, Ling Weirui is the boss. The two fought again for 3 minutes, and Ling Weirui completely killed the Ghost King and those evil archers. With a bang, the Ghost King explodes. The ground was covered with light spots of various colors, like colorful fireworks. Among them, 3 golden lights are the most dazzling. There are actually 3 activation codes. Ling Weirui took out the land suction and sucked away all the equipment on the ground, reaping a great harvest. The Ghost King is not an ordinary boss, but is somewhat similar to a national-level boss. The level of the boss is based on the refresh location. The wolf monster and tiger monster in Panlong Mountain are just a small hill, while the Ying family imperial tomb has existed for thousands of years and is a famous scenic spot and historical site. It is also quite famous in major games and film and television adaptations. The boss in this kind of place is very powerful. Things that fall are naturally better. Ghost Cultivator Activation Code. After use, you can transfer to become a Ghost Cultivator. This profession is powerful at night, has soul attack capabilities, and ignores some physical attacks. Its combat effectiveness is weakened during the day, and it is difficult for Ghost Cultivators to be promoted. Please choose carefully. Mountain Moving Taoist Activation Code. After using it, you can change your job to Mountain Moving Taoist, who can search for dragons and veins, rob tombs, and move mountains. He is good at fighting, digging, treasure hunting, escaping, and other abilities. Ghost Rider Activation Code. After use, you can transfer to a Ghost Rider and control ghosts to fight. The stronger your soul is, the more ghosts you can control. However, it will affect your lifespan. It is said that Ghost Riders are all short-lived ghosts. In addition to these things, he also obtained a level 20 Ghost King suit, a Ghost King chariot, and a large number of Ghost Crystals. Ghost Crystals are also called Ghost Tears. They are props in the shape of teardrops. This type of prop can be used directly to increase one's soul strength and repair soul damage after death. In short, it will become the best-selling and indispensable material in the future. The strange crystal dropped by the Qin Ghost King was naturally extraordinary. It was actually golden in color. Ghostly King Crystal. After use, one's soul is strengthened, the aura is imbued with imperial deterrence, royal fortune is bestowed, and luck is improved. Ling Weirui used it on the spot, and the Ghost King Crystal turned into a golden aura and merged into Ling Weirui's soul. The most obvious feature is, Ling Weirui's spiritual awareness actually increased by 30 meters. Things that strengthen the soul are really good things. It only took 5 minutes to kill the monster, and half an hour to organize the backpack and check the props. Ling Weirui looked at the time. It was almost morning, and there were still 999 plus messages appearing on her phone. Not only that, there were also many messages from Yi Cece who was concerned about her. Ling Weirui sent a message. I have killed the Ghost King kite, and a lot of stuff exploded. Ling Weirui did not intend to hide the news that she had killed the Ghost King. After all, if someone wanted to investigate, they could even find out through satellite monitoring. A big boss like the Ghost King was very dangerous, and the authorities would definitely come to investigate the danger. Her second identity can also be more high profile. In fact, the more this happens, the less likely people will suspect that she has been killing fish for 10 years. On the other side, Yi Cece couldn't wait to reply to the message, and it was obvious that she was holding her phone and chatting in the group. "You are so amazing. By the way, Annie is back." Question mark. Chapter 67. The Truth Behind the Disappearance. Zhang Hao was killed to level 1. Wei. Haha, you don't know. Annie was cheated of her money and sex. It is said that Zhang Hao is not even on the top 10, but a shill. The account he is syncing now is just his smuff account. It has no props and even a cave. The company he signed with terminated the contract with him and wanted to recover 200,000 yuan in salary. Annie, on the other hand, seems to have been promoted and became a small leader. Was it exposed so soon? When Ling Weirui learned the news in her previous life, it should have been a year after the game invasion. At that time, most of the players had reached level 30, and everyone was watching when Zhang Hao was undergoing the Golden Elixir tribulation. Annie said that Zhang Hao used to be 10th on the list, but was exposed by another person who said that he hasn't summoned even a special mount until now. Doesn't that mean he doesn't have one? Everyone was watching the fun, and Zhang Hao finally admitted that he was not on the list 10th because the ID card of that number was not his, but a friend gave him the number, and he was the one who recharged the money later. Eventually, the truth was exposed by someone else, who turned out to be an employee of the Xianying Immortal Clan. Only then did everyone realize that Zhang Hao was actually the agent who stimulated the big guys to spend money in the game. But at that time, Zhang had already become a level 30 player, so Annie naturally couldn't do without him. I didn't expect it to be exposed so quickly this time, but the actual situation is more dangerous than what Annie said. A week ago, Annie and Zhang Hao reached level 5 because of their hard work. After level 5, the home can open up pastures to raise animals. Perhaps because the two people performed so poorly, the company finally made other suggestions. First, he took the two of them to the cave of another player from the Xianying Immortal Clan to investigate. This is our company's project manager, with the ID gilded hand, and a player of Tang. The person in charge introduced him. Tang is an assassination sect. The positioning is assassin and thief. The two mental methods are the assassination flow and the escape flow. His cave was very large and had been built. A large amount of spiritual rice was planted on 1,000 acres of land, and there was also a spiritual spring. The quality of the spiritual rice he grows should be similar to that of killing fish for 10 years, but in terms of time, it actually takes 3 months. Not only that, he also raises biphone black chickens. At least the eggs are mass-produced. There were more than 100 workers in his cave who helped to prepare the magical rice and white phoenix black chickens. However, these magical rices are much more difficult to care for the normal rice, and the problem is that they cannot be grown without people even for a moment. When the spiritual rice is short of water, a game icon will appear above the spiritual field, and the icon looks like a kettle. When the spiritual rice is infested with insects, an insect icon will appear above the spiritual field. In short, once you find the icon, you must take care of it and cannot stop for a moment. If you stop, the production of spiritual rice will be reduced. Players of Xianying Immortal Clan can use magic to water the plants and repel insects, but if ordinary people want to help, they have to do it themselves, and the labor cost is too high. Compared to this, the planting slaves Ling Weirui bought were totally worth it. After the tour, everyone took Zhang Hao and Annie to a room to discuss the development of the cave. Also, I hope they will hand over the level 5 synchronized materials. At this moment, the two were stunned. What are you turning in? It's clearly written in the contract that you need to hand over the items. You won't deny it, right? Otherwise, why would we pay you such a high salary and send someone to help you level up? Zhang Hao and Annie immediately realized that they had been fooled. Naturally, they had no intention of handing over the items. See what the other party can do. But soon, the difficult road to Shu made Zhang Hao and Annie realize what it meant to live a life worse than death. The two burly men smashed Zhang Hao and Annie's 10 fingers with the butts of their guns. Annie confessed immediately and took out all her synchronized things, which were just some materials and potions to restore health and mana. The person these people focused their attention on was actually Zhang Hao. In the end, Zhang Hao didn't take out anything. This is a warehouse number, only level 1. The potions that restore health and mana are of no use at all. Expensive materials require high levels to be used, and he has not synchronized them. I'm telling you, I'm not number 10 on the list. I'm just an agent of a gaming company. Zhang Hao yelled. Li Annie was dumbfounded. Zhang Hao boasted so much, but it turned out that he was just a stooge. He acted with the other party for a month, but got nothing in return. Not only that, if you calculate carefully, Zhang Hao spent another 10,000 or 20,000 yuan this month just to buy himself a bag. Wait, she wants to go back and check the bag to see if it's fake. It seems that you don't want to tell the truth. I need to teach you a profound lesson. After another round of torture, Zhang Hao still refused to give in. Zhang Hao was tortured to death. His level dropped by 1, and the moment he chose to resurrect, Zhang Hao was glad that he was free. But the next moment, after being resurrected, Zhang Hao found himself still in the same place. Resurrection Array. After all, he was a veteran player of the Xianying Immortal Clan and quickly figured out what was going on. This time, the threat of death made him even more afraid. Don't kill me, really don't kill me. I am willing to work for you and pay you back 200,000 yuan. In fact, although he and Li Annie did not work hard enough recently, the resources they obtained from completing dungeons every day amounted to millions. He quickly calculated the amount he had earned this month and felt that he was at a disadvantage. He even had the idea of resigning. Perhaps the company also saw that he was ambitious, so they took action at this time. Next, Gilded Hand sent people to kill him 5 more times. He dropped to level 1 and his soul was very, very weak. Only then did Gilded Hand stop. What he said should be true. Let's keep him alive and let him help with farming. After dying so many times, Zhang Hao cannot die again, and the secret conversation in the cave cannot be leaked out. The two of them disappear together. It was not until 2 days ago that the system updated the contract rules and Gilded Hand issued a new contract with a very strong system effect to the two, which prohibited them from betraying each other. Only then were they released. Not only that, because of her cooperation, Li Annie also promised to trick out other players from the Xianying Xinzu. In addition, she opened a cave dwelling where she could plant and raise crops, and was appreciated by the Gilded Hand, so he released her. After she came back, she started contacting the players she had known before, but unfortunately the group was disbanded. However, she quickly created another one. You don't know, Zhang Hao is just a piece of shit, ugly and poor. He's been eating and drinking my food for the past month. I'm so miserable. I was cheated of money and sex. Fortunately, our company is quite good. Now I am level 5 and my salary is 200,000. It is said that the salary of level 10 players can reach 500,000. Do you want to come? Why was she the only one who was deceived and tortured? Are other people doing well and enjoying their lives by synchronizing their accounts? She wanted them to join in as well. In fact, for the first time, she thought it was a pity that Ling Weirui didn't synchronize her account. Otherwise, you can trick him into coming in and kill him. When Li Annie was thinking of Ling Weirui was also thinking about the two of them. These two are back. Just let them get to level 1. They've done this before, haven't they? Don't let my butterfly effect cause these two to die early and have nowhere to seek revenge. Chapter 68 Ling Weirui upgrades. Zhang Hao suffers a serious crime. After Ling Weirui learned the news from Yi Cc, she took immediate action. The original body and the clone all returned to the cave and merged into one. In an instant, all the experience and resources from last night came together. Buzz! Ling Weirui upgraded again. Level 22. At present, the majority of players have reached level 10. Particularly lazy players may be around level 5, and there are some who have no intention of upgrading at all and remain at level 1. Ling Weirui rode away from the others. Her ability has always been to kill monsters of higher levels. She can't play with other people, and if it weren't for the opportunity of a strange invasion, she wouldn't create a clone to kill monsters. After sharing the resources, Ling Weirui used the shadow clone again. The main body goes to fight monsters. The clone returned to City Z and went to Zhang Hao's rental house. Ling Weirui had been to this address before, but Li Annie tricked her into coming here. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhang Hao should be here. After not seeing each other for a long time, Ling Weirui felt that Zhang Hao seemed to have lost weight, was tanned, his hands were rough, his lips were cracked, his beard was untidy, and he had dark circles under his eyes. It's like a serious illness. Ling Weirui cut the window screen and entered Zhang Hao's room. Without further ado, Ling Weirui condensed her spiritual power, and the snowflakes turned into sharp sword energy, which slashed across Zhang Hao's neck. The other party's body was separated. While the other party had not yet resurrected, Ling Weirui immediately threw the other party's body into the cave and then entered. Zhang Hao did not resurrect immediately. Ling Weirui didn't care and used the resurrection spell to forcibly resurrect the other party. Zhang Hao woke up, gasping for breath, as if his energy had been sucked out by a ghost. He looked around and found an antique room. He immediately understood and shouted, "Why don't you believe me? I'm really just a stooge, not a top 10 boss. You've tried to kill me so many times, and you still let me go. We signed a contract. Yes, we signed a contract." He stared at Ling Weirui, but found that Ling Weirui was not someone he knew. "If you're not Gilded Hand, who are you? I haven't provoked you." Gold-tipped hand. "So, you were abducted by this person during the week you were missing?" Ling Weirui was keenly aware of the problem here. A while ago, Tang Tianqing reminded Ling Weirui that an evil force was looking for trouble with the players of the Xianing Immortal Clan recently, and more than 30 people had disappeared. This person is most likely the one who abducted Yi Cece in the previous life. "Tell me, what have you been through this week?" I can't say. I signed a contract with them and can't reveal anything that happened before." Just now, Zhang Hao didn't know Ling Weirui's identity, so he mentioned the matter of the gold stamped hands casually. These were not intentional disclosures on his part. The contract is fair and just. If you sign the contract under threat of violence, or if the contract is unilaterally beneficial to the other party but not to you, you can appeal to terminate the contract. If it is also beneficial to you, you may have to pay some money. So, is this contract beneficial to you? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up instantly. If the contract can be terminated, then he must go to the inspection team and expose all these people who are difficult to deal with on the road to Shu. Soon, he applied to the system to cancel the contract, and the system agreed, but he had to pay 200,000 yuan, because at the beginning, the people of Shidanen gave him a salary of 200,000 yuan. Although he also worked hard, this is what a breach of contract is. If Zhang Hao did not contribute materials, the compensation would be more. But he didn't have 200,000 yuan in his pocket. The system can actually be used on credit. So touching, so human. When Ling Weirui saw his surprised expression, she knew that it was done. "So tell me, what happened?" Zhang Hao owed 200,000 yuan and was in crisis of contract termination, and he was very indignant at this time. In his opinion, although Ling Weirui killed him, she told him that the contract could be terminated, so she must be a good person. In other words, at least the enemy is difficult to defeat, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Because of this week's torture, he also understood what it meant to be lenient to those who confess and severe to those who resist. He confessed everything immediately. Ling Weirui extracted the key information. The road to Shu is difficult. Gilded hands. Moreover, according to Zhang Hao's description, the people in the Gilded Hand Cave looked a little strange and did not seem like they were from the flower-growing family. Those people seemed thinner, shorter, with wide lips and dark yellow skin, like people from the south. Although it was such boring work, these people seemed to be used to it and did not resist. After being there for a week, no one seemed to want to leave. This situation is very wrong. People who grow flowers will feel uncomfortable if they don't check their phones for even an hour. Combined with the person that Xu Daonan had sent to help the two people upgrade, Zhang Hao also analyzed that something was wrong. This is probably the work of an overseas mastermind. But he had already boarded the black car and didn't even know it, and he was still able to terminate the contract and file a complaint. This time, when he goes out, he will definitely go to the inspection team and ask them to thoroughly investigate the difficulties of the road to Shu. Ling Weirui had the same idea. According to Zhang Hao, he has died 7 times, including this time. The first and last time he was killed by Ling Weirui, and Xu Daonan was killed 5 times. Someone has done experiments before and found that before the human soul is strengthened, it can only be resurrected 10 times. Zhang Hao only has 3 chances. Besides, he is already level 1, so it would be pointless to kill him again. What Ling Weirui wanted was for them to be like in their previous life, where they could only look up to her and be helpless. Of course, it's okay to kill it again. Ling Weirui swung her sword and killed Zhang Hao again. Zhang Hao fell to the ground. Also no active resurrection. Who did I offend? Let your soul float. At least you won't have to die again. Who wants to harm me? Why am I so unlucky? Zhang Hao is in great pain. After waiting for 5 minutes, a message popped up on the system. It has detected that the player's soul energy is insufficient. Please revive as soon as possible, otherwise the soul will dissipate. Zhang Hao's face was gloomy, but he finally gritted his teeth and resurrected. The carbon element required for this resurrection is 239 kilograms, minus the funds of 3,257 yuan. In just a few days, he lost 20 pounds. He has really suffered a great crime. Moreover, he owed another 3,000 yuan in funds. After he was resurrected, still in this quaint building, he confirmed that the other party was also a player of the Xianying Immortal Clan and had activated the resurrection formation. Fortunately, when the other party came in again, he did not kill him, but kicked him out of the cave. Zhang Hao returned to the outside world, looked up, and found the sign of the Z City inspection team. It's like meeting a relative. He stumbled over and caught a young man. "Inspector, I want to call the police. I have been illegally detained and killed many times. They forced me to sign a contract and smash my fingers." The other party saw that he was intact, but his eyes were dark and his expression was crazy, which made them a little suspicious. "Okay, calm down. Someone, do a urine test first." Chapter 69, Xianwei Pavilion goes bankrupt. Rickshaw drivers discuss cooperation. Ling Weirui watched Zhang Hao run in before leaving. Ling Weirui had a guess that the difficulty of the road to Shu was probably due to her butterfly effect, which led to the establishment of a new group force by Blackrat. In the previous life, the Xianying Immortal Clan was not so popular, and because of the ridiculous setting that when a peace messenger player was killed, all his equipment would drop, Blackrat had always targeted peace messenger players. After Ling Weirui was reborn, for some reason, even Tang Tianqing and the others became players of the Xianying Immortal Clan, which led to the change in the target of the Blackrat. It first attacked her, and even did not let Zhang Hao and Liani go. In any case, the road to Shu is difficult is not a good thing. Although Ling Weirui is not a kind-hearted person who eliminates harm for the people. But do what you say. Let's send Liani to reunite with Zhang Hao. Ling Weirui took out her cell phone and checked Liani's updates. I have to say that she is indeed a person who loves to share. 1 minute ago, she posted a status. Women still have to rely on themselves. Men are unreliable. One day, they brag about being a rich second generation, and then they become a dog-backed man in the blink of an eye. The house is rented, the hotel is paid for by me, and I have to pay for meals. I fight monsters all the time. I'm too kind, so I get cheated. Go away with your fake bags. I will buy them myself in the future. Picture. It was a photo of a backpack thrown into a dormitory trash can. Originally, Ling Weirui wanted to see if Liani was at the headquarters of the difficult road to Shu, but she didn't expect that she was in the dormitory. This is even simpler. Ling Weirui returned to school, put on an invisibility talisman, and went to the dormitory. The door was quietly opened and then quietly closed. Liani was typing on her notebook. Ling Weirui took a look and saw that this group was called Dubai, the scumbag, must not die a good death. There were more than 30 people inside, chatting animatedly, some of whom were Liani's sisters in the game. It is not known whether they are real sisters or fake sisters. Ling Weirui remembers that when playing games, Liani was often disliked. But now that the game has invaded, she has become popular instead. Or everyone else was laughing at her. The group was very lively, and some people even asked about joining Liani's company. Ling Weirui was speechless and killed Liani with a sword. The corpse was thrown into the cave. Ling Weirui did not torture the other party. She killed it after it was resurrected, and resurrected it after killing it. She killed Liani to level 1. After killing him, she sealed him with ice magic and returned to the dormitory. She tapped the keyboard and typed a line of words. Baby Annie, I'm the inspector of the patrol team in City Z. The owner of the account has been arrested to assist in the investigation. Please be wary of the conspiracy behind extremely high wages. Download the Flower Grower Anti-Fraud app to avoid being deceived and pay attention to your personal safety. After sending it, Ling Weirui used her spiritual energy to scan it and cleared away all the fingerprints and sweat on it. After that, she released the frozen Lian. 2 hours later, Inspector Su Yixing, who was in charge of the Blackrat-related cases, arrived at the dormitory and saw Liani, who was frozen in ice. Is this a little gift for us? He had already guessed that the person who killed Zhang Hao and sent Zhang Hao to the city inspection door was the one who had been killing fish for 10 years. The last time the other party did this was when they sent the human trafficker Wu Tao to the garrison. This killing fish for 10 years is really a bit of repaying evil with kindness. After all, the authorities have hunted her down. Of course, it was not a hunt, they just wanted to talk to her. I really hope that such a person can be recruited into the inspection team. But unfortunately, 10 years of killing fish is so elusive that it is difficult to see her, and her true identity is not discovered at all. If she were here, many cases and some of the evildoers would be punished. If Ling Weirui knew what Su Yixing was thinking, she would definitely run away. She just wants to survive or live a free and easy life. After dealing with Liani, Ling Weirui went to the headquarters of the difficult road to Shu again, but the place was deserted and there was no one in sight. These people are indeed like rats. There are traces of them everywhere, but when you really look for them, you can't find a single one. Moreover, I'm afraid that after Zhang Hao terminated the contract, they became alert, so they all ran away. Fortunately, Ling Weirui knew the ID of one of these people. Gilded Hands. If you take tracking items, you will definitely be able to find the person. Ling Weirui immediately put up a prop to purchase this thing in the fish killing mall. Now everyone knows that props are treasures, and they are all waiting to be sold at a price, making them difficult to purchase. Ling Weirui was not in a hurry to seek revenge. The clone returned to the cave and continued to practice. The entry-level skills take a long time to practice and consume a lot of resources. Ling Weirui is now sitting in the center of the cave and can attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from all directions to gather towards her. The spiritual spring turns into mist, forming a vortex above Ling Weirui's head. She inhales clouds and exhales mist to accumulate spiritual energy. At this time, I have reached the 9th level of the initial stage of foundation building, and after completing a little bit, I will be able to enter the middle stage of foundation building. After building the foundation, it is divided into initial stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. Each stage has 10 levels, which means that it takes 40 small stages to pass this level. Fortunately, Ling Weirui had plenty of elixirs and spiritual energy. This speed is already very fast. But Ling Weirui did not slack off. On the main body side, Ling Weirui received a call from Mu Lycan. Boss Yu, 10 fish restaurants have already opened, and with the mysterious invasion at night, all of your 10 businesses have been launched and are profitable. Xianwei Pavilion was exposed to have material problems, and West has been abroad. I'm afraid it will soon be closed. Ling Weirui nodded. Don't worry about Xianwei Pavilion. Just be yourself. There's no need to try too hard. The fish-killing restaurant is already far better than Xianwei Pavilion. What's more, eating is very convenient now. If someone wants to eat and can afford it, and there is no fish slaughtering restaurant in his city, he can directly take a teleport to any city with a fish slaughtering restaurant. This is much cheaper than buying a plane ticket. Mu Lycan added, Boss Yu, a businessman recently came to me and asked me if I want to organize an auction. Oh, it can't be a rickshaw driver. Because after the game was invaded, the first auction was indeed held by a rickshaw driver. She had previously suspected the rickshaw driver and so terminated the contract. Now that the other party came to seek cooperation, Ling Weirui frowned even more. Mr. Yu, do you know him? Or do you have any grudges against him? Should I reject him? Ling Weirui thought for a moment and said, It's not bad to have a business and make money together. What are his conditions? He wants to buy some goods from you. He also said that he wants to use the exhibition hall in Jinling as the location for the auction house. He hopes to continuously upgrade this building. The rent can be offset by equity investment, allowing you to hold 20% of the shares. Then why don't I do it myself? Mu Lycan, if you do this alone, do you think you can do it? Chapter 70, Opening Your Own Auction House, Spider-Man Armor. Ling Weirui cheated Film West out of 5 billion yuan last time and bought the Jindu Road Exhibition Hall in Jinling. The exhibition hall has a construction area of 20,000 square meters, and it also covers an area of 180,000 square meters. It can be said to be a very grand exhibition hall. Antiques, calligraphy, and paintings and jewelry are often exhibited here, and the area outside can also be used for car shows. Ling Weirui spent 300 million yuan at that time. At that time, it was 300 million. What about now? In one night, Ling Weirui opened the Door God and Golden Light spell in the exhibition hall, which cost 4 million merits. Today, the price of merit is 130 yuan per point, which means an investment of about 500 million yuan. The total is 800 million. If Ling Weirui does not agree to cooperate, the rickshaw puller auction house may have to wait another 2 months before it can open. Therefore, in this cooperation, the rickshaw driver only gave Ling Weirui 20% of the shares. Then why doesn't Ling Weirui do it herself? Mu Laikin thought for a moment and said, "Boss you, we can also do it ourselves. We just need to use your banner." Ling Weirui chuckled. She admired Mu Laikin more and more. So you see, what's the difference between what you're saying now and what the rickshaw driver is going to do? They're both using my banner, so why don't you use it yourself instead of letting the rickshaw driver take advantage of it? 10 years of killing fish is #1 on the list. He is very powerful. Not only is he #1 in rank, but his combat power is also #1 by a huge margin. 10 years of killing fish is the best living advertisement. Haven't you seen those players who registered the ID, 10 years of killing fish? Even though fans know it's fake, they still like to watch it. One of them, who is obviously a man, insisted on saying that he had killed fish for 10 years. In fact, he was just being abstract and bragging. Everyone knew it, and even mocked and laughed at him. Some people just wanted to have fun. Just like that, he had 300,000 fans in the blink of an eye. Some people even asked him to endorse advertisements or sell some trading items on their behalf. That's just the right amount of money, as long as you're shameless enough. Therefore, anything related to 10 years of killing fish will receive huge attention. Rickshaw drivers also had the same idea. "I'll give you 200 million to hold this auction." Mu Laikin quickly agreed. "Don't worry, Mr. Yu. I will definitely get it done for you." Since we were talking about the auction, Ling Weirui simply took a look at her other businesses. The garbage dump upgrade point has now been officially changed to Fish Killing Group. Zerg Upgrade Point. Wang Qing has always been in charge here. After the first day, when the fish killing restaurant made an example of someone killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, no one in City Z dared to mess with it. Later on, with Mu Laikin in charge, Wang Qing and others were freed. Go to the upgrade point every day to upgrade. The speed is much faster than ordinary players. Zerg upgrade points are easy to copy. You just need to collect garbage in the city and pile it up in a place where Zerg breed more. A new Zerg breeding ground will soon be born. Wang Qing even chose to purchase goods from the first Zerg upgrade point to form the second upgrade point. In this way, all that is needed is the rent of a shop collecting garbage in the city and the garbage collection fee of 40,000 per day. Currently, upgrade locations in 14 cities have been established. All Ling Weirui had to do was to go over and set up the formation and magic weapons. Moreover, because of a strange invasion, these upgrade points have now turned into a 12-hour upgrade system. There are more people during the day and fewer people at night, but they earn more. Because the people who come here also want to gain merit and the demand is great, naturally more people come. The net income per day is more than 200 million. Very profitable. Of course, this inconspicuous Zerg upgrade point was quickly copied by others. However, these people do not have Ling Weirui's magic weapon, nor do they have the ability to absorb territory. In one of the stores, a fight broke out because a customer revealed an activation code for Zerg Killer, and the owner wanted the other party to hand it over. Finally, the customer killed the boss. The boss resurrected and brought more people for revenge. The customers simply formed a partnership and killed the boss every time he came, and then they occupied this place and upgraded. It's just some garbage, they can buy it. Therefore, those who want to imitate cannot keep the upgrade points at all. Even if they can hold on, they probably won't have the right to obtain the spoils. As for the Fish Killing Group, Zerg Upgrade Point, opened by Wang Qing, who dares to make trouble, and all the dropped items also belong to Ling Weirui. In addition to the best Zerg Killer activation code, there's also the most inconspicuous insect armor. The beetle's beetle shell is only the size of small fingernail, but it is very hard. By bonding together special materials, it can be made into Spider-Man armor. After research, the blueprints of Spider-Man's armor were shared, and tailors were able to produce about 5,000 a day. Now the inventory has reached 50,000. Ling Weirui plans to start selling it, priced at 128,888 yuan. The sale location is at the Jindu Road Exhibition Hall. Let's warm up the exhibition hall first. In the future, there will be a large number of players who like to come here to buy equipment. The area outside can be used to set up stalls and rent out the stalls. I believe this will become a trading center for players. Once the auction house opens, there will be traffic. In terms of food, clothing, housing, and transportation, apart from the official teleportation array, Ling Weirui's industries already occupy 3. And there is a trend of continuous expansion. At daytime, Ling Weirui spent her time listening to reports while fighting monsters and leveling up. 6 p.m. Game Invasion. The third day of the strange invasion of version 0.5. The night no longer belongs to humans. When zombies invade, many humans living in high-rise buildings in the city are grateful that they live so high up because as long as they block the corridors, they can resist the zombies. Well, now it's useless. Weird flying. It can even go through walls. Nowadays, even a strong man who is 188 centimeters tall and weighs 200 pounds has to curl up in the quilt. Some people are afraid that they will kick the quilt in the middle of the night because they are sleepy, so they nail the 4 corners of the quilt to the bed. Prevent your feet from being exposed. Ling Weirui went to Scavenging with a clone, and her disguise was not that of Wei Ruffin, but that of 10 years of killing fish. Ling Weirui also didn't want to be exposed too much in a short period of time. This time I went to Xinjiang to kill the boss. Previously, Ling Weirui purchased a resort-like hotel covering an area of 300,000 square meters called Nanling Peace Hotel. Nanling is a very large scenic area and ancient tomb where a famous princess is buried. After the strange invasion, the Ghost Princess naturally became a boss level, but was slightly weaker than the Ghost King. The strange princess does not attack anyone actively, but she will choose a prince consort every night. The more good-looking the male players passing by are, the more likely they are to be chosen by her, and once chosen, they will be killed instantly. For a moment, the male players turned pale at the mention of Nanling. Chapter 71. Heroic Garrison. The player team was destroyed. Princess Gui must choose a consort every day. Her patrol area is very large. The male player who was killed became Mr. Gui and stayed at the Hepping Hotel, turning it into a leveling point in the city. But in this life, Ling Weirui took control of the Hepping Hotel in advance, making the hotel impregnable. However, the hotel campus is very large, with a high vegetation coverage rate. It belongs to the wilderness area and is prone to wandering zombies. So although the venue is good, no one relies on it to fight monsters. They all went to the entrance of Nanling Park Tollgate. The male players didn't dare to come, so Xinjiang sent the heroic garrison troops, each of whom was a long-legged female warrior 175 centimeters tall. 3 days passed, and the military supplies were in place. The heroic garrison troops, armed with peachwood swords and rooster blood, hunted down the wandering ghosts and monitored the princess's movements. Most of them don't have game characters either, but they're also warriors who have to stand up to ordinary people in the face of a crisis facing all of humanity. Princess Gui has appeared and has respawned in Changle Palace. We've arrived at the Duanas store. We have arrived at the Imperial Garden. We are about to exit the main gate. Please ask the idle players to move aside. The player seems to want to kill the boss. Don't interfere yet, said the heroic garrison. Among these people, there might be someone who can really kill the boss. The garrison cannot be killed. Wasn't the Ghost King at the Ying family mausoleum killed by players yesterday? The big guys among the players are no longer comparable to these trained soldiers. The boss is about to come out. Get ready to fight. Yesterday, the Ghost King in Chang'an City was killed. Afterwards, the Chang'an City Lord's Mansion issued an announcement to reward the player who killed the Ghost King with 5 million. They also proposed a talent introduction policy to the player and offered him a villa. Did that person agree? I don't agree with that. It is said that no one has been found in Chang'an City, but someone has seen her. It is said that she is a very beautiful girl. Damn, if we capture the weird princess, I wonder if there will be any reward. Even if the reward is 5 million, each person will only get 25,000 in the end, which is meaningless. This morning, people from Chang'an City did go to Qingguan District to count the losses and wanted to find the person who killed the boss. Some players speculated that it was Ling Weirui, but there was no evidence. YCC, the only one who knew everything, did not say anything after asking Ling Weirui. But other players have been tempted and are now organizing to fight the boss. And they also want to know what the boss drops. At the gate of Nanling, there were as many as 200 players gathered. They are veteran players of the same Western game, and their leader is a level 18 Templar named Zhang Yi. Level 18, in the current global ranking, has entered the top 1,000 people in the flower grower ranking, ranked 56th. Standing out among hundreds of billions of people, one can be said to be a top-level powerhouse. His teammates are all powerful characters. Awakened Mage, level 16. Thunder Archer, level 17. Holy Light Priest, level 17. Their team can not only restrain zombies, but also restrain weirdness. No wonder it upgraded so quickly. Zhang Yi is 37 years old this year, and is still a small leader in a state-owned enterprise. He came into contact with games at a very early age. He started playing World of Legends at the age of 8. Later, he came into contact with all major online games, as well as current mobile games and standalone games. When synchronizing, more than 100 game accounts appeared. However, in this Western game he has been playing, his account is the most attentive and his achievements are the highest. So he chose this, and unexpectedly, the light attribute of the Holy Knight made him invincible. And as his level increased, many people recognized his ID and came to chat with him. He accepted everyone and quickly organized a group of players. He also planned tonight's siege of Princess Weird. Now, Princess Gui has appeared within 100 meters. Divine Sanction. Zhang Yi used a taunt skill on the princess's carriage to attract hatred. This is a regular start for gamers. MT taunts monsters, draws aggro, outputs from a distance, and the nurse heals. But the plot obviously didn't go as they imagined. The carriage rushed towards Zhang Yi. The sacred shield in Zhang Yi's hand suddenly stood up, and he faced the huge horse with a firm look in his eyes. He believes in his defense. The next moment, Zhang Yi was knocked away. The leader is down. Hurry up, Captain. Damn, the archers are flying kites. Disperse first. The princess carriage was crushing people left and right, and the strange guards also rushed into the crowd. Just 15 minutes. The entire team was wiped out. It's pretty fast. When the people of Ingzi Garrison saw this scene, they wanted to laugh. Okay, the princess carriage is about to come out. Take her for a walk, and don't rush into residential areas. Clear. A Lamborghini appeared, but it was blue. There were two people in the car, one driving the vehicle and the other holding a gun, driving towards the princess carriage. It was similar to what Ling Weirui did yesterday. The only difference was that it was easier for two people to cooperate. A horse-drawn carriage can't be as fast as a Lamborghini. If we keep doing this for one night, we can trap the strange princess in the Imperial Mausoleum and prevent her from leaving. This was the plan they came up with over the course of 2 nights. Of course, the driver needs to concentrate very much because this is a speed of 300 miles per hour and most people cannot bear to maintain such a speed for a long time. These two people are also rare players in the Ingzi group. This plan simply won't work. Princess Gui is not a fool either. Humph, you dare to play tricks on me. You deserve to die. The weird princess pointed and a lot of weird things appeared around her, including weird eunuchs, weird palace maids, and even the ground became bumpy and uneven with zombies crawling out of the ground. The car was pried up all of a sudden without Princess Gui having to do anything. The Lamborghini exploded with a loud bang, and the two people in the car died instantly. Second car ready. The commander of the Ingzi garrison shouted into the intercom. They want to use this method to support each other. Alas, if only someone strong enough could come from Shengjing and kill this weird princess. Otherwise, they would have to sacrifice many sisters in one night. While thinking about it, a streak of snow appeared in the sky above Nanling. Snow in July? But soon they realized that this was not normal snow at all. In the wind and snow, strange heads were chopped off one by one, and even the carriage of the strange princess was chopped into pieces. Afterwards, Princess Weird released a large amount of strange energy in the wind and snow. The effects of her moves were very beautiful, but they were useless. It only took 3 minutes. The strange princess fell to the ground and dropped a large amount of supplies. Among them was a golden activation code that shone brightly into the sky, but was quickly taken away. After the snowstorm stopped, nothing was left there. This seems to be a skill gained from 10 years of killing fish. Chapter 72. 14 tombs, a large number of boss. The whole network is begging for the killing of fish for 10 years. But they saw no one. After Ling Weirui killed the princess, she took out the teleportation array disk. She has installed formation plates on all of her assets to facilitate teleportation. Target, Kyoto's 14 tombs. This cemetery from the Ming Dynasty, where 14 generations of emperors and their concubines are buried, is currently the most complete destination for flower growers. On the first day of the strange invasion, only small monsters refreshed. The boss was refreshed on the second day. Because they were all refreshed just before dawn, Ling Weirui only fought one. There are more bosses refreshed tonight. The reason why we need to deal with Princess Gui first is because she has a great impact on Nanling Peace Hotel and the surrounding residents. The 14 tombs this time are Ling Weirui's main target. She sorted out her backpack again, looked at the activation code in the backpack, and found that it was a ghost cultivation activation code. But the strange crystal dropped by the strange princess is quite special. Weird Princess Crystal. After use, one's own soul is strengthened, and the breath is accompanied by a graceful and elegant aura, and the royal luck is added. Soul attack skills increase the damage to male hostile targets by 2 times. What a cruel princess. I like. Ling Weirui used the crystal core of the strange princess to increase her soul power. The 14 tombs are in the suburbs, but with the current speed of the flying boat, we can get there quickly. The tombs are all underground, but the evil emperors had already escaped and were patrolling everywhere with their evil palace maids and evil guards. There are still residents near the 14 tombs. The alarm has been sounded in Kyoto, and everyone is evacuating. You're all my subjects. Why don't you kneel down and bow to me? Why are you running away? Wouldn't it be better to join my army and unify the country? Under the cover of Emperor Weird's strange domain, ordinary people lose 1 drop of blood per second. When 14 evil emperors come together, a large number of ordinary people die in less than 8 seconds. With this number of deaths, even if the authorities want to resurrect all of them, it will take a lot of effort. Often at this time, a group of people will be abandoned. This kind of death is real. Just at this time, Ling Weirui finally arrived. Allurine soit formation. As soon as Ling Weirui appeared, she used her killing move. More than 10 minutes later, all 14 emperors were killed by Ling Weirui. Ling Weirui played the role of killing fish for 10 years this time. So she took the Ice Lotus of Creation and also wore the 2-piece graduation suit. The speed of killing monsters is terrifying. Compared with level 2 and 30 bosses, the level 100 Ice Lotus of Creation does not kill instantly, but both bosses need to be treated with dignity. Ling Weirui picked up all the equipment on the ground, including 9 activation codes. Next, Ling Weirui traveled all over the country. Naturally, many people did not sleep that night. The internet was very active late at night, and hot searches exploded. Killing fish for 10 years to crush the boss. She saved the world. The first person strikes hard. Foreign countries are in chaos, and the flower-growing family has been killing fish for 10 years. Kneeling to kill the fish, I have killed the boss in my city for 10 years. The players actually reported their locations one after another. People in some places even spent money to turn on loudspeakers and started shouting for the killer to save their lives. If Ling Weirui saw this, she would go there too. It didn't matter which boss was killed. In one night, including the Emperor Ghost of the 14 Tombs, Ling Weirui killed a total of 34 Ghost Kings. After eating the Ghost King level Ghost Crystal, her soul became extremely powerful, and she was blessed with even more luck. At the same time, his status in the hearts of the people across the country has also been greatly improved. I think she is serving the country and the people. In fact, she just fought a boss. However, just when she shined, she avoided a large number of casualties. But the West can no longer bear it. The rule-based ghost killed a large number of ordinary people and even massacred the city. One of the Ghost King level monsters is called the Balloon Ghost. It may not sound like a big deal, but this weird thing is that you can use a rope to cut off people's heads. The severed heads will not fall to the ground, but will rise into the sky, expand, and become a balloon. The blood in the person's body turns into a new silk thread, and then goes to find another person and cuts off another new person's head. The boss balloon ghost keeps killing people and making heads. The sky above the entire city is filled with balloons with human heads. All the people in the city were massacred. Of course, some small cities in the West don't have a large population, perhaps not as large as a small town in the flower growers' country. However, with the sudden death of 30 or 40,000 people, the balloon ghost has been upgraded and its level has been raised. It is flying to the next city in the air with balloons carrying 30 or 40,000 human heads. This is really a terrifying thing. A large number of bombers flew over, trying to deal with the human head balloon ghosts by launching bombs and missiles, but they found that the bombs that were very effective against zombies could not attack the human head balloon ghosts. The bomb didn't work. They wanted the charming Aquaman, who is currently ranked 3rd on the combat power list, to take action. Aquaman agreed, but they needed to mobilize wizards and curse masters from all over the country to do a small experiment. The United States agreed. The charming Aquaman took action, but found that he had underestimated the balloon-shaped human head. In the end, he used heavy rain to knock the human head to the ground, and then used a tsunami to wash the human head away and into the sea. If nothing unexpected happens, these human head ghosts will eventually drift along the ocean current and reach the coast of the flower planting country. All right, fellow wizard players and cursors, I called you here for only one purpose. Crisis has occurred all over the world, but the strongest fighting force does not belong to our country. In the past, our country dominated this planet for 250 years, but now it is completely suppressed by the flower-growing families from the east across the ocean. This is something that neither the country nor I can tolerate. We actually only have one goal: the man who killed fish for 10 years. According to our investigation and the information brought back by the spies, she suddenly gained great power after reaching level 10. The weapon in her hand was obtained as a reward. She is upgrading very quickly. At the current speed, she will reach level 30 in 2 months. I'm not going to give her this opportunity. If I take first place, I will get the strongest weapon for my profession. Then I will get the Poseidon scepter and become the man who rules the sea. So, from now on, you should curse her together. The curse is a soul attack. According to our investigation and experiments, at low levels, players basically have no soul-level defense capabilities. Moreover, when a player's soul is attacked, it affects the number of resurrections. If we gather enough people and launch a soul attack on her, we can eliminate this big enemy in one go. He laughed very arrogantly. Chapter 73, Western Voodoo versus Eastern National Destiny. The wizards present looked at each other in bewilderment. One of the witches raised her eyebrows and asked, "But even if we kill the number one, you are not the number two?" It's a bit heartbreaking. Flinzax's combat power is third, and his level is even worse. He has such strong combat power, but his current level is only 20 with 65% experience, ranking 17th. He is not even as good as Tang Tianxing, who is killing cockroaches while working hard to rescue people. His latest ranking is 9th, and his level is 21. There are people who are taller than him. These people are the hardcore players who focus on leveling up and never do anything else to interfere with their leveling. The higher the level, the more experience is required. Ling Weirui is currently level 23, which seems not far behind, but in fact, even if the second place is given half a month, it will not be able to catch up with her. The arrogant smile of Flinzax became distorted. Finally, he twitched his eye nervously and said, "With my fighting ability and the ocean being my boss, I only need to attend fewer parties and not hang out with women, and I'll soon be able to surpass the other party. Besides, if we can handle the first person, can't we handle the more than 10 people ahead of us? The premise is that you can shake that person. We have to try after all, don't we?" People thought he was crazy, but this crazy plan was eventually approved. The current situation is indeed unfavorable to their country. Watching others become stronger is something they, as overlords, cannot accept. And if it succeeds, wouldn't it be a feat? They will have a super long-range strike method, just like they had mushroom bombs before, which can deter all countries. However, their curse requires knowing the other person's real name. Unfortunately, no one knows. Then the power of this curse will be weaker, but they can make up for it in other ways. For example, sacrifice. Sacrifice enough souls, blood, lives, etc. to curse the killing of fish for 10 years. It just so happened that an entire city was destroyed because of the strange incident involving human heads. They simply arranged all the corpses and used them as sacrifices. We also have to kill 1 million pigs, 1 million cows, and 1 million sheep. This is no small matter. Before the game invaded, the developed United States could slaughter about 400,000 pigs and 50,000 cows every day in its entire slaughterhouses. But this will provide for the entire kingdom. Now the wilderness no longer belongs to humans, and animal husbandry and planting industries are regressing. It may not be a big deal in the short term, but if it continues for a long time, we may really enter a stage of starvation. As a result, they even slaughtered livestock. Moreover, it will be a huge project to transport all the animals to one place for slaughter. But this could not shake the determination of the Philin family. Even the authorities are helping them. Soon, they established a base in Black Pearl City, a small town where human heads were slaughtered in balloons, and then transported large quantities of supplies. The slaughtered pigs, cows, and sheep were placed randomly on the ground. The roads were covered with blood, forming a formation that was magnified countless times. 3 full days passed. The whole town was bloody and dirty, and the first batch of slaughtered animals had already rotted and emitted a foul stench. When all these were finally settled, they applied to the devil from hell for an exchange and cursed, killing fish for 10 years. At Tianhu Lake in Panlong Mountain, Ling Weirui was bored and was brushing the frogmen while making new armor. Frogman armor. The level 20 armor will be produced starting now. 2 months later, when a large number of players reach level 20, Ling Weirui will be able to reap another wave of profits. As he was thinking this, the sky suddenly darkened. Countless dark clouds gathered together, emitting black, demonic energy, and even the faint light of magma appeared among the clouds. Ling Weirui immediately became alert. Demon. The demon is a mid-level monster at level 30. According to the primitive human's step-by-step projection method, it will take half a year for it to arrive on the blue planet. Why would it be refreshed at this time? And it looks like a very high-level demon. Just as he was thinking about it, an evil figure appeared in the dark clouds. His skin was flowing like magma, and a sharp horn popped out of his bald head. He was wearing a pitch-black robe, and the shadow was 100 meters tall. The devil's evil eyes looked at Ling Weirui. He pointed his finger at Ling Weirui from a distance. Ling Weirui suddenly felt her eyebrows throbbing, and she felt like she was going to be in bad luck. A pitch-black light rushed towards Ling Weirui. Ling Weirui shook the ice lotus of creation and hit the moon. With a bang, this time, the light column with a diameter of 5 meters even covered Ling Weirui. Then a straight ray of light burst out and hit the black light. The two collided in the air and canceled each other out. The black gas was suddenly dispersed and ran away in all directions. These escaping black lights made a cackling sound, like little devils. Ling Weirui immediately cast a shield and switched her magic weapon, turning it into a big bell that enveloped herself. But the next moment, these little demons bypassed these magic weapons and hit Ling Weirui hard. Ga. The demon lord will devour your delicious soul. System prompt. You are cursed by the soul. Your soul is weak. Your luck value is reduced. Disasters will come, and the probability of accidents is greater than 100%. System prompt. You are being maliciously piked by Bruce, George, Ledson, etc. Ling Weirui counted quickly. There are more than 200 names. Ling Weirui clearly understood this. I'm afraid someone gathered more than 200 players who can curse and cast a curse on Ling Weirui. This is more cruel than the evil cursor that Ling Weirui knew. He clearly didn't know his true identity. He only knew that he had been killing fish for 10 years, but he ended up releasing the curse abruptly. The reason why Ling Weirui knew this so clearly was because her clone, Wei Rufeng, was not affected. At this moment, she was in university, receiving her diploma. It was already July, and because of the game invasion, all players were given a diploma by Z University, so Ling Weirui could graduate a year early. She also packed up her things in the dormitory and gave up the lease on the rental house. There was no need to continue renting it and working for others to upgrade the door god. As a result, when the curse attack came, it only cursed 10 years of killing fish, but did not curse Wei Bufeng, who had the hidden badge. This was a very precise strike. If at this moment, Ling Weirui canceled the double shadow clones and used Wei Rufeng as her real body, could she resolve this crisis instantly? But she hadn't had time to act yet. From the depths of her soul, a dragon roar came. A golden light suddenly rose from Ling Weirui's body. The golden dragon circled around, stretched out its 5 claws, and stomped the cursed little devil to death. Black air surrounded Ling Weirui, but the golden dragon also protects its master. This is the aura of an emperor. It can also be called national destiny. Chapter 74. Go to the United States and prepare for a counterattack. Ling Weirui fought so many bosses in the emperor's mausoleum and ate so many strange crystals just to improve her soul. Although the various attributes attached to it changed Ling Weirui's temperament a little, they didn't seem to be used in normal times. The only increase might be that Ling Weirui was lucky and the items dropped were pretty good. And his career is also going smoothly. She is already number 1 on the list, so how could her career not be going well? Naturally, she doesn't have much experience of this. Now, she really understands it. The aura of an emperor carrying the might of a dragon is related to the fate of the country. The dragon energy was helping her resist the curse. It seems that these curses can't do anything to me at all. Then, she must catch those who want to harm her. Her other clone immediately returned to the cave. Start cross-dressing. Wear makeup, wear hairstyle, choose body shape, choose fashion, choose accessories. Soon, a fairy-like female character appeared. Ling Weirui immediately called her subordinates. The first thing to hit is the blooming. Investigate immediately to see if there is any major incident in the United States or if there is any large-scale sacrifice. Also, search for two people. The person in charge of the fill-in restaurant in the flower planting house, Fill-in West, and Fill-in Zax, who is ranked 3rd on the battle power list. The only one who had a great hatred for her, and who had only targeted the fish killing for 10 years, was Fill-in West. However, Ling Weirui felt that such a large-scale project could not have been done by Fill-in West alone. He is a drowned dog who rolled back from a flower-growing family. He doesn't have such great ability. The only possible one is the charming Aquaman. That is Flinzax. This person was number 1 on the combat power list in the previous life, and he still has a great influence in the United States today. Unexpectedly, the first person the other party targeted in this life was actually me. How can you tolerate this? After Ling Weirui gave the order, she called Li Si. Li Si is a teleportation mage. His current level has reached 16, which means he is kept up with the main force. After all, he often upgrades at Zerg upgrade points. The current distance of ultra-long distance transmission has reached 500 kilometers. Just teleport 20 times, and you can reach the beautiful country. Ling Weirui immediately asked the other party to wait for her at the teleportation array in City Z. The two of them joined the team. Send me to the beautiful country. We'll set off first. After we land, Sheng Fong should give us a message. Okay, Mr. Yu. I will definitely do it for you. Li Si nodded fiercely. The teleportation mage is probably the freest character after the game invasion. He can go wherever he wants. Although he is not very good at killing monsters, he is very good at escaping. The two of them first teleported from City Z to the border city. After all, the flower-growing city was very large, and after teleporting, they could save some time. After the teleportation was completed, Ling Weirui boarded the Lotus flying boat, and Li Si also stood on it. Together with Ling Weirui and the Lotus flying boat, they were teleported over ultra-long distances. 500 chilometri. Li Si's magic value was instantly emptied, and he took out the blue medicine and drank it. When Ling Weirui saw this, she immediately switched to the Haina mentality method. Because the Haina heart technique has been advanced once, in addition to restoring blood volume, it can also restore magic power, magical power, spiritual power, and other energy needed to release skills. Ling Weirui cast a calming spell on Li Si. The meditation mantra can be stacked. The higher the number of stacked layers, the greater the power of blood recovery. Ordinary players can only stack 5 layers. Under the effect of the Ice Lotus of creation, it can be stacked up to 15 layers. This is the experience of being a big shot. Ling Weirui quickly cast 15 layers of meditation spell on Li Si, and the opponent's magic points were restored without taking any medicine. Not only that, he also felt his ears and eyes were clear, he was more focused than ever before, and had a sense of calmness. In fact, releasing something like ultra-long distance teleportation also consumes soul power. After releasing it a few times, Li Si will feel dizzy, but it is difficult to see on the panel. With Ling Weirui's blood-adding help, he suddenly became full of energy. Come. As he released his skills, the white light of the teleportation array appeared again under their feet. Another 500 kilometers. Ling Weirui was healing while Li Si was teleporting. After 20 teleports, the two of them had arrived at the beautiful country. Sheng Fang's private chat also came over, and the person he contacted was Li Si. Boss Yu, Sheng Fang said that they found the 2 men from Fill-in in Black Pearl City. It is said that the city was massacred 3 days ago. Sheng Fang hacked into the cameras and satellites and found that Black Pearl City is now full of blood and skeletons. Some kind of ceremony is being held. Got it. Let's go to Black Pearl City. Boss, where's Black Pearl City? To be honest, after teleporting 500 kilometers, neither of them knew where they were. Ling Weirui drove the Lotus flying boat, found a person, and took out 2 AKs. When the other party saw Ling Weirui, he also raised his gun, but neither side fired. 2 guns. Tell me, where is Black Pearl City? My sister is studying here. I want to bring her back. Ling Weirui threw the gun over and asked in the American language. The person opposite looked at the gun, then looked at Ling Weirui, and finally nodded. Your sister has a good sister. She pointed the way and said that Black Pearl City was still 1,000 kilometers away from the current location. Ling Weirui thanked him and took Li Si to find another stranger and asked him the same question in the same way. Consistent. Only then did Li Si adjust the direction and teleport directly 500 kilometers. After 2 attempts, although the location was a bit remote, there were only 50 kilometers left. This time we took the flying boat, and it only took 10 minutes to reach the destination. As she got closer, she saw many soldiers patrolling. The roads were blocked, and there were even helicopters hovering in the sky. They had not yet discovered Ling Weirui's flying boat. Go into my cave and wait. Boss you, let me fight alongside you. Don't worry, I can teleport and I will never die. Li Si didn't want to give up the opportunity to fight with Ling Weirui. This is a matter of showing off your presence in front of the boss. Okay, be careful. The flying boat rose higher, suddenly rushed through the clouds, and approached the Black Pearl City. Looking from the air, the entire Black Pearl City was shrouded in a huge blood-red formation. The black, evil energy rushed into the sky like a tornado and disappeared into the void. In the most central location, there were more than 200 wizards praying. 1 hour had passed since the formation was activated to attack Ling Weirui. All of their names have a light pink tint, indicating that they have actively piked the player. At this time, the players being piked can automatically counterattack, and after killing them, their names will no longer be read. 1 hour ago, under the organization of Flynn's Axe, the wizards activated the formation, which was composed of a large amount of blood and exuded a huge amount of demonic energy, devouring the flesh and blood on the ground. Pigs, cows, sheep, and headless corpses that died mysteriously sank into the ground, as if the blood was connected to the river Styx and the corpses sank into it. Chapter 75, Killing Fish for 10 Years, Counterattack, Mushroom Bombs Bombard Pearl City. Originally, the Fillin family was thinking whether they could continue to slaughter these pigs, cattle, and sheep after the sacrifice and sell them on the market to recover their losses. It seems there is no hope now. Fortunately, the sacrifice was successful, but I don't know what kind of attack 10 years of killing fish suffered. They also have to maintain the formation. This is the only way to sustain the attack on fish killing that has lasted for 10 years. The only pity is that they don't know the location of killing fish for 10 years. Otherwise, they could send spies to check and see with their own eyes whether killing fish for 10 years died because of their curse and soul devouring. Little did they know that Ling Weirui was right above them. Looking at 200 people gathered in a square, transferring energy seriously, Ling Weirui sneered. She took out the formation. Throw it down. The formation flags were arranged, and the next moment, the resurrection formation appeared. Any human who dies here will be resurrected in this position. Afterwards, Ling Weirui threw out a few more formations. Psychedelic Array. Dragon Trap Formation. 2 formations are enough. At this time, white fog rose around the square surrounding more than 200 people. Once you enter it, you'll get lost. Ling Weirui fell from the sky. Li Si didn't dare to participate in such a battle. Fortunately, there were tall buildings around the square. He teleported to the tall building and took out his mobile phone. If you encounter a gunfight, don't panic. Take out your phone, take a video, and post it on your moments. The players in the formation have seen Ling Weirui, but they don't know her. Who are you? How'd you get in? Damn it, isn't the town on lockdown? Her clothes are so weird. Is she from the flower-growing family? She? The one who killed 10 years of fish? Someone finally recognized Ling Weirui. Unfortunately, it's too late. Ling Weirui released the alluring sword formation. In an instant, more than 200 players felt that thousands and thousands of translucent sword energies were released with Ling Weirui as the center, striking into their brows. Everything was pitch black before my eyes, and I had no idea what was around me. I only knew that I was dead and in a spirit state. 10 years of killing fish killed them instantly. The wizards felt a chill creeping up in their souls. They never expected that someone from across the ocean would rush up to them and kill them within an hour. Run quickly, don't let her catch me. Luckily, I can choose to return to my safe zone to revive, so the other party will definitely not be able to catch me. I just lost a level, and I must make up for it to the Fillin family later. But when he wanted to return to the safe zone to revive, there was only a button to revive immediately. Some people have never died since the game invasion, and have no idea what the death scene looks like, so they resurrected immediately, only to be killed by sword energy again. Some people hesitated, but still wanted to give it a try. also chose to resurrect. And those who chose to resurrect were undoubtedly killed by Ling Weirui again. After the third resurrection, they were prepared and immediately defended, even quickly locking onto Ling Weirui's position and planning to counterattack. Flinzax was in there too. He was still vigilant, and after his second resurrection, he immediately summoned a tsunami. He can charge on a tsunami, and when he is in the water, the damage he receives will be spread evenly into the water, meaning that the sea water will help him bear the damage. This move made his defense extremely terrifying. However, as he was resurrected, countless sword energies attacked him and instantly penetrated his body. The sea water under his feet exploded with a loud bang. One can imagine how badly he was attacked. Impossible. How can it be so powerful? Are you the devil? You are the devil. He couldn't get close to Ling Weirui, so he could only turn around and run away. The tsunami rushed into the magic circle, and finally he actually broke a hole in the formation. Ling Weirui locked onto him and swung 1,000 miles of ice at him. Snowflakes flew towards him and instantly froze the sea water on the ground into ice. He could no longer walk on the waves. Flinzax died again. Having dropped 2 levels, he has fallen out of the top 100 in the level rankings. The sword formation was still going on. These wizards did not dare to revive, but the formation had been devouring the corpses of animals throughout the Black Pearl City. The same goes for the wizard's body. The system sent a prompt. Your body is in a special sacrifice area. Your soul power is being consumed. Please revive as soon as possible. Otherwise, your soul will be damaged until it dies. However, the power of the formation will increase, and your curse attack power will increase tenfold. You are about to open the demon's door. Using the life of the spellcaster as a sacrifice to summon a stronger demon with even greater power is a classic plot in many TV shows and movies. If these are the warnings left by the original humans to people, but they didn't want to die. They just wanted to try it out and kill the fish for 10 years. Why did they die in the end? Could it be that Flinzax lied to them? Of course, there is another possibility. That is, she had not been affected by killing fish for 10 years. On the contrary, she came back with revenge. A wizard resurrected and shouted, "Everyone, charge together." How can she resist so many of us alone? The wizard uttered the harsh words and died in less than 5 seconds. The other which got up and knelt down begging for mercy. We were wrong. Don't kill us. This formation will summon a demon gate. If we all die, you won't be able to withstand it. You'll be cursed. The wizards were forced to resurrect, but were killed by Ling Weirui again. All the dropped equipment was collected by the suction device hung on Ling Weirui's waist. Without equipment, these players became more vulnerable, and some professions even needed staffs to cast magic. Ling Weirui ignored their pleas for mercy. This group of evildoers must not be allowed to survive. Just half an hour. All 200 people present were wiped out. Only Flinzax was not dead yet, and the formation was not a cave, so it could not trap the secret chat. Flinzax kept chatting with the official. Blast it, smash it here. Don't let killing fish 10 years get away. Kill him, otherwise the United States will never be able to get out of this situation. As for him, after the bombing is over, Ling Weirui's props should become ineffective and he can escape. He delayed for a long time. He felt that with the death of wizards, the power of the formation became stronger, but he felt terrified. If the person in front of him was killing fish for 10 years, then who was bearing the bombardment of the formation? The US government finally gritted its teeth and launched forbidden weapons. A mushroom bomb flew out from the launch platform and hit the Black Pearl City. They did this to cover up the formation of Black Pearl City. Otherwise, if the formation was exposed, they would be condemned internationally. After all, so many people died in the city, and not only did they fail to save them, they also let these people sacrifice themselves. Moreover, they did not kill the first person, but were killed instead. This was not a killing move to intimidate others, but a fuse that made people fearful, suspicious, and want to destroy them. The mushroom bomb launched from the patio is expected to arrive at the scene in 3 minutes. Moreover, Ling Weirui must be a famous celebrity now, although I don't know why her name has not been revealed. The first time was when they took the initiative to attack Ling Weirui, and Ling Weirui could legitimately defend herself. But after the second resurrection, all the previous records will be wiped out. If Ling Weirui kills them on her own initiative, she will become a red name. There were 200 people in total, killing each other back and forth. Ling Weirui must be blushing profusely. Chapter 76 version 0.6 major update. When a red-named person dies, all his equipment will be dropped. It will drop at least 3 levels, and at most it depends on how many people you kill. Even though they dropped 3 levels, they still have a chance to become first. Little did people know that Ling Weirui had escaped death several times. What's more, Ling Weirui's spiritual awareness is so powerful now that when a mushroom bomb flew over, Ling Weirui had already sensed it. She immediately ran towards Li Si. "Hurry, they're throwing mushroom bombs." Li Si's eyes widened. He immediately activated the formation, but he had never seen the scene of mushroom bombs appearing. So this time he did not choose the 500-kilometer ultra-long distance teleportation formation. Instead, he chose a mountain within his sight. In an instant, the two of them teleported away and reached the top of the mountain. This place is only 30 kilometers away from Black Pearl City, and you can vaguely see a small modern city in the distance. As the two turned their heads, a dazzling flash suddenly appeared in the distance, countless times brighter than the sun, and almost the entire field of vision was covered in white. The next moment, a deafening and terrifying explosion was heard. Ling Weirui even felt her eardrums buzzing. She was too shocked at this moment. I have never personally experienced such a horrific explosion. Ling Weirui subconsciously put up a shield and released a magic weapon at the same time. A big bell covered herself and Li Si. "You're just watching the fun without caring about your life," Ling Weirui yelled. At this time, Li Si was still holding the phone, pointing it at the distance. After a huge explosion, a white circle spread in the air, like a huge smoke ring. Then the flames rising from the explosion formed a mushroom cloud. A strong air wave rushed over from 30 kilometers away, like a level 10 typhoon. The Black Pearl City was completely wiped out in the explosion. The buildings collapsed and turned into sand, rushing away into the distance. This scene is so shocking. Awesome. Wow. Damn. I have no regrets after watching this for my entire life. Oh my god. Li Si felt that at this moment, he was witnessing a miracle. Ling Weirui thought so too. However, I feel suffocated when I think that later players will also be able to produce such terrifying explosion power. At that time, human combat power was called cosmic level. The scene is truly shocking. It's really cool. Ling Weirui also became excited. However, the resurrection formation was destroyed. It was unknown whether Flinzax escaped or was absorbed. However, with this nuclear explosion, the black cloud above the head of the clone of 10 years of killing fish who was far away in the flower-growing family disappeared, and it was obvious that the formation had stopped. The Philin family's action ultimately ended in failure. Ling Weirui and Li Si watched for another half an hour. The horrible radiation also affected them. Ling Weirui was fine, as she was a cultivator and was much stronger than an ordinary person. Li Si began to feel nausea and vomiting. He was exposed to radiation. "This is a sub-array. You go back first." Ling Weirui took out a formation plate and gave it to Li Si. After using it, he could return to the fish-killing mall. "Boss you, I'm gonna go back first. You should be careful and go back early to avoid being exposed to radiation." "Well, I'll set up a formation and then go back." After coming here with great difficulty, why would Ling Weirui go back so soon? She planned to wait until night and come here to fight a boss before leaving. This is not about saving the world. In fact, boss is also a resource. Ling Weirui defeated the boss of the beautiful country and took away the equipment and activation codes. The other party will not be able to obtain these things. The weird boss does not refresh every 3 days. The small ones refresh once every 10 days, and the big ones refresh once every month at least. Once the player level is upgraded, the equipment dropped by the weird boss will be worthless. Ling Weirui found a place on this unknown mountain, waved the ice lotus of creation in her hand, and countless sword energies burst out, creating a hole in the mountain. Ling Weirui set up a hidden formation at the entrance of the cave, and then set up a teleportation array inside. A small label was affixed to the transmission subarray disk for easy identification. Ling Weirui could then use the subarray disk to come to the beautiful country. If anyone tries to harm her again, she can rush there the first time. After finishing everything, Ling Weirui entered the cave and began to practice. Outside, a few hours later, some American soldiers wearing isolation suits arrived at Black Pearl City. They didn't want to come in the first place, But the 200 wizards who had presided over the formation before had not escaped. These were 200 living forces, and they couldn't give up like this. They suspected that killing fish for 10 years had some special props that could keep killing people, revive, and kill again. Or they are too seriously injured to leave here, so we have to come and rescue them. But when they stepped into the ruined Black Pearl City, there were only some black marks on the collapsed buildings on the ground. All of these wizards were carbonized, their bodies could not be found, and their souls were swallowed up by the formation. Phil and Zax did not join the battle, but instead returned to his home to resurrect. And this is where the American soldiers didn't pay attention. On those black formation engravings, an orange-red color, like magma, gradually appeared. At this time, the system issued an announcement. System announcement, emergency patch package added. Game Invasion version 0.6 is online. The original humans have been observing the development of humans on Blue Star. Although humans on Blue Star are weak, they can develop an attack force that is hundreds of thousands times greater than their own defense. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed and turning into wasteland and a paradise for mutant genetic creatures, they forcibly confiscated mushroom bombs and nuclear warheads from all countries on Blue Star. In order to prevent humans from killing each other on Blue Star, the rules for using some resurrection items have been updated, and public resurrection sites, such as resurrection temples, charity cemeteries, and hospital morgues have been established. If a player is killed, he or she can choose to be resurrected nearby. Players in these areas will become invincible and unattackable. 0.6 version monster update reminder. Due to humans using forbidden power, the coordinates of Blue Star are exposed. The demon gate is about to appear, and the demon race will be projected to Blue Star in advance. Note, the demon race is an advanced race. The lowest level of demon is 30, the intermediate level is 50, the high level is 70, and the great level is 90. The coordinates of the Devil's Gate are Beautiful Country, Black Pearl City. Ling Weirui was very surprised when she saw the update message, as this was an update she had never seen in her previous life. She immediately took out the resurrection formation. It was discovered that the friendly parties, referring to all humans, in the resurrection formation were limited to being in a team or being members of the same guild, and only they could be resurrected in the resurrection formation. This targeting is too obvious. Obviously, it will not be possible to use the resurrection formation to kill people in the future. But that doesn't matter. What's important is the Devil's Gate. Chapter 77, The Woman Guarding the Devil's Gate. On the hillside, Ling Weirui saw a huge gate slowly rising from the ground in the distant bombed city with flames shooting up into the sky. This gate can be seen from 30 kilometers away. You can imagine how big it is. At this time, the ground of the city gradually turned red as if magma was flowing. In the gate, batches of monsters were refreshed from the gate and the formation. Demon. Their skin color is different: purple, green, red, black. Some demons are short, hunched back, pointed face, and have 2 long horns or ears. All low-level demons are like this. According to the system rules, demons above level 50 will appear here. In fact, even if they appear once, it will be a crisis for the entire human race. Level 50 monsters are too lethal to current players. At this time, a large number of low-level demons refresh themselves. When they sensed the surrounding environment, they first showed expressions of disgust and anger. They also hate the radiation from the area that just exploded. Then, the demons looked into the distance with expressions of surprise and excitement. According to what Ling Weirui knew in her previous life, the planet where the demons lived was also a wasteland, similar to the environment after a nuclear bomb. But that doesn't mean they like it. The most important reason for this is the demonic aura that the demons bring with them. After turning into wasteland, resources cannot be created, so they can only plunder more new resources. It can be said that demons spend their entire lives fighting and plundering. Otherwise, there is no way to supply the huge race to survive. In this way, their model is the same as that of the United States, both of which make money from war. Ling Weirui boarded a flying boat and flew to the Devil's Gate, the edge of the Black Pearl City. In front of him, the densely packed demon army was no less numerous than the zombies outside the Peace Castle. This is all experience. Ling Weirui made a prompt decision. The frogman's real body entered the cave to practice, while the clone here began to upgrade. The frogman spawn places are far less numerous than the monsters here. Ling Weirui threw out 5 magic weapons and also released skills instead of wasting time making armor. so the speed of killing monsters increased rapidly. Not only that, there are also extra surprises. Demons are illegal invading creatures. Killing them will increase your merit by 3 times. Ling Weirui brushed even harder. However, Black Pearl City is a small city after all. The demonic creatures did not come out from the gate, but emerged from the formation. It can be said that monsters are spawning in the entire city every moment, and the Devil's Gate is just the Devil's flag. With such a large area, Ling Weirui couldn't block and clean it all by herself. She can only brush up to half of it. Among the remaining half of the demons, some saw Ling Weirui and wanted to attack her, but some of the more intelligent demons ran away. They are not a united and friendly race. What they want to do most is to escape, kill people, steal treasures, and eat humans. And those scattered demons are also a boss for today's humans. They are at least level 30. At the same time, after the 0.6 version update, it caused a sensation across the entire network. Is the United States crazy? Why do they target the fish killers for 10 years? Did they provoke you? More than 200 wizards joined forces to slaughter 1 million cows, sheep, and pork. Are you crazy? I suspect that the US stock market will plummet. In the next half month, they won't be able to eat meat. Is this the time to talk about this? Sister Xiaoyu is awesome. She defeated more than 200 people by herself. It's so satisfying. Philanzax, right? The one who was ranked 3rd in the battle strength list before. You are the sinner of the whole world. Their family must have been involved in this matter, and even the United States was involved. If the demons invaded the world, they are the culprits. The Philin family was scolded and made international news. The most crucial thing is that the Philin family has mastered the path to obtaining the activation code of Faith of the Gods. The senior members of their family are all characters in this game, and various priesthoods require the support of faith. After this scolding, their combat effectiveness plummeted, and their competitors naturally would not let go of this profession with obvious weaknesses, and they all targeted it. However, within 2 days, the Philin family stock price plummeted because of the weakening of their main combat skills, slow monster killing, and the resignation of their subordinates. The fixed assets in their hands, real estate, were also shrinking rapidly. Don't forget, merits are still needed to strengthen the safe zone. If they do not have enough merit, they can only give up the property. This is a heavy loss. The other side, Li Si's video went viral. This is not a special effect. This is a documentary. Even Li Si was interviewed, and the title was Sister Xiaoyu Took Me to Kill People in the United States. In a short period of time, the number of fans on the internet increased by millions. He became famous and became Sister Xiaoyu's #1 little brother, leaving Mu Laikan, Wang Qing, Sheng Fong, and others speechless. Seeing this trend and popularity, many people want to explore what Black Pearl City looks like now. Unfortunately, it is now black when it rains near Black Pearl City. Not only is there a large amount of radiation, but the demons are refreshing too quickly. Now the demons have formed a large army and are wreaking havoc in the United States. Someone actually took a picture of Ling Weirui upgrading. It became a hot topic again. The woman guarding the Devil's Gate, Sister Xiaoyu. Gradually, the entire internet has begun to respectfully call Ling Weirui sister. This is real, sis. However, Ling Weirui killed half of them and released the other half. The remaining level 30 demons rushed to other cities, and the beautiful country couldn't bear it anymore. The Demon Gate has a huge impact. If it is not blocked, demons will run around everywhere. A level 30 demon can massacre the city given enough time. In 3 days, due to the demon invasion, the death toll in the entire West skyrocketed to almost 100,000. Among these people, if they're not players, they may not be able to be resurrected by the priest. Those who understand the medical system over there will understand. In addition, the last time the mushroom bomb was too powerful and affected the ecological balance. After it was banned by primitive humans, even the explosives with larger equivalents disappeared. Naturally, there were no more powerful weapons to kill level 30 monsters. In this case, we have no choice but to seek help from the international community. The flower grower immediately started to laugh. Don't let our country's strong men go, for fear that they will cast a curse and kill all our country's strong men. The #1 troublemaker, and then the whole human race has to clean up his mess. But it is said that the merit of demon creatures is tripled, so it is not bad to kill monsters. The United States believes that moral blackmail is not working and can only make an offer. The main thing is that if it is not open soon, people will start to demonstrate and march. But it won't work if the price is too low. Because the strong don't come, the United States gritted its teeth and issued a support mission. Level 15 players get 100,000, level 16 players get 200,000, level 17 players get 300,000, level 18 players get 500,000, level 19 players get 800,000, and level 20 players get 1 million. If you can close the Demon Gate, you will be rewarded 50 billion. Chapter 78, Designated Mission, High-Level Players Gather. They're talking about NIF coin. The exchange rate with Flower coin is 1:7. Ling Weirui became excited when she saw the news. After these 3 days, Ling Weirui reached another level and reached level 24, far ahead of everyone else. Upgrading is important, but you can't put down your money. She immediately took out the 3 Realms notice and released the news. Level 20 is 10 million. How much should I give for level 24? If you give less, I will leave immediately. Whoever wants to guard this demon gate can do it. When the players saw that there was such fun to be had, they immediately followed suit. After all, this kind of shouting props are not expensive. Many rich second generations are willing to spend tens of thousands of dollars to install them. Kyoto Dragon Young Master, at Matt, my elder sister is talking to you. Magic City Boss, at Matt, my elder sister is talking to you. The Little Prince Riding the Wind, at Matt, my elder sister is talking to you. Very arrogant. Mated is the current leader of the United States and is already 82 years old. Fortunately, after this game synchronization, he synchronized a game he had played before, NBA basketball. That's right, a basketball game was released at the end of the last century and has a history of 30 years. With continuous updates, countless basketball stars from the United States have been included in this game, and even leaders have joined in and been teased. Of course, there are also Chable families behind this promoting the game, and no one knows whether the president also has shares behind these companies. So Matt had also promoted this game and had an account. After the game was hacked, he synchronized the account and instantly had the physique of a basketball player. Even the elderly who are in their twilight years can play basketball. At this time, everyone at Mated and the parliamentarians quickly discussed. Killing fish for 10 years is definitely a threat to us. I doubt she can intercept all the demons by herself, but she just doesn't want to do it. No. This may be a chance to repair the relationship. Maybe she doesn't even know that we were involved this time. Make her an offer she can't refuse. Give it to her alone. If someone reaches level 24, the price will be the same. But without her lethality, we will be dragged down by this demon gate. That's right. After their discussion, Mated finally made the announcement and offered a price of 20 million. Converted into RMB, that's 140 million per day. The strongest worker, Ling Weirui, was still satisfied with the price. A designated task also appears in the task list. Specified task release. Published by United States Congress. Mission content. Hunt monsters in the Demon Gate. 8 hours a day. Mission reward. 140 million yuan. They still follow the 8-hour workday? Such strong labor laws. Of course, the other party will not pay if the work exceeds 8 hours. After all, they did not mention overtime pay. Ling Weirui accepted the task. As for the task of reinforcing level 15 to 20 players, who can do it? Ling Weirui built a teleportation array inside the mountain. With the sub-key, you can reach the beautiful country instantly. Ling Weirui put the key into the cave, asked Cheng Zihan to take it and give it to Wang Qing, and then asked Wang Qing to contact Tang Tianqing and send someone to build a long-distance teleportation array. Because of the Zerg upgrade points, Wang Qing and Tang Tianqing have become familiar with each other. After getting the key, they quickly contacted each other, and soon someone used the sub-key to teleport to the cave in the mountains, where the mother formation was located. Because the domestic teleportation array was the first to be established, it has now become a system. The teleportation array is engraved on the stone slab. It only needs to be placed out and activated. The people who came down the mountain, found a piece of flat ground, set up the formation, and connected to the teleportation array of City Z. As the teleportation array lit up, a direct channel was established between the teleportation array and City Z. However, for the safety of players, City Z has also made requirements. If you want to go directly to the United States from City Z, you need to reach level 15. Otherwise, there will always be players who want to die and come and take a look. By then, a lot of social resources will be wasted just on humanitarian rescue. As the formation was established, the Z City garrison swarmed in. The game has been open for a month and a half now, and players have generally reached level 10. The goblins outside the city have become upgrade points, and with no powerful monsters appearing in City Z, the garrison is currently much more relaxed. With annual upgrades, the garrison level is around level 17. Currently, there are 3,000 garrison players in City Z, of which 500 are activation codes dropped by goblins, 2,000 are peacemakers, and the rest are recruited locally. The average level is 17. This time, according to the price after the exchange rate, a huge profit of 6 billion yuan was made. In addition to them, there was also the flower growers construction team, who built a castle and set up a safe zone around the teleportation array as quickly as possible. A tall city wall was also built around it. Players can stand on the wall to fight monsters. With this defensive fortification, the players of the flower growers will have fewer deaths. Soon, the news spread. The flower-growing family, which had just mocked the United States for not wanting to send its high-end combat forces there, suddenly responded with a favorable response. Go make money. These players above level 15 were first teleported to City Z and then spent 5,000 air tickets to teleport to the United States. Among them, City Z also got 50% of Ling Weirui profits. Without her, they would not have established the teleportation so quickly, and I believe that other cities would not have established a second teleportation array. As a result, City Z became a transit station and made a lot of money. The first wave of players were the garrison troops, and Ling Weirui knew the people from the second wave. The Templar Knight Zhang Yi, who fought the Ghost Princess last time, is here again with a team of 200 people. No wonder their team level is so high and their mobility is truly amazing. The next people to arrive were all organized by teams, including Wang Guomin, the owner of a mineral water company, Song Yihong, the chairman of Hongtu Automobile Industry, and Ji Chunlei, the financial tycoon. Some individual players also came over and called for teams on the spot. Basically, only teams of 100 people dared to set out to kill monsters. After all, level 30 monsters were boss level to them. Ling Weirui actually saw Tang in the crowd. The crutch in his hand was made of wood tangled together like tree roots with leaves growing on it. It was obviously a weapon from Yawang Valley. Wow, the old man also comes here to upgrade. Tang Xiu also came over to see Ling Weirui and thanked her. Ling Weirui felt a little guilty, as if she had deceived her elders. Old man, do you want to help you level up? No, I won't keep you any longer. I'll go upgrade with my grandson and heal the soldiers. Ling Weirui also paid attention to him and found that Tang Xiu did not advance rashly. So she hid in the team and continuously released rejuvenation to help tanks, knights, guards, and other professions to add blood, which was quite easy. Chapter 79, Golden Core Breakthrough, which Taoist is overcoming the tribulation. Since everyone was here, Ling Weirui naturally called her subordinates as well. At least Cheng Zihan, Wang Qing, and 5 other people are coming. They are currently at level 19. After all, the Zerg upgrade points are open to the insiders for free. Among the few people, Cheng Zihan inherited Ling Weirui's good qualities and is a king of luck. Wang Qing and the others naturally did not dare to fall behind as they leveled up at the Zerg upgrade point during the day and night. Moreover, the skills of the 5 of them were better than Cheng Zihan's, and they gradually caught up with the other players and even surpassed them by far. Ling Weirui didn't mind taking them to level 1. After reaching level 20, these people would be able to use magic weapons. Ling Weirui can use firearms, so others can naturally use the magic weapons of the Xianying Immortal Clan. It's just that the magic weapon needs to be level 20 to be used. Firearms require firearm skills, and releasing magic weapons requires spiritual awareness and mana. In one day, these 6 people reached level 20, and Ling Weirui gave them spinning beads. Cheng Zihan and Zhou Ning are both special forces soldiers. They don't even have mana and can only use soul power to drive. Su Jiqing is a thief and can barely control one, but he still needs to drink potions. Wang Qing is a warrior too. Li Si is a mage, so he has no problem controlling 3 people. Sheng Fang is too powerful. In the Xianying Immortal Clan, the player limit is that 1 person can control 5, but Sheng Fang can transform the wheel beads. The structure of this magic weapon is somewhat like a machine, and he can control 10 by himself. This is the master mechanic. Of course, Ling Weirui would not give them these magic weapons for free. They would be deducted from their bonus. Moreover, Ling Weirui has level 20 magic weapons and level 30 magic weapons. When these people grow up, the level 20 magic weapons will naturally be returned to the next batch of players in the fish-killing group, forming a virtuous circle. With the addition of these 6 people's magic weapons, the situation gradually stabilized. More and more international players come here to defend the Devil's Gate, and some come here just to make money. There are also some people who want to destroy the Devil's Gate and directly take over 50 billion beautiful coins. If it was a wizard who opened the Demon Gate, then use priests to purify the Demon Gate. Light will eventually dispel darkness. Get 2,000 priests here and see if we can clear the formation. If only the circle could be shut down so easily. Of course, the priest cannot wash away this formation. They don't know what to do. Should they cast healing spells on the formation? There are also some people who capture some demons and bring them back for experiments. Because the demon's aura is somewhat like radiation, this is the knowledge of electromagnetic waves. As the saying goes, knowledge changes destiny. Many people still want to use scientific methods to solve monsters. If we can research some equipment to fight against demonic aura, the demon's power will be greatly weakened, and then the United States will not have to hire players to kill monsters. This time, even the flower growers joined in the research and quickly worked out the demon language and learned that a level 50 demon was about to descend. In the early stages of the game, a level 50 monster can destroy a huge city. Moreover, according to this refresh method, a level 70 demon will descend in 2 months. That would be a crisis of extinction for all mankind. Originally, the original humans had already thought a step-by-step method to improve the humans on Blue Star, but the beautiful people were seeking their own death and attracted a big monster. The Philin family was also pushed forward by the United States to be the scapegoat, cursed by people all over the world. In addition, the Philin family owns the place where the faith in the gods activation code is produced, and the upper class of their family has mastered this profession. As strong as their faith is, they are strong. Those with weak faith are despised gods. Their skills are pitifully ineffective, and they don't even dare to come to the Demon Gate to upgrade. Finally, a country discovered that the Demon Gate could only be attacked by the power of magic, but the range had to be large and strong enough to break the Demon Gate and seal it. The problem is, it seems that the skills of Ling Weirui, the strongest person in the world at present, cannot harm the Demon Gate. What should I do about this? Among tens of billions of people, perhaps Ling Weirui was the only one who remained calm. She already had a solution, and now she was just waiting to reach level 30. Now it is 3 days and 1 level. Half a month. Ling Weirui's experience is enough. Perhaps because of the birth of Demon's Gate, the next few versions of the game updates did not have much content changes, and no new monsters were added. Ling Weirui's level increased the most, and Tang Tianqing also reached the 2nd place on the list with 2 Awakening Magic Arts. 1 Awakening Stone was obtained from the limited time store, and 2 Shadow Clones to fight monsters together. Finally, Ling Weirui's experience value reached level 29 and 99%. She stopped her attack, disappeared from the spot, and entered the cave. In the cave, Ling Weirui's 2 clones merged together. The acupoints are filled with spiritual fluid, as if they can condense into substance. With the 10-fold time acceleration and the help of the entry-level techniques, Ling Weirui's cultivation reached the great perfection of the foundation building stage, just 1 step away from reaching the golden elixir. The golden core is a hurdle for level 30 players. Ling Weirui left the cave and returned to the outside of the Devil's Gate. Fortunately, after half a month, the strength of the players guarding the Demon Gate also increased significantly, generally reaching around level 22. Can barely withstand the monster's attack. After Ling Weirui came back, she flew quickly to the center of the former site of Black Pearl City, right next to the Phantom of the Devil's Gate. The demons that spawned around her attacked her one after another, but they were all blocked by her magic weapon. She sat cross-legged. First, release it through the 3 realms announcement. All players near the Demon Gate, retreat as quickly as possible. I am about to destroy the Demon Gate, and I will not be responsible for any accidental injuries. After saying this, Ling Weirui took out the synchronized props from her backpack. Gold Yuan Pill. Each pill increases the chance of successful pill formation by 20%. Ling Weirui ate 5 pills in one go. 100% breakthrough. After the pill was swallowed, the rich spiritual fluid in the acupoints began to compress, transforming from liquid to solid, forming a golden pill. As the golden elixir condensed, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, with lightning and thunder rumbling. The dark clouds seemed to be very close to the ground, as if they were about to come down. Seeing this scene, Li Si was shocked. Which fellow Taoist is going through the tribulation? Not only that, several Xianing Immortal Clan players present all felt the terrifying pressure. The expressions of Tang Tianqing's team all changed. After so many days, they all knew a lot of information about the Xianing Immortal Clan and naturally anticipated what this was. Thunder Tribulation, are you serious? She has been killing fish for 10 years. She's going through the Thunder Tribulation. Retreat quickly. The range of this Thunder Tribulation is probably 20 kilometers. If you don't run now, I will strike you too. The players began to retreat frantically. Finally, the first thunderbolt struck down. Crack! This Thunder Tribulation was aimed at Ling Weirui, but the Demon's Gate was so large that it actually acted as a lightning rod. The thunderbolt hit the Devil's Gate hard. Chapter 80. The Devil's Gate is shattered, surviving the final Thunder Tribulation. A burst of sparks and lightning. The Demon Gate seemed to be completely undamaged. However, the powerful thunder with destructive force fell into the formation and instantly turned all the demons on the ground into charcoal. The players who came here to upgrade retreated one after another. Ling Weirui did the math. The Thunder in the Jindan stage usually consists of 49 Thunder Tribulations, or 36 Thunder Tribulations. However, Ling Weirui had doubled her spiritual power since the Qi refining stage, and by the time she reached the great perfection in the Foundation establishment stage, her spiritual power was 3 times that of an ordinary great perfection stage. When achieving the Golden Elixir, the Thunder Tribulation will naturally be stronger, with 108 Thunder Tribulations. That's not all. As the thunder struck, all the demons on the Demon Gate formation were killed. Because the thunder was caused by Ling Weirui, it was actually counted as Ling Weirui's experience. In an instant, Ling Weirui's level reached 29.999% experience. The system gives new prompts. System prompt. Your current experience is full. You need to complete the advanced challenge to advance to level 30. Do you want to start it immediately? Yes. Advanced task release. Publisher, Cosmic Games. Task content. Because you have synchronized the account of Xining Xinzu, the background of this game is the background of Cultivating Immortals, and the advanced task is survive the 49 days of thunder. Please be prepared. Mission reward. Reach level 30. Another 36 Thunder Tribulations. Altogether, there are 144 questions. Isn't this going to destroy the Demon Gate? As Ling Weirui accepted the mission, the thunder clouds above her head grew thicker and piled up again. 2 bolts of lightning struck Ling Weirui fiercely. Then, it was blocked by the Demon Gate. The remaining thunder was also very powerful. It hit Ling Weirui's Sea Tide spell. Water can conduct electricity, and the water shield around Ling Weirui turned purple. However, even though it was conductive, Ling Weirui was not hurt and handled it with ease. The thunder struck violently. The first round of 9 heavenly thunders and the 9 heavenly thunders that appeared after accepting the mission have all struck. There's a 10-minute halftime break. Exactly 1 hour. The players had already hidden on the top of the mountain. Looking at the terrifying thunderclouds, many of them even developed gigantic fear. Ling Weirui is currently in good condition. Next, the second round of thunder fell. Round 3. Round 4. Each round is stronger than the last. The players watching the scene on the distant mountains were the most shocked. What's going on? Will players be struck by lightning when they reach level 30? I asked the players of the Xining Immortal Clan, and it seems to be true. At level 30, one has to go through a Thunder Tribulation. This Thunder Tribulation is too terrifying, right? Who can get through it? Why is it that it takes 10 years to kill a fish? Did she think of this method a long time ago? Use the Thunder Tribulation to split the Demon Gate and break the formation. At this time, the 4th wave of thunder ended. There are only 4 waves of missions, and they have been completed. The moment the mission was completed, Ling Weirui reached level 30. The system's announcement rang in everyone's ears. Cosmic Game Frontline Report, Game Calendar, Day 59, version 0.9, player killing fish for 10 years, has completed the advanced task after unremitting efforts and is the first to reach level 30, and will be given a generous reward. Dear players, after killing fish for 10 years, you're the first to reach level 30 through hard work and will receive the following rewards. 1. Special title. The first person, level 30, After wearing it, the experience points gained will increase by 10%. This title is a limited time title. When the level of others exceeds yours, and you're the first to reach level 40, the title disappears. As the first-person record holder, the experience increase is plus 20%. 2. The blessing of the original humans is that they will be immune to death 3 times. After death, no equipment or experience will be dropped. 3. You can withdraw 1 item you own in advance, including equipment, skills, props, etc. The original human will be exempted from the restrictions on the use of the equipment and can wear it now. As the first-person record holder, 2 additional synchronization positions are added. 4. Physical Evolution Stone, Intermediate, can comprehensively enhance one's physical fitness by 30%. The 5th wave of thunder is still brewing overhead. Ling Weirui quickly selected new equipment. This time she could choose 3 at once, and Ling Weirui, of course, chose the graduation equipment. Changshi Broken Moon, Ice Abyss Skirt. Changshi Broken Moon, Ice Abyss Waist. Changshi Broken Moon, Ice Abyss Hand. 5-piece set. After Ling Weirui put on her defense power sword again, Ling Weirui also used the Physical Evolution Stone to improve her overall physical strength. The combat effectiveness reached 120,000. At this moment, the 5th wave of thunder that was brewing struck down again. This time it was just a single thunder. After all, Ling Weirui had completed her mission. However, the power of his thunder was even more terrifying, even stronger than the 2 thunders just now. The thunder seemed to be angry, wondering why it couldn't strike this golden elixir. Breaking the golden elixir into pieces is the mission of heaven. Ling Weirui circled the demon's gate, and each time she got stuck in a position that allowed the thunder to strike the demon's gate, the demon's gate flickered and a crack appeared on the gate. People watching from distance can see it more clearly. If there's a crack, it means Ling Weirui's plan was successful. The 2nd time, the 3rd time, the 9th time. On the demon's gate, the crack almost goes through the gate. The 5th wave of thunder ends. The 6th wave, the 7th wave, the 9th wave, crack. The demon gate was split in half. A large amount of demonic aura emerged. Demons were wailing, and some of them were stuck in a formation and unable to climb out. It was obvious that the teleportation formation was disturbed. The 10th wave of thunder appeared. The entire sky had turned as dark as night, and the thunder was no longer purple or gold, but black. Looks like it can destroy everything. Boom! The thunder finally shattered the demon's gate. Ling Weirui seemed to hear the system's prompt in trance. The demon gate was smashed. You completed the task issued by the United States, obtained 50 billion beautiful coins, and converted 350 billion. Resolved the human crisis, obtained the title, Savior, level +1. Ling Weirui didn't even have time to look. The 2nd thunder of the 10th wave has arrived. The demon gate has been shattered, and Ling Weirui needs to bear the thunder by herself. Fortunately, after Ling Weirui reached level 30, the supplies were also synchronized. There are hundreds of level 30 magic weapons, with 100 pieces of each kind. According to system regulations, a level 30 player can control up to 10 magic weapons. In fact, this number is calculated based on the player's spiritual awareness and spiritual power. Ling Weirui's spiritual power is now as vast as the ocean, and her spiritual awareness is extremely powerful. She casually took out 10 lightning rods and sent them in 10 directions. The thunder struck down fiercely, and it split into 10 parts in the air and forcefully hit the lightning rod. Boom, 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 boom. The magic weapon exploded and was destroyed instantly. Ling Weirui changed a batch of magic weapons. This time there were more of them, more than 30 pieces, and threw them again. The thunder destroyed the magic weapon and was approaching Ling Weirui. Ling Weirui could only keep throwing out the magic weapon to be destroyed by the thunder. If you hit me with a magic weapon, you can't hit me anymore. This is not a tribulation. This is draining Ling Weirui's family assets.